time ever on the global stage. We've got 24 teams. Everybody's got that exact same dream. Because that dream is alive for the rest, the chances of EWC
হ্যালো হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ গাইস, আশা করি সকলেই ভালো আছেন। আপনাদেরকে সাথে নিয়ে চলে আসলাম আরো একটি EWC 2026 প্যারিস ফ্রি ফায়ার এর ম্যাচে। এন্ড আজকের দিনে গ্রুপ স্টেজ ডে 2 হবে এবং সেই দিনে আবারও সেই 24টি টিম গত দিনে খেলেছিল, সেই 24টি টিম খেলবে গ্রুপ এ এন্ড বি। বাট বাংলাদেশি টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব এন্ড স্ট্র হার্সদের জন্য আজকের দিনটা অবশ্যই অনেক গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, কজ গত দিনটা তাদের ভালো যায়নি। আশা করি আজকের দিনে ভালো একটা পারফরম্যান্স, ভালো একটা কামব্যাক দিয়ে বাংলাদেশকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করবে তারা। দেখা যাক, দেখার বিষয়। কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাচ শুরু হবে এন্ড দেখবো সেই ম্যাচে বাংলাদেশি টিমের পারফরম্যান্স। দেখা যাক কেমন পারফরম্যান্স করে বাংলাদেশি টিমসরা। And
managed to get 3 booyahs yesterday. It's actually insane. I still can't believe it.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I tell you what though, 2 champs, back-to-back champs, global finals, and now EWC 26, potential for an absolutely glorious
আশা করব আজকের দিনে তারা আমাদেরকে নিরাশ করবে না, একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স উপহার দিবে। দেখা যাক কি হয়। অলরেডি আমরা একটা কাস্টার ডেজ বা মিনি ইন্টারভিউ টাইপের একটা মোমেন্টে আছি, দেখতে পাচ্ছি। যারা লাইভে আছেন অবশ্যই সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দিবেন, চ্যানেলটি শেয়ার করে দিবেন।
because they just need to do something, otherwise they're going to go out. Yeah, you know what? I think AGAL are the most consistent team here, and to be honest with you as well, Gun Dynasty impressed everyone on day one, didn't they? Is that a croissant? Nice.
আশা করব বাংলাদেশি টিমরা আজকে আমাদেরকে নিরাশ করবে না। গত দিনের পারফরম্যান্সে আমরা অবশ্যই অনেকটা নিরাশ হয়েছি। বাংলাদেশি যে সাপোর্টার ফ্যান বেজ আছে তারা অনেকটাই নিরাশ হয়েছে গত দিনের পারফরম্যান্সে। বাট আশা করি আজকের দিনে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স দিয়ে বাংলাদেশ টিমকে সামনে নিয়ে যাবে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অ্যান্ড টিম স্ট্র হার্স। ফুল সাপোর্ট to TAG Tech, Team Apex Gaming, Asset Sports and আর একটি টিম টোটাল গেমিং স্পোর্টস আইকিউ। তারা কিন্তু অবশ্যই টোটাল গেমিং আইকিউ এন্ড অ্যাসেট স্পোর্টস অনেক ভালো খেলেছে গত দিনে। আজকের দিনে দেখা যাক তারা কি করে, কিভাবে খেলে। একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স অবশ্যই আশা করব বাংলাদেশি টিমসের কাছ থেকে।
But for Group B, it's a lot more tactical. The teams came in and they were trying to read each other moves, and the point differential and the margins is actually a lot more tighter than Group A, but the front runners are still the teams that we expected to be at the top.
While the front runners are taking these points away, it's about
আজকের দিনেও তাদের থেকে একটা বেটার পারফরম্যান্স আশা করব আমরা।
we have 2 teams who need to start picking up pace. On Group B, there's Mia
আমরা এখন একটা কাস্টার মোড,
so it's going to be a tough battle in case they want to rake up points, especially for Group A.
There are some teams that started off slow but came in swinging in the later stages of the game, with Aurora Gaming and also Team Falcons in Group A. But even for Group B, Team Secret, the recent spring win,
মিনি ইন্টারভিউ আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। মিনি ইন্টারভিউ শেষ হলেই আমরা
clear favorites for both groups. Buriram United Esports with 3 booyahs in Group A and MIBR loss for Group B.
শেষ হলে আমরা ম্যাচের দিকে চলে যাব। অবশ্য ম্যাচ আমাদের 4টা বাজে শুরু হবে। 4টা বাজে ম্যাচ শুরু হলেই আমরা খেলার দিকে ঢুকে যাব। এন্ড অবশ্যই হয়তো আজকের দিনেও বাংলাদেশি টিমরা শুরুতে খেলবে, দেন আমরা বাংলাদেশি টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তাদের ম্যাচটাই হয়তো আজকের দিনেও শুরুতেই হবে। তো দেখা যাক টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের ফ্যান বেস অবশ্যই কমেন্ট করবেন এন্ড টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কি আজকের দিনে কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারবে কিনা। এন্ড অবশ্যই স্ট্র হার্স তাদের একটা বিশাল কামব্যাক দরকার, কজ তাদের মাঝে যে পয়েন্টের গ্যাপটা, সেই গ্যাপটা অনেক বড়। আশা করি সেই গ্যাপটা তারা পূরণ করে ফেলবে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্সে। দেখা যাক, দেখার বিষয়। এন্ড আমরা মেইন ইন্টারভিউ গুলো দেখতে থাকি। কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আমাদের সেই ম্যাচ 4টার
Free
দিনই
Fire
শুরু
continues
হবে
to heat up in terms of
টাইম
competitiveness.
অনুযায়ী।
So today
তত
it's
দিনেও
only going to get
দেখেছেন,
more
তো
and more
আজকের দিনেও
difficult.
সেই টাইম মেনটেন করেই তারা খেলাটা শুরু করবে। আবারও কি
It's week
একটা
2 of the club championship
ইন্ট্রো
race
হবে
here
কিনা
at
দেখা
EWC
যাক।
2026, and yesterday saw icons taking the stage in League of Legends. To kick things off, Faker's T1 started off strong with a win against GAM Esports, while teams like G2, AGAL, Genji, and Sentinels saw themselves all advance to their group's upper bracket finals. Unfortunately, though, for fans of Furia and Team Secret, your teams went out at the hands of D+ and Carmine Corp. Over in MLBB Women's Invitational, today the group stage begins. But the big news coming out of there is the fact that Falcons were able to
স্টেজের
survive
আজকের
the wild
সর্বশেষ
card
দিন
stage
ডে
when
2,
they were able to
এন্ড
take
এই
out
ডে
Huns
2 তে
in the
অবশ্যই টপ
deciding
10
match.
কোয়ালিফাই করতে
They'll
হবে
now be
বাংলাদেশের
joining the
দুইটি
likes
টিমকে।
of Vitality,
আশা
Liquid,
করব দুইটা
Aurora,
টিমই বাংলাদেশ
Spirit,
থেকে
and
সার্ভাইভাল
Onyx
স্টেজে
looking
যাবে,
to make a
যদিও
splash
আশা
in
ছিল
the
একটা টিম
competition.
এইখান থেকে
Finally,
ডিরেক্ট গ্রুপ
Dota
স্টেজ
2
থেকে ডিরেক্ট
playoffs
গ্র্যান্ড
begin
ফিনালে চলে যাবে, বাট
today. And of
তেমন
course,
আশানুরূপ
with both
ফলাফল
Team
ছিল না
Spirit
প্রথম
and
ডেতে।
Falcons in
তো
there, they'll be
আজকের
looking to
দিনে
get
অবশ্য
some big
সার্ভাইভাল
points on the
স্টেজ
board for
পর্যন্ত
their
যাওয়ার
clubs
জন্য অবশ্যই
in the
আপনাদের
club
দোয়া দরকার।
championship. When it
দোয়া
comes to
করেন
things over
যাতে
here, though,
আজকের
for
দিনে
us at Free
সার্ভাইভাল
Fire,
স্টেজটা
we're in
কোয়ালিফাই
day
করতে পারে
2
টিম
of our group
টাইটান
stage.
স্পোর্টস ক্লাব
What does
এন্ড
that
এক্সট্রা
mean?
হার্ট
That
দুইটা
means
টিমকে নিয়ে
4
অনেকটা
teams
আশা।
will be
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
going
লবি
home
খেলতে
today,
গিয়েছে, তো
while 8 will
ইডব্লিউসি এর
secure
মঞ্চে
their place in
অবশ্যই
the
বাংলাদেশকে
finals.
রিপ্রেজেন্ট
And
করতে
that's
হবে
going to
একটা
be
বেটার
big for our
পারফরম্যান্স।
teams
এমন
looking to make
পারফরম্যান্স যদি
storylines
কোয়ালিফাই নাও
in
করে, আই
the
থিঙ্ক
club
এমন কোনো
championship.
পারফরম্যান্স
Still
যদি
lots of
দেয়
gameplay left to
যে
go, though, so we'll
পারফরম্যান্সে
have to
সবার
see
মনে
how all of
গেঁথে
it plays
যাবে,
out.
তেমন যেন পারফরম্যান্সটা দিতে পারে
Day
টিম
1 of Free
টাইটান
Fire
স্পোর্টস
was
ক্লাব
full
এন্ড
of dominance. We
Expo
had
has.
2 teams in Group A and Group B being able to get 3 booyahs today.
আবার সেই
On
গত
day 2,
দিনের সেই
is any team gonna be able to do that?
গেম
We'll get some answers
অ্যানালাইসিস
to that.
দেখতে
Welcome back
পাচ্ছি।
to Free Fire at
তারা আবারও চলে
EWC
এসেছে আমাদের
26.
মাঝে
My name is the 7WG and I'm
নেশা
joined by some
করতে।
amazing people. Lace, Neptune, and Conchita. Neptune, are you going to be cursing any teams today?
One thing's for sure. If I'm going to cheer on a team, I just won't mention their name.
Continuing the tradition, okay?
How though?
We kind of have to jinx some team at some point.
I like the way you think. We'll have to definitely continue on that tradition because right now you can join the EWC content program. If you haven't already, make sure you do so. It is the Esports Foundation Creator Program. There will be a QR code at one point that's going to show up. Make sure you scan that and join it. You can earn rewards.
Up
And if you end
for
up in
grabs.
first place, well,
3
depending where you
for
are on that
2
leaderboard, you might
exclusive
end up getting
EWC
interviewed
invite.
by us on the
PlayStation
final day
is
of Free
ক্রিয়েটর
Fire.
প্রোগ্রামে
So go
যারা আছে,
join
যেমন
the
আমিও আছি ক্রিয়েটর
Esports
প্রোগ্রামে রেডি টু
Foundation
জয়েন।
Creator
অ্যাপ্লাইতে
Program.
করা
And while
হয়েছে
you're at
আর্ন
it, make
রেওয়ার্ড।
sure you also check out the
দেখা যাক
website for
কেমন রেওয়ার্ড আনতে পারি,
EWC and
আপনাদের
the app.
সাপোর্ট তো
Put
অবশ্যই
in your
দরকার হবে,
predictions. Who's going to be winning? Because I know
সেই
nobody
ভিউজ দরকার
predicted
হবে,
some
রিচ
teams get
দরকার
3
হবে।
booyahs yesterday. Maybe today it will happen again. We'll have to figure it out. But if you do end up doing that, use the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26 of any of the fun stuff that you enjoy here because we're definitely going to be having even more fun. And as Conchita just said, we'll be cursing some teams at some point.
Vote
Neptune
for
won't,
tournament
'cause
winner
Neptune's
is
gonna be,
World Cup.
we're gonna be pretty much be Sherlock
What's
Holmes.
the
fan
best?
best EWC play.
It starts with an A, I think.
Maybe not.
Remember.
Maybe not.
Let's take a look at the overall for Group A though, because this group, I mean, Bury Ram started off consistent.
Survey,
and
share your
just to remind
experience with the
everybody the way that
Esports
this is
World
going to end
Cup
up
by
working out
beating
at
out
the end of
the
the day,
survey.
especially after this 6 matches for Group A. The top
Oh.
4 will end up going to the finals where we will have Champion Rush. From 5th to 10, they'll
দেখা
end
যাক
up going to
আজকের দিনে
survival.
কি
And the
করে।
bottom 2, sadly,
সময়
we're going to
বেশি
be
নেই,
crushing their keys. They're going to be going
আমাদের
home,
ম্যাচ
which
শুরু
Conchita, I
হবে।
know you want to
দেখেন
be here
একটা
with us, but I
ফাটাফাটি
feel like you
পারফরম্যান্স
really want to
অবশ্যই
be
চাইবো
down there
বাংলাদেশের
crushing
টিম
keys.
You
থেকে।
know, as an EWC newbie, it is so exciting for me to finally see the key crushing live, but also I'm devastated for anyone who has to be in that position. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not happy for that, but yeah, I'm excited.
I mean, it's dangerous down there. I don't know if you know, in last week,
যারা লাইভে
we
আছেন
broke
অবশ্যই
the
কমেন্ট
handle,
করবেন, কমেন্ট
and then
করে
all the
শেয়ার
keys just
করবেন।
fell into its death. So yeah,
আমি
I mean,
কমেন্ট
you can
সেকশনে
have eyes
থাকবো
on
আপনাদেরকে
an
সাথে নিয়ে।
absolute chaotic sequence of events.
That's what I'm all about.
এন্ড ওভারঅল র্যাঙ্কিং আমাদের কাছে আবারও শো হবে। গ্রুপ এ আই থিংক, হ্যাঁ গ্রুপ এ বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড টোটাল 3টি বুইয়া তারা নিয়েছিল, and 3টি বুইয়ার সাথে 80টি এলিমিনেশন ছিল and total 132 পয়েন্ট তারা গ্যাদার করে নিয়েছে প্রথম ডেতে। অপোজিটে গান ডাইনাস্টি তারা থাকবে 77 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট সাথে 115 টোটাল পয়েন্ট। অল গেমার গ্লোবাল থাকবে 73 টোটাল পয়েন্ট 73 এলিমিনেশনের সাথে 112 টোটাল পয়েন্টস and ইভোস ডিভাইন থাকবে ইভোস ডিভাইন থাকবে 70 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টের সাথে 1 টোটাল পয়েন্টস। লাউড স্নেকার থাকবে 53 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টের সাথে 107 টোটাল পয়েন্ট and টিম ফ্যালকনস থাকবে 89 টোটাল পয়েন্টের সাথে 57 এলিম তাদের সাইডে। and টপ 4 আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি এখান থেকে অলরেডি টপ 5 টিম কিন্তু 100 ক্রস করেছে, বাট লাউড স্নেকার্স এর কাছে আছে সুযোগ বাকি টিমগুলোকে পেরিয়ে গিয়ে টপ 4 কোয়ালিফাই করে গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে চলে যাওয়ার। বাট ফ্যালকনস তার কাছেও সুযোগ থাকতে পারে তাদের কাছে যদি একটা ভালো ডিফারেন্স তারা করতে পারে। অপোজিটে বরিরাম ইউনাইটেড স্পোর্টস অলরেডি বলা যায় তারা কোয়ালিফাই ফর গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল, ভালো একটা গ্যাপ মার্জিন করেছেন তারা। লাউড স্নেকার্স তাদের জন্য একটু সুযোগ আছে, ইভোস ডিভাইন বা অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল তাদেরকে টপকে যাওয়ার। ইভোস ডিভাইন অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল টিমই কিন্তু খারাপ টিম নয়, অবশ্যই তাদের পারফরম্যান্স আমরা দেখেছিলাম। এন্ড রাইট নাও একটা ম্যাচ রিক্যাপ দেখে নিব। রাইট নাও ফ্যালকন অন ফায়ার, তার সামনে পিয়ার ট্যাগের উপর সেই চার্জ এন্ড ইভোস থেকে ইভোস এর উপর আবারও একবার চার্জ। ফ্যালকনের সেই পারফরম্যান্স দুর্ধর্ষ পারফরম্যান্স, কোনো বুইয়া ছিল না তাদের কাছে, বাট তাদের অ্যাগ্রেসিভনেস, চার্জিং, ফায়ার পাওয়ার আসলে অসাধারণ ছিল। নেক্সট ইয়ার এই ম্যাচটিতে আমরা দেখেছিলাম তারা বুইয়া একদম মুখের সামনে থেকে ছেড়ে দিয়েছিল বরিরাম ইউনাইটেডের সাথে। তাদের হাতে সুযোগ ছিল বুইয়াটা কন্ট্রোল করে নেওয়ার, বাট ব্যাড লাক ফর দিস টিম। আজকের দিনে হয়তো বুইয়া কন্ট্রোল করেই ছাড়বে, দেখা যাক। বরিরামের অবস্থাও তেমন একটা ভালো ছিল না, বাট তারা ব্যাক আপ করেছে, আরো একবার ব্যাক করেছে। এন্ড লাউডের এই জায়গার এই ডিসিশনটা আমার কাছে কেমন যেন লাগলো, যে এই ডিসিশন, এই প্ল্যানিং, এটা তাদেরকে একদম ধ্বংস করে দিয়েছে এই ম্যাচটিতে। তাছাড়া আমার যেই প্রেডিকশন ছিল লাউড একটা ভালো পজিশনে ছিল, তারা তাদের কাছে বুইয়া সিকিউর করা ইজি ছিল, বাট ব্যাড লাক বরিরাম ইউনাইটেড সেখান থেকে ফ্যালকন স্পোর্টস তারা কিন্তু সেই চান্সটা করলো এন্ড তাদেরকে বিদায় দিতে। বাট বরিরাম ইউনাইটেড এট দ্য সেম টাইম তারা কিন্তু সুযোগটা লুপে নিয়েছে এন্ড এগিয়ে গেছে।
You didn't mention about reading the game. Some of it are writing the game because they are consistent enough. Like elimination wise, it's really difficult for the teams to get that, especially with how tough the teams are right now. But it's more position as well as rotation that they're working on to be able to make sure that they can get in the final circle. And not a lot of teams will be able to pull it off. They just need to be tactical, silent, and deadly at the same time.
Oh, I like that. One team, I mean, that was able to do that yesterday, especially, it was one that you were actually hyping up, and you're kind of going on a trend here, and I like what you're doing, Conchita. And it was none other than RQ, because that squad, you were saying that we're going to start slow, right? They ended up picking it up, so it's kind of tying in with what you're saying. Hopefully, Team Falcons will be able to do that, but I think we need to focus right now on the second page.
7 এ অরোরা গেমিং থাকবে 58 টোটাল পয়েন্টস নিয়ে। জাস্ট গ্যাপটা দেখুন, #6 কোথায় এন্ড #7 কোথায়। #6 এ থাকা টিমটা অলরেডি 89 পয়েন্ট এন্ড #7 এ থাকা টিম অরোরা গেমিং 58 টোটাল পয়েন্ট, ডিআরএস গেমিং 52 টোটাল পয়েন্টস, টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং 43, প্যারাডক্স গেমিং 41, দেন টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব 38, ডেমন স্প্রাইট 30। তো টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের জন্য পথটা অনেক সোজা, যদি আজকের দিনে একটা এভারেজ লেভেলের গেম প্লেও দেয় প্যারাডক্স এন্ড টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং কে টপকে যেতে পারবে এই টিমটা। বাট যদি গত দিনের মতোই বাজে পারফরম্যান্স উপহার দেয় তাহলে অবশ্যই তাদের জন্য বিপদ হবে। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব হয়তো আজকের দিনে বিদায় নেবে, বাট আশা করব তারা একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স দিবে এন্ড সেই টিমদের প্যারাডক্স, টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং কে ছাড়িয়ে দিয়ে তারা #7-8 লিড করবে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব, আশা করা যায়। আজকের দিনে অবশ্যই গত দিনের এক্সপেরিয়েন্স থেকে আজকের দিনে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স তারা উপহার দিবে আমাদেরকে।
the elims, it was like 22 and they've got 41 points. So they are managing to make it to the final circle. But as we saw on like a fair few maps, so is everybody else, because it is just them trying to solidify a spot within zone to then pick up more of those elimination points. But I feel like if they can kind of more take the elims at the start, then go and focus on their rotation, because they were just going straight to zone, which isn't sort of working out for them, being, you know what, bottom 3.
Yeah,
They're on the cusp.
And you don't want to stay down
Ready
there
আমাদের
because as you get
টিমসদের
later
দেখতে
into the
পাচ্ছি
matches,
সবাই
I mean, the
এন্ট্রি
pressure
করে
is gonna
নিচ্ছে
start to
তাদের
build
সেই
up too.
লবিতে
We might
লবিতে
end up
ঢুকে
seeing teams parking
তাদের
the bus
সেই
in a way kind of
সিট
like
বেল্ট
England was
বেঁধে
able to
নেওয়ার
do
জন্য
yesterday, and
তেমন
we saw what
স্প্রাইডের
happened.
অবস্থা
They
তেমন
didn't
একটা
end up
ভালো
qualifying.
নয়,
So
তেমন
you
স্প্রাইডকেও
don't
একটা
want to
ভালো
do that, and you
পারফরম্যান্স
don't want to wait
দিতে
until
হবে।
the end, because the pressure will be there, and you're gonna have teams just doing
And দেখতে
crazy
পাচ্ছি
things.
all
One
gamers
team
global
that might
থেকে
end up doing
সাইফাকে
just that is none other than Gun Dynasty. Let's see what they had to say.
Hello everyone, I'm Yusul and welcome to day 2.
Vidila.
Right here I'm
Ana.
next to Vega from Gun Dynasty.
Sorry,
and
Vidila,
here's our Zippo, our translator today. So I heard this is the
Gun
first time
Dynasty.
Spanish joined EWC 26 in Free Fire, right? And I wonder, how do you guys feel, and have you guys
একটা মিনি
prepared everything to
ইন্টারভিউ
get
আমরা
into
দেখতে
the top
পাচ্ছি
4 today?
গান ডাইনাস্টি থেকে
He escuchado
থাকবে
que esta es la primera vez
তাদের
que un
কোচ আই
equipo
থিংক
de
না
habla
আসলে
hispana está en una
I
final de
don't
Free
know.
Fire en EWC. ¿Cómo te sientes al respecto y cómo te has estado preparando para el día de hoy?
Pues nos sentimos con confianza, siento que nos va a ir muy bien hoy, mejor que incluso ayer, y que todo esto se trata de preparación y de cómo están saliendo las cosas.
We are really confident. We have worked really hard to get there, and I think this is all about how much you've prepared and that good things are going to happen to you.
Wow, awesome. Sending a lot of lucks for you guys today. And also, one more question I wanted to ask. Do you guys feel pressure when you step into this battlefield? Because there are so many strong teams in our Group A today. And how will you guys manage all of it?
¿Sientes algún tipo de presión cuando entras en la arena? Porque hay un montón de equipos muy fuertes. En el caso sea, ¿cómo haces para lidiar con ese
ট্রান্সলেটর
presión?
No, como equipo y como jugador individualmente
তার
no
জন্য
sentimos ninguna
বাংলাদেশের
presión,
জন্য কি
sentimos que estamos jugando
ট্রান্সলেটর থাকবে,
como si
বাংলাদেশের
estuviésemos en
পারফরমেন্স
casa,
তেমন
como si
নাই
estuviésemos
যে
un día cualquiera,
হ্যাঁ তাদের
y que
ইন্টারভিউ
esto se
নেবে।
trata solamente de confianza en uno mismo.
ব্যাড লাক। আশা করি আজকের
As a
দিনে
player,
এমন
as a
কিছু
team, we
হোক
don't feel
যে
any
তাদের
pressure at
ইন্টারভিউ
all.
নেওয়া হবে
We
and
feel
তাদেরকে
like
আমরা
we're
বেশি
playing
সময়
like at
দেখতে
home,
পারবো অনেক
like it is
দিনে।
any other day. So I think this is all about how much you believe in yourself.
Oh my god, this is so great because you know, when you play on a stage, it's really different from playing at home, right? But hearing his answer, it makes me feel so good about him. So thank you so much for your interview, and also thank you to our Zippo as well. And good luck to you today, Gun Dynasty. Thank you for your listening. And
Gun
now
Dynasty.
let's explore more in EWC 26.
Well, Gun Dynasty, we're expecting that same attitude today. Not being nervous, not feeling any pressure, because one team that didn't feel the pressure yesterday was none other than our reigning champions, Evos. And they started off hot. They were able to get a booyah on the second match. But I know today, for the PS5 story of the day, Evos, we want to see what they're going to be able to do.
Yeah, of course, because if we go back to what happened on day 1, the highest score EFOS had was in game 2, I think. They got 12 placement points and then 17 elimination points, and that was the best of EFOS, the best game that they showcased the whole day. And I think the teamwork between Russia and the other supports are working so much better towards the end, and this actually the thing that separates EFOS from RRQ, if I can say that. They do have the mentality to stay calm, to bounce back from the mistakes that they have, whereas RRQ usually takes a bit more time. It takes them a bit more time to be comfortable, to be okay with the mistakes that they did. And EFOS, that is definitely the reigning champion mentality that they have right there. It was a slow start, but then again, after a few bad calls, they finally started to climb up the ladder and continuously, consistently get the points that they needed.
And something to keep in mind too with this squad is that they are currently in 4th place, right? So I'm hoping that today they're not going to start feeling the pressure right off the bat. They showed yesterday what they were able to do at the start. Did you see them possibly crumbling since they're right there in the 4th place, going directly to the finals or going to survival?
Actually, it's quite the opposite. I'm still pretty sure that EFOS has what it takes to go straight to the next stage without having to go through the survival stage. I mean, 111 points, 70 elimination points. That is quite big for EFOS. And I'm not saying that just because I'm Indonesian, obviously, but I do think they have what it takes. Again, it's a slow start, but I think that's where it's different, because when we see the way of the other teams are playing, the other Southeast Asian teams are playing, they came out very strong. I mean, let's say Budokan United Esports, they bring out the big guns from the very get-go, but EVOS, they try to at least read the situations first. They try to be comfortable with it, and that's exactly what they did. They got better and better and better each game.
One team, Neptune, that's going to be hunting them down, making sure that they get within those top four is going to be none other than Lao, the Brazilian squads. It's not just Southeast Asia here. Brazilian squads have been able to show up, and I know you're keeping a close eye on what Lao is going to be doing in regards to their game skills.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially now, you did point out EVOS with the numbers. Loud is now 4 points behind them. So there's a lot of things that they can do right now in this fight. But just to look up on what they did in that, they're one of the teams who managed to bring in an A1-2-4 combination together with Oscar as well as Steffi. So with that alone, you can see the intention. They're not going aggressive. They're just playing it safe.
বাট লাউডের শুরুটা ভালো ছিল, দুইটা বুইয়া তারা কন্ট্রোল করেছেন। অবশ্যই আজকের দিনে একটা বেটার পারফরম্যান্স দিয়ে তারা সরাসরি গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে কোয়ালিফাই করার ট্রাই করবে। দেখা যাক আজকের দিনে কেমন পারফরম্যান্স দেয় লাউ।
You know what? You cursed the team yesterday. Today we're gonna blast the team. Which team are we gonna blast? I need a quick answer though. Lace?
Oh my god.
That's it, quick. Okay, Neptune.
I need to go back to me.
I kind of don't want to say anything. Oh my god.
Buriram?
No, I'm just gonna
she's gonna go with an Indonesian team. Okay, let's just play it safe here. Let us know in the comments below who you're gonna be going for, because day 2 of Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
দেখবো সেই প্লেয়ারদের এন্ট্রি নাকি এন্ট্রি হবে না। আজকে আগে থেকে এই প্লেয়ারসরা এসে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে, জাস্ট সিট বেল্ট বাঁধবে এন্ড খেলা শুরু হয়ে যাবে। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি রাইট সাইডে, এন্ড দেখা যাচ্ছে।
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second day of Free Fire at EWC here in Paris. The stage is set and our teams have their sights on the grand finals, but the only obstacle in their way, just 11 of the best teams in the world.
After only 6 games today, we will have the name of our top 4 teams who will qualify directly to Saturday.
But remember, Luti, this is the Esports World Cup, so our eliminated teams, their keys must
top 4
be
team direct
crushed. And so the battle at the bottom today, it's going to get spicy. So without any further delay, let's introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage to kick us off, starting with Aurora Gaming.
Aurora Gaming.
Team Apex Gaming.
তাদের মাঝে শোক কখন কি হয়ে যায় কোনো ঠিক নাই। তাদের পজিশন আর পয়েন্ট খুব খারাপ।
Team Falcons.
দেখবেন যারা কোয়ালিফাই করার মতো পয়েন্ট গ্যাপ করে নিয়েছে তাদের মাঝে সেলিব্রেশন আছে। Oh my god, 2
Versailles United Esports.
What's another chill guy? Buriram.
Your defending champions of EWC, EVOS Esports.
EVOS Divine. রাশিয়াকে আমার কাইন্ডলি অনেক পার্সোনালি অনেক ভালো লাগে। যেমন স্প্রাইট, তাদের অবস্থা ভালো নয়, উপরওয়ালাকে নাম পে।
DRS Gaming.
আজকে সবাই ব্ল্যাক টি-শার্ট পরে আসছে। ও
Paradox Gaming.
ও বাবা, এটা তো ভাই থার্ড প্লেয়ারটাকে দেখেন যাচ্ছে।
Esports Club.
টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব, নো সেলিব্রেশন, অবস্থা খারাপ, টুটুস কেঁদে দিচ্ছে। ভাই আজকে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স অবশ্যই। লাউড স্নেকার, স্কিল গাই।
And finally, Gun Dynasty.
দেখতে পারবে না।
Don't forget, if you want to survive, your only goal is to avoid these bottom 2 spots.
Words couldn't be truer. 12 teams enter the Gadia City grid, but only 10 will make it out alive. The stakes just got higher, so it is time to make your move. It is time for day 2 of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
Music intro. I think
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadia City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle. And Loud, once again, a booyah!
MIB are lost, they turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling along with the help.
but MIB are lost, except Marapto, Sniper, I think Sniper and Versailles, but they follow him. Hey bro, what's up? Hello bro. What's up? I'm fine. What about you?
To take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB lost getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 26 here in Paris, France. And you know what day it is? It's day 2 of the group stage, which means that hopes will be crushed and dreams will continue to be built for the survivors. We have 12 teams from Group A, but only 10 will move on forward to either the survival stage or the grand finals, depending on their standings. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by Lucifer here with some 6-7 performances from some of these teams, but that's not the spot you want to be in. You want to be in the top 4 because you want to skip the survival stage, which means you skip 10 games.
Exactly. It's going to be very crucial that you get yourself out of this grinder of a survival stage. Well, we say there are 10 games, but then those 10 games are not going to be easy at all because everybody's looking forward to another 4 slots tomorrow. Hopefully they don't go there, they make it out here itself. And especially we've been talking about Group A, which has teams being the toughest ones, the ones who've been the champions. And if they walk away into the finals itself, the other teams will have a very big trouble moving to the survival stage.
Yeah, and that's ironically something that a lot of these squads are hoping to happen. Yeah, they are hoping that the heavy hitters, the front runners, make it directly to the grand finals, so it makes the odds for tomorrow better. And usually you don't want to hope for your opponents to win, but in this case, for some of our hopefuls up here, some of our first timers, they want that to be a possibility. They want to increase their chances. And speaking about chances, Gun Dynasty, they're looking good, they're feeling confident, they believe that the hard work will pay off, and I personally believe in that as well. Yesterday's performance was great. Now we need to see them push it through the finishing line.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier as well, right? Southeast Asia versus Brazil. I think that's where the entire competition right now seems here at Esports World Cup 2026. But Gun Dynasty for Latin America, they're coming out of the mix, out of the blue, and nobody's able to read them. And especially for a player to tell them, this is the usual stuff for a day in, day out. That is unbelievable.
Brazilian team,
such a high intense, high-octane stage.
Yeah, I can't believe. I think it's like the mental fortitude and just the prep that they had, right? First time stepping onto such a big stage and having such confidence. And why wouldn't you be confident sitting in second place, just behind Buriram United Esports, who are at the top, of course,
বেটার না হওয়ায় এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট অনেকটাই কম লাউড স্পিকারদের, কারণ ওদের খেলা আপনি দেখলে গতদিনে দেখলে বুঝতেন ওরা আগে থেকে সার্কেল প্রেডিক্ট করে সার্কেলে বসেছিল এন্ড সেখান থেকে যতগুলো এলিমেন্ট তোলা যায় তারা তুলেছিল। ড্রপে যদি ফাইট হতো ড্রপের ফাইটটা করেই তারা সার্কেল অ্যানালাইজ করে সেই মেইন সার্কেলে চলে গেছে। দেন সেই মেইন সার্কেল থেকে তারা কিন্তু বসে বসে যতগুলো কিল পেয়েছে সেভাবেই কিল তুলেছে। অন্যদিকে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড ঘুরে ফিরে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড ইগলস ডিভাইড কিন্তু ঘুরে ফিরে পুরো ম্যাচ
almost around a 30-point difference. This is not going to be an easy jump up, and that is the reason we've been talking about. Like, yes, at the end of the day, we're going to be going to the Crusher to take away dreams. It could happen for some of them. They have to jump up, and in terms of those dreams, it has to be the South Asian teams. That is Titan Esports Club and Demons Pride. They've not at all had a great start. At least for Titan Esports Club
and Demons Pride on the way.
It's the placement points that they've started working towards. Maybe there's a more of they manage a chance towards the survival stage. I think that is a hit they have to look forward to.
Yeah, you got to get into the flow state for the next 6 rounds. And we actually, even during some of the team intros, we saw the South Asian teams, right? You can feel the nervousness, right? There is some tension in the air, and hopefully it breaks when they hop into the lobby. Yesterday was all about getting comfortable, right? Getting the seats warm, and hopefully when you sit back down, you are in the zone. You are feeling, comfortable enough to let yourself go and just play freely. That's the toughest part. People always say that you play the best when you have nothing to lose, when you play freely and have fun, but it's pretty tough when you have so much on the line.
But Ganda and it doesn't seem like they're thinking in that direction at all. They've been completely keeping themselves away from that thought process where there's a lot to achieve, lot at stake. This is our time on the stage. They are not thinking about that. They're making sure they put the best performance of Free Fire ever seen on the biggest of stages, and they're able to deliver. Sitting at the second spot, 3 eliminations away from the team at the very top, tells you the caliber that they're walking here in Paris and looking forward to their global title, taking it away from EWC. EWC, yes, got their booyah, but is it going to be enough for them?
And I'm going to take a step further, Lucifer. There are 3 points difference in terms of elimination compared to BRU, right?
Yeah.
So the main difference is the placement. Because if BRU have 1 less booyah, Guy Dynasty would already be at the top, and actually it is closer than it is. And if you put that into perspective, it's a very scary thought. You said that, for a team that is on the stage,
আমাদের ম্যাচ আর
as if there's no pressure at all.
1 থেকে 2 মিনিটের মধ্যে শুরু হয়ে যাবে। আমরা চলে যাব গেমের অন স্ক্রিনে এন্ড উপভোগ করব আপনাদের সাথে সেই গেমটি। আই থিংক ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হয়ে গেছে।
The map rotation are going to be slightly different. Yesterday we did have the more Indonesian heavy favorite rotation.
হ্যাঁ, আমাদের ম্যাচ কিন্তু শুরু হয়ে গেছে। চলে যাব আমরা বিমানের মাঝে।
Thailand are going to be elated, but we'll start it off again with the classic
আমাদের ফ্লাইট কখনো ল্যান্ড করে না, কখনো উঠি সেটাও জানি না। জাস্ট আকাশ দিয়ে উড়ে আমাদের ফ্লাইট, এন্ড আমরা উঠতে থাকি।
They will not be able to catch up to the race, especially because now the Crusher is in front of everybody, and the map starts off evening the entire
Titan Esports Club তাদের ড্রপটা দেখার
And even if
দেখতে হবে। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব আই থিংক মিডের দিকে রোটেশন নেবে, এন্ড সেটাই করছে। টিপি কুট্টোস অলরেডি চলে গিয়েছে, বাট প্ল্যান্টেশন এলিমিনেশন একটা সেফ ল্যান্ডিং বলা যায় টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের জন্য। এন্ড এই ল্যান্ডিং থেকে যদি একটা ভালো কিছু করতে পারে আসলে সেটাই বেটার হবে। অপোজিটে সার্কেলের ভেতরেই থাকবে ডিআরএস গেমিং। আই থিংক সার্কেলটা
we see some early skirmishes already. The player is getting hyped out. DRS,
DRS
the team that wants to get off the bottom,
strike
starting
is
off right.
proact তিনি ফার্স্ট ইনিংসটা নেবেন ম্যাচের। ইভলস এন্ড ফ্যালকনের ফাইট অলরেডি চলবে, এন্ড আবার তারা কিন্তু 2-2 ইলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিয়ে নিয়েছেন। রেই থাকবে এই মুহূর্তে। ও ফ্যালকনকে চুন চুনকে মার রাহা হ্যায় টিম ইভলস ডিভাইড।
Eliminations already, 3 total.
অপোজিটে ফ্যালকনের রিকভারিও হয়ে যাচ্ছে, বাট রাইট নাও পিনা তিনি কিন্তু কাউন্টার অ্যাটাকটা দিবেন এন্ড টেক ডাউন তুলেছেন। রাইট নাও পিনা আর একটি টেক ডাউন তোলার জন্য মরিয়া হয়ে গিয়েছেন, ভালো ড্যামেজ ডিল করেছেন, বাট তার সামনে সাপোর্ট আসবে এই মুহূর্তে। আবার তিনি টেক ডাউনটা তুলবে, কিলটাও কনফার্ম করে নেবেন। অসাধারণ শট দিয়েছেন একটা পারফেক্ট মোমেন্টে। দেখা যাক ইভোস এই গডকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি ইভোসরা অলরেডি ম্যাচের টপ এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টে এগিয়ে আছে, টপ লিড করছে, বাট রাইট নাও দেখতে পারবো ডিআরএস এন্ড এই মধ্যে প্যারাডক্স গেমিং কেও দেখতে পারবো। প্যারাডক্স গেমিং এর উপর চার্জ আসবে, প্যারাডক্স গেমিং থেকে এই মধ্যে 1D কে করা হবে নক। আলু ডিআরএস আলো কিন্তু সেই কাজের কাজটা করেছে। আই ডোন্ট নো বিক্রমপুরের আলো নাকি অন্য কোনো আলো, ডিআরএস গেমিং এর থেকে আলো ভালো খেলেছে বলতেই হবে। টিএজি দেখতে পাচ্ছি শোটোকে, শোটো প্রতীকের সামনে থাকবে, প্রতীক এন্ড শোটোর মাঝে ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট হবে। সেই সাইড থেকে প্রতীককে দেখতে পারবো, শোটো দৌড়ে এসেছেন, ট্রগন হাতে থাকবে, এই মুহূর্তে ট্রগন হাতে চাটাটা দেবেন, প্রতীককে করবেন ডাউন, করবেন কনফার্ম টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং থেকে। শোটো X7 বাট এক্স তিনি কিন্তু চলে এসেছেন কাউন্টার অ্যাটাকটা দেওয়ার জন্য। শোটো X এর ভালো ড্যামেজ ডিল করেছে বাট ড্যামেজটা রিকভার করতে চাবে। এই মুহূর্তে স্নাইপার শট কানেক্ট করা হবে তার উপর। এক্স যেতে যেতে লং থেকে কেডি গড কিন্তু ভালো একটা কভার তিনি দিয়েছেন। অপোজিটে দেখতে পারবো এই মুহূর্তে কেডি গড বাট প্যারাডক্স একটু হোল্ড করছেন। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালদের দেখতে পারবো এই মুহূর্তে জিডি থাকবে, এজিএল সাইফা অর দ্য গড অর দ্য অ্যাসেট কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি অরোরা থেকে, দা আর অরোরা দা আর। যাই হোক এই মুহূর্তে তার উপর চার্জ আসবে এন্ড তাকে এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম করবে এই মুহূর্তে সাইফারা। এন্ড অপোজিটে অর থেকে জুন থাকবে, অরোরা থেকে জুন তিনি গাড়ি নিয়ে টান দিয়েছেন বাট গাড়ির আই থিঙ্ক গতি নেই যার কারণে আটকে যাচ্ছেন। এই মুহূর্তে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তারাও কিন্তু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিচ্ছে তাদের সামনে থেকে। জ্যাজি আই থিঙ্ক উড়ে এসেছে একটুর জন্য, কিছু ভাবে বেঁচে ফিরেছে বাট বাংলাদেশি টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তারা তাদের সর্বোচ্চ দিয়ে আজকের দিনে চেষ্টা করছে। অলরেডি তিনটি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম করে নিয়েছে বাট রাইট নাও জেজি তুলে নিয়েছেন প্লেটকে, আরো একবার প্লেটকে রিকভার করবেন রাহাত। রাইট নাও জেজিকে অবশ্যই ছাড় দিয়ে কথা বলবেন আর বাংলাদেশি গড়বড় প্লেট এই মুহূর্তে চার্জ করবে, টেক ডাউন তুলবে প্লেট এন্ড জেজিকে কনফার্ম করবে 4টা এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট। টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের জন্য অবশ্যই সাপোর্ট এন্ড ক্লাব অবশ্যই দরকার পড়বে। টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব আজকের দিনে একটা সেরা পারফরম্যান্স দেওয়ার ট্রাই করছেন। অপোজিটের ট্যাগ থেকে কেডি গডকে নক ডাউন করা হবে এন্ড আবারও রিকভার করে দেওয়া হয়েছে বাট প্রতীক থাকবে সামনে। এই মুহূর্তে প্রতীক ফাঁদে পড়বেন বাট কেডি গডের অবস্থা ভালো নয় এন্ড তাকে আরো একবার রিকভার করে নেবেন। এই মুহূর্তে টিএজি ভালো পারফরম্যান্স করলে টিএজির জন্য একটু বিপদ বাট প্যারাডক্স গেমিং তাদেরকে ছাড়িয়ে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব যেতে পারবে আই থিঙ্ক।
Mafia from Total Gaming yesterday. KD God does that for this team, and as I said, slowly but steadily they pick up pace, and it seems like they are moving in the direction. Yesterday we did see one of the game where it did.
আজকের দিনে জাস্ট দেখুন টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব যেদিকে প্লেয়ার পাচ্ছে সেদিকেই দৌড়ে গিয়ে মানে তাদের সামনে থেকে ভেঙে যাবে এরকম কোনো অ্যাথলেট তারা রাখবে না। আজকের দিনে খুব মনোবল নিয়ে এসেছে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব, পুরো 2-1-1 স্পিডে খেলছেন। কি বলে এটাকে আই রোটেশন। যাই হোক এই মুহূর্তে ফ্যাক্টরির দিকে মুভ করছে, ফ্যাক্টরিতে আই থিঙ্ক কোনো প্লেয়ার নেই বাট ইলেকট্রিকের দিকে অ্যাথলেট পেতে পারে। কুটুস একটা পারফেক্ট লঞ্চ প্যাড ইউজ করেছেন এন্ড এই জায়গাটি থেকে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব যদি আরো কিছু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট জুড়ে নিতে পারে আই থিঙ্ক ও মাই গড অসাধারণ। প্যারাডক্স এন্ড কেডি ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করেছেন স্নেকি, তিনি এই মুহূর্তে কেডি গডকে তুলে নেবেন। কনফার্মটাও করতে চাইছেন, অবশ্যই কনফার্মটা আগে করবেন কিনা, হ্যাঁ কনফার্মটা করে দিয়েছেন বাট স্নেকিকে এই মুহূর্তে ছাড় দেওয়া হবে না। টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং থেকে এই মুহূর্তে ছোট এসেই কিলটা কনফার্ম করবেন যেন ভাইয়ের মৃত্যুর হামলাটা নিয়েছেন, প্রতিশোধী হামলা। ওয়েন্ডি এই মুহূর্তে সাহিল থাকবে, সাহিল ওয়েন্ডি বাট ওয়েন্ডিকে টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে। ডেনরিক চলে এসেছেন, ডেনরিক এই মুহূর্তে চার্জটা করতে পারবে কিনা। অপোজিটে টেক শোটো ওয়েন্ডিকে তুলে নিয়েছেন, কনফার্ম করে দিয়েছেন এন্ড ডেনরিক তিনিও পড়েছেন বিপদে। টিম কেডি টিএজি তারা কিন্তু দুর্দান্ত খেলছে। অপোজিটে বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড এন্ড ইভোস ডিভাইন তাদের মাঝে ফাইটটা চলছে। অরোরা গেমিং অলরেডি শাট ডাউন দুইটি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টের সাথে এন্ড প্যারাডক্স থেকে স্নাইপে তিনি থাকবেন, তিনি রিভাইভ প্রসেস চালাবেন অবশ্যই এন্ড রিভাইভ করে দেবেন তার পুরো রোস্টার। হয়তো রিভাইভ করতে পারেনি, একজনকে রিভাইভ করেছেন। অপোজিটে বুরিরাম এন্ড সামনে থাকবে রাশিয়া ওয়াসানা দৌড়ে যাচ্ছেন স্নাইপার ভার্সেস রাশার 1v2 সিনারিও রাইট নাও। গেট হাই তিনি দৌড়ে যাচ্ছেন একদম ফ্রন্টে এন্ড দূর থেকে জোয়েনা কিন্তু কভারটা ক্রিয়েট করছেন। রাশিয়ার হাতে কোনো সুযোগ থাকবে না। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা ফ্রি ফায়ার স্পোর্টস ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপের ফ্রি ফায়ার প্যারিস 2026 দেখছি এন্ড আজকের দিনের প্রথম ম্যাচ বারমুডা এন্ড প্যারাডক্স থেকে ডেনরিককে দেখতে পাচ্ছি হোল্ড করে আছেন সামনে। সামনে থাকবে টিম
But Team Apex Gaming right now holding their own side.
Team Apex Gaming right now Apex Gaming তারা ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করেছেন সামনে গান ডাইনাস্টি থাকবে গান ডাইনাস্টি সে অ্যাথলিট একা পড়ে গিয়েছেন এন্ড বিপদেই পড়েছেন বলা যায় বাট রাইট নাও কেডি গডকে টেক ডাউন করেছেন তিনি দুর্দান্তভাবে বাট অপোজিট থেকে চার্জ অবশ্যই আসবে এন্ড তাকে অসাধারণ হিসেবের মাধ্যমে বিদায় জানানো হয়েছে যে গান ডাইনাস্টি থেকে বিএনএল ফাই লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলিট থাকবে তিনি কি রিকভার করতে পারবেন তার ম্যান পাওয়ার গুলো সেটাই দেখার বিষয়ে ঘোড়া চালিয়ে যেন যুদ্ধের ময়দানে নেমেছেন বিএনএল ফাই ক্লোজিং দেখতে পারবো 5 সেকেন্ডের মধ্যেই দেখা যাক বিডি কিন্তু পুরো রোস্টার রিভাইভ করে দিয়েছেন অপোজিটে ফ্যালকন এন্ড ডিপি দের দেখতে পাচ্ছি ডিপিটাও কিন্তু মাত্রই রিকভার হয়েছে বাট মাদার আর উপর চার্জ আসবে লিমিট থাকবে এই মুহূর্তে লিমিট ক্রস করার জন্য চলে যাচ্ছেন অপোজিটে এফজিএল এর ইউজ করা হচ্ছে মাদারের উপর মাদারা সেই জায়গাটি থেকে সার্ভাইভ কতটা করতে পারেন সেটা আসলে বোঝা মুশকিল বাট পিনাকে এই মুহূর্তে টেক ডাউন করাবো ও মাই গড লং থেকে টপ 16 ভালো একটা পারফরম্যান্স ভালো একটা কভার দেওয়ার ট্রাই করছিলেন বাট ব্যাড লাক আই থিংক পুরো ম্যান পাওয়ারের সাপোর্টটা থাকলে সেই কাজটা হতো অপোজিটে সেই ডিপি ডমিনেটর থেকে টপ 16 তার ম্যান পাওয়ার রিকল করেছেন এন্ড ফ্যালকনরাও অবশ্যই ছেড়ে দেবে না একটি এলিমিনেশন 80 পয়েন্ট তারা গ্র্যাব অবশ্যই করতে চাইবে ডিপি টপ 16 দৌড়ে দিয়েছেন ভালো বাট সেই দৌড়ে কতটুকু বাঁচতে পারবেন আই ডোন্ট নো বাট প্যারাডক্স গেমিং তারা এলিমিনেট হয়ে যাবে আমাদের মাঝে অ্যাসপেক্ট এলিমিনেট টিএজিরা টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং অলরেডি পুরো ম্যান পাওয়ার পুরো রোস্টার নিয়ে এই দেখুন জাস্ট ফ্যালকন কিভাবে পুরো টিপি ডমিনেটরদের উপর ছাপিয়ে পড়েছিল এন্ড অপোজিটে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি এই মুহূর্তে ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করেছে ফ্যালকন সেখান থেকে এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট অবশ্যই জুড়ে নিয়েছে ডিপি ডমিনেটর থেকে এখন পর্যন্ত 3টি অ্যাথলিট এখনো বেঁচে থাকবে অপোজিটে আমরা দেখুন জাস্ট টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব টোটাল 6টি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তারা গ্র্যাব করে নিয়েছে দুর্দান্ত টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অবশ্যই আজকের দিনে একটা সেরা পারফরম্যান্স দরকার হবে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের জন্য লাউড স্নেকার তারা চলে এসেছে ফ্যালকনের সাথে ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করার জন্য বিজেপির উপর চার্জ এসে বিজেপির সেন্টার অবস্থা 12টা বাট নিকজেট তিনি একদম ফ্রন্টে চলে গিয়েছেন পিনা এন্ড অন ফায়ার থাকবে সামনে সেখান থেকে পিনা এন্ড অন ফায়ারকে ভেঙে ঘুরে দিয়ে যেতে পারবে কিনা বাট ডিআরএস গেমিং এই মুহূর্তে তারা বিপদে পড়েছেন এলিমিনেট
and fished out, and with that DRS are out. But right now with the bolt maker being called, the fight breaks out between Falcons as well as Loud Snickers. They want this fight, they want to get back and make sure they stabilize their position. As we said, SCA versus Brazil, they want to make it Brazil, but it's not happening. It's a quick exchange with BZP. He manages to confirm on Pina. That's a very crucial opening to taking out the CQC player.
He also spotted the rotation of Guaksha, so Limit is not going to let it out of sight. Nix actually fights Limit, the backstab. Perfectly done, and BCP back up on his feet. Loud Snickers outdoing Falcons. Keroro on the run with the launch pad. BZP not able to find the track. And Falcons escape with their tails between their legs, but not fully clipped yet. Pina was brought back, but Loud Snickers now take control.
What a fight that was to hold it off and BZP to put Limit over there. If he did not find, because Limit was already helping his teammates.
ফ্যালকন থেকে কেরোরো কোনোভাবে বেঁচে ফিরেছেন অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল তারাও কিন্তু সার্কেলটা ধরে খেলছেন এই মুহূর্তে সার্কেলের পজিশনটা বুঝে খেলতে চাইছেন সেফ পজিশনটা ধরতে চাইছেন দেখা যাক অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল তারা কেমন খেলে অলরেডি প্যারাডক্স গেমিং কে ছাড়িয়ে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব #10 এ চলে এসেছে অবশ্যই একটা ক্লাব দরকার তাদের জন্য যারা লাইভে যুক্ত আছেন অবশ্যই শেয়ার করবেন চ্যানেলটিকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দিবেন
7 eliminations off screens and most of it is just picking off stragglers and catching teams in rotation, but most of these teams they were able to get those revives
right now Buriram
we still have 9
all gamers global evos already এখনো 9টি টিম থাকবে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কে অনেকক্ষণ যাবত দেখা হচ্ছে না কোথায় তাদের পজিশন বাট টিএজি অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল এন্ড বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড এর ওয়াসানা তারা কিন্তু একসাথে বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড কিন্তু একসাথে হয়ে গেছে অবশ্যই একটা ফাইট হবে দুর্দান্তভাবে লাউড স্নেকার তারাও চলে আসবে এই মুহূর্তে সামনে থাকবে জিপি ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইটরা
they have to figure an approach because Loud have been looking louder than ever here on day 2 for the top 4 spots.
Diamond Sprite এখন পর্যন্ত সার্ভাইভ করছে অপোজিটে লাউড 6টি ইনিংস নিয়েছে তাদের সাইড থেকেও
but there could be intervention from Evos. who are right behind them, just silently watching this go down. We see the UAVs being sent out. And I think Lao Snickers are doing the good move. This is a very classic pincer, right? You surround the
দেখা
compound,
যাক রাইট নাও
suddenly
ফাইট
whoever
ইনিশিয়েট
is in
হচ্ছে
those
প্রত্যেকটা
buildings
টিম
becomes the one
তাদের
that is
সেরাটা দেওয়ার
trapped.
ট্রাই করছে টাইটান
DP are
স্পোর্টস ক্লাব
starting to
এখন
feel
পর্যন্ত
that
সেই
pressure.
ছাতার মাথায় পড়ে থাকবে ফ্যাক্টরি চিমনির উপর অ্যান্ড চিমনি থেকেই কিন্তু অনেকগুলো এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট আরো দুইটি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তারা জুড়ে নিয়েছে ফ্যালকনের উপর চার্জ একটা পারফেক্ট চার্জ যদি করতে পারে লিমিটকে টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে ও কনফার্মটাও করে দেওয়া হবে বাট লিমিটের কিলটা চুরি করে নিয়েছে ইভোক্স রে ভাই এটা কোনো কথা ভাই এমনিই কিল পায় না তার উপরে কিল চুরি যাই হোক পিনাকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি পিনা অন ফায়ার এন্ড কেরোরো তাদের তিনজনকে এলিমিনেট করতে হবে এটাই মুখ্যম সুযোগ রাইট নাও চার্জ চালাচ্ছে কার 90 জেড এর সাহায্যে পিনা ঢুকে যাচ্ছে ধীরে ধীরে অবশ্যই চার্জ করতে হবে কুট্টুস একটা বেটার পারফরম্যান্স ব্লেডকে টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে ব্লেডকে আবারও রিভাইভ করে দেওয়া হবে রাইট নাও কুট্টুসরা তাদের রোটেট করতে হবে রোটেশন নিতে হবে সেফ সার্কেলে ঢুকতে হবে তাছাড়া বিপদ হতে পারে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের জন্য এই মুহূর্তে তারা নিচে দিয়ে রোটেট করেছেন আই থিঙ্ক আমি ভেবেছিলাম লঞ্চ করে ইউজ করবে বাট তারা একটা প্রপার প্ল্যানিং এর সাথে যাচ্ছে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অপোজিটে এজি গ্লোবাল এন্ড টিএজি তাদের ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট হবে 4v4 সিনারিও দুই সাইড থেকে স্কাইলার থ্রোয়েবলের ইউজ হবে টিএজিরা কিছুটা বিপদে পড়েছেন তাতে এই মুহূর্তে তাদের ক্যারেক্টারের কারণে বেঁচে গিয়েছেন সেই থ্রোয়েবল থেকে বাট দুই সাইড থেকে স্কাইলার আসবে এই মুহূর্তে কেডি গড তারা কিন্তু স্কাইলার চার্জটা করছেন অল গেমার গ্লোবালরা এই মুহূর্তে বিপদে পড়বে কিনা বাট শর্ট রেঞ্জে তাদের থেকে বেটার আর কে আছে ফ্রি ফায়ার ক্লাস মাস্টার থেকে তাদের চ্যাম্পিয়নের মুকুটটা দেখতে পেয়েছিলাম সেই শর্ট রেঞ্জের ফাইট ক্লাস মাস্টার বাট এই মুহূর্তে তারা কিন্তু আছে ফাইটটা ইনিশিয়েট করেছে টিম টিএজি তারা কিন্তু দুর্দান্ত খেলছে দেখা যাক টিসি রাহাত গান ডাইনাস্টিরা কিন্তু টেকের উপর চার্জ করছে বাট গান ডাইনাস্টিদের শাটডাউন করা হবে এই মুহূর্তে টিএজিরা বিপদে কেডি গডের হেলথের অবস্থা ভালো নয় ওলবিন থাকবে ওলবিন একটা প্রপার সাপোর্ট দিতে পারবে কিনা বাট নো মোর এনি মোর টাইম আগেই বলেছিলাম অল গেমার গ্লোবালরা কিন্তু শর্ট রেঞ্জের ফাইটে অবশ্যই এগিয়ে থাকে এন্ড সেটাই তারা করেছে এন্ড বিদায় জানিয়েছে টিম টিএজি টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং কে অপোজিটে ফ্যালকন টিসি ব্লেড কে তুলে নেবেন এন্ড ব্লেড এই মুহূর্তে নেজাতকেও তুলে নিয়েছে কেরোরো ও মাই গড টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব থেকে এখন পর্যন্ত তিনজন অ্যাথলিট সার্ভাইভ করছে দেখা যাক বাট আই থিঙ্ক ব্যাড লাক হতে পারে টিসির জন্য এন্ড বিদায় নিতে পারেন টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব আরো কিছুক্ষণ যদি হোল্ড করা যায় তাহলে কিন্তু সার্ভাইভটা করতে পারে অপোজিটে ব্রুরিরাম কিন্তু চলে এসেছে এন্ড টিম ফ্যালকনসকে উড়িয়ে দিয়েছে ও মাই গড জাস্ট ওয়াও টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব থেকে এখন পর্যন্ত কুট্টুস আই থিঙ্ক লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলিট সার্ভাইভ করছে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব জাস্ট আরো কিছুটা সময় টপ 5 এ ঢুকে গিয়েছে টিম বাংলাদেশ এন্ড লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলিট আছে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড কিন্তু তাদের পাশেই টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের সেই লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলিটকে অবশ্যই ভেবে শুনে খেলতে হবে কোথায় আছেন আসলে তিনি রাইট নাও দেখতে পাচ্ছি ব্লেড একাই সার্ভাইভ করছে ব্লেড এই মুহূর্তে আরো কিছুক্ষণ সার্ভাইভ করলে হয়তো টপ 4 তারা কন্ট্রোল করতে পারবে দেখা যাক ব্লেডের আর লেফট সাইডে কিন্তু অল গেমার গ্লোবালরা থাকবে অবশ্যই ব্লেডকে দেখে শুনে আগাতে হবে বাট আই থিঙ্ক বেশি সুযোগ দেওয়া হবে না ব্লেডকে দেখে নিয়েছে পুরো রোস্টার সাইফা কিন্তু এগিয়ে গিয়েছেন আর ব্লেডকে তুলে নেবে #5 এ বিদায় নেবে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব বাট বলতে হবে এই ম্যাচটা একটা এভারেজ গেম প্লে ছিল টোটাল তারা 11টি পয়েন্ট 12টি পয়েন্ট কন্ট্রোল করতে পেরেছে এই ম্যাচটি থেকে দুর্দান্ত ভাবে বুড়িরাম ওয়াসানা বুড়িরাম ও মাই গড লাউড अगेन বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড কে মুহূর্তের মধ্যেই ধসিয়ে দিয়েছে অল গেমার গ্লোবাল ভার্সেস লাউড এই মুহূর্তে ফাইটটা জোরেই ইনিশিয়েট হয়েছে সাইফা এগিয়ে যাবেন বারোস থাকবে সাইফা কাছের কাজটা করতে পারেন কিনা বিজেপি কে টেক ডাউন করেছেন দুর্দান্ত হেডশটের মাধ্যমে সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে যাবেন টিম ইভোস ডিভাইন অলরেডি এলিমিনেটেড বাট লাউড কে কোনো সুযোগ দেওয়া হবে না অল গেমার গ্লোবাল রাইট নাও ইটস আ মাই গড যেভাবে টেক ডাউন করতে একাই লড়ে গিয়েছেন অল গেমার গ্লোবাল দের সাথে পুরো ম্যান রোস্টার থাকলে অবশ্যই একটা কাজের কাজ করতে পারতেন লাউড বাট ইটস আ বুয়া ফ্রম দ্য সাইড অফ টিম অল গেমার গ্লোবাল
fantastic performance. We saw the hold earlier on where they came back from a disadvantage and it was all because of one minor detail, Barros surviving in the backline. If you don't break the backbone of AGAL, they will break you instead, and that is
দুর্দান্ত
exactly what was
খেলেছে টিম
achieved.
অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল,
Them and
বলতেই
Lau
হবে বলতেই হবে
unintentionally working together to get rid of BRU,
সেই রকম
but then AGAL found a
সেই
perfect
রকম লেভেলে
engage
খেলা
onto Lau.
দিয়েছেন।
Yeah, I think there was an opportunity where Loud, if they had a chance to recover themselves after the fight, being at the edge of the zone,
তাছাড়া
it could have
বিপদ
been
হতে
their
পারতো
booyah as well.
অবশ্যই
They've
অল
already
গেমার্স
pulled so
গ্লোবাল
many.
তাদের সেরাটা
Yesterday,
দিয়ে
it could
খেলেছে,
have
বাট
been
টাইটান
added on
স্পোর্টস
third
ক্লাব
today,
অবশ্যই তাদের
but
চেষ্টার
AGL's
কমতি
position,
ছিল
we
না,
spoke
তারাও
about it, even
সুন্দর
in a
খেলেছেন।
position where they
আশা
had to
করি
climb up the
নেক্সট
hill
ম্যাচে
against
আরো
Team
বেটার
Apex game.
পারফরম্যান্স তাদের
If
কাছ
that
থেকে
did not
পাবো
work out,
আমরা।
we would have seen AGL
কি
go
বলেন
very
আপনারা?
early on, but
অবশ্যই
they
লাইক
held their
করবেন,
own, they
কমেন্ট
held
করবেন,
their
শেয়ার
front
করবেন।
there, and it worked out, and now they've gotten their very first booyah here on day 2, especially being at the top 4 hurts the middle order.
Yeah, but there are definitely flowers that need to be given to some of the teams that are in
একটু ম্যাচ
desperate need of
রিপ্লেটা
points,
দেখে নেব।
right?
এই মুহূর্তে
TEC
লাউড ভার্সেস
taking
অল
deep.
গেমার্স
Oh, they came
গ্লোবাল,
out strong. DRS as well,
সাইফাকে
right?
টেক ডাউন করা
Some great
হয়েছিল,
stuff
সাইফাকে
happened,
তুললো,
but
আবার
let's listen
ভারতকে টেক ডাউন
to
করা
what
হয়েছিল। ও
AGL
মাই
were
গড,
talking about
অসাধারণ।
leading up to that
সেই
booyah.
লাউডের সেই অ্যাথলিটটা দুর্দান্ত খেলেছে, লাস্ট মোমেন্টে ক্লাচটা দিয়েছিল দারুণ। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল বুয়া from the side.
Again, another performance from AJL that I think shook the opener of day
লাউড আই
2.
থিঙ্ক
But
তাদের
I would
মিস্টেক
say,
গুলো
right,
নিয়ে
this goes back
কথাবার্তা
to the
বলছে,
potential
এন্ড তারা
of our secondary scenario.
তাদের কোচকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালদের কোচ, তারা কিন্তু ডিসিশন মেক করছে কোথায় ড্রপ করবেন, কোথা থেকে কোথায় ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করবেন, কোথায় কোন টিম থাকতে পারে, কোথায় কোন টিম ড্রপ করতে পারে। এই সাইড থেকে দেখতে পারবো ইভোজ ডিভাইন থেকে তাদের কোচও থাকবে। ভাই কোচ দেখা যায় আমাদের বয়সের, বাট বাংলাদেশি যে কোচ এই অবস্থা, তারা যে কিছু করবে কিছু করতে পারবে সেটা আমার মনে হয়। যাই হোক, এই মুহূর্তে দেখতে পাচ্ছি সেই ডিউকার গেমিং কে আমাদের টিসি দের মনোবল বাড়াতে এন্ড টিসি দের সেভাবে বোঝাপড়ায় নেমে গিয়েছে। ম্যাচ স্ট্যান্ডিংসে রাইট নাও অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং টোটাল 16টি পয়েন্ট নিয়েছে, এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট ইজ 13। অবশ্যই দুর্দান্ত টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং। প্রতিটি ইভোজ গেমিং হবে অল গেমার গ্লোবাল 29 পয়েন্ট টোটাল, লাউড স্নিকার্স 23 টোটাল পয়েন্টস, ফ্যালকন 21, টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব টোটাল 12 পয়েন্টস, ডেমন্স প্রাইড, প্যারাডক্স গেমিং, ডিআরএস গেমিং, অরোরা গেমিং, গান ডাইনাস্টি তাদের পারফরম্যান্স ছিল না বললেই চলে।
Gun Dynasty, they were barely able to get 2 points in this game. That tells you day 1 and day 2 can be completely drastically different. It cannot replicate the same performance, and that's what even AGL to get their very
লাউড
first booyah,
টিসি
allowed
দের
to go
কিভাবে
out like that,
কনফার্ম করেছিলেন যে
tells you that
দেখুন
teams are
একটা
slowly
বোমি, ও মাই গড,
strategically planning
Oh
their
my
championship.
God.
They want
Oh
their
my
trophy,
God.
their key put on the shield.
Yeah, what most
Oh my
more impressively
God.
is how this group was a group of
দুর্দান্ত
teams that basically they
পারফরম্যান্স
enter the boxing ring,
বলতে হবে লাউড,
and they just start
অল
swinging,
গেমার
right? They're
গ্লোবাল,
failing,
বুড়িরাম,
failing their
দেন
arms,
টিম
they're trying to get
ফ্যালকন,
some haymakers in.
প্রত্যেকটা
And then maybe
টিম
after 6th round of just
অসাধারণ খেলে।
mindless
ইভোজ ডিভাইন
brawling,
তাদের
they
কথা
decided,
বলে গেলেও
okay,
চলবে না।
okay, that kind of hurt a little bit. We got to slow down. And the teams that actually made it work are the front runners.
The defending
AJL,
champion.
very patient. BRU, very patient. Laos Snickers, very patient. And patience paid off.
Yep. Completely. The top 4 teams surviving till the very last, and also being the last 4 surviving teams. That patience, that holding game off, actually
তাই
playing as
বাংলাদেশি টিম
survivors,
টাইটান
and
স্পোর্টস
knowing
ক্লাব
that they don't
একটি
have a
ম্যাচের
lot at
বুইয়া
stake to
কন্ট্রোল
go
করে
out.
নেয়
Whereas Gun Dynasty,
এই
something that we were
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
talking
লবিতে
about,
যেন
if they miss their
এফএফডব্লিউএস ফল
performance today, and if
2026 এ
Falcons rise up
ভালো
the ranks,
কিছু
they might
করতে
get
পারে।
pushed down. We already spoke, yes, they have high number
স্ট্রো
of
হ্যাশ
eliminations, but
তাদের
that's
নিয়ে
not
কিছু
gonna-
বলার
that's not
নাই,
gonna cascade and
তার
help them
থেকে
out to directly
আরো ভালো
qualify if they don't
চেয়েছিলাম,
put up a
ভালো
decent
আশা
performance today.
করেছিলাম, বাট তারা
I would
সেরকম
say
আশানুরূপ
that they
ফলাফল
do
দিতে
have a
পারেনি।
safety
এখন
net
একটা
with the
লং
points they
গ্যাপ,
have, and
লং
let's see
লং
how
মার্জিন
much
হয়ে
longer they
গেছে।
can lay in that bed of
সেই লং
roses. We're gonna let
মার্জিন
them lie down
অবশ্যই
and rest for a
স্ট্রো
little
হ্যাশ
bit
সেটা
as
করতে
we'll be
পারে,
right
তাদের
back
সেই
with more
অ্যাবিলিটি
Free Fire
আছে
action.
একটা বিশাল বড় কামব্যাক দেওয়ার। আশা করি আজকের দিনেও সেরকম একটা কামব্যাক দেওয়ার ট্রাই করবে টিম স্ট্রো হ্যাশরাও।
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire
আমরা একটু
city
ঘুরে
being
আসি,
able to
চলেন
supercharge it.
কোথা
Could
থেকে ঘুরে আসা যায়।
powered by play.
What an intense opener. AGAL secured the first booyah of the day. We are now back on stage with Mekon Chita Caroline, and of course, we have Yunsul here. That was exciting, right? What a game, what a match. I mean, what even is that last circle, Yunsul?
That was crazy. That was really intense. Imagine we have 5 teams, very strong teams compete with each other. And lastly, only one survived, which is AGAL. And so incredible. I have been watching them since yesterday until today. And finally, they got their booyah. I was waiting for that for the whole day.
Yes, and what's amazing is that AG actually scored the highest elimination points the other day in one game, and that was the 5th game. They got 19 points. I'm pretty sure they were able to be doing that again today, hopefully. But seeing what we just saw in the first game, I think things are looking quite promising, right?
Yes, from what I can see from yesterday, they have been playing very stable. Even though there's no booyah, but still, as you said, the elimination points was on point, on peak. They were doing so best, and today, finally, after game 1, they got 1 booyah. But still, the first ranking here is Buriram United Esports, which is 149 points.
Esports এখন পর্যন্ত টপ লিড
This is
করছে।
our stage hit for the after game 1. Thank you, Conchita, and thank you for your listening.
আমরা হয়তো
Let's
গেম
head back
2
to
এর
our
দিকে মুভ করব
casters.
কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই।
Thank you very much, all of
Another
the
game
angels,
2
Yunsul
already
and Conchita.
started.
We got a lot more in store here at the Free Fire at EWC 2026.
চলেন বিমান থেকে ল্যান্ড করা যাক। ও মাই গড, একসাথে সবগুলো টিম টপ করে নিয়েছে।
Quickly drop into map number 2, and this time we're going to change it up a little bit. We did mention earlier on that the map rotation will be
Solara
slightly
map
different today.
second match
AGL
again.
have started off strong with a booyah, so let's see if they can keep that train going.
It is Solara
All
that we drop
gamers
down
global
to.
থেকে
And another opportunity for the teams in the middle order as well as the bottom. And you can already see a quick swap because of how Titan Esports Club played. And we mentioned this.
Saifa
They
most
need placement
elimination
points.
এ
They instantly
31
got it.
elimination point নিয়ে টপে আছেন রাশিয়া।
And
30
now
elimination
they're in
point
a great spot.
and Pina 27 Moshi
we
কে
complete
দেখতে
each other's
পাচ্ছি
sentences,
most
but I will
damage এর
say
মধ্যে থাকবে
that
টপে
whatever we sort of like
27600
set up yesterday is slowly coming true.
and
Right? We talked
এইগুলো
about
দেখতে
Demon
দেখতে
Sprite
আমরা আমাদের
needing to
TC
come
ড্রপ
up,
দেখতে
and
ভুলে
again,
গিয়েছিলাম।
taking a fight with Paradox early on. It's Aswap. They get wiped out
আমি
first,
TC
and
ড্রপটা একবার
we see
দেখে
here
আসি।
he has great survival instinct from game 1, but top 16 is going to hunt him down. Aswap instantly brought back. TEC now joins the fight. That is a team that we've been watching out for at the start of day 2. The judge in the
oh
fray
my
of
god,
things.
TC
Rahat
joined the
also
fight
coming in
and
really
Kutul
slicing through
2
the
elimination
ranks of
point
Demon
TC
Sprite.
দের সাইড থেকে
In the mid-air has been spotted by Gun Dynasty, and he will
Paradox
be taken
Gaming
down.
already eliminated ভাই, এটাই তো চাচ্ছিলাম ভাই, এটাই তো চাচ্ছিলাম। টিসি দের জন্য সুযোগ, টিসি থেকে নেজাদ, ও মাই গড, নেজাদ আরো একটি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তুলে নেবেন। টিসি ঠিক আজকে টপ লেভেলের পারফরম্যান্স দিবে আশা করা যায়। টিসি অলরেডি 3টি ইনিংস নিয়ে নিয়েছেন। ডিআরএস এন্ড ট্যাগ কে ছাপিয়ে পেরিয়ে যেতে হবে এই ম্যাচেই, অবশ্যই সেই চেষ্টা চলবে টিসি দের জন্য।
Whether it's desperation or a change of
দেখা যাক।
pace for some of the bottom dwellers, it has been working out in favor of teams.
ডিআরএস তারা কিন্তু থাকবে এই মুহূর্তে। টিসিরা আই থিংক মুভ করছে, বাট ডিআরএস থেকে স্প্রোয়ে তিনি হয়তো ঘুরে যাওয়ার ট্রান্স করছে। ব্লেড এই মুহূর্তে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন সেই স্লাইডার দিয়ে। এন্ড নেজাদ, ও মাই গড, নেজাদকে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে। রাহাত এন্ড ব্লেড আছে এই মুহূর্তে। কুতুস একটু পেছনের দিকে আছে, বাট কুতুস সেই জায়গা থেকে রিকভার আই থিংক করে নেবে। বাট প্রতীক এন্ড রাহাত দুইজন, প্রতীকের রাহাত ব্যাট এই মুহূর্তে ভালো চার্জ ছিল, এই মুহূর্তে ইউজ করেছে, বাট প্রতীকের হেলথের অবস্থা 13টা বাজিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে। রাহাত কি উপরে যাবে কি যাবে না সেটা নিয়ে একটু দ্বিধাদ্বন্দ্বের। রাহাত উপরে গেলেই কাজের কাজটা হয়ে যায়, দেখা যাক। রাহাত যাবে না এই মুহূর্তে, বাট হোল্ড করছে। বাই ড্যামেজ দেওয়া হচ্ছে, ড্যামেজ ডিল করা হচ্ছে, টেক ডাউন। ও মাই গড, রাহাত দুর্দান্ত, এটা একটা ক্রিমিনালি শট। রাহাত যাকে এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট অলরেডি কনফার্মড বাই টিসি এন্ড ইভোস ডিভাইনরা কিন্তু মুভ করছে এই মুহূর্তে। ইভোস ডিভাইন তাদের দিকে অবশ্যই নজর রাখতে হবে। ব্লেডকে হেডশট মেরে টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে। রাহাতের অবস্থা খারাপ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে এই মুহূর্তে, বাট রিকভার কি হয়েছে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব ফুল টিম পুরো রোস্টার। এই মুহূর্তে টিসি রা টপ এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট লিডার বোর্ডে আছে। দেখা যাক, অরোরা গেমিং ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করেছে। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল, দেখা যাক তারা আবার রিকভার করতে পারে কিনা অরোরা। ভালো একটা চার্জ করেছে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালদের উপর। টিভি টাওয়ারে একটা রণক্ষেত্র তৈরি হয়েছে। বারোসকে দেখতে পারবো, অরোরার আজরাইলের সামনে পড়বে। আজরাইল তুলতে পারেনি, তুলতে পেরেছে আজরাইল, তার জান কবজ করে নিয়েছে।
There is still chance for AGL and they don't have to be worried about.
বাট আমাদের ইভোস রাশিয়া কিন্তু টিসি ব্লেড রাহাত একের পর এক ডাবল এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তুলে নিয়েছে। বাট ইভোস রাশিয়া ব্লেডকে কনফার্মটাও করে নেবে, রাহাতকেও কনফার্মটা করে নেবে। বাট টিসি আই থিংক আরো একবার রিকভার হবে, আরো একবার কামব্যাক দেবে। বাট ইভোসরা এই মুহূর্তে লাউডদের মুখোমুখি হবে কিনা সেটাই দেখার বিষয়।
One of the teams that is in no rush at all is EVOS. And so far playing on Solara, it's one of the maps that they are slightly more comfortable in. Loud Snickers playing a Vivid Stroax, completely found out in the open. And Loud Snickers with the first point.
Loud are playing, I think, a brilliant game so far. Ending up in the top 4, making sure they stay the top 4 way that they are.
But Titan Esports Club আবারো ফুল ম্যান রোস্টার নিয়ে চলে আসবে। এই মুহূর্তে পুরো ম্যান রোস্টারই তাদের কাছে আছে। আশা করা যায় একটা বেটার পারফরম্যান্স তাদের সাইড থেকে আমরা দেখতে পারবো।
It's a majority of all the Brazilian teams who made it here to EWC all going to the finals. There is a big chance for them to walk away with being called the champions.
It's a lot of pressure also because when we look at even the, I want to say from the earlier days
দেখা
until
যায়
now,
ডিপি
you would
যেমন
expect
স্প্রাইটে দেখতে পাচ্ছি
teams
পুরো
from
হোল্ড করে খেলার
Thailand,
ট্রাই
Brazil,
করছে। বাট অরোরা গেমিং অপোজিটে তারা এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তুলছে।
expected to all make it to the grand finals.
এন্ড
It is-
ডিপিরাও
it is
মুভ করবে আই
quite
থিংক
the way
টিভি
to show
টাওয়ারের
that,
দিকে।
and
টিভি
especially
টাওয়ার
for
একটা
Loud, who
রণক্ষেত্র
has
হয়ে গেছে।
been
বাট
on the
অরোরা
big
গেমিং
stage,
এলিমিনেশন
missed out if
পয়েন্টে
they're not, you know,
তারা টপে
they
আছে।
don't have
মোস্ট
100%
রিভাইভালসে
attendance,
আমাদের
but
কুট্টুসকে দেখা যাচ্ছে, তিনি
a lot
আছে
of eyes
মোস্ট
are on them.
রিভাইভালসে।
Aside from Fluxo, like Loud is the second team
অরোরা
that
তারা
sort
কিন্তু
of want
ইভোসের
to
মুখোমুখি আই
make it
থিংক
to the
আবার
finals
চার
and
চালাচ্ছে আজরাইল। অরোরা নাকি ইভোস, এই মুহূর্তে কারা ফাইটটি জুড়ে নেবে। জুয়েসকে দেখতে পারবো, ইভোস আবাক্সের উপর চার্জ চালিয়েছেন, ড্যামেজ ডিল হচ্ছে না। বাট কাউন্টার কেন দিবেন এই মুহূর্তে? জাস্ট হেলথের অবস্থা ভালো ছিল না, বাট ড্যামেজ ডিলটা হয়নি, কাউন্ট হয়নি, যার কারণে এই সমস্যা। আজরাইলকে তুলে নেওয়া হবে। ইন গড অ্যান্ড আবাক্স তিনি এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন দা আর কে তুলে নিতে। দা আর কে এই মুহূর্তে ড্যামেজ ডিল করার প্রায় ভালো ড্যামেজ দিয়েছেন। অরোরাকে পুরোপুরি ভাবে ছন্ন ছাড়া করতে চায় টিম ইভোস ডিভাইন, বাট পেছন থেকে তাদের উপরে চার্জ আসবে। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালরাও পেছন থেকে চার্জ চালাচ্ছে, অপোজিটে লাউডরাও থাকবে। টিসি যে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, টিসি ও মাই গড, টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব এই মুহূর্তে ব্লেডরা এগিয়ে এসেছেন। এন্ড ইভোসদের উপর এই মুহূর্তে ডেমন স্প্রাইটরা চার্জ চালিয়েছেন। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালও থাকবে। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অবশ্যই দেখে শুনে খেলতে হবে। ডেমন স্প্রাইট সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে গিয়েছেন এই মুহূর্তে, বাট ডেমন স্প্রাইটদের কাছে এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট ভালো। এই মুহূর্তে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তাদের উচিত হবে একটা বেটার পজিশন নিয়ে আবারও অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালদের মুখোমুখি কুট্টুস দেখে শুনে খেলতে হবে। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল চারদিক থেকে আটকে দিতে চায়। নেজাত এই মুহূর্তে রোটেট করেছেন, বাট এই মুহূর্তে কুট্টুস রাহাতকে তুলে নেওয়া হবে। নেজাত রোটেট করে নিয়েছেন। অরোরারা আরো একবার রিভাইভ হয়ে গেছেন। দেখা যাক টিসিরা আরো একবার কামব্যাক দিতে পারে কিনা। Esports World Cup টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তারা আরো একবার রিভাইভ করতে যাবে, তো যাবে কোথায়? নিজাত কেমন একটা রোটেশন নিয়েছেন। বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড পুরো রোস্টার নিয়ে আছেন, বাট অপোজিটে দেখুন আরকোয়ের দিকে কোনো ব্যান পড়ে নেই। আরকোয়ে, ফানফেয়ার, দেন ব্লু টাউন এই সাইডটা থেকে কোনো ব্যান পড়ে নেই। মধ্যে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব টোটালি শাটডাউন।
And I think he'll be found very soon, but team finding
bad
players
luck,
are
bad luck,
back.
bad
Let's see
luck.
in
এই
Apex
ম্যাচটা
gaming.
শুরুটা ভালো
More
ছিল
eliminations
টাইটান
coming
স্পোর্টস
their
ক্লাবের,
way. They're climbing up the ranks,
but
making
bad
sure that they
luck.
have an
তাদের
opportunity,
কাছে
but they
সুযোগ
need a
ছিল,
lot
সুযোগ
more. They
ছিল
need points closer to
একটা
30
বেটার
in
পারফরম্যান্স
total.
দেওয়ার।
Maybe a Booyah also needed if they want may run
পজিশনও ভালো
going
নিয়েছিল,
towards
বাট
the
অল
top
গেমার্স
4.
গ্লোবালরা এসে একদম
earlier
চপাট
on,
করে দিয়েছে তাদের।
unintentional one.
অপোজিটে ট্যাগকে
Gave
দেখতে
Aurora
পাচ্ছি,
time
ট্যাগ
to bring the whole
ক্যারি
squad
করতে
back,
বেশ
right? We
ছোট
look at the
7
separation
উলদিন।
between Falcons and Aurora. It is
দেখা যাক কি
49
করে।
points. Made worse by the fact that Aurora didn't really get to play the first game, so it is a tall
But
path
right
to
now
expect Aurora
DRS
to catch
তো
up and find
এককে
a
দেখতে
tie,
পাচ্ছি
but it's good
ডেমন
enough
স্প্রাইট
to
এখন
remain in
পর্যন্ত
the top 10
অ্যালাইভ
and
আছে,
make it to
তারা কি একটা
survival
বিগ
stage tomorrow.
মার্জিন তৈরি করবে কিনা। টোটাল
looking for
6টি এলিয়েন্স
rotation.
অলরেডি নিয়ে নিয়েছেন তাদের
Doing the
স্লটের
exact
জন্য।
same thing, but they might be
এন্ড
being
লাউডকে দেখতে
straight
পাচ্ছি
into
ডেমন
Demon's
স্প্রাইটের দিকে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন ধীরে ধীরে পায়ে। দেখা যাক এই মুহূর্তে লাউডের ট্র্যাপ থাকবে, গুয়াগজা থাকবে, বিজেপি আর নিকজে। Direct All Gamers Global versus EVOS থেকে আবাক্স এন্ড ইমগট হয়তো একটু লং রোটেশনে আছেন, বাট EVOS থেকে আবাক্সের উপর চার্জ এসেছে এই মুহূর্তে। সাইফা তিনি চার্জ চালাচ্ছেন, আবাক্সকে করবেন ডাউন। আবাক্স রিভাইভটা করার জন্যই যাচ্ছিলেন, বাট তার আগেই বিদায় জানানো হয়েছে। রাইট নাও ইমগট তিনি টোকেন গুলো কালেক্ট করে নিচ্ছেন। সামনে দুইটা টিম ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করেছে, অবশ্যই সেদিকে রোটেট করা ভুল হবে। বাট রাইট নাও ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট এন্ড লাউড টোটালি শাট ডাউন করবে ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইটকে। সেকেন্ডের মধ্যে সেকেন্ডের হিসাব করতে গিয়েছেন তারা, এন্ড সেই হিসাব তারা কষে নিয়েছেন।
Are so efficient. They make sure that the fight ends within 15 to 20 seconds so that there's time for them to recuperate if a second team does arrive, and something
oh my god, Diamond Sprite তারাও চলে গিয়েছেন, বিদায় নিয়েছেন। বাট টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব আরো একটা হিউজ মার্জিন দরকার ছিল এই ম্যাচে। ব্যাড লাক, পরবর্তী ম্যাচে প্যারাডক্স টিমে একটা বেটার পারফরম্যান্স দিয়ে দিলেই কিন্তু টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের জন্য মারা সারা হয়ে যাবে। অবশ্যই টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব আর প্যারাডক্সকে টার্গেট করা উচিত পরবর্তী ম্যাচ থেকে। এই মুহূর্তে ডিআরএস স্ট্রোয়েক্সকে দেখবো।
Wanted to start out strong, the real soldiers using UAV to just get a grasp of information around. They spot another and they do destroy. Stroex, he is the sniper. He's the one who finds a lot of value. But so far for DRS, at least today's start in
রাশিয়াকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, রাশিয়া রিভাইভ করার জন্য চলে যাচ্ছেন। অপোজিটে অল গেমার গ্লোবাল এন্ড বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড, তাদের মাঝে ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট হয়ে গেছে এন্ড তারা সেখান থেকে ফাইটটা বের করতে চাইবে। অবশ্যই অল গেমার গ্লোবাল এন্ড বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড থেকে ওয়াসানা থাকবে, গেট হাই থাকবে। দেখা যাক ওয়াসানা জোয়েনা লং থেকে কভারটা ক্রিয়েট করতে যাচ্ছে, বাট ওয়াসানারা বিপদে এই মুহূর্তে। অল গেমার গ্লোবাল বা দুর্দান্ত, বাট সাইফাকে টেক ডাউন করা হবে বুরিরাম। ওয়াসানা দুর্দান্ত চার্জ অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল থেকে। বারোস লং জাম্প করবে রিভাইভ প্রসেসটা চালানোর জন্য। ভাই ওদের কি কপাল, ওরা কত সহজে মানে লং জাম্প করে নেন, দেন রিভাইভটাও করে দেয়। বাট বাংলাদেশি টিম দেখেন, পাকিস্তানি টিম দেখেন, ওরা একবার মাইট খাইলে আর কোনো সুযোগ থাকে না সেখান থেকে ব্যাক আপ করে বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার। বাট রাইট নাও ট্যাগ শোটা আজকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, ট্যাগ ওলবিনরা তারা একসাথেই হয়ে যাচ্ছেন এন্ড চারজন সুন্দরভাবে খেলার ট্রাই করছেন। সামনে অরোরা গেমিং এর মুখোমুখি হতে পারে টিম কেডি ডট টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং এন্ড অরোরা দা আররা হয়তো বুঝে গিয়েছে সামনে টিমস আছে এই মুহূর্তে। দা আর্ম না দা এইক্স, আই থিংক দা এইক্স থাকবে, দা এইক্স। বাট এই মুহূর্তে ডিআরএস গেমিং রা মুখোমুখি হবে লাউডের অ্যাগেন লাউড ক্র্যাপ লাউড সেখান থেকে একের পর এক ধ্বংসলীলা চালাচ্ছেন। মিশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম করছে ডিআরএস গেমিং কে টোটালি শাট ডাউন করে দেওয়া হোক টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং কেও, তাহলেই তো টিসির জন্য সুযোগ হবে একটা বিগ ডিফারেন্স তৈরি করার। যদিও টিসি সবার আগেই বাদ গিয়েছে, বাট অরোরা এন্ড লাউড তারা কিন্তু ঢুকে গিয়েছেন। টিএজিরা এই মুহূর্তে সুযোগ সন্ধানী হতে পারে। অরোরা নিচেই থাকবেন কম্পাউন্ডার এন্ড কম্পাউন্ডারের উপরে থাকবে টিম লাউড এন্ড টিএজিরাও কিন্তু ইনভলভ হয়েছে এই মুহূর্তে। টিএজি দেখা যাক, টিএজি আগাল অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল থেকে 12 সেখানে চুক্তি মেরে বসে আছে। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল এই মুহূর্তে টোটালি শাট ডাউন। দুর্দান্ত টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং প্রথম ম্যাচের বুয়াকারী টিম এই ম্যাচে 9 এন্ড ফ্যালকন থেকে পিনা চার চালাচ্ছেন এই মুহূর্তে গান ডাইনাস্টিদের উপর। গান ডাইনাস্টি সে অ্যাথলেট সাইড অফের উপর চার চালিয়েছে, বাট লাউড এই মুহূর্তে টোটালি শাট ডাউন করবে অরোরা গেমিং কে। ভাই এই টিমগুলোর ভাই একটা কম্পাউন্ডে থেকে তিনটা টিমকে বিদায় জানানো হয়েছে লাউড দ্বারা।
And is going to go down ages, at least here on Solara.
Can you believe that?
Center of the circle, so nobody is going to push them out. Maybe the circle itself decides to make a very hard shift, and then Loud would have
পুরো
to change
ক্লিয়ার
the
করে
position.
ফেলতে, জাস্ট ওরা বুঝেছে যে এই কম্পাউন্ডটাই সার্কেলে পড়বে এন্ড এই কম্পাউন্ডটাই সার্কেলে পড়েছে এন্ড এই কম্পাউন্ডটা ঘিরেই তাদের সব ছিল। তারা এখান থেকে রোটেশনও নেয়নি, প্রত্যেকটা টিম যারা এখানে রোটেশন নিতে এসেছিল প্রত্যেকটা টিমকে কিন্তু খেয়ে দিয়ে ছেড়ে দিচ্ছে টিম লাউড। শুরুতেই ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট ছিল, ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইটদের সেই অবস্থানটা কেড়ে নিয়েছে লাউড। দেন আসলো টিম প্যারাডো ডিআরএস গেমিং অ্যান্ড আসলো অরোরা, বাট ডিআরএস গেমিং এখন পর্যন্ত এলাই থাকবে লাস্ট 2, বাট এই মুহূর্তে আই থিঙ্ক টিএজিরা সামনের দিকে অগ্রসর হবে অ্যান্ড লাউডদের সাথে আবারও একটা ফাইট হবে, বাট টিএজিরা অগ্রসর হবে নাকি হবে না, লাউডরা অগ্রসর হবে না সেটাই দেখার বিষয়। দুইটা টিম দুইটা কম্পাউন্ড ঘিরে থাকে কিনা, বাট লাউডরা অবশ্যই এই বিপদ নিজের মুখের সামনে রাখতে চাইবে না, তারা চার্জ করার চিন্তা ভাবনা করবে। বাট এই মুহূর্তে ফ্যালকনরা বুড়িরামের জোয়েনার উপর চার্জ চালিয়েছেন অপোজিটে গান ডাইনাস্টি থেকে লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট আই থিঙ্ক, আর তিনি কিন্তু চুপটি মেরে বসে আছেন, কোনো কথা বলা যাবে না, আওয়াজ করলেই মার পড়বে। বাট রাইট নাও ফ্যালকন থেকে সেই অ্যাথলেট গুলো চলে যাচ্ছে সেই এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টটা নেওয়ার জন্য। গান ডাইনাস্টি আই থিঙ্ক আর বেশি সময় নেই তাদের জন্য, এন্ড হ্যাঁ টোটালি শাট ডাউন করা হয়েছে টিম গান ডাইনাস্টিকে। And right now TAZ, DRS and Loud তিনটি স্কোয়াড এই মুহূর্তে একত্রিত হবে, বাট ডিআরএস থেকে লাস্ট অ্যাথলেট থাকবে ইভোস রেইকে এই মুহূর্তে তুলে নেওয়া হবে, কোনো রিকভারি থাকবে না, কোনো রিভাইভাল থাকবে না এই মুহূর্তে। বাট ইভোস থেকে লাস্ট অ্যাথলেট ইভোসের রাশিয়ার উপর চার্জ আসবে, বিজেপি কে তুলে নেওয়া হবে, বিজেপি রিভাইভ করতে হবে এই মুহূর্তে, কোনো বোল্ড ডিসিশন নেওয়া যাবে না। ট্যাগকে দেখতে পারবো, ট্যাগ পুরোপুরি ভাবে পুরো রোস্টার নিয়ে তারা আছেন এই মুহূর্তে, বুয়ার দাবি করছেন। ডিআরএস থাকবে আবাস এন্ড রাশিয়া, দুইজন কম্পাউন্ডের দুই সাইডে থাকবে এই মুহূর্তে। ট্যাগ লাউড টোটালি ফায়ার অন ফায়ার, তারা সেই কম্পাউন্ডটা ঘিরেই যেন এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টের পাহাড় করছেন। রাইট নাও টিম ফ্যালকনের উপর চার্জ চালাচ্ছেন রাশিয়া এই মুহূর্তে টেক ডাউনটা তুলেছেন, বাট রাশিয়ার উপরে চার্জ আছে, পুরো ম্যান পাওয়ার নিয়ে তারা চার্জ করছে। কোন দিকে যাবেন রাশিয়া, আসলে বিপদে পড়ে গিয়েছেন। লাউডও সামনে থাকবে, লাউড এই মুহূর্তে আবাক্সের উপর চার্জ চালাচ্ছে, আবাক্সকে টেক ডাউন করা হবে, কনফার্ম করে দেওয়া হবে। এবার টিএজিরা এখন পর্যন্ত এলাই থাকবে, ভুইয়ার খুবই সন্নিকটে, লাউড পুরো দমে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, ফ্যালকন থাকবে অপোজিটে, তিনটি স্কোয়াড এই মুহূর্তে একত্রিত থাকবে। বাট রাশিয়াকে দেখুন চুপটি মেরে বসে আছে কোনো সাইলেন্সের সাথে। বাট বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড তারাও কিন্তু একটা ভালো পজিশন ধরেছেন, বাট এই পজিশন থেকে তাদেরকে রোটেট করতে হবে, অবশ্যই সার্কেল তাদের সঙ্গ দেবে না। বাট লাউডরা সেই সার্কেলের অ্যাডভান্টেজ এখন পর্যন্ত পাচ্ছে এবং অ্যাডভান্টেজ নিয়ে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড অ্যান্ড ট্যাগের উপর চার্জ চালাবে বলাই যায়। But right now লং থেকে চার্জ বে ট্যাগের ওলভিনকে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে, টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে। ব্রাদার্স বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড এই মুহূর্তে ট্যাগের দিকে অগ্রসর হচ্ছে, বাট ফ্যালকন এই সুযোগ অবশ্যই লুপে নিতে চাইবে। ও জাস্ট দেখুন কভার গুলো দেখুন প্রত্যেকটা টিমের। বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড অবশ্যই এই মুহূর্তে ট্যাগকে খেয়ে দিয়ে তারা পজিশনটা নিতে চাইবে, তাছাড়া আর উপায় নেই, ট্যাগকে খেয়ে দিয়ে যেতে হবে। বাট মিড পয়েন্টে যদি যেতে চায় তখন বিপদ আসতে পারে। ট্যাগ বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড এই মুহূর্তে আবার একটু পিছপা হচ্ছে, বাট ফ্যালকনকে এই মুহূর্তে শাট ডাউন করার অবস্থা। ফ্যালকনের দুইটি অ্যাথলেট তারা হারিয়েছে। রাশিয়াকে দেখুন কেমন একটা সুযোগে তিনি দৌড়ে একটা সেফ জোন ধরতে গেছেন, আর ফ্যালকনের লিমিটের উপর চার্জ এসেছে। রাশিয়া বুঝে গিয়েছেন এখন আর সুযোগ নেই, এখন লাউডরা সেদিকে তাকাবে। বাট বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড আপার গ্রাউন্ডটা ধরেছে, এটা একটা বেস্ট ডিসিশন ছিল বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেডের জন্য। ও মাই গড, রাশিয়া ছুটি মেরে আছেন। ট্যাগের কাম হতে পারে, ট্যাগ এখন ইনভলভ হতে পারে এই কম্পাউন্ডে। বাট এই মুহূর্তে ফ্যালকন থেকে কেরোর অবস্থা তেমন একটা ভালো নয়, ভালো ড্যামেজ ডিল করা হচ্ছে। ইভোস রাশা বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড আপার গ্রাউন্ড থেকে ড্রপ করবেন, বাট এই মুহূর্তে ফ্যালকনকে টোটালি শাট ডাউন করা হবে। টিএজিরা রোটেট করেছেন, এটা একটা বেস্ট রোটেশন ছিল টিএজির জন্য। বাট লাউড এই মুহূর্তে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড যারা পিছিয়ে ছিলেন তারা কিন্তু আগেই রোটেশন নিয়ে নিয়েছেন। লাউড ইভোসকে টোটালি শাট ডাউন করা হয়েছে। লাউড থাকবেন বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড অ্যান্ড টিম টিএজি ডিআরএস গেমিং থেকে লাস্ট অ্যাথলেট, তাদের উপর নজর পড়বে লাউডদের। অ্যান্ড লাউড অবশ্যই ছেড়ে দিয়ে কথা বলবেন, আগে সেই জায়গাটি ক্লিয়ার করে যেতে চাইবে। বাট সার্কেল তাদের সঙ্গ দেয়নি, সামনের দিকে অগ্রসর হতে হবে। জোয়েনা এই মুহূর্তে ফ্ল্যাশ ফ্রিজার ইউজ করবে, বাট জোয়েনার উপর পুরো টিমের চার্জ চলবে। অপোজিটে ওয়াসানা লং থেকে কভারটা ক্রিয়েট করার চেষ্টা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। ওয়াসানা একটা বড় লং ডিস্টেন্সে আছেন, বাট এই মুহূর্তে জোয়েনা তার কাছেই চলে আসবেন অবশ্যই, কারণ ওয়াসানাই পারে এই মুহূর্তে তাকে কভারটা ক্রিয়েট করতে। বাট কম্পাউন্ড পাবেন এই মুহূর্তে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড। লাউডরাও ধীরে ধীরে সেই কম্পাউন্ড ধরতেই এগিয়ে গিয়েছেন, অ্যান্ড লাউড সেইখান থেকে টিএজিরা এই মুহূর্তে ডিআরএস দের উপর চার্জ চালাবে। ডিআরএস থেকে ঠাকুরি, বাট টিএজি দুর্দান্ত খেলেছে, টোটাল 11 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম করে নিয়েছেন। অপোজিটে ডিআরএস গেমিং 2টা এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টের সাথে হ্যাশট্যাগ করে বিদায় নেবেন। 4v4 সিনারিও, ব্রু ট্যাগ নাকি লাউড, কারা নেবেন বুয়া? এই মুহূর্তে ট্যাগদের পজিশন ভালো আছে, এই মুহূর্তে ট্যাগরা পজিশনটা বলা যায় আপার গ্রাউন্ড থেকে পজিশনটা ভালো আছে। ব্রু অ্যান্ড লাউডদের ফাইটটা যদি ইনিশিয়েট হয়ে যায় দেন ট্যাগরা সেই জায়গা থেকে সুযোগ লুপে নিয়ে বুয়াটা নিতে পারবে। এই জায়গাটি থেকে লাউড ব্রু ট্যাগ কারা করবে ভুইয়া, দেখা যাক। তিনটা টিমই প্রস্তুত আছে অ্যান্ড ব্রু সেই জায়গাটি থেকে কম্পাউন্ডের অ্যাডভান্টেজটা আর হয়তো নিতে পারবে না, সার্কেল ছোট হচ্ছে অ্যান্ড সেই জায়গাটি থেকে ট্যাগরা কিন্তু সুযোগ পাচ্ছে বলা যায়। এই মুহূর্তে লাউডদের উপর চাপ চলবে, দুর্দান্ত টিএজি বুইয়া কি নিতে পারবে কিনা টিম ইন্ডিয়ান টিম এশিয়ান, বলা যায় এটা একটা সুযোগ টিএজির জন্য। টিএজি চার্জ চালাচ্ছে দুর্দান্ত ভাবে ব্রু, এই মুহূর্তে যদি টিএজিদের লাউডদের উপর চার্জটা চালিয়ে দেয় দেন লাউডরা একদম ছন্ন ছাড়া হয়ে যাবে। দেখা যাক, লাউডদের অবস্থা তেমন একটা ভালো নয়, প্রতি সাইড থেকে তাদেরকে ডিফেন্ড করতে হবে। বাট ব্রু এই মুহূর্তে টিএজিদের উপর সামনে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে, বাট ব্রু এই মুহূর্তে বিপদে পড়তে পারে। ও মাই গড, একের পর এক স্কাইলার ইউজ, ব্রু পুরোপুরি ভাবে ছন্ন ছাড়া হতে যাচ্ছে ছন্দহীন কবিতার মতো। রাইট নাও ছোট X70 এই মুহূর্তে ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেডদের দিকে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন। ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড এখান থেকে বাঁচতে পারবে কিনা, সার্ভাইভটা করতে পারবে কিনা। লাউড তারাও চার্জ চালাচ্ছেন টিএজিদের উপর। সরি ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড না, বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড, সরি ফর দিস গাইস। অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং এই মুহূর্তে এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে, টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং। বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড টোটালি শাটডাউন, 4v4 সিনারিও, ইটস আ বুয়া মোমেন্ট ফর ইন্ডিয়া, টিম ইন্ডিয়া। দেখা যাক এই ম্যাচে বুয়াটা করতে পারে কিনা। নিককে তুলে নেওয়া হবে, বিজেপি ট্র্যাপের হেলথের অবস্থা ভালো নয়, বা টিএজি মুখের সামনে থেকে বুয়া অবশ্যই মিস করতে চাইবে না। 1v3 সিনারিও এন্ড ইটস আ বুয়া ফ্রম দ্য সাইড অফ টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং। What a comeback from the side of Team Apex Gaming! যে লাউড পুরোপুরি ভাবে আগুন খেলছিল বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেডরাও, তাদেরকে থামিয়ে দিয়ে টিএজিরা একটা ফুল প্ল্যানিং এর সাথে বুইয়া কন্ট্রোল করেছে এশিয়ান টিম ইন্ডিয়া। বলতে হবে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে প্রথমবারের মতো গিয়েই তারা বাজিবাদ করছে টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং। বাট হোয়ার ইজ বাংলাদেশি টিম? তারা এখনো টেবিলের তলানিতে, এখন পর্যন্ত কোনো বুইয়া তাদের সাইড থেকে দেখতে পায়নি। বাংলাদেশি টিম কি পারবে পরবর্তী ম্যাচে একটা বিশাল বড় লং জাম্প, একটা বড় কামব্যাক দিতে? সেটা দেখার বিষয়।
But they were on the ball, Lucifer.
We spoke about this, right? Prime position, real estate, all of it. One after another, every team wanted it. Loud started it off, Buriram went for it, and then finally Team Apex Gaming found the very best spot. Falcons, this is why we were talking about it. They were the ones who should have been a booyah here, but they messed up in their movement, and it was Team Apex Gaming took that same position away from Falcons, took the last player down, and they get this booyah, and thankfully, they managed to do it in such a manner where they were ahead of the zone, up the hill, and this time they get it.
Incredible stuff here. You can really hear the passion radiate. The crowd, they were feeling it. They knew.
Just অসাধারণ পারফরম্যান্স ছিল ইন্ডিয়াদের সাইড থেকে টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং। দুর্দান্ত। আফসোস হয় বাংলাদেশি টিম নিয়ে তারা কেন এরকম একটা পারফরম্যান্স আমাদেরকে দিতে পারে না।
I could rewatch this all day.
All day,
a long margin তারা তৈরি করে নিয়েছে।
Yes, they tried to pick an opening, but it did not work out as brilliant as they wanted. Holding it off, Katie got Sayajat. Shoto, the big man. What a play coming in from their end. And yes, as I said, this is a very big thing for them and the whole of India to look at.
They are going to be incredibly proud, but we're going to let these teams again prep for the upcoming games. And for now, we're going to hand it over to Carol on the stage as she has something for us.
Hello everyone, I'm Carol Bombshell and we are back on
Short
stage and I'm happy to have this company here by my side, Nameless from AGL team. Thanks so much for your time. And yesterday we noticed that you guys got so close so many times to get a booyah, but unfortunately you didn't. But today, happily you guys managed. How did it feel to get your first booyah in the competition?
ก็เมื่อวานนะครับแบบว่าหลายครั้งเหลือเกินที่เราเกือบจะได้บูย่าเนี่ยแต่ว่าไม่ได้สักทีนะฮะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปลดล็อกที่ได้บูย่าแรกแล้วเนี่ยฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับที่จะเป็นแชมป์
Yeah, I feel like we have already unlocked something and I think we are ready to become the champion of this tournament.
I like your confidence. That's definitely the way to talk. Okay, so after finishing last year in the 5th place,
And in the 30, in the global finals, you are getting closer to an international tournament. And of course, together with your whole team, does it feel like this is the moment to get over the line?
ก็ในปีที่แล้วนะฮะเราได้จบไปทั้งที่อันดับที่5นะฮะแล้วก็อันดับที่3นะครับใน global tournament นะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยเราขยับเข้ามาอีกขั้นหนึ่งแล้วที่จะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่าปีที่แล้วทีมนี้ไม่มีผมครับปีนี้มีแล้วน่าจะเป็นแชมป์ได้ครับ
Yeah, I think like because last year he not in the team yet, but this year he's here already, so everything should be fine now.
Okay.
All gamers global.
Sure? All right, I trust you. Okay, so there is really some tough teams in the way, of course. Buriram, Fluxo, maybe Arlos, all look very strong. Who do you think is the biggest competitor right now?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับมีหลายทีมเลยที่บอกว่าเป็นตัวเต็งนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น MIBR นะฮะแล้วก็อีกหลายๆทีมครับคิดว่าตอนนี้ทีมไหนเป็นตัวที่เป็นคู่แข่งที่น่าจับตามองมากที่สุดครับ
น่าจะเป็นฟุกโซแล้วก็เราครับ
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Fluxo and Laos, which is like the most competitive team.
Only Brazilian teams?
Yeah.
Okay, I like your answer. Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches, in the rest of the day. And that's it. You heard from Nameless from AGL team. And I'm back with you guys at the studio.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was incredible. This means you're getting the real coverage. I think that was with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
Absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded? Oh, what do you mean? That is insane.
Oh no. What the fuck is going on?
Please, lactose free. I can't deal with this. Not here, not now.
We gotta look at his game. I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
All right.
The bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
What the
You know
fuck?
what? We're actually just going to be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
I hope our reactions for that game were not recorded because there's a lot of stuff that we were saying that's not going to be able to be broadcasted. But India finally shows up here with the Booyah, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play because even to set the expectation from
বাংলাদেশের টিমের শেখা উচিত ওরা শুধু এক্সপেরিয়েন্স বলে একটা ইন্ডিয়ান টিম ফার্স্ট টাইম গিয়ে তারা বুইয়া সিকিউর করে ফেলছে ওরা কিভাবে পারে তোমাদের এত এক্সপেরিয়েন্স দরকার হয় দেখা যাক ভাই এক্সপেরিয়েন্স আমি কোনো ব্যাড বিহেভ করতেছি না গালিও দিতেছি না আপনারা চেষ্টা করেন অবশ্যই লবি হার্ড সেই লবিতে ইন্ডিয়ারা পারলে আপনারা পারবেন অবশ্যই সেই লবি চেষ্টা করেন একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স আপনাদের সাইড থেকে দেখতে চাই
AJL was just waiting for them to rush in, and the moment they did, they got annihilated. Brimred almost got them as well, but It's a good thing that on game number 2, Team Apex Gaming managed to recover.
Yeah, but always, I have to appreciate how Loud is also doing so well in the first and second game. I mean, that last circle was amazing. Yes, they were in a bit of a compromising situation. They got lower ground, but they managed to make it work. And I mean, getting that points, 19 elimination points, and then previously 14 elimination points. This is the consistency that we need, and of course, we expected from a Brazilian team.
And while we were talking about Loud, one of the things that we were mentioning too, that we especially were talking about Neptune, is their positioning, right? Yesterday, at one point, it looked like they were just getting gifted, but you can't say gifted when this
and আমরা ম্যাচ স্ট্যান্ডিংস দেখবো টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং টোটাল 16 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টের সাথে টোটাল 28 পয়েন্ট থাকবে এন্ড লাউড স্নিকার্স 19 এলিমিনেশনের সাথে 28 টোটাল পয়েন্ট থাকবে বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড থাকবে টোটাল 10 এলিমিনেশনের সাথে টোটাল পয়েন্ট থাকবে 18 ইভোস ডিভাইনের টোটাল পয়েন্ট থাকবে 13 এলিমিনেশন থাকবে 7 অরোরা গেমিং টোটাল 10 পয়েন্ট এলিমিনেশন থাকবে 7 ডিআরএস গেমিং টোটাল 9 পয়েন্ট এলিমিনেশন থাকবে 2 তো বলা যায় এই ম্যাচটা ছিল জাস্ট একতরফা বলতে গেলে টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং লাউড স্নিকার্স এন্ড বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড এই তিনটা টিমই বলা যায় ডমিনেট করেছে ইভোস ডিভাইনও সেই সুযোগটা পায়নি অপোজিটে টিম ফ্যালকনস সুযোগ পায়নি জাস্ট 8 পয়েন্ট 3টি এলিমিনেশন থাকবে পজিশনটা ধরতে পেরেছে ডেমন স্প্রাইট 7 পয়েন্ট টোটাল 6 এলিমিনেশন অল গেমার্স অল গ্লোবাল দেখতে পাচ্ছি টোটাল 7.5 এলিমিনেশন থাকবে গান ডাইনাস্টি 6 points total elimination থাকবে 2 and Titan Esports Club total 4 elimination point total point of 4 থাকবে কোনো প্লেসমেন্ট পয়েন্ট তার পজিশন করতে পারেনি যার কারণে পিছিয়ে যাবে আরো একবার and ট্যাগের যেটা বলছিলাম ভাই ট্যাগের পজিশন দেখেই বুঝেছিলাম ট্যাগ একটা বেটার কিছু করবে তো সার্কেলটা সুইং এমন মুহূর্তে এমন জায়গায় পড়েছে যেটা আসলে ট্যাগের জন্য সুবিধা আপার গ্রাউন্ড থেকে ভালো চার্জ করতে পেরেছে TAG.
We were expecting that Loud might be able to go in quick, but Team Apex Gaming was just Apex Predator on that final 4v4.
They were literally all over the place, up and down. The movement was very dynamic, very amazing, very impressive.
আসলে ভাই বাংলাদেশে যদি আজকে বাংলাদেশের কোনো টিমে বুইয়া না থাকে তা আমি মনে করব বাংলাদেশের দুইটা স্লটে ইন্ডিয়ারে দিয়ে রেখে এটাই বেটার হবে
I don't think any of us expects them to do that again today.
Yeah, well, again, it's not just yesterday, but it's Buriram United Esports, because we all know that they are capable of doing so, and they do come here with a lot of preparation and vengeance and redemption. So it's not just that we set up a high expectation. We know they can exceed even the expectation that we give them. That is why today I'm actually not feeling it yet for Buriram United Esports. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think they could do so much better.
I'll have to find out though, because so far the signature is to show them what they have, but be a threat on the board. And Buriram United, like yesterday was just a booyah. Now it's just the numbers, elimination. So 17 elimination in the first game, 18 elimination in the second game, despite of not getting that booyah, total points rather. The 10 elimination at second game, despite of not getting booyah, they're still in that number 1. But again, some teams are creeping in slowly, and they're making way on what Buriram United managed to pull off, studying their opponents and then bringing them down.
Yeah, especially with what we've been talking in regards to the gaps. If you're just tuning in, if this is for some reason the first time you're watching Free Fire at EWC 26, let me just remind you what's going to happen after these matches are done for Group A. The top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals. And let's take a look at those top 4, because right now EVOS is that cutoff point. You can see 139 points. They do have a healthy gap there to Gun Dynasty. Team Falcons as well. This is one team that I think we were expecting to step it up in the second half, especially coming up soon. Maybe that will be the turnaround for that squad, because they do need to make up points.
Yes, but I don't think 5 points is that healthy, actually, especially with the rest of the game that we have. I'm just not sure that this is quite safe yet for EFOS, so they still have to try somehow to be more consistent, at least in getting those points. You know what I'm saying?
Total ranking দেখতে পাচ্ছি Buriram United total 160 points, total 100 aliens and 3 booyah. Loud Sneakers total 158 points, 86 experience to Buyas. লাউড কিন্তু চলে গিয়েছে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অলরেডি, তারা কিন্তু #10 লিড করছে। অবশ্যই ডিআরএস কে এবং অরোরা গেমিং ডিআরএস কে টপকে গেলে আর একটু রিস্ক মুক্ত থাকতে পারে, বাট প্যারাডক্স গেমিং কামব্যাক দিয়ে দিতে পারে। অবশ্যই প্যারাডক্স গেমিং এর উপর কোনো ভরসা নেই, ডিআরএস গেমিং কে অবশ্যই টপকে যেতে হবে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবকে এই ম্যাচের মধ্যেই, তাহলেই একটা কাজের কাজ হবে। পরবর্তী ম্যাচে অরোরা গেমিং টার্গেট থাকতে হবে।
Back in their regionals, they're the most aggressive team out of Africa. Now that's going against them. Like your aggression, especially with teams who have all eyes on you, then you will be the target in most instances. So they just tone it down a little bit, play with placement, and then towards the end, if you get that booyah or close it, then that's where you'll have that confidence to get all those eliminations.
It's so close too, and those teams towards the bottom, I mean, we just saw what Tag was able to do before this performance. Yes, they have had some good performances, but they were still there within distance of those teams towards the bottom. The last two will end up getting their keys crushed here at Free Fire at EWC 26. Now, can they possibly get a booyah? That's what we're gonna be looking at, especially those teams towards the bottom, because they got absolutely nothing to lose. They know what's at stake, Conchita. Either they get a booyah or they go home.
But one thing that I do realize today is something has shifted between all of the teams that are playing in the A group. Yesterday, it was all about aggressiveness. It was all about showing up, showing strength. But today, they are playing it a little bit more strategically. They are trying to be more consistent in terms of collecting elimination points instead of just, showing up with a bang.
আমরা সেই ইন্টারভিউ সেশনে দেখতে পাচ্ছি কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাচও শুরু হবে। Folks warming up to lock in their next match.
And we've been seeing the comments that you guys have been posting on social media. You guys actually heard us use that hashtag EWC. And if I'm not mistaken, we might be featuring some of your guys' stuff right now. I mean, trick to see which teams are going to be biased towards.
All gamers global is the monster. Trap is the best bomber in the world. Louded Trap.
And take that performance. But you can see it right there towards the bottom. Xtunin says Trap is the best bomber in the world, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because there's a lot of bombers
whether
playing
TAG will qualify in the group stage or not, they will play today like beasts. I
not a lot of them
I
are
was
pulling it off. And not even every team is putting in the Steffi to prevent all those grenades. So I hope that we see those great bombers right now being capitalized, because there's not so much of going against them.
It wasn't just Lucifer having the confidence in Tag. The fans are out there with the confidence as well. Whether Tag will qualify, which by the way, right now they're looking like they will be qualifying to survival unless they continue to have some more booyahs. Then maybe we have a different narrative here. They will play like beasts.
Loud Evos. One of them gonna win the EWC title.
The best mentality, the best performance. That is what we
Like group
expect,
so
and nothing less.
then
So, yeah,
MIB a
that's
loss.
exactly
Group
what
B
we want
ke
from each and every
Group B
single one of the
ki
team
kono
that is competing
team
today.
na Group B BLG team gulo ke team na.
HEAL, Loud, or Evos. They didn't want to pick one. They're like, you know what? Let's throw 3 of the best teams out there from Group A and see which one actually ends up winning the championship. And I don't blame him, because right now there's so many teams being able to step up. We're looking at Demon Sprite on the screen. I know Pakistani fans were expecting a lot more out of this squad that is the champions from Pakistan. Can they possibly do it? That is the big question mark. What are we going to be looking for them to do different? I know we've been talking about the playing styles that we've been seeing out of their squads, maybe playing a little bit too passive, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. Neptune, what are you looking for Demon Sprite to do?
Well, we know that for Demon Sprite in their region, they can be aggressive, they can be tactical as well. But again, there's a lot of teams who has read that already, who has been like years ahead of them. So Demon Sprite just needs to stay in the edge right now. Use all the utilities that they have, especially those binocular skills. If they want to get a safe spot into the next phase or each phase of the circle, use those
third match কখন শুরু হবে? Third match থেকে fourth match,
whether you're heading into danger or just in a safe spot. But that's only that. Not only that, there's also those launch pad that is available depending on the map or which map we're playing in. If I'm not mistaken, our next map would be in Kalahari. So this is
match in Kalahari. আমরা জানতে পারলাম next match Kalahari-তে হবে and Kalahari map-এ দেখা যাক কেমন করে বাংলাদেশি জায়ান্টরা।
Down is none other than Titan Esports Club.
Yep.
Conchita, what do they need to do to make sure they don't get hunted down and end up on those bottom two?
Of course. I mean, the trend that we've been seeing, not just from today, but the match day yesterday, is that
Titan
you
Esports
don't
Club
actually
League.
have to secure a
Me
booyah.
too.
You can just consistently earn placement
Raha.
points, that elimination points. So
Where
I
is
think that
Neju?
should be the objective that Titan Esports Club is focusing right now, instead of trying to, get into a fight, a huge fight with any other team. Just try to make it more safe, more strategic, because I think if we're comparing skills and individuals, they do have what it takes to endure the game, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Thailand Esports Club, I think they
Our
need Blade
defini
to be
gaya
as sharp
Tataran
as
Grand
ever.
League.
It needs to be
Wait, just gonna take a second. Can we
Our
please go back to that
Kutushu.
player, because he was just relaxing, he was in the mood. If I'm not mistaken, that was AJAL, and they were saying that now, after the performances that they saw, they're looking to be the champions. They're feeling that confidence, and boy, are they. Sorry, Neptune, we
It's
had to
alright,
point
it's
that out.
alright.
Now you can go back to it.
It's just chilling like a villain right there. But anyways, going back to the point, I mean, Blade needs to be as sharp as ever. Get all those eliminations in, get that information on those rush. But again, it's not those careless rush. They need to be strategic. Kalahari is one of those wherein they can capitalize on their snipers to find their position first. But again, it's one thing it's a good thing that we are now on day 2, because they can review what happened in day number 1, especially in this map of Kalahari. And well, despite of not having that much of a gameplay in specific maps, at least they have a general idea of where the other teams are dropping or rotating.
Let's take a look at the overall once again, just to make
And
sure
our
everybody's aware of
ranking,
what's
our
happening right now.
reveal হবে.
Gun Dynasty, I feel like today we really haven't seen the Gun Dynasty that we saw yesterday.
Gun
True,
Dynasty.
because not only they
Team
haven't secured
Falcon
a
से पार
booyah,
करेছে।
but
Team
the
Falcon आगे
points
से
that they
गेली।
keep on getting the other day, that is something that we haven't seen today. I think that is exactly the problem with the
Oh,
way
Loud
that
5
the
number
other teams
থেকে
are playing. They're no more
2 নম্বরে
showing
চলে গেছে।
aggressiveness.
And
They
Gun
are
Dynasty
playing
I
more
think
smartly, and I
3
think
নম্বরে
that
ছিল
kind of
পজিশনে।
messed with Gun Dynasty's plan and strategy. So it's time for them to adapt now, because actually they were one of the team that were very disruptive the other day. Now they are the ones who has to follow the rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. I think the day number 1, they have that element of surprise.
Gun Dynasty প্রথম দুই ম্যাচই খারাপ গেছে।
See what you did there?
Yeah, well, this is uncle in me. But anyways, going back. So they have that element of surprise. They were not caught off guard from yesterday. They have a lot of potential of elimination. But now, give these teams a day's rest, a day's chance of studying your opponent. And this is what you have. Like, look at Gun Dynasty. They only got, what, 4 or 2
আমাদের
points out
টেকরা
of the game.
একটা খেলে
One,
আসছে,
and
তারা
then
বাইক
26
করতেছে
points in game
কোনোভাবে।
number 2. It's not looking good for
অবশ্যই
them,
গত
but
ম্যাচটা
it's
ভালো
good
গেলে
that they
একটা
managed to stack
সেই
it up from yesterday.
পজিশন তারা
And
নিতে
right now,
পারতো।
with the team being in 5th place, they are about 15 points away from Evos. Evos did start off good in regards to some of the placements, but we haven't really seen the booyah
হাতে
out
আছে
of
ডার্টি
Evos
ম্যাচ,
at any
প্যারাডক্স
point.
গেমিং, ডায়মন্ড স্পাইক
These
তাদের
are
সাথে
the
আমাদের
defending
চেষ্টা করছে।
champions of EWC, especially for Free Fire. Can the pressure end up getting to Evos?
I think there's a
Rahat
possibility
ke
that
dekte
yes,
bachche,
the
Rahat.
pressure is on the
Rahat.
right now, because just the other day I had a conversation with some of the casters, and they do tell me that I think it's going to be very difficult for EFOS this time, just looking at how they're doing at the regional, how this year has been for them. But deep inside, I do believe that they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. I mean, we can actually see the maturity coming from some of the players, especially Rasha. We saw how he did that one-man show thing, right, at the previous game.
Yeah.
He handled that really well. We didn't see him as a teenager. We saw him as a veteran that is just know exactly what to do and can handle any situation. So hopefully, if we're talking about pressure as the reigning champion, they should have had that nailed down.
But then again, I mean, if they're just reliant on Russia just ending it, that will be the situation over and over again. He's the last man standing. The rest of the squad will just be waiting to be revived if they can be revived. And that is getting tougher and tougher. One good story, though, for EWC is after that game number 2 from yesterday, they are getting double-digit points, rather.
তাহলে বাংলাদেশের অ্যাডমিনের উচিত কথা বলা যে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবি শুধু ল্যান্ড ইভেন্ট লাইক FFWS দেন EWC এইসব ছাড়াও প্রচুর মানে প্রচুর ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবি বাংলাদেশের টিমদের সাথে খেলা উচিত, বাংলাদেশের খেলা উচিত, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবি ম্যানেজ করা, অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট অর্গানাইজ করা, টপ টিম বাংলাদেশের সেই টিমগুলোর সাথে রেগুলার বেস বলা যায় প্রত্যেক মাসে একটা করে যদি ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ট্যুর খেলতে পারে, প্রত্যেক মাসে না হলেও প্রত্যেক 2 মাসে একটা করে ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ট্যুর খেলতে পারে, তাহলে কিন্তু বাংলাদেশ টিমগুলোও শক্তপোক্ত হবে।
When it comes to snipers, but it seems like he is being hampered right now. Again, this current meta is a meta of the snipers. The current update is the update for the snipers, and even Limited 7 is not stepping up. Only the other teams are the ones who's stepping up. So I don't know what strategy is in there, and we're not even seeing him in those close quarter combat. So hopefully he'll be able to step up, lead the squad, because we know the frontliners will be able to cover him.
Yeah, for Falcons, I mean, we saw players yesterday being able to step up, and I'm hearing that we actually have an interview with the Falcons. So let's see what they had to say earlier in the day.
Hello everyone, right next to me is On Fire from Team Falcons, and I also have Kay for our Thai translator as well. Alright, hello On Fire. So this is our second day, and I think it's going to be very pressure for Team Falcons because you guys must get into top 4. Have you guys prepared for anything?
ก็วันนี้นะฮะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งวันที่2แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ค่อนข้างเป็นการแข่งที่เป็นวันที่ค่อนข้างกดดันเป็นอย่างมากสำหรับทีมฟาลคอนนะเนื่องจากว่าฟาลคอนจะต้องขึ้นไปถึงท็อป4ให้ได้นะฮะได้เตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นไล่ยิงแบบวันแรกแล้วไม่ได้กดดันเท่าไหร่ครับ
Actually, there's not that much pressure for us. Like we're gonna play like the same as we played yesterday on the first day, so we're gonna go hunt everyone down one by one.
Okay, I understand his perspective, but overall yesterday we can see a lot of changes in the roster. So what happened? Are you guys trying to test as much as you guys can during the tournament so you guys can do your best at the finals day?
ก็เข้าใจนะฮะว่าต้องการจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเมื่อวานนะแต่ว่าเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานเห็นมีการปรับแผนการเล่นค่อนข้างเยอะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าทีมฟอลคอนต้องการจะทดสอบอะไรบางอย่างหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่ามีแผนอะไรอยู่ในใจไหม
ก็ไม่มีนะแค่บางคนยังน้องในทีมบางคนยังกดดันนะเล่นไม่ได้ก็เลยปรับเปลี่ยนกัน
Actually, like it's just like some of the players in our team like are not get used to the playing on the stage yet, so it's a bit of pressure to that player. So, but everything gonna be fine.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, so one more questions On Fire. I heard this will be your last season in EWC 26, but also in Free Fire. I'm not sure, so I'm asking. So, do you feel any pressure, or do you feel happy when you're here in Paris?
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายของฟรีไฟร์อาจจะหรือเปล่าหรือก็ไม่มีใครทราบนะฮะแต่ว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับผม
ก็นะ
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันหลายคนทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้จะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้วของฟรีไฟร์หรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบได้นะฮะเราเลยอยากถามน้องออนไฟร์ว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมีอีกหรือเปล่า
Well, as we have no idea, like no clue at all what's gonna happen to the Free Fire, we're gonna be here next year or not in EWC, but we're gonna try our best.
All right, thank you so much On Fire, and I'm really hoping that you guys can rock back today because yesterday was not kind of smooth for us, but who knows, today they can jump back really fast. Thank you On Fire, and sending a lot of lucks to Team Falcons today, and thank you to Kay as well. Thank you for your listening, and now let's go around, shall we?
I like that for us. Okay, we're not biased at all. We're just a little biased sometimes.
See, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one.
We're not the only one.
Yeah, well, we'll see now. Well, I think it's time to see if Falcons maybe is going to end up getting a booyah. Let's send it over to Lucifer and Husky.
Let's go to our third match.
Team Apex Gaming up
Kalahari.
their booyah. Back home, their fans feel like this dream which was surreal is now come into play, come into action, and now
Avan
that will
Spain
rally everybody
already
to look forward
on
to
the
making it to
way.
the finals. And with that, we start our match 9 here at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. And it looks like Group A, which was supposed to be the group of death, is also becoming a little bit of a comeback for some of the teams to get out of the chopping
And
block.
প্রত্যেকটা টিম তাদের ড্রপ অনুযায়ী নেওয়ার ট্রাই করছে। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তারা চলে গেছে দ্য সাবে, অপোজিটে বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড থাকবে তাদের পাশে। এইবার হ্যাশট্যাগ ইভেন্ট
They shoot up to the 7th spot. But when we look at some individual
Russia
stats,
most
the one
elimination
Russia still
36,
top
Trap
the chart with the
33,
most eliminations,
Cypher
36,
33.
Trap and Cypher sharing 33
Most
apiece,
damage,
which means
most
that
shield,
these key
30,809,
players are always going to
Russia,
be the biggest difference makers. Like what we've seen in the first 2 games, but now we head into Kalahari, and I'm looking at one team to take it
and
back home, and I
Buriram
hope that
to
that is going
rotate
to be
করছে ভাই।
Evos.
কিছুটা হইলো মাথা থেকে প্রেসার কমছে। ডিপি ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট ভার্সেস প্যারাডক্স, দুইটা টিম, লাস্টের দুইটা টিম একসাথে নেমেছে একসাথে ফাইট করতে রাইট নাও। ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট থেকে মাদারা জুম ইন জুম আউট শট এই মুহূর্তে দেখা যাক। প্যারাডক্স থেকে স্নেকি ডাবল ভিক্টর হাতে মাদারা স্নেকিকে চার্জ করার জন্য দৌড়ে যাচ্ছেন, বাট রাইট নাও প্যারাডক্সের উপর চার্জ চলবে ডিপি ডমিনেটরদের। সরি ডেমন স্প্রাইটদের রাইট নাও। ডেমন স্প্রাইট মাদারাকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি তারা চার্জ চালাচ্ছেন। এই জায়গাটি থেকে আওয়াব তিনিও এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিয়েছেন, বাট মাদারাকে টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে। রিভাইভ প্রসেসও চালিয়ে দেওয়া হবে। অপোজিটে প্যারাডক্সের ম্যান পাওয়ার গুলো আরেকবার রিকল করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। অলরেডি টপ এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট তারাই ড্রপ থেকে তুলেছে টিম ডেমন স্প্রাইট। এন্ড টপ 16 কে দেখুন কতটা সাইড রোটেট করেছে তিনি। অপোজিটে লাউড থেকে ট্র্যাপ আগেই এসেছেন এই জায়গাটিতে দেখতে যে অন্য কোনো অ্যাথলিট আছে কিনা, এটাতে কোনো অ্যাথলিট আছে কিনা, ট্র্যাপকে লোকে ট্র্যাপ করতে পারবে কিনা টিম ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট। এই মুহূর্তে হয়তো বা কিছুটা হলেও আশঙ্কা পেয়েছেন, কিছুটা হলেও বুঝেছেন, বাট ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট থেকে টপ 16 ইভোসের মুখোমুখি আবার সেখান থেকে এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টটা কনকোর করবে। এন্ড টিসি ব্লেডকে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে গান ডাইনাস্টি। ও মাই গড, একের পর এক অ্যাথলিট হারাচ্ছে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব। গান ডাইনাস্টি এসেই যেন টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের মুখের খাবার তুলে নিয়ে যাচ্ছে। ট্যাগের উপর অরোরার হামলা, ট্যাগ ভার্সেস অরোরা। কেডি গড রোটেট করছে, বাট কেডি গডের উপর নজর থাকবে এই মুহূর্তে। ট্যাগ গত ম্যাচের বুয়াকারী টিম এই মুহূর্তে ট্যাগকে কোনোভাবে ছাড় দিয়ে কথা বলছে না। কেডি গডের উপর চার্জ চলছে। কেডি গড এই মুহূর্তে কেডি গডও আই থিঙ্ক বাঁচতে পারবে না, এন্ড টোটালি শাট ডাউন করা হবে টিএজি টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং কে। গত ম্যাচের বুয়াকারী টিম এই ম্যাচে সবার আগেই এলিমিনেট হয়েছে টিম টিএজি। বাংলাদেশের কাছে আছে সুযোগ, বাংলাদেশ টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের হাতে সুযোগ এখনো আছে বেঁচে ফেরার, একটা ভালো ডমিনেট করার। নাকি আমাদের বাংলাদেশি টিম হ্যাশট্যাগ ইলেভেনে সুন্দরভাবে বিদায় নেবে। দেখা যাক ডিআরএস এই মুহূর্তে গান ডাইনাস্টির মুখোমুখি হবে। গান ডাইনাস্টি ডিআরএস, বাট টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের সেই অ্যাথলেটকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি উপর থেকে হাওয়াতে বাতাসে উড়ে যাচ্ছে রে। রাইট নাও ব্ল্যাক টিকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি এই মুহূর্তে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব একটা সেফ ড্রপ করতে হবে, বাট ব্লু থেকে এই মুহূর্তে সুন্দর খেলেছেন গান ডাইনাস্টি। তিনি লাস্ট অ্যাথলেট থাকবে অল গেমার্সেল গ্লোবাল। এই মুহূর্তে প্যারাডক্সের মুখোমুখি স্নেকের উপর চার্জ। স্নেকি এই মুহূর্তে হিল করতে করতে দৌড়াচ্ছেন। ইনহেলার ইউজ করা হচ্ছে। লাউডকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি ডিআরএস ইভোস রাশিয়াকে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে। অপোজিটে অল গেমার্স থেকে বারোস এন্ড সাইফা ভিউ দৌড়ে যাচ্ছে। একটি কিল একটি পয়েন্ট, সেই কিলটা কনফার্ম করতে স্নিকিকে কোনোভাবে ছাড় দেওয়া হবে না। এন্ড সাইফাকে জাস্ট দেখুন কিভাবে উড়ে গিয়ে জুড়ে দিল। এন্ড প্যারাডক্স গেমিং কে হ্যাশট্যাগ 9 ভাই আরো দুইটা টিম বিদায় নিতে টিম টিসি ও কিনা, বাট গান ডাইনাস্টি এন্ড তিনটা টিম বিদায় নিয়েছে। গান ডাইনাস্টিও বিদায় নিয়ে নিয়েছে। গান ডাইনাস্টি, প্যারাডক্স এন্ড গান ডাইনাস্টি, টিম এ, টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং এন্ড প্যারাডক্স গেমিং তিনটা টিম বাদ গিয়েছে, এলিমিনেট হয়ে গিয়েছে। বাট এখন পর্যন্ত বাংলাদেশি টিম অ্যালাইভ আছে। ভাই দোয়া করেন, দুই হাত তুলে দোয়া করেন ভাই, তাছাড়া আর কোনো উপায় নাই। টিসি ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ার রিকল করেছে এই মুহূর্তে অবশ্যই দেখে শুনে খেললেই হবে, দেখে শুনে খেললেই হবে, পজিশন ধরতে হবে, সার্কেল অ্যানালাইজ করে পজিশন ধরে ভাই বসে থাক একটা ভালো পজিশন ধরে। ওরা কিভাবে সার্কেল অ্যানালাইজ করে, একদম পারফেক্ট সার্কেল অ্যানালাইজ করে। আর বাংলাদেশিরা সাইড অ্যানালাইজ করে বাট সাইডে থাকে, ওরা সার্কেল লাস্ট সার্কেল পায় না ভাই, কি কপাল। যাই হোক টিসি কুটো সেই মুহূর্তে লাউডের উপর চার্জ, ও লাউড ইভোস রাশার উপরে চার্জ, বুঝতেছি না, ত্রিমুখী চার্জ চলছে টিসি, লাউড এন্ড ইভোস।
Rushers, youngsters, and he's still been leading the front, but finally Ray puts him down, not giving him enough chance right now.
লাউডের অবস্থা টাইট করে দিয়েছে ইভোস ডিভাইন, ইভোস Esports,
but on the other end EWOS, after the first two unfortunate games that they've had, they would want to
and লাউডের বিজেপি, তিনি কিন্তু ডি ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইটের মুখোমুখি হয়েছেন। বলা যায় ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট সবটা ধরে রাখলেই হয়, তাহলেই লাউডের জন্য বিপদ। লাউডের বিজেপি আরেকটা অ্যাথলেট গেছে এই মুহূর্তে, জাজিরা চার্জ চালিয়েছে লাউডের নিকদের উপর রাইট নাও। লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট লাউড থেকে, তাকেও বিদায় জানাতে হবে লাউড কেও গেম পাউজ। ওয়াই
in this case, right, we've seen Demon's Pride in the first two games itself. It's not like they kind of went out on a whimper, right? They came in, they get a couple of eliminations, but I think it's about time we talk about the placements for them, because the first two lobbies, wipeouts didn't happen early on. It's not like Kalahari where we've already lost 3 teams, about to be potentially 4 as Lao are on their last legs. So that means that for Demon's Pride, sure, you're getting eliminations, but if we don't get that injection of placement, you are going to be in that bottom 2. Because they have been racking up some digits.
I really like that you brought the point of placement points, because it's going to now get crucial, especially if you're in the top 4. There is no in-between day before your grand finals, if you already make it to the finals. And especially at that time, your placement points count. You need to get closer to the champion rush condition, and if you don't, other teams will make it closer, and the Booyah seals the deal of that key and the shield finding a new home.
Yeah, and it has happened across multiple regions. I mean, we look back at 2025 spring for SCA. It was Onyx that got that win when no one thought they would, right? We call it the Onyx incident. The same happened for the regional USA where Mia Corp, not the favorite to win.
প্যারাডক্স এন্ড টেক ওরা গেছিল গা ভাই, সুযোগ আছে বাংলাদেশি টিমের এমন মোমেন্টে গেম পজ করে।
Cliché saying, it's not how you start, it's how
কত
you
ম্যাচটা
finish.
পাওয়া যায়,
You can have 200 points in the grand
কি কোনো
finals,
গেম চলতেছে
but
নাকি,
if a
সেটআপ
team
তো
that hits
হইছে নাকি
champion rush at 90
ইন্ডিয়া
points gets
টিমের
the
লেগে?
Booyah, they are going to be the champion, and you will only come in second for your efforts.
I'm pretty sure nobody would want to take #2 because we know how devastating it is, especially that the champion can walk away with 3 keys that they would want to add on to their trophy while being crushed. And that is something that esports brings the rawness out of every player, every team. And that's the best part of it. It creates a system of rivalry that they want to again go for an achievement and take them down the next time. But for now, as they're here in the moment, they have to get it going. Quick pause that we have before we resume. Kalahari has already seen 3 teams out of the play, but Buriram, they are on top of it this time. They've been quick to get
খুশি আর মারে বাপ গেমটা কঠিন সময় পাও দিতে রে, নালে আমি মাইটটা খাই দিলাম, পড়বি পড় হয়ে গেছিল কালার ভিতরা।
Here at match 9, and after this just 3 more games, and if anybody wants to get back on the race, make sure they're safe and sound. They need to deny the points to the top 4 teams.
Yeah, and I think in the worst case scenario, if a team really has no more chance, and this is probably when we get into match 5 and 6 for day 2, you can play spoilers.
Yeah.
You can ruin the chances. Kick someone out of top 4, force them to play 10 more games tomorrow.
There's already Gun Dynasty who have missed their mark today. They've not been able to perform in the first 2. They're already the 5th spot. Falcons, they should have been the
technical
best ones to take that first spot away,
technical
but that's not happened yet.
technical pause.
Right now, I mean, the situation gets worse for Gun Dynasty, right? The first 2 rounds, middle of the pack, just gently pushed out of top 4 by Evo. I say gently, but there was more. There's a double-digit difference. They just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And I think our panel did say, our host, Barney and Luti did mention that during the team walk-ins that the team that, finishes top of the group, they get the privilege of operating the Crusher. It's 2 keys, but still,
Yeah, those are 2 dreams.
You hold the dreams in the palm of your hands.
That's a lot. That's a lot for as a responsibility, but at the same time, to see your chances just being crushed, powdered down, and I don't think anybody would want it, but that's how Group A, that's how terrifying Group A has been since yesterday. And even Conchita mentioned this, right? Such a drastic change between Group A's performance on day 1 and day 2 of how teams have become tactical, strategic, thinking about their chances, thinking about the number of points they need, thinking about can they make it out and survive further.
Yeah, and I do enjoy the effort of some of the teams, some of the unproven regions. We saw TAG, but we put Pakistan in the conversation, Demons Prior, Paradox from Africa, Titan Gaming as well, DRS, basically those at the bottom. Even Aurora, they're coming out a little bit more harder. They're coming out with more aggression and sure, double-edged sword, but they're getting the work done, right? This is some of the initiative that I think took them some time to get used to, but now when the tension breaks, you see Demons Pride coming out with a couple of eliminations and they need to patch that up with the placement points.
I like that there is a little bit of a tension break also in this pause happening on stage. We ended up seeing the 6-7 and DRS. They have a total of 67 points.
We were literally talking about this, right? Like,
are we going to get an opportunity to be like,
BRU, they have 161 points,
Why
and
the
then we moved on the
technical
list and it was like, oh, DRS 6-7. Yeah, wish dreams do come true on this stage.
Yeah, for us as well. Something that we wished for earlier, it happens.
And it transcends generation. I think that is the best part right here. Of course, we are going to have it sorted out, and it's good that it's still in the first phase, right? I say in the first phase, we lost 3 teams. It's
and Kalahari,
and it's Kalahari.
It's very brutal on Kalahari as the grapple guns come in. It's an open terrain. Everybody just has an eye on you, even if you run away. Because we could see, right, the run coming in from Paradox's Sneaky. He was trying to move away from AGL as much as possible. Unfortunate, no vending machine. He was trying to confuse them, and it still did not work out because AGL, there was nothing that Sneaky could hide on.
Yeah.
Buildings clearly seen, windows all open, and whenever Sneaky jumped around, they could even spot him and eventually close the distance and put him down. So that's going to happen throughout the game of Kalahari for every team.
I was making an observation, and I wonder if we call for Moshi, will he wake up? Sir, you still have a couple more games to go. So no nap time for you guys. As you can see, I mean, I think the wait is going to be the more nerve-wracking part for these teams, right? It's also a matter of like you get into the groove, things are going well, and then someone slams on the brake.
I really like how the storyline itself for Group A has kind of shifted. When we started, we were kind of talking, I think this is going to be an easier decision made for us.
Right.
While we're going to be casting, the top 4 teams are already sitting there. They should be easily qualifying. Gun Dynasty in that top 4. But all of a sudden, things have changed. Falcons might have a chance. Evos have not found the best of points. Yes, they're sitting at a total of 141, but that's not completely pretty. If Gun Dynasty end up finding a big game, Evos don't. Evos get put out after having only 1 Booyah, and they still are not their defending champions, will be pushed to the survival stage. So much changing in Group A, completely unexpected.
I think it's a good time to also kind of expand on our earlier conversation about Gun Dynasty, right? Because we saw the interview. They don't feel the pressure. It feels like home. They are very confident and very warranted in the confidence off of day 1. But you also told me back in the green room that there's a good chance that GD falls out of top 4. And I want to expand on that.
Now, the main reason, right? This is something that I've seen in Circuit of Free Fire, that some of the teams have a lot of energy coming in, a lot of aggression, and it transcends into points. But day 2 is when they have to keep that consistency going on. But by that time, teams get exhausted. Their playbook falls short. That's the main factor to affect. To add on to that, that's where I thought Ali, they should have a chance today later in our Group B matches, just because they had aggression on the stage. Yes, they were not happy with the result because they also almost had a Booyah, but that also helps them refine those mistakes that they did yesterday, maybe to qualify today.
And again, the detail on the plaque, nothing is given, everything is earned, written in the native language of EVOS. In this case, it's Bahasa Indo, and it applies to across the entirety of EWC, across the game titles, and it's in the native language of the team that wins it. It'd be great to see it. Maybe in Portuguese, if a Brazilian team brings it back. There is a good chance that has been the
দেখেন
story.
মেকআপ
And
করেও
I
ব্রণ
think,
ঢাকা যায় না,
the
পরে
interesting
আলাদা
part is
চামড়া
always
লাগাইছে,
that
বাট
we
এগুলা
look
বাইশ
at
উঠছে।
the Thailand as the best region.
Yeah.
And that's only because we see them more often. But we get onto that world circuit, suddenly Brazil is in the conversation and the playbook completely changes. We even see the bullseyes kind of shift, right? At first it was just BRU. If we take BRU down, we own the world. But now it's the entirety of Thailand. Indonesia starts to step up. And I dare say South Asia, India, Nepal, Pakistan have a dang good chance of making something happen. But I mean, even for Demon's Pride, smiles on their face, completely different from the walk-in where they, where you know you can feel that nervousness. Now, I think they're just enjoying the moment, and maybe that's the best way to survive another day.
I think that's something while we were back in the green room, we all were talking, right? Some of the teams need to have some fun. Even Neptune mentioned this. You have to take these games at least with a bit of fun. If you don't, if there's too much in terms of thought put into it, a lot being, I would say, relayed between each other, a lot of talking that you should be doing this, this should have gone better. And all of those thoughts will eventually make you a lot more nervous, anxiety running high. That will end up messing your performance. And I think it's time to have a little bit of fun, to bring back the game that you use in your own region, where you top your region. That has to be brought back, that element. You have to isolate yourself. Like, I think that's what Gun Dynasty were channeled into yesterday. If they channel back that today, they should be back in the top 4 and pushing competition out.
Yeah, if we have seen TAG achieve that history for the region of India with that very first world stage booyah, I think Demon's Pride has a good chance, right?
Yes.
We were going through the narrative and you were telling me that, you know, as much as we see hot shot on the world stage 2 years in a row, Demon's Pride, you know, were technically the better team, but they just couldn't be the ones that qualify. Well, now they made it here.
Yes, they
made it here. And if they are the rightful ones, they're the ones that, you know, deserve that spot. It's a long time coming. Took them 3 years. Here they are. But so far the team feels like it has been slightly reoccurring, right? With the region still at the bottom, and I'm looking at Demon's Pride to change that.
One more region to change this fact
এটা
is
কিভাবে
going
অফ
to be
করে ভাই
Bangladesh. I want to see that in
টেকনিক্যাল পোস্ট
Esports Club. They're the giants of
ওয়া
the
হাউ
region. Even
ভাই
expected straw hats, but as of now it's
জায়গা
not
থেকেই
worked out.
পোস্ট
But
করে
now
দেয়
the last one,
কেউ খেলতেই পারবে না
BZB gets picked out, and that's going to be an end for Loud Sneakers here on Kalahari.
টিসি একটা কিল পাইছে
When we look at the replay here, but now
So,
just had
and,
no way out, and that
Gun
was
Dynasty
the
এর উপর
wipeout
চার্জ
on the Gun
চালাইছিল
Dynasty as well. That is a major setback.
মারাত্মক এই মুহূর্তে টিসিটা থাকবে আরো একটা টিম বিদায় নিয়েছে বাট এই মুহূর্তে ব্রুরা চার্জ চালিয়েছে ডিআরএস গেমিং এর উপর গেট হাই ওয়াসানা এন্ড সোয়েনা
Loud actually got picked off screen.
Yeah. Last player, just as the game resumed, the player got picked off, did not have a chance to go in for a revive. And this is how
ভাই
brutal as
ভাই
we get
ভাই
to the
প্লিজ
halfway mark.
প্লিজ
At
প্লিজ
least
পুরো চারো সাইড দিয়ে আটকে দিতে ভাই
but they're already
টিসি
at
রে
match 9,
পুরো
3 more
চারো
games
সাইড দিয়ে
left,
আটকে দিতে শেষ
deciding the fate of whether
সার্কেল
they
তো
qualify
পাইছে বাট
directly into the
শেষ
finals or they'll be pushed
টিসি
to the survival
শেষ
stage or completely knocked
সার্কেল
out of the
বুঝে
tournament itself.
সার্কেলটা
But
ধরেছিল
still,
টিসি
Loud's
বাট তারা এখন
who
পুরো
was there with an interview on stage, still being
নাউজিল্লা
the
হয়ে যাবে আই
player
থিংক
at the
চার্জ
second spot with the most
চলবে নেজাদের
eliminations
উপর
next to
চার্জ এসে
Russia at
পড়েছে
33.
নেজাদকে টেক
That says a
ডাউন
lot about Loud.
কনফার্ম করে দেওয়া হবে রাহাতকেও অ্যান্ড টিসি থেকে লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট থাকবে কুটুস তিনি র্যাফিনারির দিকে মুভ করছেন র্যাফিনারিতে আই থিংক কোনো টিম নেই এটাই সুযোগ রিভাইভ করার প্লিজ প্লিজ গো ফাস্ট প্লিজ গো ফাস্ট মোর্সের ইউজ করবে কুটুস অ্যান্ড উপরে উঠে গিয়েছে টোকেনটা বাড়িয়ে দেবে রিভাইভ প্রচেষ্টা চালাতে চায় রিভাইভ আই থিংক হয়ে যাবে ডিপি ডায়মন্ডস প্রাইড এই মুহূর্তে টিসি আবারও কাম ব্যাক এন্ড ডিপি ডায়মন্ডস প্রাইড দেখতে পাচ্ছি এই মুহূর্তে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালদের সাথে মুখোমুখি হবে এন্ড ডায়মন্ডস প্রাইড বলা যায় টোটালি শেট ডাউন হওয়ার পথে ডিপি টপ 16 থাকবে রিভাইভ প্রসেস চালিয়ে দিয়েছেন জাজিকে রিভাইভ করে দেবেন একদম পারফেক্ট মোমেন্টে রিভাইভটা করেছেন ডায়মন্ডস প্রাইড এই মুহূর্তে বাট অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালকে জাস্ট দেখুন তারা কিভাবে ভাই এত সুন্দরভাবে লোকেশন কিভাবে জাস্ট ভাই ওদের ট্যাকটিক্সটা দেখেন ভাই এইটা কি একটা ট্যাকটিক্স দেখাইলো অসাধারণ অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল আমার মনে হচ্ছে লোকেশন ইউজ করবে এত সুন্দরভাবে ট্যাকটিক্স দেখাইছে যাই হোক অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি টপ 8 টিমস এখন আছে অরোরা সুন্দরভাবে সেফলি খেলার ট্রাই করছেন লং জাম্প ছিল এই মুহূর্তে and সায়েন্সের দিকে মুভ করেছে টিম অরোরা and ফ্যালকন and ইভো সেই মুহূর্তে ফাইটটা জুড়ে নিয়েছেন ফ্যালকন ইভো। দেখা যাক কারা কি করেন। ফ্যালকনদের উপর হামলা, দুর্দান্ত ইনগট এই মুহূর্তে কোনোভাবে ছাড় দিতে চায় না। ও ফ্যালকন কেরোরো মুখের সামনে থেকে চলে যাচ্ছে। কেরোরো এন্ড উড়ে যাচ্ছে পাখি কেরোরো। দেখা যাক কেরোরো এই মুহূর্তে চার্জ করার জন্য ইভোস দৌড়ে গিয়েছেন, উপরে উঠে গিয়েছেন এন্ড মোর্সের ইউজ করেও কোনো পাত্তা পাচ্ছেন না কেরোরো। অনেকটাই সার্ভাইভ করেছেন। এই মুহূর্তে কি কাউন্টার অ্যাটাক একটা দিয়ে দেবেন কিনা? কেরোরো কাউন্টার দেওয়ার জন্য প্রস্তুত, দেখা যাক। বাট রেই এই মুহূর্তে ভালো ড্যামেজ ডিল করেছে, কেরোরোকে টেক ডাউন করেছে। বাট ফ্যালকনের আরো একটি অ্যাথলেট এই মুহূর্তে ভালোভাবেই প্রপারলি লিমিট তিনি সরে দাঁড়াতে পেরেছেন। বাট অরোরা এই মুহূর্তে ফ্যালকনের অরোরার জোন এন্ড ফ্যালকনের লিমিট দুইজন কিন্তু একসাথেই ছিল। বাট ও মাই গড, পারফেক্ট টাইম। বাট লিমিট এই মুহূর্তে লিমিটকে রিভাইভ করে দিয়েছে ভাই। লিমিট কিন্তু রিভাইভ করে দিয়েছে একদম পারফেক্ট মোমেন্টে, না হলে এখনই উপরওয়ালার নামে চলে গিয়েছিল। বাট অরোরা এবং ইভোস এই মুহূর্তে মুখোমুখি হতে পারে। টিইসি রা কোথায় আছে? টিইসি আমরা টিইসি কে ম্যাপে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। যাই হোক অরোরাকে দেখতে পারবো এই মুহূর্তে। অরোরা ইভোসদের দেখে নিয়েছে, এখন সার্কেল সুইং হওয়া শুরু করেছে। সার্কেল এই মুহূর্তে ড্যামেজ দেওয়া শুরু করবে। বাট ইভোসকে দেখুন পুরো পজিশনে, আবাস ইনবোর্ড এন্ড রাশিয়া অরোরাকে কোনোভাবেই বের হতে দেবে না, এরকম একটা পজিশন তারা নিয়েছে। আমরা টিসি কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, তারা কিন্তু ওল্ড হ্যাম্পটনের পাশেই আই থিংক সেদিকে ডিআরএস গেমিং এর লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট থাকবে। বাট ইভোস এই মুহূর্তে ফাইটটা ইগনোর করেছে, যেহেতু সার্কেল সুইং করবে তো অবশ্যই একটা সার্কেলের পজিশন ধরতে হবে। ভুল ডিসিশন নেওয়া যাবে না, কারণ অরোরা কিন্তু লং জাম্প এই যে জাম্প করছে, সুন্দর একটা জাম্প করছে। বাট তারা লেফট রাইট সাইড সব দেখে নিচ্ছে। বাট ডেমন স্প্রাইড এই মুহূর্তে ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করেছে। কাদের সাথে আসলে ফাইট করছে ডেমন স্প্রাইড? বাট ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড এই মুহূর্তে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড এই মুহূর্তে উঠে গিয়েছেন। বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড বুড়িরাম রে বারবার ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড বলার কারণ মেইন রিজন হলো আমাদের এখানে স্পট নিয়ে খেলতো ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড, তাদের ট্যাগ ছিল ব্রু, তো আমি বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড কেও ব্রাদার্স ইউনাইটেড বলতেছি। যাই হোক এই মুহূর্তে বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, মশি ড্যামেজ লিডার এন্ড টিসি ব্লেড কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। ডিআরএস গেমিং দের উপর চার্জ চালিয়েছে। ডিআরএস টিসি ব্লেড কে টেক ডাউন করা হয়েছে। ভাই কি একটা অবস্থা এখানে। ডিআরএস গেমিং এর সাথে ডিআরএস গেমিং একটা টিম হইলো ভাই। নেজাদ এন্ড কুটুস আরো একবার রিভাইভ প্রসেস চালানোর জন্য যাচ্ছে ঘুরে ম্যাচের 11 মিনিট শেষ। এখন ব্লেড যদি রিভাইভ হয়ে নামে তাহলে নামবে কোথায়? ব্লেডকে রিভাইভ দেওয়া হয়েছে। আর একটি অ্যাথলেট রাহাসকে রিভাইভ দিতে পারবে কিনা সেটা দেখার বিষয়। বাট টিসি কি করতেছে এই ম্যাচে? কোনো এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নেই, পজিশন তো এখন পর্যন্ত বানাইতে পারে নাই। এখনো 8টি টিম আছে।
And it's a scary thought if you are Titan Esports Club in this point of time. But I guess blessing in disguise is that DP
and DRS দেখেন just TC রে খায়া DRS টা এখন পুরো সার্কেল করে দিয়েছে। এই DRS দের খাইতে পারলেই কাজের কাজ হয়ে যেত। TC আর কিছু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টও থাকতো।
Buriram on the other end, they find Demon Sprite. We were just talking about them need points. Aswab gets eliminated. And if that continues, a lot more problem. It seems like Buriram are also spotting Titan Esports Club Rahat. That'll also be quickly picked up by Moshi. On the other end, Aurora on Falcons. Buriram finally going in for a full
Buriram and Demon Sprite মাদার আরো কিছু টিম এখন এলিমিনেট হয়ে যাও বাজান। টিসি আগে যেন এলিমিনেট না হয়। ডেমন স্প্রাইট শেষ, আরো কিছু টিম #T4 লিড করে যাতে টিসি সেরকম ভাবে টিম 4 জন অ্যাথলেটই আছে। বাট ওদের শেষ হতে ভাই সময় লাগে না, সেকেন্ডের মধ্যে ওয়াইফাই। বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড অলরেডি 17 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম করেছেন। ইভোস ডিভাইন 11 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট। যাই হোক এই মুহূর্তে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব শেষ মুহূর্তে একটা ভালো পজিশন ধরে যদি কিছু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিতে পারে তাহলেই বেটার হবে। টিসি কুতুস আর নেজাত তারা ধীরে ধীরে অগ্রসর হচ্ছে সার্কেলের দিকে। আমাদের ড্যামেজ ডিল করা হচ্ছে। হচ্ছে ইভোস রাশিয়া থেকে, এন্ড কুটুসকেও লোকেট করে নেওয়া হয়েছে। রাহাতকে জাস্ট দেখুন চুক্তি মেরে বসে আছে রাহাত। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল এখানে এদিকেই মুভ করছে, বাট ব্লেডকে দেখুন শুয়ে আছে। ব্লেড এন্ড রাহাত দুইজন দুই পাশে, মানে টিসি শেষ হতে সময় লাগবে না ভাই। টিসি কুটুস ডিআরএস আলো, ও মাই গড, টেক ডাউন তুলছে, কনফার্ম কর, কনফার্ম, বাট নেজাত তুইলা ফেলেছে রাশিয়া। রাহাত
and try to see if they could
নেজাত
spot someone in the
কনফার্ম করে
meanwhile.
দিয়েছে রাশিয়া।
Distance Boltmaker being spotted, that's going to be Evo's fighting for elimination.
আর কিছু এই মুহূর্তে বিদায় না নাকি ফ্যালকনের জাস্ট দেখেন, ফ্যালকনের একটা অ্যাথলেট এখন পর্যন্ত বিদায় নিতেছে না ভাই। কি কি মানে কি শুরু করছে ওরা? আগে টিসি যাইবো না, এটাই আসলে বুঝতে পারতেছি আমি।
Finding elimination and also helping out AGAL in the mix.
ভাই অন্য টিমরা যাও, বাজান বিদায় নাও, বিদায় নাও, বিদায় নাও, বিদায় নাও। টিমটা এক লগে গুছাইতে পারতেছে না টিসি এই ম্যাচটার মধ্যে।
Could be confirmed if they remove Ray, but Ray gets picked back up
Evo's
Cypher
Ray.
instantly with a double up and putting immense pressure on the Evo's Divine, forcing those blue walls out. Russia has already ran out of that. Defenses dwindling for Evos. AGAL
ইভোসের উপর রয়্যাল গেমার্স গ্লোবালের হামলা। অরোরাল রোটেট করছে ইভোসের দিকে, টিসি কুটুস থাকবে সামনে, কুটুসকে মানে খায়া দিবে, কুটুসকে খায়া দিছে অলরেডি। টিম ফ্যালকন এলিমিনেট। আরো কিছুক্ষণ প্লিজ, ব্লেড এন্ড রাহাত আরো কিছুক্ষণ হোল্ড করো। এখানে অনেকগুলো টিম, কোনো টিমেরই ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ার থাকবে না। অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল আর ইভোস এই দুইটা টিম ভাই। অরোরা যাইতাছে জুন, ব্লেড মারা খাইছ না। এই সুন্দর টাইম, পারফেক্ট টাইম গাড়ি পড়ার পারফেক্ট টাইম, নইলে এমনই মারাটা খাইতো ব্লেড। ও মাই গড, বাচ্চা গেছে। যাই হোক, বাট ব্লেড মানে আগে বইটা দিতে। রাহাত থাকবে লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট, রাহাত আরো কিছুক্ষণ ওয়েট কর ভাই। অনেকগুলো টিমের অ্যাথলেট নাই, অনেকগুলো টিম শাটডাউন হবে। ব্রু, ইভোস, রাহাত প্লিজ, রাহাত সুন্দর, রাহাত। অরোরা গেমিং ও শেষ, টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব ও শেষ। হ্যাশট্যাগ 3 করতে ভাই, হ্যাশট্যাগ 3 করতে নাকি 2 4 হ্যাশট্যাগ 4 রাতে শেষ টাইমে একটা কিল নিছে না আই থিংক ভাই। এটা কোনো কথা? এইসব মানে ওই অ্যাথলেটটা আসলে রাতে দেখেই নাই, কি একটা ব্যাপার। বাট again বুইয়া from the side of all gamers global। বলছিলাম যে গত দিনে কিন্তু তারা কোনো বুইয়া পায়নি, না এই দিনে কিন্তু তারা বুইয়ার জন্য অবশ্যই মরিয়া হয়ে থাকবে, কারণ সেটাই তারা করছে। 3টি ম্যাচে 2টি বুইয়া অলরেডি কনফার্ম করে নিয়েছে। ব্লেড কি করলো ভাই? ব্লেডের ধার চলে গেছে ভাই, ব্লেডের ধার দিতে ব্লেড যতটা অ্যাগ্রেশন নিয়ে বাংলাদেশ লবিতে খেলে, এই অ্যাগ্রেশনটা আমি দেখি না ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে ব্লেডের। দেন কুটুসের সেই সাপোর্ট, কুটুস তো এখন স্নাইপার প্লেয়ার হিসেবে খেলতেছে। আসলে ব্লেডের জন্য সাপোর্ট হিসেবে কুটুস ইজ বেটার, কুটুস সেই সাপোর্টটা দিতে পারলে। কিকার যদি থাকতো এই বছর তাহলে অবশ্যই একটা ডিফারেন্ট কিছু হতো। কিকার থাকলে, স্নাইপার থাকলে, ব্যাকবোন হিসেবে কিকার বেস্ট, দেন সাপোর্টার কুটুস ভালোভাবে সাপোর্টটা দিতে পারতো ব্লেডকে, এটা একটা বেস্ট সিনারিও হয়ে যেত ভাই। ব্লেডের অ্যাগ্রেশনও আমরা দেখতে পারতাম। আমরা একবার ম্যাচ দেখে দেখে ফেলবো।
Looking forward to placement points, looking forward to Booyah is what you have to ideate, especially as you make it to the champion rush.
Yeah, let's listen to what AGL has to say.
มาดิงานสลิงปีนตายหมดตัวเพื่อนโอ้ยเหี้ยกู
আমরা মাইক চেক দেখতে পারতাম।
Cool calm collected. It's a bit of a stretch of the arms. Just another day in the office for AGL.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were very hasty or there was a lot of rapid comms, if I could say it.
Yeah, it's just like
connected.
We get the booyah.
Next match,
There's a
Purgatory.
man here, that's about it. That's I think the basic understanding we got.
I think so too. I mean, these boys have been together for quite a long
that's true.
time. Took a while to kind of assemble. Well, it didn't take that long
Titan
to
Esports
assemble the
Club
squad, but it took a
already
while to really build that
detailing.
chemistry. It's paying off. I mean, 32 points.
Yes, দেখেন 5 নাম্বার টিমও 9 পয়েন্ট
Dream to even
জাপান
hit 30
লর অল
points in a
গেমার
single
গ্লোবাল
round.
ইভোস
Usually
এন্ড
these
বুরিরাম
are
ইউনাইটেড
the
ওরাই নিস
sort of the deal breakers. This is what
ডিআরএস
decides
গেমিং অরোরা
who
গেমিং
wins the
টাইটান
championship or
স্পোর্টস
who
ক্লাব
gets ahead
9
of
পয়েন্ট
the
ভাই এই
curve.
ম্যাচটাই যদি কোনোভাবে
AGL, they come in 32, but we
15
did talk
কি
about Evos.
20
27
পয়েন্ট
points,
নিতে
not too
পারতো
shabby.
তাহলে
BRU
একটা
26, the front runners are
ভালো
still there.
কিছু আশা করা যেত
Opportunities
বাট
for
এখন আই
everybody.
থিংক
On the other end, if you look at the bottom page,
team
Demon Sprite, they did have a little bit of a lift off, 7 total points, 4 elimination. Loud Sneakers, their opportunities are getting
Titan Esports
pushed
Club
out by
has
some of the
9
teams.
goals,
The fights,
I
especially
think
between
so.
Falcons as well as Evos, is troubling them, and they're getting eliminated a little too early. However, one thing that we've been talking about, right? Thailand taking away the trophy, even on the world stages, even here on EWC, even Indonesian teams now rising up the ranks. But AGL, they've been winning in the region. They want to get a big trophy, a global one. Can they do it? Looking at how now they've built up on day 2, there is a storyline that could be written.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the players, and I think even Gun Dynasty are starting to feel the heat, right? Like
দেখেন
3 rounds in a row.
রাহাত আর ব্লেড আর আগে চলে যেত
They were tailing behind
জায়গায়
BRU. We
ইভোসের
talked
বাধাটা
about if
হয়েছে
we
এই
put
গাড়িটা
these points
ড্রপ করা
aside, technically Gun Dynasty
নাহলে
is the better
টাইটান
team
স্পোর্টস
compared
ক্লাব
to
আরো আগে
BRU
চলে
because
যেত
they have no booyahs
আল্লাহর
compared to
ওয়াস্তে
the 3 that BRU has. But I think right now we have a bigger problem, a bigger question for them, right?
Yeah.
Is day one it? Is that it? 'Cause we got 3 more games coming up.
পজিশন এই ম্যাচে ভালো ছিল টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের বাট
Their approach, because they still have a chance
তাদের
with 3 more games left here for
এলিমিনেশন
Group A.
পয়েন্ট নেই ফায়ার
There's an
পাওয়ার
opportunity,
নেই
but
বললেই
looking at
চলে
how
থার্ড নেই
these
ফায়ার
teams
পাওয়ারে
are fighting, right? Especially the Southeast
সেই
Asian
থার্ডটা
teams,
বাংলাদেশ
they are going all
লবিতে
guns
যেমন থার
blazing.
থাকে
They're
সেরকম
looking
থার
unstoppable,
থাকলো
and they're not giving points to anybody to
তাহলে
even
না কাজ
approach for.
হতো
And that is unfortunately not giving them an opportunity to look forward to a lot more. However, opportunities right across this breather for everybody.
Barney and Ludi, we accept your challenge here in Kadia City at the Golf Predetermined Tournament. Lace and Glitter, we are going to challenge you and beat your score, but not without a prize.
Yeah, you know, it feels like it might be a little bit rigged in favor for Barney, but I really want the prize Lace is talking about because we are going to get an EWC 2026 custom printed t-shirt with our name on it, or the name of the winner, really, you know. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, and we want to win because we love competition. So let's fire away, Glitter. Come on, stand over here. Get the position down. We have to beat these boys. All right, looking great. Play golf. Ready? Okay, 9, 8, 7, 6. Don't be nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2. Got to beat the boys. All right, she's got some incredible form here, and all she needs to do is aim for the flag. Not too much
আমরা এখন
power in the
খেলা
positioning
দেখবো
here, but it
কি
looks
খেলা
like it's
বলে
going directly there. A fair bit of power
Golf.
behind it. This looks like a good one.
অ্যাকুরেসি 95
Okay, I'm actually pretty proud of that. I'm not mad about that 90.5. That does put me above Barney. Lace, I know you can do the same. It does help to limber up a bit, you know? And the tips that I found is, you know, just ignore the audience, okay? Yep, not too much power, not too little power. Just the right amount. Yeah. Keep your eye on the ball. Envision it going towards the pin. You can do this, Lace. We gotta show the boys. Oh, it's looking good. No, it's okay. It's getting close. Rolling in. Oh! You did beat Ludi. You did beat Ludi, though, to be fair. Not too shabby, Lace.
I mean, look, as long as we beat them, that's fine. But of course, we want to challenge our next people. We're looking at you, Seven and Neptune. Are you up for the challenge?
We're definitely up for that challenge. Don't you worry, we'll be able to beat the scores that you guys were able to beat. But one team that's currently challenging everybody is none other than AG. Because my gosh, this squad has now gotten 2 booyahs.
আমরা আবারও সেই স্ক্রিন চলে এসেছি এই মুহূর্তে
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're focusing on the south stay, making sure that it is clear out of the area, and even contending off those rotation if someone will be coming in. And one thing that they did, especially in the previous game, is in the 5th circle, the moment that it counts down to 5th circle closing in, they triggered that bolt maker, the lightning zone. So it's a threat to everyone and also damage them. So with all those damage, they can also spot out the opponent, and it gives them more of a leeway so that they will not be rushed in. So smart move coming from AJAL so that they can get that booyah.
I love that we have one of the best analysts here for Free Fire, none other than Neptune, being able to break down all the rotations, the skills in the game. How about we break down that booyah curse? Because Tag ended up being affected by that one. Hopefully AG is not going to be affected by it here coming up.
I guess there's a lot of things that they need to change right now, and just to get away from that booyah
এখন
curse.
হয়তো আমরা আমাদের চতুর্থ ম্যাচে মুভ করব কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই
Do you think AG AL is going to be affected by the booyah curse or no?
I don't think so. There is a chance that they want a title. We've been talking about their counterparts,
আমাদের
right? They've
চতুর্থ
been
ম্যাচ
taking these
শুরুর
titles, the
পথে
global ones, the world stages, and AGA
চলেন মুভ করা
always been
যাক
getting
আমাদের
closer.
ফোর্থ
Have been
ম্যাচের
getting the
দিকে
hashtag twos, but finally, is this the stage? Esports World Cup 2026, all gamers global, actually go global.
I mean, I would say they are already global, but it's about cementing themselves on that stage. Funnily enough, the
টিম
first
তাদের
and only
ড্রপ
world
অনুযায়ী
trophy,
ড্রপ
global trophy
করছে
that they have was on the category of
আমাদের
class
টাইটান
squad. But we know
স্পোর্টস
the
ক্লাব
motherlode, the
কোথায়
holy
চলে
grail is battle royale. That's where the spirit
এখন
of Free
পর্যন্ত ড্রপ
Fire
করেনি ড্রপ
is
করে নিয়েছে
initially
টিম
sold
টিসি
from the start of time. I think for AJL,
ব্রাদার
very good
ব্রুরিডম
chance.
ইউনাইটেড
Cypher
এন্ড
now second in
টিসি
terms of
কেন
most
বারবার
eliminations.
একই পাশে কেন
Tailing
যায়
behind
আমি
the
বুঝি
Wonder
না
Kid, who is in first
এই
place,
যে
but
ব্রু এখান থেকে
overtaking
একটা
Trap,
লং জাম্প
who
দিল আই
unfortunately
থিংক
was wiped out pretty early on.
টিসি
But
রেখে
we
দেন
still
ব্রাজিলেতে
cannot
ঢুকবে
look past the fact that snipers
হ্যাঁ
are pretty important
বলাই
as
যায়
top 3
যেমন
most damage
প্রাইডের টপ
all in
16
the sniper role.
নেজাতের
As we head
পাশে
to Purgatory, it seems
the
like
kill
the
আমরা
flight
দেখতে
path
পারি কিনা
had its own course of flight,
TRS and
completely
Demons
southern
Friday
favored.
একটা
However, still
gone.
teams managed to make their way around the field.
It's now loud and নিজের উপর ফ্যালকন এর পিনার হামলা and পিনার উপরও হামলা এসেছে দেখে খেলতে হবে
Trap will be able to get back next. So 2 eliminations for Falcons, and on the other end, we did end up seeing fights that Falcon want to now stand tall on against Loud, and Loud with those eliminations, as they managed to grab on one, can they find more? Gun Dynasty, they're against Demon's Pride, but as we see the feed as well, it seems like Team Apex Gaming are now, they're breaking their own curse. They found an opening against Aurora.
I want to see the earlier pep talk just now is going to bring
now
some
আমরা
life to the GG.
Demons Pride কে দেখতে পারবো
So far, doesn't seem to be
এলিমিনেশন
the case.
চলতে
Demon's Pride standing tall.
লাউড
But there is
ফ্যালকন
response, but now
টিপি
yesterday he stepped up and now he is stepping up finally
ডাইনাস্টি কেও
after
দেখতে পাচ্ছি ও এই মোমেন্টে গান ডাইনাস্টি কে কিলটা তুলে নিলাম ডেমন্স
exactly
প্রাইড
what
ব্যাড
Gun
লাক
Dynasty needs.
And with
মাদারা
Gun Dynasty back in a play like this, there's an opportunity that they stand a chance to get back to the top 4. A lot more competition getting spiced up just for that position to the final. Demon's Pride, they want to be a part of it, but they're getting hit upon, they're getting taken down, their exchanges are not working their
আর
way,
এই
they're
সাইডে
unable to
দেখতে
find much,
পাচ্ছি
but still,
টিনা
even though the last player is surviving, they've managed to get 3. But we spoke about this earlier, a replay where Falcons and Loud were exchanging blows one after another. And I can see, it seems like Loud did manage to get 1 elimination. However, Falcons had a better of it, get a total of 4.
বোম্বা চলে
We
বোম্বা
even saw
চলে বোম
Paradox Gaming having a pep talk as well during the intermission. And I think the expressions has changed, right? We look back at some of the player reactions after round 3. Reality is starting to set in that this could be the 3rd last game for some of them, and certainly
দেখতে পাচ্ছি অরোরা গেমিং অলরেডি এলিমিনেটেড
twice today.
Yeah.
Out of 4 matches, 2 of them is Aurora Gaming being the first one to leave.
Aurora, yes, they don't look super dicey on points, that they will be pushed out. And their key being crushed, they should make it to the survival stage, but they're not better their chances and let it to the fate of other teams' performance.
টিসিকে দেখা গিয়েছে কোনো একটা মহাজাগতিক রাইট নাও পুরো ম্যান পাওয়ার নিয়ে সবগুলো টিম আছে গান ডাইনাস্টি তারা রিকল প্রসেস চালাচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে ডেভিড রিভাইভ হয়ে নামছে অপোজিটে বি অ্যান্ড এল এক্স ওয়াই ওয়াই তার সামনে দিয়ে গাড়ি নিয়ে চলে গেল অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল এই মুহূর্তে কল অবশ্যই পেয়েছে গান ডাইনাস্টি সে অ্যাথলেট অ্যান্ড অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালরা জাস্ট দেখুন কিভাবে মুভ করছে কিভাবে একদম গান ডাইনাস্টির গান पे मार देगा ऐसे ही पोजीशन में जंप करके अरे भाई এত সুন্দর এত প্রপার পজিশন কেমনে বুঝে ভাই হিটলিস মারা ছিল নাকি অপোজিটে ইভোসের রাশিয়ার উপর হামলা লাওস থেকে টিসি দুইটা এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কনফার্ম দেখলাম মাত্রই ব্লু থেকে ওয়াসানাকে রিভাইভ করা হয়েছে হোয়ার ইজ টিসি ডিআরএস গেমিং কে টপকে যেতে হবে টিসিরা হাত জয়নাকে তুলে নিয়েছে ব্লু ওরে ভাই ব্লুর সাথে ফাইট করতেছে
at least at the Esports World Cup.
Wow.
To send the Wonder Kid out on
ব্লুরে খেলা দিতেছে টিসি ভাই আপনারা নোটিফিকেশন দেখেন ভাই ওইটাই ক্যাম্পটা দেনা ভাই ওয়াসান আবার জয়নাকে রিভাইভ দিছে আমি তো ভাই নোটিফিকেশনের দিকে তাকিয়ে আছি
That flash freeze almost looked like he would be able to find two. Abax, nice try over there, but quick recovery coming in from Limit. And even Neptune mentioned we have to see Limit X7 performing. Snipers have been the recent meta and he has to step up for the team. We've not seen the best coming in from his end yet.
Loud ke
And maybe
dekte
Falcons rise up to that occasion.
Falcon kero
Even
upor hamla
Yusuf
Loud
was talking to the Falcons and it seems like it's not yet working.
down করে দিয়েছেন but right now Loud নিককে দেখতে পাচ্ছি নিক এই মুহূর্তে টেক ডাউন তোলার চেষ্টা ইভোলস রাশিয়া রাশিয়া কয়বার মারা খেলো এই জায়গায়
one of the top stars as well from Brazil. Him and Traps, in fact. Let me say, we did see, you know, a bit of a stat there. And then for me, by so far this game, being the field medic and making sure that his team continuously stays alive in this,
now going
in this match.
Loud
There's a good
BJP.
chance that they run into Loud Snickers. We'll have to see if GD have found something within them. So far, I mean, haven't really gotten much done this game. And we saw them get up to a good start, you know, 3 eliminations.
right now প্রত্যেকটা টিমের প্রত্যেকটা অ্যাথলেটই বেঁচে আছে ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ারের সাথে
the toughest part, honestly, sitting through the entire lobby.
Falcon versus Loud.
Exit early.
All gamers are global versus Paradox Gaming. Paradox Gaming এর কপালই খারাপ ওরা বারবার সেই অল গেমার গ্লোবালদের মুখোমুখি একটা ভালো টিমের মুখোমুখি হচ্ছে যাই হোক এই মুহূর্তে 12 এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্টটা কনফার্ম করলেন আবার প্যারাডক্স রিভাইভ করলেন প্যারাডক্স কিন্তু রিভাইভও হচ্ছে অপোজিটে ফ্যালকন কেরোরও কিন্তু অন ফায়ারকে রিভাইভ করে দিয়েছে রাইট নাও স্ক্রিনে দেখতে পাচ্ছি 12 কিন্তু রিকভার করছে লাউডের বিজেপি ড্রপ করতেছে ইসি এন্ড অরোরা গেমিং অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল আই থিংক একই সাইডে তারা আছে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল ভাই এইটারে খাইতে এইটারে যদি খাইতে পারে নেগেটিভ ইয়ান বনে যাব তো লংয়ে আছে ব্লেড রাহাত নেজাত সব শেষ রাহাত শেষ কোস্টের অবস্থাটা কোস্টের পিছু নিয়েছে আরেকজন গাড়ি দিয়ে টিজি করতে ভাই ভাই সামনে ট্যাগ আছে সামনে ট্যাগ আছে ভাই এই জিপ্লেন ধরিস না এই জিপ্লেন ধরিস না ঠিক আছে সুন্দর পরে বয়ে থাক চুপ মেরে বয়ে থাক সামনে যা সামনে যা সামনে যা সামনে চিপাই যে ক্যাম্পকর
as well as all gamers global and survive for the time being.
Gotta play for placements now. Kutush calming with the rest of his team. He does have coins. Now he needs that vending machine. Purgatory is one of the bigger maps we have. And that makes it very, very hard to navigate with no vehicles.
All gamers global ka laga arekta team er fight hob pehle to ora shuru
to make
hoye
things worse, AJAL still prowling nearby. Look at the rotations. Evo's Esports the very bottom. BRU still holding on to Korea.
DRS and Aurora Gaming their top corner সুযোগ আছে হাতে.
The favorite drop spot, in fact. We should expect a rotation through Marble Worlds in just a little bit as Limit picks up Nyx again.
During rotations, even Gun Dynasty right now, they picked up a total of 7 eliminations. Benel, while we saw him being the medic, he's also managed to get 5 eliminations of his own. That's how brilliant he is. And what a play coming in from Rahat here. A quick replay from Titan Esports Club. A quick drive-by, putting the player out, getting an extra elimination. Gun Dynasty, they have to find a lot more as such as we just witnessed. But on the other end, it seems like Team Apex Gaming were about to go for the fight, but they're stuck in between two teams. On one end, we see DRS, on the other, that's Demon Sprite. So it's a sandwich situation. They have to get out of it very soon.
I think Paradox also switching it up. This is
All
one of the few
gamers
games that
কিন্তু
they
ঘুরা
are able to
পুশের দিকে যেতে চায়
really not get into any altercations early on, which is something that they've been trying to avoid. DRS in the crosshairs of David. Yeah, the shot's gonna be good. Gotta hit harder, gotta be a bit more sharper. Missed opportunity there for Gun Dynasty. But now having 6 out of the 8 eliminations for the team. TEC gets full revive. I think Gun Dynasty's next target is going to be on DRS.
Look at this quick switch that they did. Went to the drop and then they told what was available and sent
The team গুলো recover হচ্ছে team Titan Esports Club.
Seems like communication in this game is coming into play.
আরেকটা প্লেয়ার আছে এটা রিকল দিলেই হবে
However,
আবারও ব্রুর সামনে ভাই ওদের আসলে শান্তি নাই টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবে আর টিম ভাই কিভাবে খালি খালি জায়গা পায় সুন্দরভাবে ঢুকে একটা টিম পায় একটা টিম দেখা দেয় আর বাংলাদেশি টিম অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল গো মুখোমুখি যতবার হইলো একবারও ফাইট বাই করতে পারলাম
DRS, Team Apex Gaming and Demon Sprite.
Even Gun Dynasty has a very good chance. In fact, I think TAG are in the toughest spot in the center. We just see a knockdown early on. Recovery shouldn't be an issue. BRU now see moving to TEC off screen. But I think even for DRS, they have a very good chance of holding back not just Gun Dynasty, causing some damage to Falcons and Evos if the rotation is right.
So crucial rotations as we are getting closer to the last few games of Group A. Everybody's trying to bite time. Everybody's trying to bite their own play. Figure out what's the best approach. While we all were thinking at the start of the day, hey, top 4 teams, they will be safe and sound. They do not have to be worried about. They're slowly trying to get worried. Except for Buriram as well as All Gamers Global.
Yeah, those two, I think, without a shadow
right now পুটুস কে কিন্তু আবার রিভাইভ করা হয়েছে ব্লেড কে তুলে নেওয়া হয়েছে ভাই অল গেমার গ্লোবাল গো আশেপাশেই কিন্তু নামান লাগবো দেখছস পারতাছস না বাট না ওগো লগেই মারামারি করব ওগো লগেই ওগো মারামারি করব এই বাল বারা নাই বাল মালাই দে যাই হোক এই মুহূর্তে টিসি অল দ্য বেস্ট
better yet high ground advantage that puts them within range of proximity of Paradox Gaming, and I think the second binoculars have confirmed that. There is Falcons there though.
And Falcons are already busy enough.
Paradox এর উপর হামলা স্নাইপে লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট স্নাইপে স্নাইপে খেতে পারবে না স্নাইপে আবার রিভাইভ করে দিয়েছে টিম রিককে এমনটার রাহাত কে দেখলাম স্নাইপারকে লোকেট করা হয়েছে স্নাইপার শট কানেক্ট করা হবে স্নাইপার আকাশে চলে যাবে and all gamers global versus falcon এই মুহূর্তে একটা হেড টু হেড ব্যাটল হবে বলা যায় এই মুহূর্তে all gamers global এর falcon এর একটা প্লেয়ার কে উড়িয়ে দিয়েছে কনফার্ম করে দিয়েছে all gamers থেকে দুইটা ম্যান পর এই মুহূর্তে টেক ডাউন অবস্থায় বাট রিভাইভ প্রসেস চালাচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে সাইফা এন্ড বারোস কে রিভাইভ দেওয়া হয়েছে সাইফা মেন্ডেস এন্ড বারোস রিভাইভ হয়ে গেছে রিকভার করছে রাইট নাও সাইফা এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে পুরো দমে পুরো গতিতে এই মুহূর্তে পুরোপুরি শেট ডাউন করতে চায় গান ডাইনাস্টি অলরেডি গন আরো কিছু টিম গন হলে আই থিংক টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব একটা ভালো কামব্যাক দিতে পারবে ম্যানপর গুলোকে ভালোভাবে গুছিয়ে নিতে পারলে ফ্যালকন লিমিট কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি সাইফা ফিনা ফ্যালকন অন ফায়ার দেখা যাক অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল ও মাই গড অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল পুরোপুরি ভাবে ফ্যালকন কে ভেঙে দিচ্ছে ঘুরিয়ে দিচ্ছে বলাই যায় ফ্যালকনের লাস্ট প্লেয়ার এই মুহূর্তে কেরোর দিকে এগিয়ে আসছে সেই প্লেয়ার বারোস ও মাই গড কেরোরকে কোনো সুযোগ দেওয়া হবে না ফ্যালকন টোটালি শেট ডাউন হতে যাচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে অল গেমার্স এন্ড গ্লোবাল দের সাথে দেখা যাক শেট সুন্দর অল গেমার গ্লোবাল যেন ফ্যালকন এটিকে না টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কি বালতি যাই হোক টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব থেকে লাস্ট 2 অ্যাথলেট আছে সেই অ্যাথলেট গুলোকে অবশ্যই রিকভার করতে হবে তাদের ম্যান পাওয়ার রিকভার করে ভাই সেফ সার্কেলে দেখেন টিএজি তে দেখেন পুরো সুন্দর পজিশন নিচে ডিপি সুন্দর পজিশন নিচে দেন অল গেমার্স রে দেখেন এখন ঢুকতেই দিবে না ডিআরএস গেমিং এটাই সুযোগ অল গেমার্স আর গ্লোবাল টোটালি শাট ডাউন ও মাই গড ডিআরএস গেমিং সুন্দর এটা কি করলো ডিআরএস গেমিং ভাই ওদের পজিশনটা দেখেন কি সুন্দর আর বাংলাদেশি টিম টিপি এখন পর্যন্ত ম্যান পাওয়ার নাই রাহাত গাঞ্জা খাইতেছে জোনের বাইরে গাঁজা কি করবে লাউড এন্ড টিআরএস কে দেখতে পাচ্ছি প্রত্যেকটা টিমের ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ার আমাদের টিসি বাংলাদেশি টিমের এখনো ম্যান পাওয়ার ফুল না বাট রাহাত যতক্ষণ টিকে থাকবে টিকে থাকতে থাকেন ভাই কোনোভাবে সার্কেলে টিকে থাক দেখ উপর থেকে ট্র্যাপ কিভাবে ট্র্যাপ পালায় আরো কিছু টিম এলিমিনেট হবে এই মুহূর্তে রাহাত যদি টিকে থাকতে পারে ট্যাগ এন্ড ইভোসের ফাইট চলতেছে দেন এখানে ব্রো লাউড এন্ড ডিআরএস এর তো টিসি যদি ভাই কোনোভাবে টিসি রাহাত কোনোভাবে যদি একটা রিভাইভাল বা চুক্তি মেরে বসে থাকতে পারে আর কি এইখান থেকে 2-3টা টিম গায়েব হয়ে যাবে এখনই গায়েব হবে আর 10 থেকে 20 সেকেন্ড গায়েব হবে এই যে ইভোস এন্ড লাউড পুরো অবস্থা টাইট এই যে লাউড শেষ এই লাউড রে খা জলদি কুটু সে রাহাতের আগে ইয়াস সুন্দর ইভোস রে খা দোয়া করো সবাই হাত তুলে দোয়া করো টিসি রাহাত যেন চুক্তি মেরে বাইচা থাকতে পারে ওরে জাস্ট দেখো কিভাবে চুক্তি মেরে আছে রাহাত রাশিয়াকে দেখে ফেলেছে বাট লোকেট করার পরও মারতে পারে নাই টিআরএস এর দিকে যদি ভুল নজর যায় রাহাত বাঁচতে পারে বাট নো মোর এনি মোর টাইম আমাদের রাহাত তো বিদায় নিয়েছে #5 এ টিমটা এসে নিচ্ছে নো হ্যাশট্যাগ 6 5 8 পয়েন্ট পেয়েছে and evo শেষ টিপি ব্রু अगेन ট্যাগের পজিশন দেখেন ট্যাগই এই ম্যাচে আবার বুয়া নেবে ট্যাগের বুয়া আরো একবার ট্যাগের বুয়া দেখেন এখানে কি অ্যাডভান্টেজটা নেয় ট্যাগ ডিপি কেমন স্প্রাইড এন্ড ব্রু কেমন স্প্রাইড পাকিস্তানি টিম শালা কুতেরা কেন আসলি এদিকে ট্যাগের সাথে যাইতে যাকে এই যে ট্যাগ সুবিধা নেওয়া শুরু করে দিচ্ছে ট্যাগ अगेन ট্যাগ দেখেন এন থেকে কিল কেমনে চুরি করতেছে দেখেন ট্যাগ अगेन আমরা ট্যাগ What a comeback, Team Epic Gaming. Indian team, first time in international lobby. But what a performance, what a planning, bhai. ওদের খেলা আছে, ওদের ডমিনেশন আছে, ওদের প্ল্যানিং আছে। আমাদের বাংলাদেশি টিমরা নাকি সময়ই পায় নাই প্ল্যান করার। ভালো খেলে। ফ্রি কিল। মাঝে মাঝে 2-3 কিল পায় আর কি। দোয়া করে।
Team Apex Gaming, the champs from India. They did lift the trophy in India, and now it's time they get closer towards an international stage trophy, and getting 2 booyahs in a single day is not an easy job at all.
You're so wishing to have a slot.
বাংলাদেশি টিম আর এখানে বুয়া দেখা লাগবে না ভাই এই সোনার কপাল আমাদের সোনার ছেলেরা
And it means just much more just for TAG, for the region itself. I think after today, or after we depart from Paris, they are going to be an inspiration for the rest of India. But final sequences again, TAG, opportunistic in their pursuit of glory, with a little bit of a help from DP, but overall TAG, impressive finisher.
करा खेलते टैग
इजी भैया यार इजी था
Just like we spoke about AGL,
right?
And that's what Team Apex Gaming do here. It didn't look like they were rattled by it. They clearly position
অসাধারণ।
themselves ahead of the game, and as you
আমি
can see,
আজকে
they
দেখে
say
ইন্ডিয়ান
this
সাপোর্টার।
was a booyah written for us.
Easy booyah, in the words of the players.
Yeah.
I don't blame them. I mean, again, they were. It's either BRU get their fourth in the group stage, either that or Pakistan gets their first in the hands of Demon's Pride, or TAG getting a second, and we know which one is written in stone. I mean, if you are BRU, what are you worried about, right? I mean, you're doing great regardless. But with that being said, I'm sure that some of the players have something to say, and we have one prepared with Nyx.
Are we in? Are we live? I believe we're live. I'm not hearing anything, but I'm going to take it. How's it going, everyone? We're back on the main stage. We do, of course, have Nyx here joining us from Loud Snickers. My name's Barney Banks. I've got Carol Bombshell joining us here. We're going to ask some questions. Nyx, let's kick things off. Let's talk about strategy, okay? Because yesterday, it seemed like the gameplay was very slightly different. Today, you seem like you're getting a bit more aggressive. Eliminations are coming in. Was that the plan, or is that just the way that the games have gone today?
Falando um pouco sobre estratégias, a gente viu que ontem vocês começaram muito agressivos, muitas eliminações. E esse era o plano desde o início? Vocês queriam começar nesse estilo mais agressivo?
Não, a gente foi mais um improviso, mais oportunidades que a gente via na hora. O nosso estilo de jogo é mais centralizado e acaba que os times que estão ao nosso redor, no trap de lança, pá, assim, pô, fica mais fácil também, né?
Well, that was not the plan at the beginning. Yeah, we had to improvise. We took opportunities, so we see the teams during rotation, so we just took opportunities. Yes, we used the right guns, and our coach and our team captain just gave us the call, and then we did it, the aggressive games type. Okay, Nyx, so would you consider your group, the group of death that's we like to call, consider that including the reign champions, Evils, even Team Falcons, Buriram, does having all these strongest teams in the same group make it the toughest team in the tournament so far? Tendo times, você considera o seu grupo, o grupo da morte, levando em consideração que tem os atuais campeões, o time da Evils, tem também Team Falcons que venceu no primeiro ano, tem uma Buriram também. Você acha que tendo esses times que são fortes, faz o grupo de vocês serem um grupo da morte?
Eu acredito que sim, porque se não fosse por isso, não seria campeões mundiais, né? São times que são muito bons em endgame e acaba que no endgame esses times que são muito bons dá uma dificuldade assim. Eu acho que o nosso grupo é o da morte, mas a gente também somos bons, né? À toa que estamos aí distante do top 5, se eu não me engano.
Yeah, definitely we consider these teams the group of that. Of course, we are among the strongest teams here so far. And having like the reigning champions and also Team Falcons who won EWC 2024 definitely make this group the strongest so far, especially because we have all this kind of teams here from Thailand, Indonesia, but also we are not behind them because we reached the top 5.
You're definitely not. You're performing incredibly well so far, and obviously a few more games to go to close out the group stage for you guys. Now, I want you to cast your mind back, because playing regionally before you got here onto the global stage, you guys are playing incredibly well in Brazil. So I just want to know, did that boost your confidence coming into EWC, knowing that in the later stages of this tournament, you're likely to face off against some of your Brazilian rivals?
Bom, chegar aqui como os campeões, né, do Campeonato Brasileiro faz com que vocês consigam chegar aqui nesse momento mais fortes, vocês consigam jogar um pouco mais parelho. Você acha que essa confiança de fato veio junto com vocês?
Sim, com certeza. Não tem nada melhor que sermos campeões, principalmente dos campeonatos oficiais que teve no Brasil, que é o FFWS e o Clash Masters. Acaba que sim, a gente chega muito confiante porque, querendo ou não, a gente acredita, o nosso time em si, que Free Fire é bastante confiança. Tanto é que no dia de hoje a gente teve algumas quedas muito boas justamente por causa da confiança. Vinha time, nós chegava e matava, oportunidade matava. Isso, querendo ou não, leva o astral do time dentro das partidas e acaba que sim.
Well, definitely arriving here at the EWC 26 as Brazilian
We are
champions
seeing
definitely give us a lot of
mini
confidence.
interview
So
from Loud.
we arrive here knowing that playing Free Fire, we need to be confident here. So with our team, we had really good talks, really good chemistry, and we team up, and that's the results. The results don't lie. Perfect. Nyx, for us to finish our interview, one more question. Your country mates performed well in Group B last night. How are you feeling about Fluxo and Lo's performance yesterday?
I forgot to translate. That's okay, that happens all the time. Nix, você viu, né, as partidas dos jogos de ontem, né, do Fluxo e do time da Luz. Como é que você se sente vendo os times brasileiros também indo bem por aqui?
Cara, eu fico muito feliz, mesmo sendo rivais no Brasil, a gente ainda continua sendo brasileiro. Eu sempre torço pelo melhor do time da Luz, dos moleques do Fluxo também. Eu fico muito feliz de ver, porque eu não gosto, sendo bem sincero, eu não gosto desse gringo não, mas só dos brasileiros só.
That was a good answer. You're gonna like this. Okay, for sure, I'm really happy for Fluxo and Los because we are all from Brazil. And of course, we want Brazil on the top. It doesn't matter. And especially because I don't like these other teams here. I don't like the other regions. So yes, Brazil on the top for sure. Okay, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the next matches. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And we are back in the studio. You are back in the studio.
এর মধ্যে আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাচ শুরু হবে।
Bonjour, it's Yunso, and right here I'm at our co-streamer place. Once again, we're meeting our famous character, Backgao, and of course, our super fan from Team Secret, Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Thì hôm nay cũng là ngày thi đấu thứ 2 của Free Fire EWC 26 rồi. Thì không biết là mình nói về ngày hôm qua một chút đi. WEG cũng như là Team Secret đã có cho mình một cái ngày thi đấu khá là ổn khi mà có được một booyah và cũng như là một cái số điểm tương đối để có thể tiếp tục trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Thì bác Gấu có suy nghĩ gì về ngày thi đấu hôm qua của Team Secret ạ?
Chào tất cả mọi người. Thì nếu mà nói về ngày thi đấu của Secret WG ngày hôm qua thì bản thân mình thấy là chưa ổn vô lắm các bạn. Hôm nay sẽ là ngày thi đấu quyết định của Secret WG. Các bạn biết là một ngày thi đấu, sau 2 ngày thi đấu thì chúng ta chỉ lấy 2 đội thôi, 4 đội thôi. Và hôm nay buộc Secret WG phải thi đấu hết sức có thể để ghi tên mình vào trận chung kết.
Không biết là Cyrus thì cảm thấy như thế nào ta?
Thì em nghĩ hôm nay WG phải bắn hết mình để lọt top 4 vào chung kết. Tại vì thà vào top 4 ngày hôm nay chứ ngày mai thì em thấy là khá là
Titan Esports Classic win into India একটা
So
team
as we
we
can
were
see
playing
from
in
yesterday, WEG from Backgao said he doesn't feel that good, that well about Team Secret since they are doing just only a decent ranking in our group stage A, of course, but overall he said that in today we have to try our best, especially get into the top 4 as soon as possible. If not, getting into the group tomorrow would be a criminal to them. You know, it's going to be very difficult, very hard for them to compete. And of course, for our old teammates, here's Cyrus, our old teammates of Team Secret, also having the same discuss with Backgao that they have to try their best in order to get into top 4. Today is a very important day for everyone, both in Group A and Group B. We all must get into the top 4 if they don't want to be left behind. Of course, if you're not getting into top 4, you're still having chances. But if you're at ranking 11 and 12, boom, you are out, not being available into the game anymore. So, as we can see in the chats, ở đây thì em thấy là mọi người có vẻ như là tương tác rất là nhiều. Thì không biết là phần lớn bác con nghĩ như thế nào, là mọi người sẽ thường nhắc đến chủ đề gì ở trong cái phần chat của comment mình ạ?
Ở trong cái phần chat comment của mình khi mình coi stream thì tất cả mọi người đều tập trung về Secret WG cả, và ủng hộ cho một đại diện duy nhất của Free Fire Việt Nam. Tất cả mọi người đều muốn rằng một kết quả thật là tốt trong cái buổi thi đấu quyết định ngày hôm nay của Secret WG.
Vâng ạ, và nghe kết quả có vẻ rất là khả quan và cũng như là tinh thần của người dân Việt Nam mình rất là đoàn kết với nhau. Thì em cũng không biết là em muốn hỏi là thường những cái buổi livestream mà nó mang tính chất quan trọng như thế này thì bác Gáo sẽ ngồi xem cùng với bao nhiêu người ở trên livestream của mình vậy ạ?
Thật ra là vào những cái buổi livestream quan trọng như thế này thì xưa giờ mình chỉ xem một mình thôi, nhưng hôm nay thì có cậu em Cyrus của mình đi theo thì tất nhiên là có cậu ấy.
So normally in the chats, especially in those important occasions like this,
interview
everyone in Vietnam, because
দেখা যাক
we
ইন্টারভিউ
are
শেষ
having
হলেই
only
আমরা আমাদের
one
পরবর্তী পঞ্চম
representative
ম্যাচের
from
দিকে
Vietnam,
আগাবো।
especially for the Free Fire World Series Vietnam. Here is Team Secret, or as known as WAG. They are trying their best to support for their favorite team. Overall, as you can see, normally Backgao will only sit and watch the live stream alone, but today, of course, he has a very special company, whom is Cyrus. And overall, I can see normal, his number is very impressive because for your information, Backout is one of the most famous Free Fire streamer in Vietnam. Normally, as I can see, he will have around like 10k or 20k viewers at the same time watching the live stream with him and support the best for Team Secret or any Vietnam representer in the game and everyone in the game as well. So it's a very pleasure for everyone to be here with me so we can enjoy this very amazing atmosphere right here at EWC 26. Cảm ơn Backout rất là nhiều. Vậy thì không biết là anh có lời nào cuối cùng muốn gửi đến cho tất cả các bạn khán giả tại Việt Nam cũng như là Team Secret của mình tại sân khấu không ạ?
Mình mong rằng tất cả các bạn đang coi livestream ở trên toàn các kênh sóng của Free Fire Việt Nam sẽ cổ vũ hết mình cho Secret EWC và đồng hành cùng họ hành trình này nha.
So, here's one last thing I want to send to the viewers. Please continue to support for Team Secret and of course to all of the rest team at EWC 26 Free Fire at this time. Thank you so much for your cooperation in this interview and we will catch you guys later.
দেখা যাক কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে আমাদের ম্যাচ নাম্বার 5 শুরু হবে তার আগে আরেকটা ইন্টারভিউ হবে
Sorry about that. I was having deja vu. I was dreaming that AG and Tag won again. They did. They actually ended up doing it again.
It actually happened. It's not your dream.
Especially Tag getting off that booyah curse that we saw earlier from them. I mean, this squad has finally been able to step up considering that some of those top teams have been slowing down. And I'm looking at Falcons and Gun Dynasty.
Well, it's really getting tough right now for Gun Dynasty because it seems like the 3 games, it's something, there's a lot more that they can do right now, but I think they might be able to catch up on the second half, but we'll have to find out though if they'll be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, Gun Dynasty in Groups Day 1, they actually have a 12.8 elimination average and 4.75 for placements. I guess what
match
they've
is
dropped down
standing
to
big
these
right
matches.
now. Team Apex
one
Gaming total 29
elimination
points.
and
এই
3
ম্যাচে
placements.
বুয়ার সাথে
That
17টি
is
elimination
quite a significant
and
sort
all
of
gamers
jump
all global
from
16
yesterday's
innings total
performance
19
for
points.
Gun
Loud
Dynasty,
Sneakers
and then
total
who is
17 points. Team Falcons
trailing on their
15 points.
tails?
Demon
Team
Sprite
Falcons.
13.
And I mean,
Buriram
I did sort
United
of touch on this at the earlier
12
stages. They
points.
needed to have a little bit more of eliminations under their belt to be able to push themselves up into that top 4.
And Buriram United
with their
কিন্তু
track
কোনো
record right now, I mean, they're
elimination
doing it.
একদম কম ছিল,
Although
but
they sort
Titan
of fell out
Esports
in
Club
8th
9 points এর সাথে থাকবে
in
DRS
that
Gaming
last
11
match. They
points.
did have about 14 eliminations as well, so this is like the consistency and the massive advance that Falcons needed to be able to keep themselves out of that survival stage.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, hopefully they keep up that consistency because there was one time when Team Falcons was hunted by Aurora Gaming, and it's tough. All right, hopefully that doesn't affect Aurora Gaming.
You just had to talk about Aurora Gaming somehow.
I said I won't be saying the name once again. But anyways, Aurora Gaming was just like eliminated as he's trying to go for a revive. It's just unfortunate they had to stay outside
match
of the zone.
recap
Aurora Gaming can soak up full squad, and then the moment that one by one Team Falcons going for those revives, Aurora Gaming is capitalizing and shooting them down.
But this is exactly what we expect to see from the EWC, right?
Yep.
Apex, they weren't so great yesterday, but today 17 elimination points in just one game. That is so amazing. AGAL 16 elimination points. It shows that the team that weren't performing so well yesterday are finally feeling the pressure, and being under that pressure lit the fire under their bottoms. So yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing today.
Neptune gave him a nickname, Taggle. Because it's Tag and AGL just winning. We came up with Taggle.
And
that's
these
all we got.
are the improvements that we need to see, and we wanted to see from them.
And we got to see those improvements because they might be listening to us. If I'm being completely honest. Lucifer yesterday, he was able to say Tag is gonna wake up in the second day. Lucifer, I see what you were doing. I'm wondering if you maybe went and told me, okay, you really need to make sure you wake up in the second day. I'm putting my credibility on this. But another squad that has been able to maybe listen to some of the stuff that we've been talking about has been none other than AG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from earlier, we were talking about how well they are holding the south side of each circle, how they go rotation is just keeping them safe. And in the previous round, we saw them in the north. So the same strategy that they were able to pull off. And one thing is, like, even if you make that adjustment, it's not easy. But good thing that they have good snipers, good information getters, as well as those frontliners who keep those paths safe for them. So the rotation, either way, south or north, east or west, it doesn't matter for AJAL.
Well, let's take a look at the overall ranking because we will have
overall ranking আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড টোটাল 205 পয়েন্ট 121 elimination point 3 Booyah. All gamers are global 2 Booyahs and 199 total points 131 elim. Loud Sneakers 181 points 2 Booyah 103 elims. Evos Divine 173 total points and 102 elims. Booyahs 1 বলা যায় যে বুরিরাম অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল লাউড স্নিকার্স এন্ড ইভোস তারাই কোয়ালিফাই করতেছে ডাইরেক্ট গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে টিম ফ্যালকনস গ্র্যান্ড ডাইনাস্টি তারা সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজের জন্য কারণ ফ্যালকনসের এখন হিউজ মার্জিন দরকার বাট ইভোস ভালো একটা ডিফারেন্স ক্রিয়েট করেছে এর মধ্যে 35 পয়েন্টের একটা ডিফারেন্স যেটা ম্যাচে দরকার হবে টিম অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং হ্যাজ 67 এ থাকবে 116 পয়েন্টের সাথে ডিআরএস গেমিং 85 পয়েন্টস এন্ড অরোরা গেমিং 84 টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব 72 টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব পরবর্তী দুই ম্যাচে 15-30 করে যদি 100 ক্রস করে দেন বলা যায় টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কোয়ালিফাই করতেছে সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজের জন্য 100 ক্রস করতে হবে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের
needs to keep on their toes for.
Now, not only for those top 4 teams going to the finals,
তাছাড়া সুবিধা নেই কজ ডেমনস্ট্রেট প্যারাডক্স গেমিং দুইটা টিম কিছু একটা করে দিতে পারে অবশ্যই টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব এন্ড ডেমনস্ট্রেটের 100
possibly we could see another shift
cross
here
করতে
on the
হবে
leaderboard
আগামী দুই ম্যাচ
Let's see though, because even against AJAL they're struggling. Earlier I thought that Titan Esports Club will be able to bring a fight against AJAL, but with Katush the only one remaining in this point on 1 point in that game, it was difficult. Even with the Moors, he couldn't use that stealth bite to get away. He couldn't be stealthy enough to pull away from that engagement.
Yeah, I was just concerned about DP or demons because all I'm seeing is that terrible calls after terrible calls, and it's like it's not even about the bad strategy, it's positioning as well. So I'm really racking my brain to like how can we help them, how can we make them feel more comfortable and at least try to do something more, because it's just sad to see at this point, honestly.
Some of those teams that were supposed to be listening to us aren't listening to us,
and
the ones that are currently secure in the finals for some reason aren't listening to us. I talked about this team earlier actually, and it's none other than Loud. We're talking about positionings with what AG has been able to do. Loud, I feel like this top teams might be using this last couple of games to try something different, because we didn't see Loud in the middle of the circle this summer.
Yeah, I mean they took the position of AJAL on the south side outside of the circle, so it's a good strategy as well, like halfway through. If you will be read out by the other teams, you will be anticipated by the other teams as well. So you will have to switch it up. You have to change your approach. Otherwise, you'll be targeted so much. And you did mention how critical it is for the top 4, or for them to get in the top 4 and secure it.
Yeah, you can't sit in that top 4 and be like, oh, you know, my job is done here, because there are people tailing on you that also want that position as well. I mean, no one wants to go to the survival stage. They don't want to have to fight again. So this is where these next couple of games are going to be incredibly crucial for these teams. And, you know, we have been touching on, I think Versailles United, you're kind of safe. Like, that is an exceptional lead for them. But, I mean, mid-range of this leaderboard need to be able to be a little bit more cohesive and get those placement points on top of getting eliminations. Because, yeah, cool, you can make it into that final circle, but everybody else wants that same kind of action too. So we need to see obviously exceptional eliminations right at the start and a little bit more strategy to push themselves into that final zone and be able to secure a spot there.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3 places up for grabs, right? So it's everyone's game. I think it's time for us to see what's going to happen next.
Planning নিচ্ছে it's time to play match number 5 started চলুন চলে যাক match number 5 এর on screen
Lucifer, are they going to maybe get that third booyah or no?
I am
Next
pretty
era
sure at
match.
this point of time that anything is possible, and I'm looking forward to see if AGL can get that third or maybe TAG. But I gotta say, spicy
আমরা
words
ড্রপ
from
দেখি
Nyx
টিসি
Raul,
অলরেডি ড্রপ
and
করে নিয়েছে
Conchita's
ডেকে
takes have been
স্কোয়ারের দিকে
getting
মুভ করছে
hotter and hotter. Yeah,
মাঠ সাইড
I'm throwing my book out the window. Yeah, I'm here for the vibes,
চট্টুস
man.
ডেকে স্কোয়ার ডেকে স্কোয়ারে কোনো অপোনেন্ট নাই অল গেমার্স গ্লোবালরা কিন্তু প্লাজিরিয়াতে আছে যে কোনো সময় মুভ করতে পারে ডেকে স্কোয়ারের দিকে ফ্যালকন লাউড সব ভাই সব ভালো টিমের সাথে ড্রপ করছে টিসি
And now another opportunity for AGL to get their
এই
third
ম্যাচ
here,
ভালো
and
যাবে না
again like how Buriram did, maybe
এই দিক
even
থেকে
AGL
রোটেট
do
করুক
a 3
লাউড
for
আছে
themselves.
ফ্যালকন আছে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল আছে এই তিনটা টিমই তো ওদেরকে আটকে দিবে প্যারাডক্স গেমিং আর ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট ভাই ওরা ওদের দুইজনের মধ্যে ভাই কাহিনীটা কি আমি বুঝি না ও প্যারাডক্স আর এই ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট দুইটা টিমরে কিল দিতেছে
Unfortunately, almost snuffed up of theirs. Madara, get a confirmation. That's the second one for Demon's Pride. Should be able to get the pick up there. Jazzy though under fire.
নামতে পারতেছে না রিভাইভ করার জন্য গান ডাইনাস্টি অলরেডি এলিমিনেটেড
Nearby.
ম্যাচের 1 মিনিট 20 সেকেন্ডে
Yeah, this is not the best of the battle, but
এই যে
look at
ইভোস
Shoto.
এন্ট্রি করতেছে আবাক্স রাশিয়ার উপর টিএজির শট কেডি গড এন্ড শোটো আছে টিএজি ওলবিন কিন্তু রিভাইভ হয়ে গেছে গডকে তুলে নিছে ইভোস এই মুহূর্তে দুর্দান্ত খেলা ট্রাই করতেছে
Challenged by Demon's Pride, and Shoto going in for another revive. A couple of losses that they had, and Shoto gets all their players one after another back on their feet, going and getting in. One last player left from Team Apex Gaming, and Shoto right now doing the magic to get the Apex back.
And after an extended breather, suddenly this match 11 of Group A turned into the Wild West. They are still going. Top 16 needs assistance. Apex getting gunned down, but Russia that covers the flank. Madara ends up losing out. Demon's Pride needs to find a way out of this. They are slowly running out of gas, but Evos with a choke.
দেখতে পাচ্ছি মোটে ইভোসরা টিএজি ডায়মন্ড স্প্রাইট টোটালি এলিমিনেটেড ম্যাচের 2 মিনিট 25 সেকেন্ডের মাথায়
Number 11, this is in Demon's Pride going out.
অলরেডি দুইটা টিম গন
Their chances and their keys all going out of their hands. Evos on the other, they'll be happy. However, tag not yet because Wolvin just got taken down by Loud. BZP and the team's very first elimination. And Sahil Jad in a complete different direction. Tag
All
spread
Gamers
around the
Global
map itself
TG
because this start was
TAG
not
এখানে
great
আছে
for them. They're unable to replicate what
All
they
Gamers
just did in the
Global
previous
মুখোমুখি
game.
হবে
And
কিনা
I don't know how, right? One
All
game they
Gamers
got a
Global
booyah, did not
entry
make the best in the
হয়ে
second,
যা
and then
ভাই
coming back to the next
ইগনোর
again another
করতেছে
booyah, a little back and forth happening
ওই
here for
জায়গায়
Team
ঢুক
Apex Gaming.
না ওই জায়গায় ঢুক
We
না
actually have a terminology for that.
Oh
It's
my,
called the
minimap.
RQ experience.
আহা হা হা
Sorry, RQ fans.
অল গেমার্স
You know it's
গ্লোবালের
true. You
লোগো
know it's
নাই
true, Conchita. I love you a lot. But I gotta say, after match number 10, we already see the clear hierarchy, right? Top 4 confirmed. Even if Falcons go on a miracle run to do it in 2 matches,
TC and Evo same got blade তুমি ভাই যাইতে যাইতে ইনগট চাঁদের দেশে গেছে গা
one more chance in match 12 to do so. Paradox hanging on by the skin of the
ইনগট
team.
রিজার্ভ দেখেন কই গেল
Find a revival to get back into the game.
এ দেখেন না বলে এই যে শেষ না রাহা দিখায় দিছে এই যে লং থেকে চার্জ হইতাছে অরোরা চার্জ তো শুরু করে দিতে কি রে ভাই অরোরার এই যে উপরে থেকে কি কভারটা দিতেছে ভাই বাইরে থাকিস না কোনো প্লেয়ার বাইরে থাকিস না রাহাত অসাধারণ হেডশট খাইছে ওরে আজরাইল রে তুলে নিছে আরেকটা রে অরোরা টিপি
And Titan Esports Club, they lose their players one after another, and it's only up to Kutush, and Kutush has always been the savior for this team.
Forced to slow the pace down.
যাকে জায়গায় কোনো প্লেয়ার নাই
Close to his team, but the Dynaclear from top player confirms the absence of anyone there, so he can't get the revive going. Nameless and Cypher linked up. Shoto, great snipe on the trap. Kutush with the full revival there. TAG racking up steady points. Next one fire actually finds deal with the P90 of all things, so the sniper of AGL will need to be brought back, and that's will be the case. As Loud makes that rotation, BZB wants to push the envelope.
Loud.
হুসেন না খেলাটারে কি করলো অরোরা কি সুন্দর প্ল্যানিং ভাই
making sure they seal the deal with match 11 and match 12 on board. AGAL trying to get closer to their booyahs that they can cascade in the champion rush. But right as now, Aurora, they're biting their chances, trying to get better, and they're picking on DRS one after another right at the vending machine at Zipway. Not even giving them a chance to breathe over there or even counteract.
Wait a minute.
And look at that, instantly they go for a hit list and goes to Loud's Gosha.
Aurora has 16 eliminations.
TRS.
What?
Yeah.
How much has happened?
That happened.
Wow.
Where did that happen? We'll see in the replays.
Yeah, we looked away. We looked away for just a little bit.
Yeah.
You see that, Neptune? Thanks for not mentioning Aurora.
And Aurora, big picks. They did trouble. Titan Esports Club. Those are some of the eliminations that they managed to get.
Titan Esports Club recover করতেছে একদিক দিয়ে মাইর খাইতেছে আরেক দিক দিয়ে অরোরা এই মুহূর্তে ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট করতে ফ্যালকন অন ফায়ার থাকবে সামনে এন্ড ফ্যালকনের সামনে গিয়ে মাইর খাইছে ফ্যালকন
Aurora 18 eliminations. It looks like Aurora are taking this chance as the top teams have decided to silence themselves, at least here on Nextera. Aurora are going all out. Another challenge and limit X7's positions compromised. Ripped out of them his defense. Not great. Azriel tried to jump closer. Unfortunately, the landing was not that great, but what can Limit do? He's stuck in a very hard spot surrounded by the entire
Missing, unfortunately, airballing the Riptide Rhythm is going to put him in a rough spot. I think Aurora really fueled by the early pickings that they've gotten. Now seems to looking to build themselves into an unstoppable fourth circle, move south. But if Aurora can clear out Limit from the area, they get such a stronghold in that area around Zipway. I think the best part of Aurora right now, again, chances of making it in the top 4, pretty much unlikely, but they could cement the position to one of the generation record run. Remember, so far today, the most elimination a team has gotten for themselves is 20.
Yeah.
Aurora is at 19, 18, 19, so they're already looking to break a record.
This is around the 7-minute mark,
right?
Not at the end of the game. So Aurora, in a brilliant run, for the time being, even EVO's trying to stretch that towards 10 of their own elimination. Tag, they find Kutasho that seems like the elimination feed slowly, right now lighting up one after another. AGAL picking off the last player of Paradox, and that is Sneaky out. And Paradox, just like Demon Sprite, their chances are looking bleak.
Really falling out of their hands. Some hit scratches there from Paradox. The only thing that they could hope for right now is for TEC to be next. Then they will have a chance to bring it back. Maybe for Demon Sprite it's an easy journey, but for Paradox is a 20-point gap. And a lot of hope that TEC don't make it this round and the next.
It's going to be a difficult one to kind of look forward to teams fall and their own uprising, and especially with only one game to go after this. But on the other end, Loud, they have a challenge. That's going to be DRS. They thought they were ahead of the game, but BCP, he was quickly surprised by DRS. But the challenge not yet done. Gosha was there out along with Aurora. 20 eliminations on the clock. Not yet 10 minutes. And Azriel going in for a chase. Pratik, he will be taken down by Azriel. Stroix, can he do something different? Right behind the drop. And Aurora have not yet seen, but finally it's going to be the Axel. And DRS out of the run.
Aurora সেই খেলতেছে এই ম্যাচ মারাত্মক
roaring in this game.
টিএজিরা যাইতেছে বাংলাদেশ ভার্সেস ইন্ডিয়া ভাই अब होगा खेल বাংলাদেশ ভার্সেস ইন্ডিয়া টিএসি কাজের কাজ অবশ্যই করতে হবে আজকে টিএজি রে খা ধরে ধরে খা
to be achieved and set by Aurora, missing 4 years from the international stage. I don't care if they win the trophy in the end. There is going to be them inscribed in the history books by the end of this one.
Yeah.
বাড়ির আপারটা ধরলেই তো কাজটা হয়ে যেত
Titan Esports Club, their journey started today in recovery, and somehow they are above the chopping block for the time being, and especially maybe a blessing in disguise that both Demon Sprite and Paradox are out, so get that difference even bigger. That's what they have to act here at Deca Square, right close to them.
Deca Square, safe zone. Oh my god.
Wiped out by Aurora.
Upper ground ধর একজন upper ground ধর প্লিজ দয়া করে
And not to
হ্যাঁ
mention,
টিসি
moving
আপার গ্রাউন্ডটা
Paradox
ধরলেই
down to
কাম
the
হয়ে
last
যায়
spot. Rays of hope for TEC. Evos has been a bit quieter this round. I think they were sitting at around 10 eliminations there. About to move forward, potentially bump into Falcons. BRU making the rotation over the boxing gym. Launch pad will be used. This is going to be quite the rotation. Straight in. Stealth bites by Rasha. Going ahead. And guess who lays ahead? It's Aurora.
He might have the stealth bites and might be in call for the time being, but right in front of Aurora. The only two teams right as now here in Nextera having double digits. Aurora and Evos both next to each other, and it seems like Evos do not want any fight of this. They're back off the compound.
Aurora lagi Evos se lege gese.
Do they continue this action?
4v4.
It seems like they're not yet, but that was a warning shot coming in from Evos.
TC hold কর প্রচুর কি নেব পজিশনটা ধরে রাখতে পারলে প্রচুর কি নেব TC একটা পজিশন কর দয়া করে পজিশন কর এরকম পজিশন বানা যাতে যে দিক থেকে পায়রা হোক একটা কিল তুলতে পারো এমন জায়গায় বয়ে রইছে মানে ওরা ওদের সাথে ফাইট না করলে আর কি কিল আসবে না একটু পজিশন কইরা নে পজিশন কইরা ব কম্পাউন্ডার ছাদে উঠলো কভার আছে কম্পাউন্ডার ছাদে কভার নিয়ে খেলা দিব বাট না আমি দেখতেছি যে ওদের রাইখা টিসি রে রাইখা অন্য কোন টিম কম্পাউন্ডার ছাদ দেব ধরে ফেলছে অলরেডি আই
team getting closer, inching against everybody. 4 points for eliminations to be above and surviving afloat. And I think right as in at least in Nextera, every team is safe and sound. Whether it be the top 4, the middle order, because the chopping block teams are already out. They are under threat of elimination.
It almost seems like they've already been placed the guillotine here.
Yeah.
At the EWC's terms, the crusher.
This is silence.
Easy Falcon
just before a complete cascade of an action breaks out.
Yep.
Zones closing in. Falcons, a very big spread right at Deca Square. But with the dynamics being used, it gives an idea of a totality of the number of teams there. Either it came from tag or
লাউডের প্লেয়ার কই ভাই লাউডের প্লেয়ার গুলো দেখ হাই লং জাম্প সার্কেল এন্ট্রি একদম অরোরার সামনে ওদের পারফেক্ট একটা পারফেক্ট ইমপারফেক্ট বানায় ফেলছে একটা দুইটা প্লেয়ার লুজ ট্র্যাপরে রিভাইভ করতে পারবো অবস্থাটা টাইট রিভাইভ করতে গিয়ে বিপদে পড়বো টিসি অন ফায়ার আইছে এই মুহূর্তে অন ফায়ার রে একটা বুকি চুকি দিতে হবে
and that gives Aurora even more time to set up. TEC will have to move, but then this Falcons lying in wait on fire shows it and there's a bait and switch with Limit following up.
Blade just popped up and instantly, as you said, the setup coming in from Limit and now Titan Esports Club. They wanted to create a difference in the number of points they have, and Falcons have them surrounded. But on the other
hand, ভাই এইটা সুযোগ আরে ভাই কি রে টিসি ঘুমাইছ না নাদার বোর্ডেরা ঘুমাইরিস
has to do something brilliant right as now. Falcons have him surrounded, cornered, zones closing, and Shoto is in deep troubles. However, there's a close vending machine, and Sahil Jad with Shoto will be able to get one of their players back up.
And this could be an opportunity for TEC to take advantage of. Get a couple of knocks down, whittle down the members of Falcons and give themselves a chance to move on forward. Have to contend with Pina though with Kutas down. And they will have to get that revive going again. Every single second spent not rotating is going to be detrimental. BRU up with the monster truck. There is going to be pressure. Aurora, they kind of receive this hit. Can they overcome BRU? As they crash through, hops on top of the roof. Falcons wipes
Gora
out the
fight.
members of
All gamers global শেষ আরো স্কোয়াড শেষ হইব টিসি হোল্ড অন গোল মেকারটা কি ভাই পারফেক্ট মোমেন্ট
22 eliminations, they died down after that.
Team Apex Gaming में শেষ টিসি ভাই লং সেট মেরে আইছি এটা তো প্রেসার দুই সাইডে তিন সাইডে প্রেসার টিসি শেষ সিগো নজর দিতে কোন নজর টিসি শেষ
and Zue is also helping out, and that is going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. 24 in total eliminations coming in from Aurora. Buriram know this is happening, but that's happening right below them. Is there a change?
BRU might be the only person that can, the only team that can stop this carnage from the Malaysians.
পরের ম্যাচে হ্যাশট্যাগ কিল করলে এরকম মারা গেছে
Of Azrael leading the charge as well. Axo onto the limit this time.
আইরে কি ফাটাফাটি আর মারবা বুড়িরাম অরোরা ইভোস
Removed from the equation. The clutch factor of BRU no longer in the conversation. And Aurora, new surge of confidence, new found hope, now takes on BRU, and they are on top of the roof.
A fight between Loud as well as EWOS. But EWOS, they have the numbers. Loud don't have it. Riptide Rhythm coming in, trying to fend it off, but it goes towards Aurora. The Axel's down, but they are quickly recovering. That's the best part, as you said, they are not overheating. Jun.
ভাই করা মোমেন্ট এই মুহূর্তে ব্লু লাস্ট টু লাউডে লাস্ট টু ইভোস ফ্যালকন অরোরা ফ্যালকন কই থেকে বাইচাছে টি এজির লগে ফাইট করতে টিসির লগে ফাইট করতে আর আমার সোনার টিম টিসি এই জায়গাতে বাইরে দিতে পারলো না
25 and counting, make it 26. Azrael with his 7th side by side with Jun. They make it to the high ground, and now EVOS is going to be the next on that hit list. They eliminate
বুড়িরাম আগে গেছে লাউডের আগে ও মাই গড এই যে লাউড শেষ
Aurora and EVOS have the best odds with the full squad.
ফ্যালকনের লাস্ট প্লেয়ার কিরোরো
Loud also ends their journey in this match. Kiroro all alone.
4v1
Going to be the neighbor derby here. Aurora ever so confident.
And the final fight breaking out at Boxing Gym. And the gloves are going to be let loose. EVOS, the defending champions. Aurora, the
defending champion. EVOS Divine. Right now, for the moment of Booyah. অরোরা भी है অরোরা এই ম্যাচ পুরো জ্বলন্ত আগুন তাদের নামের উপরেই দেখতে পাচ্ছেন পুরো ম্যাচ ডমিনেট করে গেছে অরোরা বিগ মার্জিন বিগ গ্যাপ করছে এটাই আসলে মোমেন্ট যে নিজের টিমের কোয়ালিফাইং মোমেন্ট অরোরা কোনো রিস্ক রাখতে চায় না একটা ভালো ডিফারেন্স ক্রিয়েট করছে যাতে পরের ম্যাচে যদি #12 খায় তাও কোয়ালিফাই করবে বাট বাংলাদেশি টিম পরের ম্যাচে #12 খাইলে আল্লাহর ওয়াস্তে মাফ করতে হবে ভাষায় বাংলাদেশ from France to Bangladesh এর মধ্যে কেরোর উপর চার্জ চলতেছে কেরোর ড্যামেজ দিল করা হয়েছে কেরোর আগে খাইবো অরোরার কোন নজর কেরোরো আর পারবে না শেষ কেরোরো টিম ফ্যালকন গন অরোরা ভার্সেস ইভোস 4v4 moment
best possibility for Aurora is they have cornered them, they've closed out every opening on EVOS.
There's a chance for a 43-point round right now for
Aurora বুয়া নিয়ে নিবে
a record never seen from a Malaysian team.
EVOS নিয়ে নেবে ভাই তো উইকেট দেবে
was 42 points last year by
সার্কেল
Falcons.
ভিতরে না বাইরে
Aurora have a chance to make it 43, and how cool is that on EWC a year apart? The circle is going to be the game maker. Axo on the roof, but we eventually have to descend.
Neither of these teams have the best of the circle. They're at the edge of it. They're at the center of it.
সার্কেল ভিতরে রে জোনে এলিমিনেট হয়ে যাবে
does not head out. They're hoping that this zone shrinks in their favor.
Oh my
They're
goodness.
waiting for an opportunity. EVOS also
তোরাই বিপদে ইভোস একদম ইজি
to just their HP.
ইভোস আটকে দিছে বলে ওরে ভাই সেরা রে ঢুকছে কিল করতে
Axo is going to be their lifeline. Rasha finding a knock. Here it comes. EVOS on the hunt.
Aurora.
Astro with the knockdown here. But the
তাই এক
lifeline is on
সুপ্রে
top
আছে
of the
মেডি
roof is
করতেছে
Aurora. All homes on the Axo. Can he
অরোরা পারবো
outlast the
অরোরা আই হাই রি
knockdown
অরোরা বুয়া
Axo
অরোরা বুয়া
continuing to patch himself
আবাক
out
না
his
অরোরা
team and Apex. Who is going to outlast the system?
আহা রি একটু লেগা
And EVOS is
বাই
the one
মোমেন্ট
that comes
ইভোস
on top.
লাস্টে জোন পুশ শুরু হয়ে গেছে
They hold off the zone.
বাই মোমেন্ট
Them out. Aurora.
অরোরা ট্রাই করছে ভালো অরোরা লেগে ক্ল্যাপ
And they could have got a record. But what a booyah coming in from EVOS, holding it off. We saw the fight could have broken out very early on. Russia instantly shut down Aurora, saying do not take that fight against us. And in boxing, Jane, we did look forward to the bell, but it was in favor for EVOS.
And regardless of that, Aurora have something to be proud of. Still a record being set. Almost close to 40 points. A scoreline that any team would dream of.
Yeah.
Again, we said highly unlikely that top 4 standings will change, but this has at least kept Aurora in the game. And even for EVOS, they know what the plan of Aurora was.
EVOS বুইয়া আমাদের লাস্ট ম্যাচ বাকি এই মুহূর্তে টিটির জন্য কোয়ালিফাই করতে হলে লাস্ট ম্যাচ
I think it is something that we saw
Falcon কি টপ 4 করতে পারবে কি মনে হয়?
The good games for Aurora are the games that they are willing to make these moves and take on the fight, and god damn they did it well.
Yeah, I wish for this fight to break out in their favor. They should have gone for it a little ahead.
I agree.
But yeah, there was even electrotherapy being used by EVOS. That also helped out ABAX over there. And that's what we talk about, these minute things, you having the skills ready for those final battles. It helped out EVOS over there. Aurora otherwise maybe could have had their own big one. Let's hear them.
I was ready for a bloodbath, honestly. I was so ready for Aurora to just run in, duke it out, throw haymakers, and see what happens. They chose the safe way, but again, no harm, no foul, you know?
They are planning for their fourth Buya, Buriram United.
It has not been hectic at all. And in this bed we saw they're like, hey, we understand what Aurora are trying to do. Let's do the same thing. It worked out for EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even see EVOS trying to force their way out from the boxing gym. Right? They're like, I guess we chill. And then we try to...
We 6-7.
We 6-7, right? And then, so we got 6-7. Game 6 is coming up. But of course, before we get to that, we got to see what's going on in the rest of EWC.
Fly Saudia, where skill meets the sky, where care comes from the heart. This is how we fly.
Hi, me. There's a machine. I don't really understand how to play or how to use it, so I'm gonna ask this man right here. Hello. So can you explain how can we use or play this? Because I really want to give a try.
Yes, so it's easy. I will push the start button and you will have 5 seconds to prepare and it will start falling down. You will have to catch them all, so there are 10 in totals. And once you catch one, you can drop it on the floor.
Wow, this game is going to be very hard. It's about flexible testing. Okay, let's see if I can do it or not.
প্রচুর ট্রাই করতেছে এটা তো ধরতেই পারবে
Well, at least I got 2. I think it's a good game to testing your flexible, and of course my hat is falling off, but this one is pretty fun for exercise. Let's move to the next one.
আরো গেম খেলে এটা কইলো
From that last map, I mean ending it with a healing game and a record almost broken. Can you believe this, AJ?
I can definitely believe it. What I cannot believe is the fact that it was a Malaysian squad that almost broke the record of Falcons themselves, right? Massive game for Aurora, but that's exactly what you want to show the Malaysian fans out there, that you're not just here to fill a slot, that you're here to go all the way to the grand finals, and because of Champion Rush, maybe even run away with it.
Yeah, it's anyone's game because today has been crazy.
Yeah.
We started off the day with Booyas from TAG, and they had 2 of them despite struggling yesterday. And AGAL still rampaging and finally clinching in that Booyas as well.
Absolutely. It's just Chuck Day India all day long. This is the moment for Team Apex Gaming to rise up to the occasion. They clearly knew it. Yesterday was a warm-up day for them, right? I wasn't too concerned about them at all because we've seen the way India plays, and it is all about about the patience. It's all about reading and understanding the
Club
locations
এখান
of
থেকে
the other
বাইরে
teams
বললেই
and then going in for the strike
Bad
when you
luck.
truly need to do so.
সামনে
And
থেকে
today is
ইভো
the day. Perhaps
শালার
they might
পুতেরা
not get
আর
the
কোনো দিকে
early
নজর
access
দিল
into
না
the
এই
grand
টাইটান
finals,
স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের দিকে
but
নজর
what they
দেবে
will most definitely do is not get relegated today. Down at the bottom, Paradox as well as Demon Sprite, they are the ones who are in a little trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for them as well, especially as you know it is elimination day after all. You do not want to get dropped today. You either want to be at the very top all the way to finals, or you want to at least survive for survival stage.
Absolutely, and obviously you want to get in there a tad bit earlier, but there is no
দেখা যাক আমাদের সর্বশেষ ম্যাচে কি করতে পারে টিম বাংলাদেশ
that also gives you a little bit of extra warm up before you play the grand finals. But obviously the Super Titans want to get in there early, and Southeast Asia, as expected, finding dominance there. Now the surprising thing is Loud, even without a dominant run today, are still in the top 4.
একটা বুয়ানে শেষ ম্যাচের বুয়াটা নেই টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব
And I am very excited to see what will be happening. So, after this,
After this, we've got the final game. It's the final showdown. It is the final opportunity for the two teams down at the bottom. The ones they are chasing, though, is from Bangladesh, TEC. Now, they've done good enough so far to stay clear of that bottom spots, those two bottom spots, but they're a little bit too close to being uncomfortable in the competition. This is that round I'm expecting them to make it break out.
yeah, it's really scary to think about it. But again, anything can happen. We've seen records almost broken as well. And I think that after this, before we go, I mean, again, it's the final game before we go into the second series of the day, right? So, in your opinion, what do you want to see on the final map?
I want to see the underdogs rise up to the occasion, even though Demon's Pride, as well as, you know, the ones who are closest to them, are not going to find a way to maybe get the booyah at the end of the day. They still need to try. They still need to throw out a lot of points as much as possible. So, if possible, get to that final circle before finding your eliminations.
I also agree. I want to see the battle of the underdogs, but who else better to tell us what will be happening in the last map? Other casters, we have Lucifer and also Husky.
You are damn right, Tash and AJ. Last match of Group A. And we are about to see some dreams get crushed in this brutal reality of an international competition. Paradox Gaming down at the bottom, followed by Demon's Pride in 11th place. But there is still hope. Even a slight glimmer is what might make the difference for these two teams. We saw TEC, they ran away with the previous map thanks to a bit of intervention. Paradox Gaming have a mountain to climb to even make it to 10th spot. But for Demon's Pride, for the pride of Pakistan, that journey might be slightly extended if they just get a good round.
It needs to be the greatest of rounds for both Paradox and Demon's Pride, as this is the last game for Group A, match number 12, and it starts now with Paradox
match number 12 এই গ্রুপের লাস্ট ম্যাচ টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারবে কিনা সেটাই দেখার বিষয় লাস্ট ম্যাচে ড্রপ করছে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তাদের সেই আগের জায়গায় এন্ড বুড়িরাম ইউনাইটেড কিন্তু তাদের সাথেই ড্রপ করেছে বলা যায় না টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব সবার আগেই বিদায় নিতে পারে জাস্ট দেখুন মার্বেল ওয়ার্ড কোয়ারি টোয়ারি সব ফাঁকা বাট টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব তাদের ড্রপই চেঞ্জ করে না এই ম্যাচে পিসি ব্লেড অল গেমার্স আর গ্লোবালদের ছায়া দিতেছে ব্লেড ফার্স্ট এলিমিনেশন বাই ফার্স্ট টাইম ব্লেডের ছবি আইছে অন ক্যামে
He wants to do something, has a vector on hand, but can he do something brilliant? Skill ready, but he doesn't even get to use a single bullet. And he gets taken down by Pratik, the P90 putting him down, but Sneaky revive so he can go for this battle, but for how long can he do this? Paradox need to recover, they need to understand the stakes right now, that if they get eliminated so early, the result for sure is elimination.
Not only that, you're also feeding points into the DRS machine.
Paradox
And that means at least for this situation it won't change much.
ডেমনস্ট্রেট কি রে ভাই প্যারাডক্স যেদিকে যায় ডেমনস্ট্রেট এদিকে আয় করে ওরা কি মানে বুঝে কেমনে যে প্যারাডক্স এনে
even worse for Paradox. Windy will bring him back. Finally Sneaky getting the job done. Getting the first for Paradox. A step in the right direction. Strowax will want to find revenge. But Sneaky is doing his absolute best to stay alive. But Strowax pulls out the sight. And ends Sneaky's streak. Madara now. It's gonna queue up and see if he can make something happen.
Demon's Pride, they also need points. If it was Paradox and they were battling against them, that would have been extra points. But DRS, they're safe and sound. So battling with DRS could be trouble. And they've looked better so far in the entire journey of the 12 games that we've seen. Hope Demon's Pride are prepared for it. One thing for sure, in the intention of moving towards moat houses, the fight is isolated. Whatever happens, you may be able to recover it. But can it work out? It doesn't. Both top 16 and Madara, they get taken out.
And that does not look good at all. At least for Demon's Pride and Paradox, they're still in it. Still a chance, TAG. On the other hand, not doing that well. Madara gets brought back. Gun Dynasty watching that top 4 slip away. Now we'll have to see if they can at least end on a high note. Do it like what Aurora did in the previous round. Almost 40 bomb. Gyro getting spotted out by Jun. That's half his health bar gone.
Aurora, just before this, they had only Jun surviving, but thankfully got the whole team back up. So his life at this point, losing it out is okay. But on the other hand, as you did mention, going out with a bang is something that Gun Dynasty should expect and should replicate, because their top 4 chances are now gone. Unfortunate for them. Their great run that they had on day 1 cannot do or say much here on day 2, because the Southeast Asia and Brazil, they went all out. And again, going in for a battle is going to be EVOS and AGAL. Not yet found an opening. Bullets being exchanged on either end. Dew now gets closer with his sniper. Can he find the opening? Yes, he does. It's going to be Ray getting taken down. Confirmation not yet there. Aim God running right across. Ray's confirmation will follow to Dew. And now Cypher following with A-backs going down. AGAL looking better, but finally taking a hit on Dew. Now it gives a chance for EVOS to get back into the game.
Aim Gods can get surrounded as he revisits that area. The double back for AGAL paid off big time as they picked off the majority of EVOS and forcing them into that revive game. Dew doesn't even go down. None is lost on the side of AGAL as the feed continues to light up with some of the bottom teams. Stroax finding his 4th on the sneaky. Jazzy picked up by Get High. Things continue to develop in a negative way for Demon's Pride and Paradox. TAG needs to find a way to get woven back into action, as Azrael also destroyed by Pina.
Falcons at Central, a UAV to scan. They do not find anything. On the other end, Aurora, we spoke about this. After almost a record-breaking performance, this last game of Purgatory is now working in their favor. Last time it was Jun, this time it's the Axel. On the other end, DRS are still hitting on Paradox, getting extra eliminations from them. Quick on the revive, thankfully had enough coins to get the whole squad back up. What is this again? Demon's Pride and Paradox one against each other. And Windy quick on the revive. Madara had the same intention as well. But at the end of it, it's going to be Madara who gets that elimination. And that's going to be a second. But DRS is still close by. If Demon's Pride as well as Paradox keep going at it like this, their chances of making it up will not work out, because TEC, they've already picked up 5 eliminations of this game.
With top 16 going down. Again, a reset, a hard reset onto Demon's Pride. Madara would just have to make that rotation. Blade making good on his opportunity. Takes down Wasana in the meantime. Players of Paradox on your screens. Again, it's going to be tough, sneaky.
ভাই ব্লেড ওয়াসানা রে খেয়ে দিতে ভাই, অসাধারণ 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 সেরা
cycle of point churning.
ঘুরে না যাইতাছে টিসি.
If it's not into the pockets of Paradox and Demon's Pride,
yeah,
there's no chance.
Not sure what the thought was. Maybe they both wanted to go for a drop clash, and DRS ended up becoming the surprise. And DRS are getting those extra points at the time being. TEC in the meantime, they are getting their own eliminations. They're already, we saw just before this, at 80 points. So chase towards them is going to be very difficult for both Demon's Pride and Paradox,
giving 1-1 with the team eliminate quickly. TC qualifying, then TC freedom লিখে পারবে একটা বুয়া কোন কোন করতে পারবে তো দেখা যাক Demon's Pride.
Every fan of AGL will be happy to see. Yeah.
And Paradox
Russia's still in first place. At least tied out with Cypher.
Demon's Pride.
The previous Clash Squad tournament, he actually is the most damaged,
the
highest damage dealer, and no one could get close to him.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't win the whole thing, and that's the craziest part. Wasana actually getting removed, but now coming to life, Gun Dynasty, that's exactly what they need.
Oh my god, I'm the mighty ঠিক করি নাই নেজা পুপুশকে রিভাইভ দিলো right now the 8টি এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট আছে টিএসি ভাই এইরকম ম্যাচ যদি আগে খেলতো তাহলে ইজি এখন কি খেলাটা দিতেছে কোয়ালিফাই করার জন্য এই খেলাটা আগে কেন দেন নাই ভাই
India now looking great, especially after tag getting 2 booyahs. I'm pretty sure teams from Bangladesh would want to do it because they're straw hats in our group B as well. They've not looked great. At least Titan Esports Club have taken it up a notch.
And it could be a source of motivation for Mia Corp too. And no, it's the first time for South Asia, but they have had a slight taste before this. But for USA, absolute first time. Demon's Pride, unfortunately, the journey might have just ended here at the foothill of EWC 26. All eyes now on TEC and Paradox. 27 points to tie. The highest of mountains for Paradox to climb, but they're still in it.
These are the numbers that we kind of talk about.
Paradox আর পারবে না ভাই এক ম্যাচে 27 পয়েন্ট কোনোভাবেই সম্ভব না
and that's going to be an even tougher task to dabble and work around. And I think
27 পয়েন্ট কেমন 80 আর 88
long statement to do if they have to put up a performance like this.
Survive TC survive
11 games they've played, we've not seen them pull off a double digit game.
35 পয়েন্ট লাগবে হিসাব ছাড়া প্যারাডক্সে
Also have 8 eliminations under the belt. The break even, and that is going to only make things harder as more teams get removed.
Shay TC qualified.
It's a good time to kind of lay it out on the table as well. This last round, a lot of what's happening is inconsequential if it doesn't directly affect Paradox.
Paradox, every time they take a step, they are either surrounded by DRS or being challenged by somebody else. This time at least
Paradox তো কিলের লেগা দৌড়াইতেছে 7 কিল দিলি চলবে ও মাই গড Paradox তো ঠিক আছে
on the take is going to be sneaky happy on that elimination is also going to be Paradox but they're not out of elimination.
35 পয়েন্ট দরকার 35 পয়েন্ট ব্যাপার না Paradox যদি আকাম কইরা ফেলায় 8টা কিল ওরাও নিয়ে
key that stays alive.
Loud আইতাছে সুন্দরভাবে Paradox রে বইরা দেয়
Remember,
loud
with the elimination, they
loud
again.
27 loud.
The count starts here.
বাংলাদেশে কোয়ালিফাই করাতে লাউড কি কষ্টটা করতেছে
With the right placement points.
Not the best challenge right they have. DRS they somehow were able to fend off. You can see Takuri did get the whole squad back, but look at Loud. This is how they challenge, going directly in. And
Paradox এর উপরে attack.
Down now Windy. He spots them from afar. Thankfully, none of the players from Paradox were close by, and Loud did just get one and try to back off, but now Nyx has spotted them. That will instantly tell Loud to go for the next fight.
Yeah, forget about a hit and run. How about hit you straight? Again, Paradox sent on the run again. You look at the radar, Paradox actually have a good spot to not only get the revive, but reset again. But for Loud, they've already cemented their 4th spot. Really doesn't matter.
যাই হোক Paradox তো 8টা কিল নিচ্ছে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব 9টা এখন পর্যন্ত 40টা লাইভ ভাই
Gun Dynasty continues to make a statement on the feed as well, taking out Pratik.
Defending match. Deciding match.
Breathes life into the team. BRU as well finding a recovery.
সেরা দিতেছে Paradox সেরা দিতেছে
under the lightning zone.
কারা নেবে বুইয়া ভাই
And deal best Panel.
2 shots looking for the second on David, but Cypher was close by. As David goes down, even Vega gets taken. This is AGL looking forward to their run at that champion rush, and now Loud has a challenge right in front of them. Can they take them down? Damage already being done. Their Scour Fiber is not
right now. All gamers global versus Loud. Bhai, ki fight hoitache ei jagay. I hai re. Loud at last two. Oh my God, Nick. This squad er bhitre ঢুকে কি fight, but no more any more time. লাউডের অবস্থা টাইট করে ফেলছে লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলিট ভাই এই ম্যাচটা বড় হবে 12 মিনিট অলরেডি হয়ে গেছে 11টা স্কোয়াড আছে 35 অ্যালাইভ
blowing all of that steam in the previous game and now sitting at no eliminations and a rough round ahead of them
পাকিস্তানি টিমটা থাকলে অন্তত ভালো লাগতো বাট নো পাকিস্তানি টিম কোয়ালিফাই করলে ভালো খেললে পরে বাংলাদেশে লেখা চাপ হয়ে যেত টিসি নে যা তোরে ভাই টিসি কি খেলতাছে ফ্যালকন মেলকন সব খেলা যাচ্ছে প্যারাডক্স ভার্সেস টিএজি টিএজি দেন কি কভার নিছে
at Esports World Cup 26 go to the survival stage right here in Paris.
মানে সার্কেল भी জ্বালাইছে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল রে খায়া দিছে টিজি অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল রে খায়া দিছে ভাই ও মাই গড ইভোস আহা ইভোস টিজি রে খায়া দিতেছে না টিজি কুটুস রিভাইভ দিছে সুন্দর সুন্দর কুটুস রিভাইভ দাও খেলা হবে আরো হবে খেলা টিম ফ্যালকন শেষ ইভোসের দ্বারা এই জায়গায় প্যারাডক্স আর টিএজি প্যারাডক্স গন প্যারাডক্স গন টিএজি এই মাত্র আমি ইন্ডিয়ান সাপোর্টার প্যারাডক্স রেখা টিজি টিআরএস এলিমিনেটেড ভাই প্যারাডক্স রেখা প্যারাডক্স বহুত পয়েন্ট দিয়েছে আয় হায় আরেকটা মুহের উপরে গাড়ি আয়া পড়বে ভাই জয় না কি কপাল টিসি ভার্সেস গান ডাইনাস্টি একটা ফাইট হবে যাই হোক প্যারাডক্স কি গন ইভোস দিখায়া দিতেছে টিসি রে
And looking at the best spot is going to be
oh my god টিসি শেষ
as Paradox has gone out the troubles for Titan Esports
last one যাক টিসি কোয়ালিফাই নেজাদ আছে প্যারাডক্স শেষ ডিপিও শেষ অরোরা গেমিং শেষ ভাই এই শেষ মোমেন্টটায় প্লেয়ারগুলো খেললে হারাইলি ভুইয়াটা দেখতাম
they use their binoculars they spot 7 players and that's
going
to be Ram along with close by Team Apex Gaming. Nejad trying to time this perfectly. He's behind all the enemies who've already made it inside the circle, and I think Titan Esports Club are making sure no second chances left to anybody, that they still have points and they qualify, make it to the survival stage at least.
Yep, they've done just enough.
নেজাদের কাছে সুযোগ আছে অনেকক্ষণ হোল্ড করে থাকার রিভাইভ করা যায় তো এই মোমেন্টে নেজাদ চুপ মাইরা সার্কেল দাও কম্পাউন্ড বেরে টিএজি কেমনে এত সুন্দর অ্যানালাইজ করলো ভাই পারফেক্ট অ্যানালাইজ ওরা দুইকে বুয়া দিছে যেমনি হোক বুয়া আরেকটা নিব টিএজি নেজাদ রে দেখে লাইছে রে লাউড দেখে লাইছে লাউড দেখে লাইছে রে নেজাদ রে লাউড দেখে লাইছে নেজাদ আরেকটু হোল্ড কর আরো কিছু প্লেয়ার দেব নেজাদ হোল্ড অন আরো টিম যাইবো প্রচুর ফাইট কঠিন ফাইট ইভো স্ট্যাক গান ডাইনাস্টি
No, the team is getting an allowance like that, and now Gun Dynasty, they have more challenges in front of them as EVOS walks up.
And BRU is listening in closely, in separate tent as well. Russia will have to spend some time to heal back up. The medic gun speeds up the process.
Are Nejad, আরেকটু হোল্ড
writing their last. But again, just
Jack
enough
pass,
to make it to
and
tomorrow.
দিলো
But Lau now
11
have distance,
96 পয়েন্ট
great angles to
96 পয়েন্ট টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব
fight happening right in front of them.
Last 5 teams, out of which only one team has all their 4 players surviving. That's going to be EVOS. Sahil Jad, Shairu did broke open in a place to enter the doorway, but it did not work out. Sahil Jad was holding it off. BZP on the other end is spotting the entirety of Gun
Cloud
Dynasty.
শালার ভিতরে লেগে গেল তো নালে ভাই এটা কি ফাইট হইতাছে ইস চারটা পাঁচটা স্কোয়াড এই তো রুকসার গেলে গান লাউড গন গান ডাইনাস্টি লাউড গন গান ডাইনাস্টি ও গন হয়ে যাব টিএজির কাছে আবারও সুযোগ বুয়ার টিএজি রাজ দেখেন এই যে ঘরে ঢুকছে নো ঘরের থেকে বের হওয়া যাবে না পুরো পারফেক্টলি বাট এখন বের হতে হবে সার্কেল শ্রিঙ্কিং ব্রু একদম চুপ মাইরা বসে আছে টিএজির লগে পারফেক্ট ভাই শুধু ইভোস ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ারে আছে বাট গান ডাইনাস্টি কিন্তু করা খেলতেছে ইভোস রে খায়া দিতে পারে
Closer to one more for themselves. However, Gun Dynasty, they do not want to give them a chance. They want to make sure this last game everybody gets to know their name once again, just like they made it on day 1. Chrono being used.
Gun Dynasty. Evolve Brew. Kara nebe buya. Guys, comment. Jodio keu nai.
Team Apex Gaming staying behind, but the last 2 times they did
comment guys, comment.
They won the round.
Yeah.
But this time they have one lesser member. They don't have KD guard with him.
Moment. Buya moment. TAG again. TAG কি again বুয়া নেবে? TAG এর পজিশন ভালো, বাট ইভোস TAG এর দিকে মুভ করছে ভাই। এখন বিপদ হতে পারে। ব্রু কখনোই বুয়া ছাড়তে চাইবে না, ইভোসও বুয়া ছাড়তে চাইবে না। TAG চাপে পড়তে পারে, TAG এর চাপ দিচ্ছে ইভোস। TAG সুযোগ পাবে। আরো একবার বুয়া TAG। এই যে ব্রু আর ইভোসের ফাইট, TAG সুযোগ নেবে। ব্রু ইভোসের ফাইট, TAG সুযোগ নেবে 100-তে 100। এই যে ব্রুর একটা শেষ, কেন ফাটিয়েছিলে ইভোসের। এই যে ইভোসের ম্যান পাওয়ার, এমবোটরে টেক ডাউন দিছে। এই যে লং থেকে TAG ইয়া নেবে অ্যাডভান্টেজ। না, এই ম্যাচের বুয়া ইভোস 4v3। ইভোসের লগে পারবো না, যাই হয়ে যাক। লাস্ট সার্কেল ভাই, লাস্ট সার্কেল। Oh my god, last one, and it's a booyah from the side of the defending champion, EVOS Diva. They qualify to grand finals like the Hunters are back again for the title. অসাধারণ খেলা হয়েছে। টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব মারতে বাঁচ গয়া। আমি ভাবতেছি যে এই প্যারাডক্স গেমিং আর ডিপি ডেমনস্ট্রেট এই দুইটা নলা টিম না থাকলে এই টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কেমনে কোয়ালিফাই করতো। কপাল, সবই কপাল। অরোরা গেমিং ও কোয়ালিফাই গত ম্যাচটা ভালো খেলার কারণে। দেখা যাক এখান থেকে অঙ্ক মিলে কেডা ফাইনালে যায়।
They are going to be the ones that tops Group A.
What a game coming in from Buriram. I think while we talk about teams of consistency, right? They showed us what consistency means. Yes, this game and the previous one are back-to-back booyah pulled off by EVOS, showing why and what they are, what they're looking forward to in EWC 26. But consistency is the key. That's what everybody wants to place inside the shield. And maybe Buriram might be writing it for themselves.
Let's listen in on what EVOS is talking about with that win in the final round. Imgo standing up before the fight even ends, but hey, it's set in stone. Even though EVOS, they got that back-to-back booyah, but again, Buriram United Esports done more than enough to be at the top of the group, and you know what that means, Lucifer.
Yeah,
they're gonna pull the trigger.
They will. 2 keys will be crushed. And for Imgo to stand up like that, he knew what was happening. He had taken 2 of the players of tag down, so he knew his teammates in a 3v1 will pull it off. And it eventually did work out. EVOS, but you can see at the biggest of stages, this is how the part and parcel of competition is. Paradox, they're happy on one end that they were able to make it to such a big stage, represent their region, and put a performance that they could deliver on. And on the other end, Demon's Pride, this was their very first time from their region, and they wanted to make sure they put up a big performance. They tried their best, but the level of Group A being the toughest did trouble them.
Yep. Of course, the Latam fans here in full force, and that's just a fraction of it. I mean, for Africa, it's the first time for the region, but for Pakistan, it's not the first year. And that's the contrast that we see on the stage right now. They can still walk back with their heads held high because they have done more than enough to showcase their best on the world stage, and I'm pretty sure there's more to come.
There is a lot. That's what we look forward to from every team whenever they step up on a stage like this. And this is how we love to see things like this. But on stage, we have Barney ready. Let's send it to him.
Well, an exciting day, and Group A has now come to a close. 6 teams have secured a spot in the survival stage. 4 have made it through to the grand finals directly, and 2 are gonna go home. And so that's what we're here to do right now. But first, I'm gonna have a little interview with Buriram United Esports, because what a dominant day. Okay, let's set the scene, okay? Let's go back in time, your journey to this point. World champions in 2025. 5th in the regional finals, so not obviously You didn't match your expectations for that, but now dominating in
কি
the
কয়
group
চলো
stage
শুনে গাইস
at the Esports World Cup, that's got to boost your confidence, right, Rosanna?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับกับผลงานในวันนี้ออกไปในทางยอดเยี่ยมเลยทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าก่อนอื่นเนี่ยขอย้อนเวลากลับไปในปีที่แล้วสักนิดนึงใน global ในเวที global tournament นะฮะหรือว่าในเวทีระดับ region นะฮะเราจบที่ 5ซึ่งแบบว่าผลงานไม่ได้ไปตามทางที่เราหวังมากนะอยากทราบว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเรารู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างฮะ
ก็
ว้าววัสซัน
วันนี้ก็ทำได้แล้วครับก็ทำให้เห็นแล้วก็ใช่ไหมพี่ผมตอบถูกไหมนะคือ
ไปโอ้ย
ดีใจครับ
AD language ไป
Yeah, actually we are very happy and excited that we finally be able to like prove ourselves that we deserve to be here to become the world champ of this year.
I like that. Now, one thing that all these teams are chasing, obviously, whilst we're here, is consistency, and it seems like you guys have that in absolutely mountainous amounts because you guys managed to secure 3 booyahs yesterday. Today, not so many. However, you're still putting up points every single game. What does it mean to have these teammates with you and performing so well here on the main stage?
ก็ในเวทีการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสนะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจทั้ง2วันนี้เนี่ยเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีทั้ง2วันเลยถึงแม้ว่าในเมื่อวานเราได้ทำบูย่าไปทั้งหมด
পরে আমরা স্ট্রহেডের ম্যাচ দেখতে পারবো স্ট্রহেড কি আমাদের আশা ভেঙে দেবে না কি একটা ভালো কামব্যাক দিয়ে যা গত আমরা দেখেছিলাম FFMAI তে কিভাবে কোয়ালিফাই করেছিল প্রথম ডে খারাপ গিয়েছিল দ্বিতীয় ডেতে তারা কিভাবে কামব্যাক দিয়ে টেডিলের #3 তে চলে গিয়েছিল তলানি থেকে তো সেভাবে কি স্ট্রহেড কামব্যাক দিতে পারবে কিনা অবশ্যই কমেন্ট করবেন জানাবেন স্ট্রহেডের অ্যাবিলিটি আছে সেই অ্যাবিলিটি আছে স্ট্রহেডের আশা করি স্ট্রহেড সেই অ্যাবিলিটি কাজে লাগাবে এন্ড কোয়ালিফাই করবে আবার সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজে কিন্তু বাংলাদেশি দুইটা বাংলাদেশি টিমকে আমরা অবশ্যই সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজে দেখতে চাই এন্ড সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজ থেকে দুইটা না হলেও একটা যেন গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল কোয়ালিফাই করে কি বলেন
আপনারা? As you can imagine, we're going to crush some hopes, going to crush some dreams and crush some keys. Like I'll remind you, we have 2 teams who have been eliminated from the competition. They need to have their keys crushed, and so we're going to start things off. Would you like to press this button?
กดปุ่มเลยครับ
ক্রাশ করবে তাদের কি
It's going to open up. It's going to reveal the teeth. It looks menacing. Let's be honest. We're going to crush these keys. Okay, Wasana, would you like to gently pull on this lever and send them home? Is there anything you would like to say to your teams before we crush them?
ก่อนที่เราจะดึงคันโยกลงมานะเพื่อส่งดึกคีย์ทั้ง2อันลงไปเนี่ยมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกทุกทีมเลยไหมฮะกับแล้วก็2
ไม่เป็นไรครับเก่งแล้วแต่ผมเก่งกว่าครับโทษที
Yeah. GG, nice try, but we are better than you guys. Sorry.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Okay, pull that lever in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. And just like that, 2 teams have been eliminated from Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. But don't go anywhere because 2 more teams will be eliminated later today. And as we get those groups prepped, we're going to head back to the studio before we continue with day number 2.
এটা একটা হৃদয় বিদারক মুহূর্ত এটা একটা হৃদয় বিদারক মুহূর্ত এনে যদি বাংলাদেশে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব থাকতো ভাই আমার সিরিয়াসলি কান্না চলে আসতো ও ভাই কপাল যাই হোক কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাচ শুরু হবে
Now, something that really hits close to home, and one of the things that we cherish the most here at the Esports World Cup is support for our players on the main stage. And one of the most incredible things is, of course, when families, fathers, sons, brothers, mothers are here to cheer for their children and for their siblings on the main stage. It truly is amazing. I've got Shalesh here joining me, Shoto's father from Team Apex Gaming. Shalesh, tell me what it's like being a dad. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old son. What is it like to cheer for your son on the main stage?
সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজ খেলবে টপ 10টা টিম কোয়ালিফাই সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজে মানে #1 2 3 4 ডাইরেক্ট গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালে চলে গেছে এন্ড 5 থেকে 10 পর্যন্ত যে টিমটা আছে #5 #6 7 8 9 10 এই টিমগুলো সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজে খেলবে কালকে ডিসি আগামী কাল সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজে খেলবে বাট প্যারাডাইস গেমিং এবং ডেমন স্প্রাইট পাকিস্তানি টিম এই দুইটা টিম কিন্তু বিদায় নিয়েছে বলা যায় টপ 10টা টিম কোয়ালিফাই এর মধ্যে কিন্তু টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব কোয়ালিফাই করছে আলহামদুলিল্লাহ কোনোভাবে আর কি কোনোভাবে কোয়ালিফাই বাট আজকের দিনে টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব লাস্ট ম্যাচটা দুর্দান্ত খেলতে বলতেই হবে কজ সেই ম্যাচটার মধ্যে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অল গেমার গ্লোবালদের উপর যে হামলা চালাইছে এটা অন স্ক্রিন দেখায় নাই বাট নোটিফিকেশন দেখে বুঝছি করা খেলছে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব আজকের দিনে যাক কোয়ালিফাই আল্লাহর বান্দারা দেখা যাক আজকে স্ট্র হ্যাটস কি কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারে কিনা স্ট্র হ্যাটস এর কাছে সুযোগ আছে
yesterday okay yesterday was a struggle an uphill battle today they're playing so well yeah tell me how it feels
টিসি 10 নম্বরে ভাই একদম লাস্ট পয়েন্টে টিসি কোয়ালিফাই টিসির অবস্থা টাইট টিসির লাস্ট ম্যাচে কোনোভাবে সারভাইভটা করছে কিছু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট ভালো এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিছে এরকম ভাবে টিসি যদি প্রত্যেক ম্যাচ খেলতো এই 12টা ম্যাচ যদি সেম এক দুইটা ম্যাচ খারাপ যেত বাট 12টা ম্যাচে যদি সেম ভাবে এত অ্যাগ্রেসিভনেস নিয়ে খেলতো অবশ্যই টিসি একটা ভালো পজিশনে থেকে কোয়ালিফাই করতো #56 ও লিড করতে পারতো টিসি বাট ব্যাড লাক টিসি
and PDX, but we'll talk about that later because we're going to be talking about the teams that are in the top 4 and will be going to the finals. One of them, Buriram, very consistent today.
দেখা যাক আমরা কিছুক্ষণ পরেই আমাদের স্ট্র হ্যাটস কেও দেখতে পারবো
from day number 1 I felt day number 1 was explosive for them and I feel like today they're maybe in power saving mode but after all they're still up there in the lead. Do they really need to rush a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loud was on power saving mode as well. They didn't really need to do much. They were just being very consistent, very average games and they still remained up in the
top. But
what's interesting is Gun Dynasty kind of slowing things down today
কি বলবো হ্যাশট্যাগ ট্রেডে করে কোনোভাবে ট্রেডের শেষ বগি ধরতে ভাই ট্রেডের শেষ বগিটা ধরতে টিসি কপাল কপাল
and Titan Esports Club TEC many doubters out there of course tons of supporters as well they have managed to save themselves from relegation
just barely. It feels like just barely because at the beginning of the day, I mean, throughout the day too, that squad was just in contention, doing enough to what it took to keep them away from those bottom two. But the way you were talking about Gun Dynasty, that's a team that slowed down in a big way.
Yeah. Overall ranking.
Did they slow down in another squad that was kind of able to bring it back up?
Buriram just 236, EVOS 229. দেখেন EVOS চারা থেকে ডাইরেক্ট আইসা বসে করি লাউড স্নিকার্স 206 টিম ফ্যালকন বললাম না যে লাউড এই চারটা টিমই গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে যাবে
about 10 matches they were about 9.4 average kills and to 4.4 placement which is actually beating teams like Gun Dynasty who just brought it back in these last couple of matches so seeing that sort of like I guess competition between these two teams Falcons Gun Dynasty is obviously what makes these storylines so fantastic clearly not enough to make it into that top 4 we saw in that final circle it was like looking good for these teams and then somewhere along the lines they came in from the eastern side I know like I think it was Loud holding the eastern corner there for quite some time in the position so it was very difficult for Team Falcons and obviously Gun Dynasty to sort of get that fruition and get those extra pressure points that they needed to push them up to that top 4 but look if we look into like survival kind of matches here this is an
all gamers global ওদের কি বলবো ভাই ওরা জাস্ট পজিশন ধরতে পারে না শেষের দিকে বাট ওদের এলিমস দেখেন সবচেয়ে টপ নচ এলিমস 148 12 ম্যাচে and total 219 points but Titan Esports Club 96 points যা বলছিলাম Titan Esports Club team Apex Gaming 142 points জাস্ট ভাবেন একটা ইন্ডিয়ান টিম প্রথমবার খেলতেছে আর তারা 140 টোটাল পয়েন্ট নিয়ে নিছে অরোরা গেমিং 125 অরোরা গেমিং লাস্ট ম্যাচটা ভালো খেলা লাস্ট ম্যাচের আগের ম্যাচটা ভালো খেলছে লাস্ট ম্যাচটাও একটা এভারেজ গেম প্লে দিচ্ছে যার কারণে এত ডিফারেন্স অরোরা গেমিং ডিআরএস গেমিং এর নিচে ছিল আই থিংক ডিআরএস গেমিং 109 টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব 93 টোটাল 55 এলিম কি বলবো ভাই, কিছু বলার নাই।
team. I felt like yesterday they
কোনো
were
মতে
struggling.
সার্ভাইভটা
They were
করছে।
knocked out a bit too
ডেমনস্ট্রেট এন্ড
early so
প্যারাডক্স
many times.
গেমিং
We saw the
আজকের
vision
দিনে
but not the
প্যারাডক্স
execution.
গেমিং
And
যদি গত
whatever it
দিনের
is
মতো
that happened
পারফরম্যান্স
yesterday
করতো
was
তাহলে
in fact they
আজকে
almost broke
আর
the record
টাইটান
today.
স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের কোনো
But I
সুযোগ
want to
ছিল
bring the
না।
conversation back to Team Apex Gaming, right? Because I think this is
না
a
প্যারাডক্স
whole
গেমিং
big
তো গত
win
দিনও
for
তেমন একটা
India as a
পারফরম্যান্স
region
দেখি নাই।
who are
আমি
making it
তো
back
পুরো
into the
3
global scene
পয়েন্টের
after
গ্যাপ
a
ছিল,
long,
বাট
long time. I
সেখান
mean, many
থেকে
people would have
প্যারাডক্স
expected
গেমিং
these Indian teams to be
হ্যাশট্যাগ
rusty,
9
and
থেকে
that's
10
exactly what
থেকে
they were
ডাইরেক্ট
in
12 এ
day
চলে
one,
গেছে।
at least for Team
বাট
Apex
টাইটান
Gaming. But
স্পোর্টস
today
ক্লাব
they've
ভাই
shown
বেস্ট
us
অফ
that
লাক,
they can play
সার্ভাইভাল
some good
স্টেজে
fights, they
একটা
can
ভালো
rip away some
ফাটাফাটি
good
এরকম
warriors,
অ্যাগ্রেশন,
but
এই
is
যে
it
শেষ
gonna be
ম্যাচটাই
enough
যে
for them
অ্যাগ্রেশনটা
to
দেখাইছেন,
qualify into the grand finals?
সেম
Because if you're
অ্যাগ্রেশন
looking
আমি
at
টাইটান
the
স্পোর্টস
teams
ক্লাব
that are
থেকে
stacked here, they're
লাস্ট
gonna
ডেতে
probably
চাই।
make it
আগামী দিনে
into
10টা ম্যাচ
elimination
হবে,
rounds.
10টা
It's not
ম্যাচেই
gonna be
যেন
easy. I mean,
সেম
in this group in
পারফরম্যান্স
itself,
থাকে,
I've got
তাহলে
3 or 4
আমরা
favorites, but they're only
টাইটান
4
স্পোর্টস
spots left
ক্লাবের
for
এই
survival
10টা
round.
ম্যাচ থেকে 2 থেকে 3টা বুইয়া আশা করতে পারি। যদি এই যে লাস্ট ম্যাচটা যেভাবে খেলছে সেভাবে যদি খেলে অ্যান্ড সার্কেল বুঝে অ্যানালাইজ করতে পারে, তাহলে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব থেকে আগামী দিনে আমরা
exactly like that
2 থেকে
for this
3টা
squad.
বুইয়া
Going to
দেখতে
tag
পারবো
though, I know you've been to
ইনশাআল্লাহ।
the global finals many times. You've been at many events. What is something that you would like to see Team Apex Gaming do coming to tomorrow for survival? Because only the top 4 will be going, and it's not 2 days. It's just going to be 1 day.
Let me just put it this way, okay? The Indian teams are already winning, okay? Shoto is already winning. I want Indian parents like that, man. I mean, when the common factor for any Indian boy in his house is you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or you're a failure in life.
এসএজ এক্সট্রা এই কি শুধু আমার নয়, পুরো স্ট্র হেডসের আমি যে কোনো মূল্যে এই কি রক্ষা করব।
I think that's a huge win already. They are setting an example for everybody else out there. I wish
এখন স্ট্র হেডসের জন্য জয় নিশ্চিত করতে আমি আমার সর্বোচ্চটা দেব। জয় না পাওয়া পর্যন্ত আমি থামবো না।
to run away with the EWC trophy the very first time they've stepped back into the global stage, but it's more to
দেখা যাক ইনশাআল্লাহ স্ট্র হেডস একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স দিবে, হ্যাশট্যাগ 10 করে হলো যেন কোয়ালিফাই করে অন্তত।
From that team was getting the booyahs.
Yeah.
And in regards to those top 4 squads, we ended up seeing they had to get those booyahs. I feel like that's going to transition into tomorrow for survival.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that one thing's for sure though, when you are going to be running this and you do make it to that top 4, that survival stage, for me personally, I think that having that one more day to play gives you momentum, gives you an edge in terms of trying to learn what exactly needs to be fixed and how you can fix it throughout the day. As you go into the grand finals, granted that you do go into the grand finals, it does give you a little bit more of an edge for me personally compared to the teams that already just go straight on to that final day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think teams like Titan Esports Club, they are a little bit more grateful that we've added in more squads, right? They're a little bit more grateful that more regions are in here. So now they are kind of like the veterans in the competition. So they've survived this stage already. But to survive survival stage as a whole is going to be very tough because of the kind of teams that we have got going in there. We've also got Group B who are going to be playing in a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, down at the bottom, the teams who are already struggling are not going to be obviously a very big, fight for them. But the teams that do make it in there, I think the survival stage is going to be a hell of a lot more exciting than whatever we've seen in the past 2 days.
Yeah, on the broadcast, I think it was the other day, we watched this group and I've been saying that it's kind of like 2 lobbies in one group.
Yes.
We have ahead of the pack, the top of the lead, the AGLs, all sitting up there, and then everybody sort of fighting in your mid-range to the end, which is pretty tough for this lobby. Like, this lobby is exceptionally stacked. And, if we do sort of like swivel over and move over to our second lobby that will be coming up, you're talking about India, SAUL, they're sort of in that middle pack range as well. So it's going to be an absolute grand fight, I feel like, in the survival match. But one thing I want to pick your guys' brains on, if this is okay. Yesterday, Paradox's performance was actually exceptional.
Yeah.
They have now found their way right down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I guess, AJ, I'll hit this with you. Was there any sort of inconsistencies that you saw being like watching this team throughout their play style today?
No, not at all, right? It's the first time Africa is stepping onto a stage like this. They don't really have a lot of experience in the esports scene within their own country. They don't have a lot of powerful teams to go up against, to scrimmage against. So coming in here, it's all about learning. It's about the experience. It's about, traveling around Paris, just watching, exactly how the culture is like here. Having some baguettes.
I mean, it's exceptional just to get here in the first place.
Absolutely correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational.
That's what you were
for the
saying
rest of the
about
team.
tag too. I mean, you feel like this is definitely a win for that squad. The experience that they're going to be getting is going to transition into later on with some of the other squads. And I think this is something that Neptune was touching about. And we even heard Conchita touching upon it too from Evos. They did have one of the players that was just starting off. They started off slow, but they ended up bringing it back as well. Same with the other squads. Aurora, I know that's one squad you were just talking about earlier on. They weren't able to bring it up. It's been quite a bit of an inconsistent 2 days for Aurora.
Yeah, they were struggling on day number 1. Even today, I think one thing's for sure about them, though, kind of like tag, right? You can see that they
দেখা যাক আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাচ কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারে কিনা ইস্ট্রো হ্যাট already Titan Esports Club on the road. তারা কোয়ালিফাই করে নিয়েছে and আশা করব টিম ইস্ট্রো হ্যাটসও কোয়ালিফাই করবে and ইস্ট্রো হ্যাটস আগামী দিনে কোয়ালিফাই করলে আশা করা যায় ইস্ট্রো হ্যাটস গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতেও কোয়ালিফাই করার মতো পারফরম্যান্স আমাদের উপহার দিবে
But they've been missing the past 2 years, right? Multiple roster shuffles, but now they are kind of getting it together. So this is one of their best performances that we've seen from them in the past 2 years. So based on them, they're doing hella well, right? I didn't expect them to walk away with an almost record-breaking game in the game number 5. Yeah, that in itself shows how good they have come.
Great momentum too that they're going to be able to take that into survival, and that's the thing though.
And I think 740 তে আমাদের I think 740 তে আমাদের next ম্যাচগুলো অনুষ্ঠিত হবে
to survival because the top 4
and আশা করি আপনারা সবাই সাপোর্ট করবেন
two teams that are going to be going home. It is going to be the rest of the teams that are going to be going home that are not in those top 4. So going into survival, I know by the way there's amazing people that have joined us, Tash, Bunny, AJ, and Lace, especially you two. You guys are going to get a chance to cast that Group B. We'll get a chance to break down Group B with the other squad, but I want to just pick their brain. Who is somebody that you're going to be keeping a close eye on coming up in Group B?
Man, I am not keeping my eyes on anyone, right? That's the beauty about shoutcasting a battle royale. Anything goes, anything happens. Like from what we've seen already in Group A, teams that kind of didn't really do all that too well yesterday, even Titan Esports, they weren't having a fantastic run yesterday. Today is where they showed us what they're truly capable of, right? And that's exactly what I'm expecting to see. Teams who were not doing too great yesterday to step it up. Teams who are doing great, maybe, take a little bit of a pause, just like what Loud did, just like what Buriram did. Don't get too crazy with it.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, I did dig a little bit with Carol about the Brazilian, I think, scene, right?
Yeah.
And she was telling me, like, in the regular season for Brazil, one thing's for sure, the Fluxo was known as the
Boogeyman?
Yeah, the boogeyman, right?
Yeah.
They were the ones that goes for back-to-back booyahs coming forward. But now in this tournament, they are the ones that are just farming eliminations.
Yeah.
So they've changed up the way they play, and I agree with you. You really cannot tell what's gonna be happening, and I'm so excited to be part of this with you, AJ.
Likewise, Dash, right? And, speaking about Fluxo, I am not too worried about them at all. That's the team that we are definitely going to see at the grand finals. I'll be shocked if we don't see Fluxo in the grand finals.
I mean, let me give you my little opinion here on the end, guys, because I shouted it from the rooftops right at the top. We need to look at Team Secret, guys, okay? I have placed them as my underdog, all right? The video is
underdog!
Yes, and if we saw from there, like, obviously, groups from yesterday, shaky start, but then they pulled out these bazingas just to skyrocket up the leaderboard. So, I don't want to jinx them. I know we're all about jinxing, unfortunately, but this is going to be one team that needs to obviously make this happen.
Yeah.
And I'm going Team Secret.
I mean, this group has been just talking about when we went to Group A, it was pretty much Southeast Asia. When we went to Group B, it was none other than Brazil. You can hear the crowd in the background. You can hear them getting hyped up. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, support your local team. Get into Free Fire. Make sure
Team Titan Esports Club already on the road. Support your local team.
We'll be getting ready for Group B, but we do have an amazing video with Mia.
Yo estaba en el trabajo y
I was at work heading home
ocurrió
when the
temblor.
quake hit.
Cuando nos frenamos y esperamos que pasara los movimientos para poder pasar, porque yo iba a pasar por un túnel. Entonces, cuando pasó, logré bajar a casa y estaba buscando a mi mamá. Ya cuando la encontré, se encontraba llorando, y cuando pasamos al apartamento, la encontramos los bloques estaban partidos, tenían...
ওদের এখানে ভূমিকম্প হয়েছিল।
Ya de ahí salimos del apartamento que no era habitable. Ya estaba partido, estaba buscando el agua, pasaron muchas cosas. De ahí estábamos esperando reunirnos con la familia para poder llegar hacia donde nuestra abuela, que allá era un poquito más habitable. Ya nosotros nos fuimos a una plaza donde era más abierta y estuvimos ahí en el carro de nuestro tío esperando que fuera la cólica. En un momento nosotros estábamos en la plaza y yo estaba logrando contactarme con el equipo, pero no podía porque no había señal, no había luz, como durante 2 días. Entonces nosotros esperamos los 2 días, nos acostamos en la camioneta, en el carro, y ya cuando llegó la luz pude contactarme con el equipo.
Right after the earthquake hit, I didn't realize how hard the earthquake had hit. It had happened right when we were going to join Discord for a meeting, and I ended up not joining the meeting for another reason, and found out a couple hours later that it was tragic. It hit me pretty hard emotionally. You know, these are my boys, people I spent time with, and then not knowing from them for hours until it became days for some of them.
El medio de la nada accidentado pues. ¿Qué opinas, Capa Flow?
Feo porque nosotros teníamos pensado ir desde el aeropuerto de Caracas, que me tía. Ya teníamos todo planeado, todo bien, pero hubieron rumores que las carreteras se habían dañado por lo del terremoto y así. Entonces varias gente nos dio opciones, ejemplo, que nos podíamos ir por Medellín, y así fue lo que hicimos, pero fuimos por Medellín.
After we knew that we were going to attend EWC, I already had a relationship with the mothers. So they knew my name. They always heard me on Discord when I spoke to them. And one of the things that I told them and I promised them was that I was going to take that trip with them from Venezuela directly here, and that they would never be away from me, that they were going to be with me the whole time. And the minute I found out that I wasn't going to be able to travel with them from Venezuela, it just broke my heart. And I try to make it as transparent, as much communication. I tried to inform the mothers. Up to now, we have a WhatsApp group that they're constantly receiving pictures. They're constantly getting updates from me, and they know that I've been trying my best to keep them updated.
Lo más difícil del viaje fue separarme de mi familia. El proceso de tomar la decisión fue hablarlo con mi familia, porque no estábamos seguros si ellos me querían dejar ir, porque como había muchas réplicas y estamos en familia, no nos queríamos separar. Entonces hablamos de eso en familia y mi mamá tomó la decisión de dejarme ir porque era una oportunidad grande.
কি একটা সাফার করে ওরা আসছে এইখানে এই মঞ্চে।
Como
অবশ্যই
5
ডেডিকেশন
horas para
ভাই।
llegar a Barquisimeto, después 14 horas para llegar a Cúcuta y como 14 más para llegar a Medellín.
The day after it happened, I knew there was something that we could do, and the Free Fire community as well. And I started doing some flash tournaments on Thursday, which was that next day. I started putting statuses on my WhatsApp of who in the community wanted to contribute, whether it's a mod, whether it's a narrator so we can do live, whether it's a producer to do live on TikToks, and also to teams to see who wanted to join and make a donation to be able to play our tournaments. We did 5 on Friday, 5 on Saturday, 5 on Sunday, every day for a whole week. The tournament, I named it as Manos Unidas, which means United Hands, which also contributes back to, you know, our logo, which is a logo of a picture of my hands. So Manos Unidas just came naturally. United Hands as a community, you know, we come together to try to help our Venezuelan friends. And we had a lot of turnover. I mean, we had a lot of people wanting to join it and contributing more than, you know, the normal. When we come back to our homes, this coming week, we're going to have bigger tournaments that are going to last for about a week. That's going to be our goal now, to continue raising funds. For them, this is a dream come true. Coming from the whole tragic of the earthquake, it's just makes them stronger, makes them believe more that this is meant for them, and they're gonna do a great job. I trust a lot in our team, and I know that they're gonna try their best to take something back to their country.
Pues que todo es un sacrificio, que sigan su sueño y así, que nosotros pues aquí vamos a demostrar y así.
A team that has been able to overcome adversity with tragedies that happen. But at this point, I mean, they're just trying to reach the pinnacle of Free Fire at EWC 26 and trying to find a way to get into survival, trying to find a way if they can maybe make it to finals. And to be quite honest, it is going to be a hard road once again because this squad is starting not in the best positions for day 2 of Group B.
Yeah, it is definitely a hard climb for Mia Corp, but hearing what they have to go through, it is such a miracle for them to be here with us today. And of course, for them, it is also a milestone and something that they can forever be proud of. So yeah, this is just one of those stories that gets you thinking of how grateful and how easy you have it in life compared to others.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is I personally saw their qualifiers into EWC. I was shoutcasting their games, and this is a team that really surprised everyone. We really didn't expect them to get in that champion rush condition, and I'm like, the story that they have, they fight through it, they manage to just go with what is needed for them, and they didn't have that much of booyah even from the group stage. It's only grand final, so it's just the effort that they put in to get here that is what we are looking forward to.
Yeah, you can just see how much it means to these people. You know, they're going through all this sort of, you know, we talk about the mentality of performing on a stage like this, but also, you know, you got to add the pressures of what's going on at home and everything around you. So just to be able to, you know, we were saying before to the other guys, just make it to Esports World Cup is a fantastic feat in itself, of course. But look, the battle's not over yet, Seven.
It's not, definitely not.
Yeah, the battle's definitely not over yet. 33 points they're truly having to overcome to make it to the top 4. But as we saw in Group A, that's going to keep moving along the day. They just have to make sure they are consistent. And don't forget, those booyahs have to start coming because we saw from Group A, everybody that was at the top, they needed to get some booyahs. A squad that was able to get the booyahs yesterday was none other than, remind me again who it was, because it was a team from Brazil, Neptune.
Yes, MIVR lost. And we're really looking forward to how they are going to continue this, because from what we've seen, especially comparison of Group A, Group B, we've already talked about like how Group A is a group of death. There's a lot of teams who might be able to go and get those booyah against Birmingham United, and this time around, I think MIVR loss will have an opportunity to continue their reign, because even from yesterday, once we switch it up to Group B, it was a slow game overall.
It really was. It really was, Lace. I mean, we felt like the pace definitely slowed down in regards to what we were seeing in comparison to Group A.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at like the leaderboard at the end of the day, it was super close compared to our first lobby. So they can interchange and obviously work their way up to be secured in that top 4 position. But what I want to do, Seven, okay, is I want to give you a reason. All right, you saw me before saying team secret.
Oh.
And I want to tell you why.
Why?
Okay? I want to tell me why. Okay, so I want to tell you why.
Overall ranking আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি গ্রুপ বি এর
Sitting in 6, you know, I'm always going to look at sort of that middle pack just under top 4. This team in 2025 was an entire brand new roster. Right, talk about storylines. They were not doing well. Okay, it was an incredibly rough start, and this generally can happen with like an interchangeable roster here. But on Free Fire Worlds in Southeast Asia, they won 4 games back to back. Okay, so this team, once the consistency hits, can actually put in the work for this. And now, in relation to our first lobby, they're actually sort of like rivals of AGAL. And if we saw how incredible Well,
ডিসকোয়ালিফাই না,
they
সার্ভাইভাল
did.
স্টেজে
Team
যেতে পারে,
Secret
টুইস্টেড
were
মাইন্ডও
actually
যেতে পারে,
beating them
আরআরকিউও যেতে
in
পারে।
their series.
বাট
So
আরআরকিউ যেভাবে
I'm expecting
কনসিস্টেন্সি রাখে,
massive things from
আই
Team
থিংক আরআরকিউ
Secret.
একটা ভালো
I've
বেটার
got the
কামব্যাক দিবে।
stats to back it up,
টিম
baby.
সিক্রেটও
Okay?
এভারেজ লেভেলের
And
গেমটা
there's
দিয়ে আশা করি।
about to be a power shift, baby. Team Secret underdog. Watch this space.
So you have them finishing
But
in top
MIBL
4
loss
directly to
already
finals.
qualified
I think they
বলা
will
যায়।
just hit
ভালো
that top
একটা
4 mark,
ডিফারেন্স
yes.
তারা
Okay,
ক্রিয়েট
I
করছে,
love that.
অপোজিটে
Exactly what I
ইস্টো
talked about
হেডস
yesterday because Team
পয়েন্ট ভাই।
Secret won the
Just দেখেন
FFWS
ইস্টো
Spring
হেডস যদি
2026 with a
40
consecutive
ক্রস করে
win, and
রাখতো
that was
গত দিনে,
amazing.
তাহলে আজকের
But
দিনে
of
একটা
course,
ভালো কিছু
speaking
করতে
of
পারতো।
rivalry, my eyes are drawn
as the UL
straight to Flipso
top
and
ka
Twisted Minds because they
FAQL
have the
and
same
Al
amount
Ahli
of
re
points,
top ka jodi
90,
jaite
and the
chaয়,
same amount of elimination
তাহলে
points, 55.
দুইটা বুইয়া
Also, we still
কনফার্ম
have
করতে
Leon
হবে উইথ
or
টোটাল
Lion or whatever you pronounce it.
However you want to say
15
it.
elimination।
However you want to say it, because this is actually one
তাহলে
of the
তারা
strongest team that
qualify
did
একটা
not
ভালো
perform
comeback হবে
well on the
Esports
first
থেকে।
day.
না
I mean,
হলে
just look at it, 7th
হয়তোবা
with
মিয়া কর্পোরেট
72 total
ছাড়তে পারবে,
points,
বাট
and this is not the Leon or the
qualify
Lion that
করতে
we
পারবে না।
knew,
দেখা
especially
যাক।
with
ভাই,
all the great
অনেকটা
players they
প্রেসার যাবে
have.
ইস্ট্রাইটের
One of
জন্য
them is
অনেকটা
Games
প্রেসার।
King,
গত দিনে
right?
ভালো
Yeah,
খেললে
I mean, I do agree.
আজকের
Games
দিনে
King
একটা
will be
ভালো
able
কিছু
to
করতে
bring
পারবে
the fire to
ইস্ট্রাইট।
Leon, but I'm looking at
সুযোগ থাকবে।
another team. We've seen how well Team Apex did in Group A. Now another team. Like,
This is the blessing, by the way. This is the blessing.
Blessing.
And preface.
Right.
You're about to be blessed by none other than Neptune.
Yeah. Total Gaming. Let's see. Total Gaming. They might be able to catch up. I mean, overtake Leon, overtake Team Secret, overtake RRQ.
No, stop. We're blessing, remember? We're blessing.
He's blessing
That's how
all
he
those
blesses his
teams
teams.
as well.
Blessing all those teams.
One team that you were able to actually bless yesterday, Conchita, was RRQ, and it worked out perfectly how you mentioned it. Starting slow, maybe some jitters of day one, but they were able to turn that around.
I do believe that the true challenge lies today because when we talk about RRQ, obviously the well-known fact is that second day chokehold, second day jitters, and the pressure that sometimes they just cannot handle yet. This is the true test for RRQ, especially for Duts as the captain. This is where he should be performing well. He should be calling all the right calls. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see 88 points sitting at the 5th position with 63 elimination points and 1 booyah. It's looking quite promising, but if I'm talking about the Indonesian team, of course, I am super proud once again to see how Fatality has been performing and has been doing so good in this group, Neptune.
I want to say Vitality.
With that voice, right?
Yeah. The new strategy ended up working out for that squad, and hopefully will continue today, right? Because remind everybody that might have not been here yesterday. It's okay, we'll let it slide now that you're here with us. What was the new strategy?
Yeah, a strategy of going for double snipes. We've seen that from Southeast Asia. We thought that they are going to let go of that because even Brim United, we're seeing them trying to do the same thing. But out of that, they just capitalize on it. They can easily switch up to, especially for those who are just adjusting the sniper, they can easily switch up to sniper, mid guy, or frontliner. So that's what I'm loving about Team Vitality right now. And again, going back to Chris Jaw, like the mindset of the coach, it's just so much of the things that we might expect from Team Vitality.
And they might be able to start hot right away instead of what we were able to see yesterday. One team that's looking to get some booyahs is Fluxo, because their fans are behind us. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I see, is that Barney and Carol? What are you guys doing here?
Oh, here we go. We are here with the Fluxo W7M. Incredible fans. It really is amazing. Oh, Salcinelli joining me here. Tell us about traveling here with these guys and, you know, what this team means to you in this competition.
My family, I can explain how important group is for me. And it's really amazing to be here because it's my first time traveling abroad and with the organization, it's like living a dream and it's so perfect.
We can't hear you, unfortunately, so I'm going to pass this. I'm going to use this. Talk to me again about this being the first time that you've traveled outside of the country and what it's like to travel with all of these guys to support your favorite team.
Yeah, it's abroad, and I truly love. It's like we are really family. I love Fluxo. Fluxo is my family, and make me start doing live stream just because of the organization. So all that I am is because Fluxo. Saltinella exists because of the Fluxo. So it's awesome to be here, and I know that everyone has the same feeling.
I love that. I'm going to take this mic back off you because we've got to learn some of these chants because they're absolutely incredible. Go on, let's go, Carol.
Definitely. Amoroso. Okay, so yesterday we talked a lot about your travel here. It's probably the first time of most people here getting out of Brazil. And you guys share with me incredible stories. But I want to know if you guys have prepared any kind of song for this moment here.
Cara, preparamos algo muito da hora para PWC para aproveitar bastante esse evento. Trouxemos várias bandeiras, inclusive uma música nova. Então, eu quero impressionar vocês.
Okay, so basically they have prepared a special song for this moment. They create a special song for EWC, and even they bought a huge flag. So they are gonna show us the flag and teach us the new song. Come on, guys, I'm with you. Let's go.
Ei, Spotify, puxa aí, tô aqui na EWC, que é a música da EWC, puxa aí. Bora.
EWC song, let's go.
Vai. Puxa aí.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this is good.
E o meu fluxo vai vencer. E o meu fluxo vai vencer. MD vai deitar. O MD vai deitar. O Portezinho vai ruxar. O Portezinho vai ruxar. Chama aí o Luquinho. Chama aí o Luquinho.
Chama aí o Luquinho.
Chama aí o Luquinho. O Gil é muito bom. O Gil é muito bom. Pops vem pra ser campeão. Pops vem pra ser campeão. Brox completa a seleção. Brox completa a seleção. Chama aí o Bentinho! Chama aí o Bentinho! Chama aí o Bentinho! O Fluxo vai ser campeão! O Fluxo vai ser campeão!
Blocks are absolutely popping off on the main stage and we love it. For now, we're going to head back over to the studio and we're going to head down to the main stage to kickstart the second part of Group B, Day 2. There we go.
Oh yeah! Let's go, Fluxo! Oh, I got distracted. We're back on us. Okay, Fluxo. I see you with the energy right there. Let's go. Let's go, Lace. This is a squad that, as I mentioned earlier, they're going to be looking to get their first booyahs. And it was none other than their Brazilian brothers actually stopping them from getting those booyahs, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, it has been said already. Despite of not getting booyahs, they're still taking the top of four. So it really doesn't matter at this moment. As long as they can get to the top four, then it's okay. No booyah, no problem for the moment.
No, I want to see some booyahs out of them. Imagine how if they're crazy right now. If they're being loud right now. The Flux so proud. Gachita. It's gonna go crazy.
অনেক ডিফারেন্স
I know, but that's exactly what I'm waiting for actually, Seven, because we have Buriram and AGAL in Group A, but we also have Lost and Fluxo in Group A, and that's gonna be interesting.
And আমরা কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যেই আমাদের শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি আমাদের গ্রুপ বি এর ম্যাচগুলো। তার আগে একবার ইন্ট্রো হবে।
Half of our players now know their fate, while the other half is ready now on this Guinea City Ride.
That is right. Two teams have now been eliminated from the competition, so the tension just got a little bit thicker because the consequences just became real.
Indeed, Bonnie, there is no room for error anymore. With only 6 games left, it's crucial to hit the ground running Day 2s now.
Look, expect insane plays, expect heartbreaks, but above all, expect absolute chaos. And so, with that being said, it's time to introduce your next 12 teams to the main stage to fight for survival, starting with the Mia Corp.
Mia Corp.
Al-Ali Esports.
मुझे कल की चिल्ला चिल्लाइছে এই 3 নম্বর যেটা লাইভ দেয় না
Team
R2
Twisted Minds.
Team Secret.
Social Gaming.
Fluxo! W7 aim!
fan base there, the crowd.
Total Gaming Esports IQ.
Straw Hats.
Straw Hats.
Lion.
Emmy Bear Loss.
Chopper. Table Chopper.
S8 UL Esports.
India.
And finally, Team Vitality.
Looks so full Indian and
Here we are, our Group B is ready. Anything can still happen, and no one is really safe.
We've got $1 million on the line, the survival stage around the corner, and our grand finals reserved for just the most elite teams. And so with that being said, it's time to close out the group stage of Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
intro.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle. And Loud, once again, a booyah!
MIB lost, they turned it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Bobs struggling unholy along with the help of MIB loss, and it's going to be MIB loss getting the very first booyah of Group B.
দেখা যাক দেখা যাক দেখা যাক দেখা যাক কি হয় আজকের দিনে ইস্ট্র হ্যাড আজকে কি অ্যাগ্রেশন দেখাবে তাদের পরিচয় বহন করবে কিনা বাংলাদেশি চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিম ইস্ট্র হ্যাড আজকে একটা ভালো কামব্যাক দরকার আজকে একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স দিয়ে অবশ্যই প্রত্যেকটা টিমকে নাচিয়ে তুলতে হবে ইস্ট্র হ্যাড
Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB loss getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1.
Our eyes on the teams who are in the top 4 slots as well as the bottom 2. Today is the chance for early qualifiers. Today is an unfortunate moment of heartbreak for 2 teams who will get to go on a little bit of a holiday here in Paris before they fly back home. But who is it going to be? Mia Corp Straw Hats down at the bottom, and SHUL a little bit too dangerously close to them.
Yeah, because today is anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, or at least Group A, was a story where any team could still make it big and survive. And I'm wondering if Group B will tell us the same story. Yesterday, loss went huge. 3 booyahs, ending the day strong. And I'm pretty sure that every other team in this group as well want to replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it is a situation where MIBR lost, wanted to control the situation, but also wanted to find out exactly what they can do in a lot like this. They've already proven themselves yesterday. I'm expecting them to have a little bit of a slower day today. I'm expecting the teams who are down in the mid part of the battle instead to really show us exactly what they've got. Obviously, it's the fight to squeeze themselves into the top 4. Even if
আর হেয়ারকাটটা ওর কাছে ছিল
is giving us average games back to back. I don't think they're going to
করে
be
একটা হেয়ারকাট মোজ দাড়ি সেই
Absolutely. I
পারফেক্ট
think one thing's for sure though, everyone wants to maintain that top 2
I know.
slot. After all, again, you get that holiday, you get that direct slot to that finals.
Yeah.
And on top of that as well, you mentioned just now during, the desk, right? About how hard it would be to be playing through that survival stage. It's going to be hard. It's going to be lethal.
লস
And
দিয়ে
most
তো
importantly,
126
it's
নিতে
going
পারছে
to
এক
be
গেতে ইস্ট্রা হেড তো পাবে
mind-bogglingly
ইনশাআল্লাহ
stressful.
Yeah,
ইস্ট্রা
absolutely.
হেড
Because we have got the best of the best from
চমক
around
দিয়ে
the
দাও
world.
সবাইকে
We've only got the 4 slots. I guess a little
Full
bit of a
support
blessing
to
is to
MIBL
take these
loss.
super titans out of the race. Now you get to go up against teams who are maybe just a tad bit better than you, right? Because you're taking out the teams who are very down at the very bottom, so no easy picking. I think it's going to be ruthless. It is going to be very challenging for the teams to maintain consistency when we get into the survival stage. But of
পারবে
course, beyond
ইনশাআল্লাহ
all of
ইস্ট্রা
that,
হেড একটা বেটার পারফরম্যান্স দিবে 100 ক্রস করতে হবে আজকে পয়েন্ট আজকে টোটাল 100 দিতে হবে আর আগে 24 নিয়ে ইনশাআল্লাহ কোয়ালিফাই হবে তাছাড়া আসলে কোয়ালিফাই করা মুশকিল বাট ইস্ট্রা হেডস একটা বুইয়া একটা না দুইটা বুইয়া ইনশাআল্লাহ আজকের দিনে নেবে দেখা যাক আশা রাখা যায় ইস্ট্রা হেডস ভালো কামব্যাক দিতে পারে আমরা এফএফএম এ আইতে দেখেছিলাম কিভাবে কামব্যাক দেয় এই টিমটা
You got to save yourself from Meerkop as well as Straw Hats, who are sure as hell going to be looking to climb up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, and I think what's really important as
সবাই সাপোর্ট করবেন কমেন্ট করবেন অবশ্যই ইস্ট্রা হেডস কি পারবে কিনা আজকের দিনে ডমিনেট করে খেলতে
to really fix up your mistakes, whether it be changing your drop spots, whether
ম্যাচ অল্প কিছুক্ষণের মধ্যে শুরু হবে আর হয়তো 2-3 মিনিটের মধ্যেই 8টা বাজলে ম্যাচ শুরু দেখা যাক
the heat is up. Everyone's playing a little bit more faster compared to cautious compared to yesterday, at least from Group A that what we've seen. I wouldn't be surprised to see it here too in Group B.
Absolutely. Fluxo, the potential of them going all out today, I really don't see it, right? Because at the end of the day, this is a team that usually flies under the radar, and when it's definitely needed at the finals, that's exactly when they show you what they're truly capable of. That being said, though, 2 years back to back, they haven't been able to grab that trophy.
আমাদের
Not
ম্যাচ
only were
শুরু
they not
হয়ে
able to
যাবে
grab the trophy, they were nowhere
ফুললি
close
প্রিপেয়ার্ড
to walking away with trophy here.
আজকের দিনে খেলা ঘোরাতে হবে ইস্ট্রা হেড একটা বিগ মার্জিন
They're currently sitting in the 3rd spot, not too far away from MIBI loss. I feel like one game can allow them to catch up. 2 games
তোর
should
ফ্যান
allow
বেস
them
আসলে
to
সেই
overtake MIBI loss. But
জাস্ট
that
দেখেন
is, of
কিভাবে
course, a
এনজয়
question.
করতেছে
Is
তারা
MIBI going to allow such a thing to happen today as well?
Yeah, because yesterday they were on a streak. They were taking
Anything
advantage
can
of the
happen
fact that everyone is going
today.
to be cautious. It was very high risk play, but it worked out very well in their favor. And now today,
And
after
the
hearing
match-
about what's happening in Brazil, right? Them in the regular season, how they were the boogeyman, how they were always back to backing when it comes to those booyahs. Can they bring that happening here today? Because definitely they had changed their strats from yesterday till today, but that is why things get really interesting, because definitely all eyes are on this top 2. I'm sure no way in hell do they want to go into survival stage when they have the capability of making it into the top 2.
Yeah, and shout out to Chris Joe as well. Vitality has been whooping some butt
So
out
heads
there
are
on the
prepared,
battlefield.
so heads
Who
are
would have expected
prepared.
Vitality to do
So heads
even better
Expo,
than their
বাকি একটা কাজের কাজ
Brick
করতে হবে
Brothers
Expo
RRQ, who yesterday did manage to walk away with 1 booyah to their name, but not in the top 4 just yet. Vitality, on the other hand, are doing better than Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. This is a big factor. I feel like they definitely need the confidence boost. Seeing Vitality make that early access into the grand finals is definitely going to be fantastic for them. We've got the RRQ fans out here versus the Fluxo fans as well. Who can be louder? Who will have these smiles on their
Who
faces?
can be louder,
by the
RRQ
end of
or
these 6
Fluxo?
games?
And also, most importantly, who will be silenced by the end of the day as well? I'm really curious to see who it's going to be. But we all know who's the loudest, the bar.
RRQ, Kazu.
Screaming for them.
I highly doubt Conchita only screams for
Fluxo.
RRQ. That woman is unbiased. She wants to scream for everyone, but she sees the potential in the kingdom of RRQ. But I have to tell you, the Fluxo fans are a tad bit more lively, right? I want to see that exact same energy from the opposite end as well. RRQ, y'all need to stand up. Y'all need to make some noise, baby.
Y'all need to yell, that's for sure. Give your energy to your favorite team as we go into this game. Oh, they're starting to dance here. There we go.
There
That's
you go.
energy.
More energy, RRQ. More energy.
Yeah.
energy.
I want to hear them sing. I mean, we hear a lot of the Fluxo chants, right? Yeah, so I need to hear them start singing, start yelling, because they do have a chant, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're eventually going to hear it. And I hope they continuously cheer their team on because the kingdom of RRQ just tend to get disappointed a tad bit too early sometimes. And I know RRQ is not really looking to go wild out there on the battlefield today, but it would be nice to have that early access into the grand finals. But knowing the team, knowing how they play and how they do love getting some extra experience out there, seeing exactly how well the rest of the teams can do, I think RRQ might be taking it a tad bit slower this time around as well. You also have to look at the teams who are trying to maintain the top 4 spots, right? Twisted Minds, Fluxo, MIBR Lots, these 3 teams are going to be very difficult to knock off of that perch. The closest ones that RRQ understands in terms of rotation, in terms of their play style, is going to be Vitality. So maybe some
বেশি প্যারা না নিয়ে কনসিস্টেন্সি প্লে যেভাবে করে বাংলাদেশ লবিতে সেভাবে খেললেও হয়ে যাবে।
That's a term for that in bahasa Indonesia. Perang
জাস্ট
serumpun.
ভয় না পেয়ে
Yeah, so that is something
নিজেদের
that
উপর
I
ভরসা রেখে খেলতে হবে,
I do agree with you.
যেমন খেলো
Rotation's gonna be
তেমনই
happening.
খেলতে
They
হবে।
can go for that as well. And I also
ভয় পেয়ে
really
খেললেই
am excited to see
পেছন দিকে যাবে।
if any of the bottom
এমনি
teams
পিছে
could
আছে, আর কই
actually
যাবে, পিছনে
surprise us
দেয়াল
as well.
ঠেকে গেছে।
I think Total Gaming Esports as well didn't really have the best of days yesterday. Maybe a reset today would be something. I mean, you talked about how this is the first year that India has made it into the big stage as well, right? You want to get
back after a long time,
yeah, after a long time. Now, you know, you want to get experience. You want to really get into the groove of things. It's so different playing from the Indian stage to a global stage with so many different play styles out there in the open, and they've definitely learned something from yesterday.
Tough lessons were learned yesterday for sure. I think IPU Total Gaming, SHUL Esports, they have a very heavy burden on their shoulders because if you look at the size of the fan base in India, expecting them to perform, it's absolutely stressing, right? You know, some of the other teams who don't really have a huge support back at home, they've got nothing to lose, they've got nothing to worry about, not many people judging them out there. Every mistake that the Indian teams make, on the other hand, you're going to see some harsh comments on YouTube, you're going to see some harsh posts later on, so they need to avoid that. But of course, they need to play for themselves. This is something that they've been working for the past few years, and this is where you really have to go all out. Everything's on the table, but even if they do not do that, I'm not going to be tickled by it at all, as long as they avoid the bottom 2 spots, because I do want to see more from the Indian squad. So having them at the survival stage, I think I'm going to be quite happy about it.
Yeah, I think I'm also very excited to see this as well as we go into this later. I think one thing's for sure though, when you talk about so many of these teams, compared to say Group A, which means I would say a cutthroat group. Group B, I think, is something a little bit more anyone can be making anything happen, right? So that is where we really have to be paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you look at whether or not Group A truly was
starting.
cutthroat, you've got so many titles
game
in there,
number
you see a lot
1
of eliminations, but
Group
because
B
you
এর
don't
জন্য
have as
game
many
number
titles
7
in here in Group B,
স্ট্রহেড কি করবে কি করবে কি করবে কমেন্ট করেন অবশ্যই শেয়ার করেন সাবস্ক্রাইব করেন চ্যানেলটি
You're still going up against world-class squads out here. But of course, this is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we hop on into Bermuda. The flight path is going to be dictating quite a
Where are you going?
and the first one's going to be who's out of the flight first. It's MIBR Lost, RRQ, as well as Team Secret. And Team Secret's another team that we definitely have to talk about. This team, the current kings of Southeast Asia, and some may argue Southeast Asia might just be one of the toughest lobbies out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, you know, when we talked about that as well, I think a lot of our fingers, were pointed toward that Group A, right? We saw what happened from United. Was really scary seeing them on that day 1 as well. But at the same time, in this lobby, you know, Southeast Asia, and we're meeting up against, I would say, one of the hard hitters, which is going to be Brazil as well. And again, when you look at the group stage leaders, Lost really put a big lead between themselves and the rest of the pack as well. Yeah, it's going to be easy to catch up. I mean, coming into a few matches more today, if they can maintain that consistency, or many other teams can do so. But right now, undeniably, at least for day 1, Southeast Asia is at the top.
I mean, Southeast Asia being at the top is no surprise to me at this point of time because of what they've shown us historically, what they're capable of doing.
Oh my god, Vitality এই প্লেয়ারটার প্ল্যানিং ভালো ছিল, বাট ব্যাড লাক আল আহলি কই থেকে আসলো ওই খেয়ালই করে নেই।
Was knocked down, but Simox is there to find the instant recovery for his buddy, and they will not have to waste their time going in for the revival. But it looks like Vitality wants
Vitality
to
coming. Oh my god, Vitality. Oh.
Barely any help left on him. He's going
perfect.
Double riptide rhythm breaks down his defenses though, exposing him. But takes
RRQ involved. ভাই সেরা মুভমেন্ট Vitality RRQ আল আহলি চাপে কে পড়বে
What was that? Serumpun, you said that?
Perang serumpun.
স্ট্রাইকের হু আছে পাশে হু এখান থেকে থার্ড পার্টি করে যদি কিছু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিতে পারে বাট আরআরকিউ এর ডাচকে তুলে ফেলবে ও মাই গড স্ট্রাইকের স্ট্রাইক আরআরকিউ এর উপরে আসতেছে ও মাই গড স্ট্রাইক কিল কনফার্ম আরআরকিউ রেঞ্জের পারফেক্ট দুইটা কিল আরআরকিউ আবার আছে নিচে ওরে ভাই দেখা খেলতে হবে ভাই নীল ও শক রিভাইভ করতেছে সুন্দর কিল কনফার্ম 4টে কিল দুর্দান্ত ভাই স্কোয়ার সেরা ভাইয়া আজকে একদম আগুন ধরে দিতে হবে
This is exciting
ও
already.
ভাইটালিটি
We
একটা
already
আছে
saw
সামনে
our
হুয়ের সামনে
what's going to be happening early. Now, by
স্টোহেড কাম কর
waiting in
ভাই
the wings,
এদের শেষ কর ভাই পুরো টিম একসাথে আয় হ্যাঁ সুন্দর দুর্দান্ত পিছন থেকে আরেকজন এই কিল শিওর টিম স্টোহেডের এই কিল শিওর এক্সট্রো পেছন থেকে স্নাইপার শট পারফেক্ট এই তো এই কিলো কনফার্ম দুর্দান্ত ভাই স্টোহেড সেই সেরা আজকে সেরা গেম প্লে দিতে হবে
But unfortunately, only one
huge
can
elimination
be the
point
pirates for the squad, so they'll have to figure it out between themselves exactly who's going to be that Joy Boy, Joel, as well as C-Bank. Team Vitality taking quite a beating very early on in the game. They've got the coins to bring back their buddies though, but only one revival here. Joel still needs to hit those coin machines that are in the compound. Leon on the other hand,
প্ল্যানিংটাই যাচ্ছিলাম স্কোয়ার যেহেতু ওরা ড্রপ যেভাবে করছে এরকম ভাবে যাচ্ছিলাম যে এমন ভাবে কি বলে ইনভলভ হবে ফাইটে
that one shot finding the connection.
আলাহলি রিভাইভ হচ্ছে
Still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Throw shut down by Joker.
লিওন এসএটিএল এর উপরে চার্জ কনফার্ম
Allows Leon to take
সুন্দর
control of the
স্নাইপার জোকার
Yeah, crazy stuff coming from him as well. And he was
ড্যামেজ
almost
ডিলার
like he was really
180 ড্যামেজ অলরেডি ডিল করে
throughout the
ফেলছে
entire moment this was happening. As they
তিনটে
were
এলিম
not going to be
দেখায় ওর
reacting off
কাছে
this though. They're just going to be chilling and waiting and
প্রত্যেকটা
biding for
টিমের ফুল
time
ম্যান পাওয়ার
as
এই
time goes.
গ্রুপটা
And I'm really curious to see
সবগুলো
what's happening
টিম
because Huang
কনসিস্টেন্ট
has been
সবগুলো টিম
already knocked out by
কনসিস্টেন্ট
Nyx here by Mia.
কনসিস্টেন্সি
And
রাখে
this is another team that is really trying their best
Hard
to
as a
keep
group,
themselves
yeah.
still in the game.
Leon
স্টোহেড
yesterday
সাইডে
they had
পড়ছে
no
এসএটিএল এর
placement points off of
বিরুদ্ধে
Bermuda and 5
দুর্দান্ত
eliminations.
ওরে ভাই
So they have to be
শট সুন্দর এক শট
here once again.
কোনো সুযোগ হবে না আজকে
This time SAGUL
নো ইন্ডিয়ান
another player to the straw hats.
নো পাকিস্তানি নো ব্রাজিলিয়ান ও মাই পানি রেখা দুর্দান্ত ও সেই স্টোহেড কি খেলা পারফেক্ট
Occasion here. And SAGUL having their souls reaped away.
It is incredible to see this coming from Straw Hats. Definitely motivated to move around the area.
Deadly
More
motivated.
proactive, in fact,
Straw
compared
Hat
to yesterday.
যেই জায়গায় যেতেছে ওই জায়গায় ছিড়া বিড়া লাইতেছে দুর্দান্ত ভাই শক নীল ওরা লাগতেছে যে ইয়া খেলতেছে এই এফএফডব্লিউএস এর কোয়ালিফায়ার ইন গেম কোয়ালিফায়ার
Just through the eliminations, they've got an 8 already. So they're
লিওন রেখাইতে গো লিওন রেখা
whatever they were yesterday, and we're just kicking this matchup off. And that's the kind of hunger that you see in the squad. How much more can they deliver on this battlefield? They need to keep their confidence at a all-time high, and clearly this first game helping them do exactly that. But if you are Straw Hats, you definitely want to calm down a tad bit and focus on those circles, focus on your rotations a tad bit more as well. You don't really want to be playing your luck with too many of these early engagements.
Yeah, now toward Bima Sakti, we are going to be looking at a team. Oh no, looking here over on the
এসএটিএল
side.
আলাহলি লিওন ও মাই গড তিনটা টিম ইনভলভ আলাহলি সিমোক্সরে ডাউন স্টোহেড আবার ও মাই গড স্টোহেড একটা পারফেক্ট শট হবে ভাইয়া থার্ড পার্টি
Once again, 5 eliminations out of the 7 that the squad has so far. We already said this is the meta of
লিওনের ডেলার উপর চার্জ ডেলার রেখা ও লিওনের প্লেয়ার উপরে থেকে শট দিতে পারে ভাই দেখা শক দেখা নীল সুন্দর
very early battle. I am not liking this, but can they overwhelm Leon, who's just not
শক
the
এসে
best
পড়ছে
at Bermuda in this
ও
one?
লিওন গন এন
They're
থেকে
just gonna move away here as well. So Shock is going to try to find a vantage point.
প্লিজ টেক ডাউন নো ডেলা সুন্দর ডেলারে কনফার্ম দে সুন্দর ভাই আহু সুন্দর সেরা
Back into the game, but Joker's not done quite yet.
One more. Oh, and Games King down.
সুন্দর ভাইয়া স্ট্র হ্যাটস আজকে সেরা খেলা দিতেছে
Absolutely annoying, but thankfully Leon does not have more numbers here alive to
সব
pressure
খেলা
Straw
আজকে
Hats. They back away. They call a truce for the time being, and Straw Hats will be able to
স্ট্র হ্যাটস
fulfill
ক্যান
that
ডু
in the
স্ট্র
game
হ্যাটস
as
ক্যান
well.
ডু
Look at this
এভরিওয়ান
phenomenal
সাপোর্ট
performance
স্ট্র
from
হ্যাটস
Straw Hats. 10 eliminations already. This is
সেরা খেলা
their best run so far. Yesterday, they got nowhere close to 10 eliminations in any one of their games.
আরআরপি এর অবস্থা টাইট করে ফেলতেছে টোটাল গেমিং আপার গ্রাউন্ড থেকে একটা টিমও এখন পর্যন্ত এলিমিনেট হয় নাই ভাই ভাবা যায় এই টিমটা এই গ্রুপের সবগুলো টিম কনসিস্টেন্ট আরআরপি এর অবস্থা ভালো নয় আবাই লাস্ট ওয়ান অ্যাথলেট আবাইরে শেষ কর
but they're still facing so many problems by so many different teams in these rotations.
Abe just trying to make some magic work out of this monster truck's gonna find that gravity is not gonna be on his side. So unfortunately for him, he cannot drive
আবাই
away.
পেছে
But
পড়ে
even
গেছে
if he
ভাইটালিটি আছে
did
সামনে
try,
উপরে
Shanky would just snuff him out
টোটাল
in an
গেমিং
instant. You've got Aztec there as well with an AC-80, so it's just not gonna be possible for Abe to
স্টার্টস
save
এখন
himself
হোল্ড
at
কর
the
10টা কিল হয়ে গেছে
moment. Just gotta
এখন
hope
জাস্ট
and pray
হোল্ড
that
অন
by some luck, IQ Total Gaming just walks away from
মিয়া
this
কর
bridge,
পাইছে
giving him a little
স্টার্টস
bit of
হোল্ড অন হোল্ড
leeway
অন হোল্ড অন
to
স্টার্টস হোল্ড
escape
অন
this sticky
10টা
situation.
এলিমিনেট হয়ে গেছে এখন হোল্ড করে
With
শেষ
their
সার্কেলটা
final
রিচ কর
player and potentially after Vitality, what is that? What's the rumpun?
Perang serumput.
Perang
Yeah,
serumput. Perang serumput. Perhaps that put them in a tad bit of a pickle.
Vitality,
And
Mia
speaking of
Corp,
Vitality,
and
they're going
Total
up
Gaming.
against Mia Corp, and Mia Corp cannot afford to lose this battle. And if they can take down Vitality, that should definitely boost their confidence quite a little bit. Vitality were on fire yesterday.
Yeah, and I think one thing's for sure that we wanted to see Mia just try their best to not only just survive, but also be able to bring themselves into more than just bottom two. Now, this shot by Diamond was just nasty as well that happened just now. In fact, he had moved around the area, got 2 snipes, and he was undetected throughout the entire time.
Crown 98. Definitely a weapon of choice for
Twisted
many of the
Mind
players
level
here
আছে
because of the advantage it gives you out there on the battlefield with a little bit of
Twisted
an
Mind আর
assistance.
স্ট্র হ্যাটস হ্যাঁ
You saw the
স্ট্র হ্যাটস আয় পড়ছে
deadly
ও মাই গড স্ট্র হ্যাটস দেখা এই জায়গায় কিল আছে প্রচুর কিল আছে স্ট্র হ্যাটস
Straw Hats understands the situation and they will secure the vending machine for themselves as well. Bangladesh still has got their dreams alive through Straw Hats. Yesterday was a disappointing run. Not a single match they managed to walk away with more than 5 points. Today, on the other hand,
Straw
in
Hats
this first
সবটা
game
রাখ
in itself, Straw
সুন্দর
Hats
সুন্দর
sitting
স্ট্র
on
হ্যাটস
10 eliminations. In fact, they are
একজন
on
উপরে
fire
উঠলে
with
প্যারা হয়ে যাব
eliminations. They're the
যাই হোক
best ones in
এক্সট্রপ
this lobby
স্নাইপার
so
হাতে
far. If they can keep this up at least for 3 games, they sure as hell will be able to
Catalyst
escape
to a safe
doom
zone.
from the bottom 2 spots.
You know,
Straw
I
Hats
think we
দেখে
didn't
হেলতে
really see
কোনো
too
ভুল
much
করা
from
যাবে না
us, but finally they did show their hand just now. They got a pick up onto Abe,
এখন
trying to bring his
পর্যন্ত
team back
ম্যাচের
into the
10
game.
মিনিট শেষ
They did
একটা
manage
টিমও
to come
এলিমিনেট
off the
হয়নি
line though, so that's really, really important for RRQ. Regardless of that, still surviving alone without Abe. Now it goes back to his team. I think it was Dudes that he brought back. So he,
Straw Hats
he
পেছন
has
থেকে
to
টুইস্টেড
be
মাইন্ড
able to
যাইতে
find a
পারে
way
লিওন
to
আইতে
not
পারে
only bring his team back into the game, but
অবশ্যই
also
দেখে
survive.
খেলতে
There we go. I think Mal is already back into the game as well. So this is massive.
Yeah, very good play here from Dutz. Managing to bring his buddies right back in triple
সবাই
revive.
সার্কেল দতে সবাই
And they pick a great spot at the observatory with the tanks of the R1's binocular
kill
scan.
করতে
Spotting no
পারে
players there. They'll have to
নাকি
tank a little bit of damage from the circle.
লিওন
They
কি
do have a
পরিমাণে
double team
সবাই
booster on their
পেট
side.
মারতেছে
Dutz in a little
সেফ
bit of
সার্কেল
trouble
ধরার
there.
লেগে বাট
MIBR
কোনো
lost
জায়গা
spotting
খালি
him
নেই ভাই
out.
সেফ সার্কেলে কোনো জায়গা
Trying
খালি
to
নেই
shoot him out
এমআইবিআর
of the
লস
air, but they are going to be unsuccessful
ওই
with
গাড়ি
that
নিয়ে
attempt.
ঢুকবে
MIBR losses a tad bit slower today in terms of raking in those eliminations, but they really are not pressured to find more numbers out there. They're definitely going to secure the top 4 as long as they can find the final circle game after game.
You know what? I like this. Everyone has a little bit of, an area where they're holding on to. No one's really trying to really commit to
Twisted
this
Mind long
fight,
jump
but
করতে
it
পারে
will change very,
Straw
very
Hats-এর উপর
soon. Especially since a majority of teams are trying to get into the circle. Twisted Mind's not here yet.
হোল্ড
Leon
অন
is
হোল্ড অন
coming in
স্ট্র
very, very
হ্যাটস হোল্ড
soon.
অন
Leon has
এখন
been
পর্যন্ত
really
কোনো
active this
টিম
game as well.
এলিমিনেট
Like
হয় নাই
9
12
wins so
মিনিট
far.
হয়ে গেছে
Total Gaming
ভাই
using the bridge
কি খেলা
to boost
চলতেছে
them up. That high vantage point gets them yet another elimination.
লিওন লেফট সাইড
That's
থেকে
what you need
লেফট
if
সাইডে
you're from the
রোটেট
Indian
করবে হ্যাঁ
squad. You just want to be farming these points one after the other. And speaking of farming, Miyakov needs to do that exact same thing. Show us what you've shown us already in USA. Show us what you've shown us in terms of your capability of finding that final circle. Leon, just like Straw Hats, doing so much better today with their position.
As a TUL versus Leon.
Is still on a rampage with the sniper, and it's a
Straw Hats
lethal
অনেকটাই
weapon in
safe,
his hands.
অনেকটাই
He's got
safe
so
Straw
many
Hats.
eliminations.
দেখে
He
খেলতে
can
হবে।
ship damage to any team that's
এখন
rotating
hold,
away
এখন hold,
as well,
কোনো
which
কথা
makes
বলা
it so
যাবে না।
terrifying. His angle, he's going to be able to just really abuse, and it's AHL that he's going to be paying attention to. Hawk
এখন
knocked down
elimination
already, and over on this
আসতে
side here,
থাকবে।
TS
Straw Hats এর
also
পেছন
trying
থেকে
to find
টিম
their way up onto
RRQ
high ground.
Yeah, Team Secret
RRQ
just
না
staying
Twisted
a
Mind,
little bit
Twisted
quiet in
Mind
the game for the time being, wanting to just pop
দেখে
off a
খেলতে
little
হবে।
bit later on. And because they have been quiet,
Straw Hats কোনো প্যাচ লাগানো যাবে না, দেখে খেলতে হবে।
from the very start of the match. That's going to be making Team Secret a dangerous squad within that final circle. And we know they are
ধীরে ধীরে
definitely
safe circle,
capable of annihilating
Straw Hats।
the squads out there. Jack out in the open, a very daring position for
Leon
him to be holding
gone
on
হয়ে
to.
যাবে মনে
Leon's
হচ্ছে।
going to be losing 2 players.
Oh my god, Leon এর last player.
Games King, it's the final one alive here for Leon. Al Ahly, can you take advantage? They might be able to. And he's far, far away from any vending machine, and Al Ahly won't be able to find one extra.
Hi, Straw Hats. Please, Straw Hats. Al Ahly শেষ। Straw Hats, hold on, Straw Hats।
We were just talking about Team Secret now, and now Anshan
একটা ভালো কিছু হবে আশা করা যায়।
Gio rushes forward, and now knocked down by Bobs. They were very
ফ্লুক্সের অবস্থা ভালো না, ফ্লুক্সও যাবে।
is out here. Bobs barely alive.
ফ্লুক্সও gone।
TS will be team
Hold on, Straw Hats, hold on, Straw Hats, hold on.
because loss is
Team Secret gone.
MIB Outlaws just taking advantage
Ah,
of the
Straw
situation,
Hats,
but now
safe
it's a
circle.
battle between SHUL as well as Lost. Round 1, knocking Jack down to the ground and taking him out of the equation.
Full
Lose out
manpower,
as well.
সুন্দর। Straw Hats এর full manpower আছে।
What can you do up against
RRQ, Total Gaming।
They've already built up the solid walls on top of the
Straw Hats এর বুয়া হবে, Straw Hats এর বুয়া হবে ভাই গাইস। Twisted Mind শেষ, Twisted Mind শেষ। এটাই একটা প্যারা ছিল Straw Hats এর জন্য। যাক, সুন্দর একটা রোটেট নিতে Twisted Mind।
And it looks like Twisted Minds is not going to be as
Straw Hats ধীরে ধীরে
straight up to RRQ.
মোমেন্ট টিম RRQ শেষ, Twisted Mind আসছে।
It is insane seeing how Twisted Minds just rush forward, destroy RRQ who were sat
Oh my god,
these
circle
two
break.
teams. Now TG gonna wait forward
Circle
here,
একটু
gonna
লেগে
take this fight
লেগা।
head on against Twisted
Straw Hats
Minds. The rest of the
ভাইটালিটি
team
রে
moves forward
ভাইটালিটি
here.
খায়া
TG
দেন ঢুকতে
barely
দিব।
alive, surviving for that time being, but now with so
ভাইটালিটি
many
কি কপাল।
teams pressuring them, Aztec takes a lot
Hold
of
on,
damage
Straw Hats, hold on,
already,
Straw Hats, hold
but
on.
they're doing their best, just really lock themselves in
সঠিক
behind all
টাইমে
this
এন্ট্রি
wall.
নিতে হবে।
Total Gaming has lost a ton of glue walls already in the battle.
ভাই কি খেলা হইতাছে, 14 মিনিট শেষ, 15 মিনিট শেষ।
Continue to play this all the way down to the very end. But MIB are lost, closing in the distance, tossing out those nades as well. And
15 মিনিট শেষ, লিওন কই, লিওন শেষে নাকি। টোটাল গেমিং শেষ।
and just like that, I could Total Gaming.
Straw Hats বুয়া মোমেন্ট, Straw Hats, হবে Straw Hats এর হবে।
Well, Diamond's already knocked down already and forced to move away. They have to go for this
Ay,
reset.
momentum.
Teammate brought back into the game, but the timing for loss is too much to deal with. They're fast and they're furious. Knocked down already, but still have to worry about the rest of the team below because General knocked down. Diamond still alive. Rigby should have no problem bringing General back into the game.
Yeah, recovery is there. A cheeky nade here from Diamond. Can he get one? Round 1. It's all up to Rigby and
Twisted
Rigby.
Mind gone.
An absolute
ভাইটালিটি খাইতে পারলে Straw Hats এর সুযোগ।
eliminations for him alone, and he was definitely cracking it as the Grenadier of the squad. But now trying to get
Oh,
off of that
eker
bridge is
por
going to be a
team
tad bit
right
tough
here.
for loss. SHUL Esports out as well, but plays
Vitality
they
are lost.
do manage to work away with something decent here. MIB are lost out. As mentioned, the pressure from the circle just a tad bit too much, but Leon
Straw Hats সুযোগ আছে, বুয়া Straw Hats এর বুয়া হবে গাইস, Straw Hats এর বুয়া শিওর।
He's still healthy right now. Knows where Games King is, and
এই যে ভাইটালিটির উপর চার্জ আসতে পারে, ভাইটালিটি
down as well. A valid age.
ফাইনাল 3 Straw Hats সুযোগ। ও মাই গড, Straw Hats এর কাছে সুযোগ আছে ভাই, ফাইটটা ইগনোর করে পিছে যা, ব্যাক সুন্দর।
What we expect is the teams at the very bottom to make it into that final circle. Eliminations or not, I don't care, but this is what we want.
দুর্দান্ত Straw Hats, ফাইন। Oh my god,
Booking an appointment with
Vitality 3v4
wants to go for more. Who knocked down
ওহো শেষ মোমেন্টে ইস ভাই কি হইলো এটা টিম ভাইটালিটি প্যারা ছিল স্টার্টের লিগে টিম ভাইটালিটি প্যারা ছিল টিম ভাইটালিটি খেয়া দিল আমি ভাবছিলাম এমআইবিআর লস এন্ড ভাইটালিটি ফাইটটা হবে স্ট্রেট সুযোগ নেবে বাট এমআইবিআর লস ভাইটালিটির সাথে ফাইট না নিয়ে স্ট্রেটের উপর ছাপায় পড়ছে যার কারণে ভাইটালিটি সুযোগ পেয়ে গেছে ইজি বুয়া স্ট্রোহেড সেরা খেলছে স্ট্রোহেড সেরা ভাইয়া এভাবেই কনসিস্টেন্ট রাখতে হবে কোয়ালিফাই
absolute determination to stay alive, and Straw Hats actually walking away with 10 eliminations and surviving long enough to get into that final circle shows you that
elimination paitilo last fight এমআইবিআর লসে
better watch out because the two from the bottom are looking to rise up.
Yeah, both SH and Mia making it to that top 3 as well, raking in a lot of points as
same
well
consistency
into this one.
same
So
consistency
the race is on right now because again
qualified.
it can be anyone's game. Everyone was thinking the bottom 2 might not be able to come back today, and they are showing us otherwise. Eliminations coming in from SH as well as tenacity to survive by Mia is something to be praised. And even then, we're seeing so many teams
TC qualify করতে বাট এমন গেমপ্লে TC দিতে পারে না যে গেমপ্লে আজকে স্টোরেজ দিল
I believe also Games King was able to not only win a 1v2, but before going down to Vitality, he got 5 eliminations.
Absolutely. But of course, we got to bring the conversation back to Vitality at a certain point as well. Chris Joe, the main reason why these guys turned from disruptors into absolute monsters out here on the battlefield certainly guided them well to the top. But can they stay at the top? Can they hold on to those top 4 spots and find the early qualifier into the grand finals is going to be a big question, because the move that Vitality pulled off in the final battle sequence was exactly what got them the booyah. They did not wait for Straw Hats to complete their battle first before taking advantage. They were already taking shots at them, whatever angles that they could find, trying to weaken the Straw Hats crew, and then with the proactive rush to take them out of the equation as well. This is a huge improvement from Vitality, and that is what the other teams need to fear. The fact that they've got a coach that is absolutely brilliant to tell them exactly what they need to fix. If you look at what Vitality did at Bermuda yesterday, just 4 placement points, 5 eliminations. They had a rough run in the first game of the day, but today they twist that around. But they have to make sure as well that they don't run out of gas because they are stepping on that pedal a tad bit too much. Now, Dash and I are going to take a tad bit of a breather. We'll be
এরকম খেলতেই হবে এরকম কনসিস্টেন্ট রাখলেই হবে
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing.
Go ahead.
Tyler Wine, you're done.
How do we do yesterday?
How was your mental after yesterday?
Oh, so we are going to try to do our best today. So we have all the hopes and trust that we are going to make very good than yesterday. So we are positive today.
Obviously, new day. You're saying that you were able to reset a little bit. You feel like you'll have a much better performance today.
Nah, sorry. Mia Porte ওরা আর কি প্যারা হয়ে গেছে
better than yesterday.
4v4
What has it been like working with your team here at EWC and competing on the stage?
I mean,
অবশ্যই
we
দুর্দান্ত
are going
খেলছে
to be like try a lot of bad things together, and be here today is like a good feeling that we are all together and can be here competing with a lot of teams.
Well, I know that there's definitely a lot of people pulling for you guys as well. So obviously this is a quick chat, but thank you for taking the time to talk, and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are right here in the heart of France. It's Paris, Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26. And we have a bit of a review for you for the first game of Group B. Is Husky and Lucifer, and things are only getting started. We see Straw Hats making the top 3, and that was something that we were hoping to see from yesterday, and they've done it.
I think this is what I was waiting for. Even in Group A, right? The teams at the bottom make a comeback. Titan Esports Club did it. I was about to bring that verticality where, hey, there's Bangladeshi team who've already made one through into the survival stage. Straw Hats started off, and they rightfully did from game number 1 itself.
Absolutely. I mean, from what we've seen from Group A earlier on, when TAG got 2 booyahs, I think that really set the stage. If a region like India, who has been trying to prove themselves for so long, can do it, why can't the other people do it, right? Why can't the other squads step up to the occasion? And I think the best part right now is that we have some of the super fans in the house, with Fluxo on one side, on my left, with RQ on the other side, and they are here in full force.
I think this is what we needed, especially Group B. We were with the vibe yesterday, casting on the desk, but right now here, I can even feel it better. And I know this is going to be added on pressure for the players itself, especially a couple of early losses. RRQ, again, a similar stretch of what happened yesterday is being replicated today as well. I hope it changes for them.
Yeah, and when we look at the standings, you can kind of see the separation, right? The first thing that comes to mind, MRBL loss, still the front runners, still the head of the pack. It really feels like no one can overtake them. Even in games that they don't get the booyah, they are still the predator, the apex predator.
Oh, hello, overall standing
They're picking up the pace. They understand, yes, it might be a loss of taking it away, but Team Vitality bringing it out, matching up with pace, toe-to-toe is what they're looking forward to, because they also be at the top 4, they make it to the final.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, Team Vitality, RQ, the Indonesians, they have plenty of fans there, even though we saw RQ super fans in droves, but I can assure you Team Vitality is also on the support list, right?
Standing say Straw Hats total 22 points. Better. Program to खेलते elimination 13. Our team tailing spicy
I
though.
think in this game there's one more team that we have to talk about. It's going to be Twisted Minds.
22 points. ভালো.
Later in the
খুব
games
ভালো.
they managed to make a comeback,
এরকম
but right now
consistency
they
প্রত্যেকটা
did
ম্যাচে
put up a
রাখলে
good
qualify.
performance. Unfortunate that MIBL loss ended up taking a head-on fight right at the bridge. If it did change out, I think maybe Twisted Minds also had an opportunity for a booyah.
Yeah, I want to try something, right? Since we have the super fans here. RQ fans, you see me? Yes, RQ fans. Kita cuba ya. Kita chant RQ, okay? Viva! 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 Yeah, that's the spirit. You got the Fluxo people on your side.
Fluxo, do I even need to start, or is it going to be your drums? Can we hear it from Fluxo?
Fluxo ডাক দিলে একটা একটা বাজা।
That's the spirit of Free Fire. We love it so much. And this will only continue to electrify the arena as long as the games are going. We know that there's a lot of expectations. Then we're going to see Fluxo, we're going to see RQ, either in the survival stage or in the grand finals. And this rivalry has extended beyond boundaries. Well, that's it from us on the stage. I'm pretty sure the casters are ready to bring us more Free Fire action.
Oh yeah, we're very ready, and the whole crowd, this arena is shaking right now from the noise, from the sounds, from the fans as well. Whether it be RQ, whether it be Fluxo, everyone is ready to see who makes it into the next stage.
Absolutely. Now, yes, yesterday I have to say it was not the best run for Leon, right? But today, when they opened up Bermuda, I have to say this has been their best performance so far, hands down. 12 eliminations, 7 placement points, a total of 19
এই
for them
পারফরম্যান্স
to
গুলো
match up
কালকে
to the
দিলে
performance
হয়
at next
এক
era.
ম্যাচে
This
22
is
পয়েন্ট
exactly
নিচ্ছে আর
what
কালকে
you
6
need
ম্যাচে
if
24
you want to
পয়েন্ট
show that you are well prepped for
এই
the
রে
grand
তো
finals. Is it going to be
দেখা যাক
enough for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4? If they keep up this
পরবর্তী ম্যাচে
performance,
কি করে
that's definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, now coming into this one as well, when you talk about, just for Leon, just about so many of the teams, we talked just now a bit about what to see at the bottom of the brackets, right? And now suddenly everything's shifted. What we thought we knew about all these teams yesterday has changed. Mia looks different day and night, even Straw Hats starting off very strong. If you had missed map 1, please go back and look at it because it's crazy.
Yeah, from being nowhere close to making a break away from that bottom 2 spots, they picked up 22 points. And I'm talking about Straw Hats. That is phenomenal. Yesterday, throughout the whole day, we saw Straw Hats pick up, I think, about 24 points in totality out of 6 games. So to pick up 22 from just one match shows you that they are a very different squad today. You cannot underestimate them. You cannot count them out of the race just yet. But Miyakov, I have seen
চলো ম্যাচ নাম্বার 2 এর দিকে শিফট করা যাক
within their own region. I'm still I'm unfortunately going to be Asian parenting them at this point of time. I'm expecting more, although they got into that final circle earlier. More consistency for sure. As we
number
hop
2
on into
Solara.
game number 2, this is going to be that battle at Solara.
Yeah, Solara was very, very interesting yesterday as well. It was, I think, one thing's for sure though, we saw a lot of not only just moments where people were like moving away and running away, but we are seeing on top of the real fights, chases as well around the map, and it's going to be very exciting. Now, we saw a bit of a glimpse of what we could see from SH as well as Mia. I am wondering to see whether or not this momentum will continue into this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats down at the aquarium, but they have to be really careful. They've got a split drop, which means they do have a little bit of an insurance policy. But beside them, the other team that has got a split drop is the one and only Fluxo, who got taken out of the lobby a tad bit too early. I know they weren't too happy with their performance in Bermuda, which means they are the bleeding predators at this point of time. And a bleeding predator is a very dangerous
Indian
predator.
SHUL যদি একটু খারাপ খেলে এই
But
ম্যাচটা
they do
পেলে
manage to quickly
আবার সুযোগ
reposition
পাবে
off of those slide rails. Looking to find a little bit of extra loot here at Riders Club. MIBR lost up against Twisted Minds though in a very early encounter earlier, and Rick B taken out early, but of course the team's not really going to suffer bringing him back. There's just one.
Leoner
But Ico Total Gaming could just be taken down here by a good performing Leon. Games King down on the ground. Della for the instant pickup. They want to put on that pressure. Shanky back in the way. All alone now. Games King with the mag 7. Will take him out instantly. And this is trouble time. IQ Total Gaming left with one final survivor, but Mafia buying an insurance policy back for the squad. That one revival is going to keep them in for a little while more.
I think it's super exciting to see this happening because we were talking about how Lion just now was having such a great game. They were very aggressive.
সুন্দর শট
Hold that thought, shock. Instant kill, headshot. Eliminated
শট দেখা শট দেখা পিছে থেকে নীল এক্সট্রা কভার
for a little bit of revenge shot, but great defense there with a double glue wall. Medkit's going to come in handy at this point of time. We'll catch up with Straw Hats later as we spot out the players on the side of Vitality doing battle with Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations in hand already for Twisted Minds, and they're looking to take this out of the equation. The Indonesian player, Valiant Dash, breaks down his defenses, and the pass with a sliver of health cannot sustain. As Joel from behind the glue wall hits him with the M82B.
Keeping his teammate alive as well. All eyes.
SHUL পিছন থেকে চার্জ করতে থার্ড পার্টি
Damage onto him, but cannot keep him alive and deny that point because Diamond is close by as well. He's going to try for more.
Diamond's going to go in for the rush here. Gets tagged up by Joel. He's got the car 98, so Diamond can't mess around. M82B will find the access behind the glue wall as well. Diamond in a lot of trouble here. Joel with the advantage, and Koja with the flag. The BSK puts
আমি ভাই নোটিফিকেশন দেখতেছি বাংলাদেশি টিম নীল সব রিভাইভ দিছে ফুল ফ্রি ম্যান পাওয়ার রোস্টার আছে SHUL আবার হুরে তুলছে আরে কি চলতেছে SHUL শালার পুতেরা থার্ড পার্টি করতে দিকে আছে নাইলে একা পাইলে SHUL রে গত ম্যাচে দিল না আবার দিত
side. They want to take this fight, but Fluxo, and you know how they play. They don't want to take this fight too early, putting a bit of space between each other.
Let's see what will Al-Alhi do here up against one of the biggest monsters you can come across. The one and only Fluxo. Not powerful just because they've got a huge fan base behind them. They've got a huge fan base behind them because of what they can do out here in a lobby like this. Seafood tagged out, pushes in, walking in, Valiant Dash breaks down the defenses, but could not go in for that instant shot. Seafood looking for that recovery and gets his own blue wall broken down here, but the backup from GU and the God given the advantage and pushes and follows up the M590 shot.
ভাই কি কম কি চলতাছে ওই সাইডে দেখেন আগে
As Remind quickly tries to back away, Car 98 in hand, but there's nowhere to run. Fluxo's on the hunt.
Yeah, and you know that while they are chasing, they are almost like a boa constrictor who does not want to let go of the prey. Shots to Remind, but he's managing to stay alive for the time being. Bob's heavy on that pursuit.
দুই ইন্ডিয়ান টিম মিলে বাংলাদেশি স্ট্রার আসছে চাইপাদু SH স্ট্রপ টিজি মাফিয়া নক কনফার্ম সুন্দর স্ট্রপ
Vehicle on fire though. Remind what an escape from Fluxo.
Oh my god, Mia Corpero ধরছে টিজি আজকে হালা সুন্দর দুর্দান্ত ভাই সেরা 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 স্টোহেড আজকে প্রমাণ কর
On another level, keeping the dream alive for Bangladesh once again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell that they're riding off that high end momentum from map 1. We question it whether or not
টিজি ওটা ওরে আগে খায় শালার পুত্রে দেখলো না রে ওইটা বাইরে গেল
Now a reminder for yesterday when we were on Solara, Team Secret had a booyah with
কালকের দিনে এই পারফরম্যান্স কই আছে কালকের দিনে
from them from map 1 and
শালার বই খেলতে পারে না টিমটা
Absolutely, yeah.
মিয়া কর্পে ধরছে স্টোহেড সুন্দর সুন্দর
They survived Group A, the group of death many people called it. But he's showing everyone that they are capable of getting into the grand finals. But of course, if you look at where they sat on the overall leaderboard, it's going to be quite a bit of struggle. So more is going to be needed out of them. But if they play anything like what Straw Hats is showing us out there on the lobby, they're going to see Bangladesh in the grand finals for sure. Leon, on the other hand, on the hunt.
Straw survival stage utle sure grand final.
It's wounded, it's on the ground, it's running away. And birds should be flying. Unfortunately, Hawk can't do that all alone as he's hunted by a pack of lions.
Yeah, they're very hungry as well. They love taking these spots and they don't want to let it go. There we go. That's the first shot onto Hawk. That's a lot of damage done. Joker juking away, trying to stay healthy. And you know this guy, once he lands his shot, is very nasty. And there we go. It's Games King that finds Hawk in the end. That's a double kill for him.
Yeah, beautiful play. Hawk at least tried his very best. Had the
just
stun on him. Riptide rhythm, finding the connection, but of course Joker just dodged that bullet perfectly. Saw a little bit of natural cover with the compound and made
vitality পেছন থেকে আবার vitality এই শালার vitality একটা পেইন ওটারে টিজি রে উড়ালা টিজি রে উড়াইতে পারবো vitality আর মুভ করব মিয়া করবে দিকে
they still walked away with the 14 eliminations and Yago's just topping the charts with the damage as well.
Yeah, that circle hard shift to the right as well, with SAUL being so comfortable in that middle area. And this is where things get super interesting.
RRQ and Twisted Mind দুইটা একলগে মুভ করতেছে
eyeing that compound.
স্ট্রাইকের দিকে ইশ
The next circle
পেছে পড়বো
will move towards SHUL as well as MIBR lost. Both of these teams will stay silent for the time being. But now Team Secret up against Fluxo. The shot onto Dekui. He needs to recover. One arm on the other hand. M60 in hand already.
এখন পর্যন্ত 12টা টিম এলাইভ
with the hammer.
Looking
for the reposition as well. Flanking towards the left. He does have the thrill of battle in hand, but he could just be the distraction here for Team Secret so that the rest of these players can get into position. RRQ looking for a straw hat and they find who. That's not a question, that's a statement.
Abe waiting in the wings as well here. Knows that close by. You also see Twisted Minds as well.
ভাই দেখে খেলতে কইছো হ্যাঁ তুইতো হ্যাঁ দেখে খেলতে গো
move forward is here. Diamond takes quite a bit of damage from that corner here. Just is putting a lot of pressure on him. Forced to move away, forced out into the open. His teammates managing to rotate across. Dude's close by here. A jump shot forward means Diamond cannot survive longer and will be able
Mind
to
আর RRQ মনে শেষ
really not going all out just yet. The boogeyman still choosing to fly under the radar. They've already gotten taken out. No placement points in this game. Barely any eliminations from the side. Twisted Minds on the other hand, still on the hunt. Maal.
Hey, Twisted Mind দেখেন মার
Trigger discipline is there.
মাল সুন্দর মতো বুঝে আছে ভাই মাল আসলে একটা মাল
Explosive runs. Still does not check his corners.
এখনো ট্র্যাক করতে নাই ভাই সিরিয়াসলি কানার করে কানা করছে কি মুখের সামনে দেখেছে হাউ
He's still stealthy.
Yeah, that's just one corner unseen, survives, and the ability to be able to prolong RRQ's run on this map.
When they said keep your head down, I never knew it would work like that.
For real though, it worked out so well in their favor. And now we're going to be looking here at Vitality that's already repositioned themselves quite in the middle of the map as well. And these early rotators would have a bit of an advantage in terms of positioning.
Ex-Posy needs to check his eyes,
bro. করব ভালো খেলতেছে কেমনে পার করব এসে টিএল আলালা
That's the luckiest camp I've ever seen. He was hoping and praying he doesn't get spotted.
I was so sure he'd be seen just now, especially through that large, big area that he was crossing.
Expo was just too busy. He had a mission on his mind. He's like, we are out
Mia
in the
call
blue.
but
We're tanking a tad bit of damage here. We need to
Mia
look for the
call
next
khai
circle
ho
because it's going to
circle
move yet again. And Maal just lucked out big time, and RRQ gets to have a little bit of fun there at Fun Fair, catching up with each other. But Abe, Twisted Minds just
Total
tied
Gaming
to RRQ.
সুযোগ আছে
Total Gaming, on the other hand, unfortunately for them,
মিয়া কর্ড সুন্দর মিয়া ব্লিভিট লেগ খাইছে নক কনফার্ম সুন্দর আহা রে ভাই দেখা তো হেড 24
from the bottom two. I think India can rest easy.
Oh yeah. Abe waiting here, Twisted Minds. Diamond already knocked out so early there. Abe now positions noted. Still wants to go for that hunt. Jump will be seen. Breaks that with a valiant dash, but able to put the glue wall down for the second time. The Bass knocked down, and now it's a 2v1. His teammate's already back in the game as well. So the crunch is here, and Abe a quad instantly doing damage to so many members of Twisted Minds.
Come on, PLS1, show us what you got with that sniper. AWM time, baby. Exposy
AWM time, baby. ऐसे सिस्टम Team Twisted Man gone.
PLS1 with the AWM takes him out of the vehicle and the lobby. Unfortunate for Twisted Minds. RRQ did not show them the same courtesy Exposy showed Maal.
Oh yeah. Now CMOX is in trouble as the rest of the Lions look to go for the hunt. Finds him in the corner. The Valiant Dash breaks it in the end. He's so quick to take him out of the game.
মিয়া কর্পোরেট খাইলি ইজি হয়ে যাবে সার্কেলে ঢোকা ওরা খেলতাছি কোরা ও অ্যাসেট ভাই অ্যাসেট রে খাইতেইব
dealing with that instantly with the M82B, but of course the recovery should be easy for Team Secret. We move on Vitality up against SHUL. I think this is a little bit of a peace treaty.
এখানে দুইটা টিম ভাইটালিটি আবারও সেই ভাইটালিটি দাদা
looking to play it safe for the next circle.
Yeah. Southern side here in control of the Lions. Well, meanwhile close by we also have Team Secret. I think they definitely had their eyes onto the members of RRQ here. Meanwhile, for the Straw Hats, well, surviving this long and still at the very top of the lobby, it is terrifying seeing this team activated on the second day.
Absolutely. Can we see yet another Bangladeshi squad survive the group stage? Unbelievable play from TEC. Titan Esports just showing everyone that the dream can be kept alive, and Straw Hats again, early game, 10 eliminations already. Yesterday, man, they were just down in the dumps, but today, Straw Hats just showing us they're awakening their conquerors hockey. This is knocking everyone out without even bumping into them. You have to find your way around the Straw Hats, because if you let them run away with this, I think they're going to be dominating the lobby eventually. Team Secret, 7 eliminations in hand. The PLS1 on fire earlier, but he slowed things down a tad bit here. They need to look for a way to get into the next circle, and RRQ stands in their way.
Yeah, they put a lot of damage and pressure toward this team as well. The fact that the Loss is not able to really do anything either says a lot about how much space as well as power RRQ has.
লিওন ছুড়ে গেছে গাইস স্ট্র হেডস রাইট নাও এই দিক দিয়ে মুভ কর স্ট্র হেডস এই দিক দিয়ে মুভ করলেই হয়ে যায় স্ট্র হেডস এই সাইড দিয়ে মুভ করলেই হয় লিওনের উপরে চার্জ করতে পারে থার্ড পার্টি
A little bit of a panic here because the circle's looking for them, getting the damage in. Team Secret
স্ট্র হেডস দেখা ড্যামেজ দিয়ে দিতে
RRQ Straw Hats on the way. Bangladesh looking to sneak away the points as the third party. Y'all better wrap up your ass.
RRQ ঢুকতেছে স্ট্র হেডস পারফেক্ট মোমেন্ট স্ট্র হেডস থার্ড পার্টি টিম সিক্রেট গন স্ট্র হেডস দেখা লিওন এদিকে মুভ কর লিওন আরআরকিউ লিওনের দিকে মুভ কর তাইলেই হবে এই তো সুন্দর সুন্দর এদিকে ড্যামেজ দিয়ে স্ট্র হেডস সুযোগ পাবে স্ট্র হেডস Team Vitality gone. Team Secret gone. SATL is to head. Sister দেখে খেলতে হবে SATL রে খায় SATL রে খাইলেই সুন্দর
own
Sundar.
safe zone to take the fight up against two teams who were looking for their defensive spot. So a little bit of proactive action there
eliminate Leon.
from the Indonesian Titans.
Top 5 এ
Leon's
বাংলাদেশ
out of the equation
ফুল
already.
স্কোয়াড
We're
নিয়ে
left with 4
ভাই
squads in here. RRQ,
SATL গন
Mia
সুন্দর
Gop and Straw Hats again getting towards that final circle.
সুন্দর ভাই সিরিয়াসলি ভাই দেখা থাক দিয়ে মারতাছে দেখ ওরা কইতেই পারে না আরে ভাই এদিক দিয়ে গ্লোয়াল মার ফুল স্কোয়াড যাবে কেমনে এমআইবিএল লসের উপরে চার্জ দে সুন্দর এখন এই স্কোয়াড সুযোগ পেব এখন স্কোয়াডের সুযোগ স্কোয়াড अगेन ভাই দুইটা ম্যান ফর লুজ এই মোমেন্টে আইসা
RRQ takes a fight to them. Round 1, Yago taken down. Ma'al with a super snipe. Dudes though traded out. Shock taking advantage.
MIBL lost chest.
Hopping on in, trying to stab RRQ in the back.
Oh, the Straw Hats still survive, but RRQ is the team who's on fire right now, surviving healthy.
Gold maker is দুইটা গেছে গা
Both these two teams,
ভাই
Mia
কপাল
and Straw Hats started the day at the very bottom, and they survived again at the top 3 here. Shock down already so quickly because Mia has their eyes on this team.
আহারে কপাল আইছি রে কপাল তারা রিনাইভেটিভ দিছে গাড়িতে উড়ে লাইছে কপাল কারে কয় আর কি বুয়া স্ট্রেট সেটা গেছে
They want to show they are alive and kicking, and they want to make it into the top 4 for the early qualifier to the grand finals.
Oh man, RRQ had so many close calls with one player left.
দুইবার বুয়ার সামনে গিয়া স্ট্রেট মারা গেল ভাই ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ার ছিল না কথা
and get that booyah is insane work.
সেরা খেলতাছে স্ট্রেট সেরা
at Bermuda on this game 1 for day 2. RRQ shows that they definitely can step it up, and Solara, not necessarily their best map out there, but they have shown that they have got that veteran experience, and a little bit of the circle, a little bit of the action on the battlefield favored them in multiple of those situations. Ma'al could have gotten taken out a tad bit too early, and the recovery could have been delayed a little further for the side of RRQ, but thank goodness Exposi did not check his corner in that particular sequence, gave us a few entertaining moments. But RRQ making it back, like you said, almost annihilated on that recovery, still met back with Twisted Minds, took them out of the equation, got to the final circle, and if they were not proactive, they would have gotten taken out a tad bit earlier already. But Dudes with the master grenade onto the Team Secret players, because Team Secret was in the best spot to shut down RRQ.
ভাই কপাল ছিল যে কিছু মিস্টেকের কারণে ম্যান পাওয়ার গুলো লুজ
And I'm curious to see what exactly the comms were in that fight in particular, because it must have been huge knowing where the they happened and just go all the way to the end.
Kena kiri. Kita yang belakangnya. Nice.
Man, Dudes is just a monster with those grenades. The accuracy, the timing, he cooks it up so well like a chef, and when he serves it, the dish is absolutely deadly.
Yeah, honestly, there was just so many hero plays coming in for RQ, and it's also a testament to not only their teamwork but also their individual prowess from every single one of these players. And it's always really fun to be able to see these things happen as well, because for RQ, they always come so close toward the very end. And I think, you know, after the interview, they said that this year is the year that they think that they had learned so much from the previous years, and this year is the year that they want to be able to get that trophy.
Straw Hats showing the will of D is alive. You cannot take them out of the equation. You cannot count them out just yet. On the first page, they sit right here. Yesterday, just about 24 points from 6 games. Today, back-to-back, they've scored more than 20 points, or at least the 20 points in the second game. Earlier, it was 22. 44 in just 2 matches. Straw Hats is just showing us a very different version of themselves. I hope they can keep this up. This is going to show the rest of the world of Free Fire that the dream can always stay alive as long as you make those plays. But of course, on the second page, your team Vitality getting knocked out a tad bit too early alongside MIBR loss as well as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think that in this situation, there's a possibility that you're not expecting some of these teams to really go activated on day number 2.
Yeah.
Vitality did try to survive, but they got overwhelmed from so many different teams as well. We saw Dix getting knocked out so quickly, so many times, and separated from the rest of his teammates. I think in this situation, Vitality need to find a way to not only survive as a team, but how they approach fights. And I think awareness might be something they want to pick up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats, unfortunately, they have to make sure that they don't hold on to such angles in the future because their feet exposed, no glue walls to protect themselves. Many teams found that to be that weak point of the squad, and 2 players got taken out of the equation a tad bit too early. If Straw Hats had 4 survivors down in that final circle to play for the Booyah, on the other hand, I think that would have been a much better chance for them. But of course, these small little mistakes is exactly what they need to fix. But of course, we've got an interview on the stage. Let's catch up with you guys.
এটাই বলতেছিলাম যে এমন ভাবে খেলতে হবে যাতে মুখে থাকে মানুষের স্ট্র হেড সেই ভাবেই খেলতেছে পুরো মুখে মুখে যেতেছে সবাই কাস্টারও বলতেছে স্ট্র হেড 2 ম্যাচের 2টাতেই একদম perfect gameplay.
And we're also joined by the pretty Yunsu. All right, let's have a bit of a chit chat, shall we? Because I am so amazed by the way that you have been performing today. So yeah, the first question is, Joel, we all know that this is your very first international event since joining Team Fatality. How is the pressure difference? How are you handling it? Jadi Joel, ini kan kita tahu ya, pertama kali nih event internasional, ya kan? Sebelumnya pertama kali keluar negeri kan waktu itu World Series. Sekarang akhirnya ngerasain international event. Pressure-nya seperti apa perbedaannya dan gimana juga cara kamu menghandle tekanan itu?
Kalau buat tekanannya ya biasa aja sih. Kalau soal pressure juga kita udah biasa turnamen-turnamen internasional juga, jadi ya aman aja.
That is such a nice answer. So basically what he said is that, what pressure? I'm not feeling pressured at all. I'm just being myself, calm and collected, because this is something that we're not new to. This is something that I've trained myself to, and I'm just ready for anything basically, because I don't see any pressure coming from any of the other team. So yeah, that answer actually shocks me too.
He has grown up a lot. I have been following his, his path since 2024 until now, and wow, he changed a lot. All right, up to our second questions. You start off a day with the very first Booyah and build up more a gap in the finals qualification. How much of a benefit will it be to not have to play in tomorrow's survival stage?
Nah, ini pertanyaan menarik banget nih. Kalian kan tadi membuka hari di grup B dengan sebuah Booyah, yang artinya kalian juga nambahin jarak poin dari tim-tim lain yang harus ngejar tim Fatality. Sepenting apa sih sebenarnya buat kalian sendiri menghindari survival stage? Apa pentingnya kalian menghindari babak survival?
I think Mia Corp and Eastern দুইটাই আগায় যাবে, বাকি দুইটা
sepenting apa untuk langsung catapulting diri kalian ke babak berikutnya dibanding harus lewatin survival stage?
Kalau untuk ngelewatin survival itu menurut saya terlalu jauh lah. Ya kita pengen buru-buru lolos aja.
Well, a very short answer and a very confident answer. Well, we don't want to waste our time. We just want to make it quick. We just want to make it to the next stage and not go through the survival stage, because again, it is a waste of our time.
All right. Show us more.
Yeah.
We would love to see more from you guys.
Yeah, I hope he can back up this answer seriously. Okay, so last question. We've seen a lot of teams start slowly this event. How important it is for you to show your best game in the group stage and build confidence heading deeper into the competition.
Qualify করে 100% sure একটা কাজের কাজ
perjalanan mereka agak sedikit slow nih, apalagi kalau kita bicara di grup B gitu kan. Sementara kalian agak sedikit berbeda. Sebenarnya seberapa penting sih buat kalian tampil agresif dan tampil apa ya, langsung meledak gitu di group stage dibandingkan dengan tampil konsisten memasuki babak-babak berikutnya di kompetisi yang sebenarnya bisa dibilang ini kan jatuhnya kayak maraton ya, bukan lomba lari cepat gitu.
ভাই ওরা যদি ডিসকোয়ালিফাইও খায় ভাই আমার মন জিতে লাগছে, ওরা এই দুইটা ম্যাচে যা খেললো জাস্ট ওয়াও। ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে এইভাবে খেলতে হবে ভাই, বাংলাদেশকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতে হবে। এই যে এখন বাংলাদেশি স্ট্র হেড, বাংলাদেশি স্ট্র হেড কাস্টারদের মুখে, সবার মুখে
What he's saying is
এরকম
that
ভাবে
all the
খেলতে হবে ভাই।
teammates are also complaining behind you because of his answers. But basically, what he said is that, well, it is important to play great, to perform well. But then again, when it comes to being aggressive, when it comes to getting as much points as possible, it is very strategic. It's something that they will adjust according to the gameplay. So yeah, right now they're just trying to give up their best and showing the best performance that they could.
Awesome. At least we can see all of the Indonesian teams are on fire right now. They're keeping the track, getting more booyahs on today at Group B. Well, thank you, Conchita, for the translating. And of course, congratulate you as well for the first game, getting the booyah, Joel. And also, I hope that everyone will keep this fire and spirit and play the best in the next game. Thank you for your listening and stay tuned, get hydrated, and wait more from us.
It's pro hair on fire. দেখা যাক, আরো 4টা ম্যাচ আছে।
Hey, Seven, what do you got there?
I got me a golf club. We're here at Quirilla City and we accept your challenge. Glitter and Lace. You guys ended up getting very close there to first place, if not first place, but I think we got what it takes to beat it. So why don't we get started?
Yeah, I mean, you start off. I'm going to start this.
And
let's see what you got.
ওরা এনজয় আছে ভাই,
I'm a little
এরকম
bit
এনজয়।
nervous here. Well, there's no need to be nervous because we got 7 woods. There goes for a swing.
কি
Is it in the
রিঅ্যাকশন ভাই।
green? Ooh,
89.4%.
You know what? I'll take it. It says too far, but I'll take it now. It's time for your turn, Mr. Neptune Happy Gilmore. Let's see what you got. Let's see if you got what it takes to beat 89.4 or maybe make it even better. As we'll get started here with playing golf. Let me press the start right here. Okay. All right. You got this. You got family watching back at home. Anything you want to tell them really quick?
I got this.
He's got this. Let's see that swing too. The prep is going to be up. That was a practice. Practice.
Yeah, just a practice.
He's got this. He's got this. Oh my goodness. Oh my. No. Don't break that just yet. 82.1. You know what? If you are in Paris, if you are at EWC 26, you can actually come check this out at Quirilla City. But for this one right now, I mean, I think it's actually time we challenge somebody.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do this. So you know what? Husky, Lucifer, let's see if you got what it takes to beat our score.
Hello everyone, it's Carol Bombshell again. I'm happy to be back here on stage close to Fluxo's crowd, Fluxo's fan. And I'm also happy to be
বাংলাদেশি
here
ফ্যান
with
গাইতে
the two
পারবো না, যে
influencers for
বাংলাদেশি
Fluxo.
ফ্যান
I got
যদি
Haja
গাইতে পারতো
and
বস্তা ভাই না,
Alexi here with me. They have
তাইলে
been
সব
doing such a
গাইতো গা।
great job with the Fluxo's
ক্রাউড
crowd.
দেখতো
And I wanna
পাবলিকে,
know,
বাংলাদেশি
Raja, what's the
মানে
feeling to
পাবলিক
be
যদি
back
গাইতে
here
পারতো,
at
ক্রাউড
EWC
দেখে
with
এক
your
একজনের
team
মাথা হ্যাং
now?
হয়ে যেত।
I'm really happy to be here today. I love EWC. It's just the best tournament ever, and it's really good to see my team playing. And
বাংলাদেশে এফএফডব্লিউএস গ্লোবাল ফিনালস কি হবে কোনোদিন? আশা নাই ভাই, যেভাবে বাংলাদেশি নরমাল ল্যান্ড এফএফডব্লিউএস এর ল্যান্ডই হয় না, সেখানে একটা গ্লোবাল ফিনান্সের ল্যান্ড করলে বুঝছেন কি পরিমাণে চাপ বাড়বে, কিন্তু ওরা তো আছে না,
Direct to the
হবে না।
Grand Finals. É muito especial ter você aqui juntinho
Olha,
com a
a minha
gente,
amiga
torcendo pro
hoje.
seu time. Quero saber se você acha que eles vão se classificar diretamente pra final.
Com certeza, vai dar tudo certo se Deus quiser. Hoje a gente vai sair com essa classificação. E é isso, gente, vai dar certo sim. Segue o fluxo que os meninos estão preparados. E a torcida aqui tá preparada demais pra essa festa.
Of course, they will make it to the Grand Finals today, okay? So we are very happy to be here. We are very glad to support our team. And we're gonna see each one of you cheering for Fluxo in the Grand Finals. And follow the flow! Thank you!
আমাদের থার্ড ম্যাচ শুরু হবে কখন?
We booked Esports World Cup.
গতকাল যে লাইভ স্ট্রিমটা করছি ভাই এত প্যারা লাগছে আমার, মানে বাংলাদেশের কোনো টিমই ভালো খেলে নাই, তো নিজের কাছে ক্লান্তি লাগছে, এখনো ক্লান্তি লাগতেছে, বাট এখন একটা মজা আছে, আমেজ আছে। যার কারণে আজকে খেলা দেখে মজা পাইতেছি, পোস্টিং করে মজা পাচ্ছি।
But to recap the first two games of Group B, Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Vitality has been great from yesterday. Now they are dominating. And it's not only them. I mean, even RQ did manage to get that booyah. So there's just a lot of hopes right now that's coming from the team. And the climb for the top four is just getting easier and easier. Even for the interview coming from Joel, I think like he's just too confident that they will be getting there quite soon.
Well, let's talk about that actually, because that confidence, it's good to see, Lace, but sometimes we've been seeing maybe too much confidence come back and bite you in the you-know-what.
Well, all I know is that we beat you in golf, so I'm just going to hold that in my heart. But look, obviously I've been following the storyline of, you know, Team Secret as my underdogs, okay? So in that position, you know, they were in that southeastern corner there with Bayside, and it looked like that they were going to, you know, have a nice little easy rotation in, and I think this is probably why we've brought Carol up here, but they managed to get a team wipe on Fluxo down in that corner of Bayside, but it was a bit of a treacherous kind of like I guess rotation to that zone, because they got held out by the likes of like RRQ and also what was it, I think it was like Team Lion as well, so it was a very tough trek for them. Obviously we're talking about the pace and slow and steady, you know, that sort of situation, but they are not getting enough of those elims and placement to be able to beat these sorts of teams. Now I want to bring into the conversation Lion.
Yep.
Okay. And, you know, Conchita obviously had a conversation about them too, but this is exceptional from them. They've have absolutely dominated and moved up there. They are in the conversation. They are up in those like those top teams and battling it out in those final zones.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, there's a lot of history right now coming from Lion, especially Gamesking. He was left in there alone,
top
but
6
even so,
top 7 থেকে ওরা ডাইরেক্ট হ্যাশট্যাগ 2
Gamesking can still get all those eliminations in. Like the fighting spirit coming from him and the team. I'm really loving it. They might be able to break through and bring down Twisted Minds.
We're going to look at number 6, because Fluxo, this is a squad that everybody expects them to go directly to the grand finals, but right now that's not the case. They're 17 points away from top 4, Carol.
I don't understand why you guys invite me such in this moment that Fluxo is not doing so well.
Mr. আরেকটা সিন গেমপ্লে দিলে I think তিনটা স্কোয়াড টপ পেয়ে যাবে।
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they started really good yesterday. They had such a good confidence, but at this point, they should not going like that, because last year reminds me of last year when they were not doing so well, and then they lost completely their confidence. So if they keep doing the same performance, probably their worst nightmare will come for them.
All right. Hopefully that worst nightmare is not going to happen. Now, you have a lot of experience with Free Fire in Brazil, and I know you know a lot of these players. They do have a superstar when it comes to Fluxo, right? MT7, the MVP out of that region as well. Do you think this is going to affect him in any way, shape, or form? Because they do need to make... Do you feel like they need to make it in the top 4 instead of going to survival?
Of course, definitely they need to make the top 4, but yeah, answer your question, definitely that can keeps getting in MT7 mind, but you know what, this regular season in Brazil, MT7 was the MVP with 330 kills, 330 eliminations, so he knows what he needs to do to step it up and be on top, and also help his team to step it up. Maybe MT7 is the fire that the team needs right now.
Yeah, we saw some stats there too from Vitality and Loss. Remember, Loss was able to do amazing things yesterday. yesterday with those 3 booyahs. Today, seen some stuff here and there from them, but Vitality, I mean, if we talk about what we saw yesterday out of Group B in comparison to Group A, we saw a bit more of a chance for some of the other squads to kind of come up, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now in Day 2 when these squads are trying to make sure they push for that top 4 with 4 games left.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is in comparison as well as the cut-off line for getting top 4. It's much lower right now in Group B because of how close it is against everyone else. So that's one thing that they can take advantage of because it's easier enough for them to climb up like 1-2 spots, especially for those teams who are very, very close to the top 4. But there's still a lot in contention right now. After 2 games, we still have 4 matches. But as Carol did mention, like if you lose confidence, then even with it being easy, you might still lose it.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at that, like the cutoff, isn't like so coherent, like you said just before. But basically, Team Secret is probably that line there at 90 points at the moment. Then we move over to Fluxo, which is 92. So this is an incredibly close leaderboard for these mid-range teams to sort of intercept there. So like you're saying, there's still a chance. Carol, don't you worry, girl. Like they have every opportunity in these next couple of matches to bring it home for them. But it is incredibly close. So let's hope that, we can get the Fluxo spirit here a little bit higher and they can, definitely rile them up and get them some more eliminations.
You know what, girl? I really hope Fluxo makes to the grand finals, but right now we already got loud, so we already have Brazil in the grand finals, and that's good. And talk a little bit more about Los. Los, it's good to see them. I mean, of course, yesterday they were the best team for Group B, but it's good to see them still keeping their regularity here. So I think maybe this is one of their secrets. They are really good to keep their game regular.
I know the fans want Fluxo to step it up and just start getting those booyahs because they have yet to win one. Let's see if that's going to happen with the 4 games left of Group B. AJ, Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. At this point of time, I just want Team Secret to get a booyah just so that Lace can smile a little bit more.
Yes, I agree. Lace, this one's for you, baby. Hopefully, we are praying for it as we go into our next map.
The girl almost gave up. She's like, okay, I just want Fluxo to win. I mean, you guys are doing bad too.
Do you believe in jinxes?
I do. I believe in blessings.
You believe in blessings? Yeah. Okay, bet. So
depends on who's the one dishing it out.
So if it's Lace,
if it's Lace, she's got a kind heart, so it's definitely a blessing.
It's a blessing.
Let's
for sure.
jump to our next match.
For Team Secret in this particular one as we go into this next one. After all, this map is not going to be easy after all, since a lot of teams are starting to really amp up. We see consistency across 3 maps. I mean 2 maps, excuse me.
I just see consistency from the 2 teams down at the bottom who are fighting for their dear lives, and it looks like Straw Hats will not stay at the bottom all throughout because little by little they are making that climb. I mean, what a brilliant play so far, getting more than 40 points just off of 2 games. A very different version of Straw Hats we get today, and they're moving all the way out potentially for a double compound drop here at Foundation as well as Old Hampton. This is going to give them ample loot to play their game well once again.
I am very excited to see how aggressive some of these teams are going to go. I think during the break we also talked a little bit about Mia, right? About how today it's more how they've been able to be consistently on that top 3, being able to survive a little bit more longer compared to yesterday. And wow, trouble's already brewing.
IQ Total Gaming can do Mia, Corp, as well as Straw Hats a big favor here. If they take out Al-Ali, it's gonna be trouble a brewing. But IQ Total Gaming might just be in trouble as well. So by hook or by crook, they need to win this out. Perhaps the winner of this battle will stay alive in the competition. Looking at how Mia, Corp, and Straw Hats have woken up once again. Beautiful time turner off of Shanky. And the charge buster in his hands actually pops off. Zimok's taken down. Shanky gets the win. 3 eliminations already. And Al-Ali, I think this is the end for them. Lions on the way in. And the Joker will not be messing around. Shock knockdown. MIBR Lost will find the Straw Hats on another part of the map. And that's about it for Ali. They're about to be pushed down to the bottom 2.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. We talked about not clearing corners, but for the rest of the team here, they do check and find him in the end. Now, TG close by alongside the Lions, excuse me. And they're looking to see whether or not they can continue on this fight. Joker coming close. He had a really good game previously, especially with the long-range weapons. Puts lots of chip damage onto Shanky, and they want to try and chunk them crunch them from two different angles.
Joker just does not have his weapon of choice at this point of time, having to make work with the Woodpecker as best as possible. Shanky with the SKS also has got the time turner once again for the pop on his side, saving his life. Wota down on the ground though. The recovery needs to be strong here for IQ Total Gaming. Games King looking for circle around with the SKS in hand, looks at Mafia. With the M82B, Mafia is going to be deadly, even though Leon does have those glue walls on their side. Games King will get shut down by Mafia up close and personal. 4 eliminations in hand, and India's looking hot.
Yeah, TG looking really good, and I love to say that they are very active and want to take this fight head on. Aztec takes a lot of damage here.
Backstab.
Rushing
the backup. What a play by Mafia. Keeping his body in. And Lions, you may be the predators out there in the savannah, but not in this lobby, says Haiku Total Gaming.
Crazy work coming from them as well. This proactivity and aggression is just something else. That isolated 1v1 somehow working so well in their favor.
Jew up on top. Looking deadly. SKS. And Noor manages to pull off a quick finger. Beautiful on the revive. Brings Troll back in before getting knocked down to the ground. Man had barely any HP on him. And he was timing that perfectly, and he executed that revival perfect. And SHUL will be able to thank him a tad bit more later on by reviving him. Obviously, the boys are going to be taking him out of the equation in a tad bit here. Miakorp, Kappa.
Perfect.
It's the ice grenade to weaken him a tad bit here. 2v1, but Kappa will stand no chance. And Miakorp out early this time round.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Mia, who are currently just running to just be able to stay alive in this game. Now moving over to Lace's favorite team here, TS at the bottom side, but Twisted Minds have a mind of their own to eliminate this team. And Sean keeping a bit of space between him and the rest of Twisted. Decides to play a little bit more further back instead.
Time for Lace to smile. This is Twisted Minds. They've got the high ground. Both teams calling out for the lightning zone, and it's Twisted Minds' lightning zone that was called out a tad bit later, which means Team Secret cannot get too cheeky out in the open just yet. That allows a perfect rotation from Diamond. The Bass F590, wrong gun. The sniper will get stabbed in the back. The Bass gets lucky with that ambush. Taking Wong Am out of the equation is just the first step. 9-7 now, up close and personal. The Bass once again with the M590 will conquer. The Max 7 just not enough. Tikui, can you pull one back? Trying to turn the situation around. Jump taken down as well. And is this an interference from another squad? PLS1 trying his very best. Tikui down on the ground, explosive with the Car 98. Just trying his best to keep them contained. But it looks like Team Secret is about to win this out thanks to PLS1.
Yeah, Hwang Am still very much healthy here. Trying to find a way to find the middle shot onto Exposy. Finally, in the end, Cruise and Crunch from multiple angles. And Twisted Minds will be the one knocked out here somehow. Team Secret survived a little longer. Great recovery from this team.
Kingdom of RRQ a tad bit sad. Some claps there for this squad. Got eliminated a tad bit too early. And like I told you, Dash, it was definitely a blessing from Lace. Team Secret working off of that Lace energy at this point of time. But I think you well, though. Troll, wrong place, wrong time. MT7 spots him out. And MT7 has got the gun of preference. The AWM, Aiku Total Gaming on the other hand. Early exit in here. Straw Hat still alive and kicking down at the bottom, looking to climb up. SHUL, what more do you have? Jew will punish with the Thompson Dude taken out of the equation. SHUL might not make it out of this compound if they don't do something different.
The rush forward is here. Fluxo going a bit more aggressive. Bunny getting hunted, rushing away from his life. Jack is barely alive. Repositions, but out in the open, there's no way for him to run. Fluxo already 8 elims.
They already got a revive, which means the squad will stay alive and kick in and roll with the stealth bites. It's the heck out of there, catching up in Noor. And Fluxo will overtake this compound, Bayfront belongs to them for the time being, but they'll have to move in a little
So
bit
has-
as the
hold
blue zone
on.
catches up with them.
Game
But if you
attack
look at
at this
Fluxo's
hoga.
performance so far, this has been the best within the day.
Circle
In the two
analysis করলে
past
হবে
games, they
circle
only
analysis
walked
কইরা
away
একটা
with 2
সেফ
points
সার্কেল
in
ধরে
each
বসে
of those
থাকলে
lobbies.
দেন
Obviously
এলিমিনেশন
not
করতে পারবো
looking
লিওন
like the
টার্গেট
usual
করছে
Fluxo.
লিওন
But like I anticipated, I just wasn't
দেখা
expecting them to go
3-1
crazy here
স্পিডে
on
খেলতে
day
এটাই
2.
হবে
I think they
এই মোমেন্টে
definitely want to play the survival game. You saw what
মোমেন্টে
Raja said
3-1
yesterday.
স্পিডে
Our
খেলতেই
team
হবে
will dominate tomorrow.
Yeah, and definitely did. They're
কেমনে
showing
কেমনে
us the signs of
ঢুকতেছে
life.
লিওন
Not only signs of life, they're starting to just go
See.
crazy. Now, speaking of that as well, in terms of positioning, we're looking at Lost very, very active, getting Refinery super early. And I think they're just trying to just move around, scout around, try and find some information about where everyone's going to be. TS, Lace's team also trying to move around the area. They're fairly healthy. They have 4 eliminations already. And in this situation, we're starting to see a slowdown from so many of these teams as they try to figure out not only where to position
Heads
themselves
can
in the
do,
circle,
Heads
but
can
also
do.
where to go next.
Yeah, Leon needs to be careful a bit here. Thanks to the fact that Twisted Minds have been having a rough day out here today. They've been able to catch up and now overtake them on the leaderboard, but not through points just yet. They need one more point to equalize. But of course, if they can find the final circle for themselves, overtaking Twisted Minds will be a no-brainer, and I think that'll be a
Top
huge
4 করতে
success
পারলে স্ট্রহেড
for the
টিম আছে
organization.
কাজ
Can
হয়ে
you
যাবে
imagine seeing Leon make it into the grand finals a tad bit earlier than expected?
There we go. The reposition coming in from S8UL as
Oh,
well.
Team Secret. Well, it looks like they're not going to be getting far enough. SHUL, though, no elimination so far there.
Yeah, in this situation, again, the slowdown is here. Foundation very, very open for S8UL, just really hunker down, bide their time. Close by to Team Vitality, though. If they do decide they want to go take this fight, but have to be wary of Fluxo as well. We've seen how much damage they can do with those long-range weapons, and it's scary.
The drums of liberation, courtesy of Fluxo. But I think it's charging up Joy Boy on the side of these Straw Hats. Let's see exactly who it will be that unleashes their Gear 5 on the competition in a tad bit. 2 games back-to-back. Straw Hats have been phenomenal. But can they keep this streak up for themselves? Spending a tad bit of time outside the circle. 5 boosts activated off of those team boosters. Need a tad bit more coins before they can purchase the 6th one. Vitality keeping an eye on the rotation of Team Secret. It might be our loss making their way in, as well as Fluxo and squad sits pretty waiting for the next contenders. This next circle is definitely going to be bringing a tad bit of chaos in here because we are running out of space to play, and Fluxo will have to make that run out of the defensive space.
I have to say, Made in Brazil lost really good with the reposition. They were hanging around Refinery and decided to move off that area. And now the prime zone in the middle of the area. And they should go head-to-head up against Team Secret, I feel. I mean, Team Secret does have a bit of that high ground to play with. But in terms of firepower, I would say Lost still a bit better in terms of speed and positioning.
RRQ out super early from this lobby. Did not expect that. The Booyaka is still hunting down these teams. Regardless of the stage, regardless of the level of competition, you can improve. But running away from the Booyakas, on the other hand, is just something that's just totally up to luck. And RRQ just did not have that luck on their side this time.
No, I was quite surprised as well to see them getting knocked out super early. But again, we are seeing the teams that had a great start to the day start to slow down a little bit now. Who took a little bit extra damage there from those long-range shots? Have to be careful in terms of these rotations. A bit later to the area means that you don't have a lot of space to work with. And most areas are being, I would say, held by players like MT7, like Carol says. Really scary seeing this guy being able to just really work with his weapon.
Absolutely. The AWMY in hand. And MT7, one of the deadly snipers out there. But can he outperform Yago? Yesterday, today, they've slowed things down. And MT7, speaking of whom, will punish 2 players from the side of Straw Hats. Spots out Extra as well. Needs to break down those glue walls. 1 more needed. Riptide Rhythm sent out. Extra got out. MT7, the monster. And now looking for who as well. Can he get the ace on the whole squad of Straw Hats? He sure as hell is trying and has got the right gun to do it.
Not gonna be easy because who isn't really showing his hand
Who
either.
that team
So
charity?
he's
The
been,
killing
I'm not gonna
agency,
lie, MT7, the son of the gun, he's doing just keeping every single player around the area's head down. No one is daring show their heads in case that the bullet goes up into their dome. But if anything right now, Vitality have a chance to take this fight up against SAUL, keep them away from this area, and this hard shift should be able to guarantee that fight.
Big advantage here for Fluxo. Not a lot of rotations needed. They can still hold on to that high ground advantage here for MT7. All he needs to do is just inch a little bit closer to the circle, but the risk that he will have is playing those glue walls a little too much too early. Team Secret just keeping close to the very edge of this hill, making sure they stay out of the crosshairs of MIBR Lost. And since they will not be spotted out for the time being, survivability is there. They can sneak under the squad of MIBR and play survival. Yago has not hit those wild shots today just yet. PLS1 spots him, dropping down to the lower ground, but they will still stay hidden. SHUL, the Indian squad slowly rotating around. Perhaps this is where Team Secret falls. And on that replay, you see how MT7 with his high ground advantage was just making perfect work. Just dwindling down the chances of Straw Hats finding the final circle 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and who hasn't moved at all since then here as SAUL, making a lot of noise as well.
Hold করলেই হবে, hold করলেই হবে।
Trying their best, inching their way forward, has to take this fight up against the Lions. Lost, waiting, made in Brazil. Prime angle, just really pressure this team out of the zone. And I'm saying that Team Secret right now, just a terrible position to be in, but SAUL is here, perhaps giving a bit of space and respite for them.
Yago versus PLS1 and SAUL moves on in. MIBR Lost says, you can have it, baby. I do not want this platform. They quickly retreat, trying to look for that reposition. Is that a good move or a bad one? Straw Hats finally taken out of the equation already. Fluxo sending the shots to the spot of Vitality. Joel knocked down as well. SHUL aiming for the players on the side of Team Secret as Vitality finally bites the dust. Unfortunate run for the squad. 2 games back to back. They've not been able to find that final circle after hitting that booyah on Bermuda.
Versus maybe a real, not too sure about that, but a team that's being blessed right now, maybe Team Secret. We'll see how it goes because they are currently being pressured. They don't have a lot of space to work with, forced to rotate forward.
Right now,
keeps the close eye on both these players, barely alive, jumps forward, somehow surviving in terms of rotating here, but has to deal with SAUL.
You gotta hit it when the window messes with your aim. PLS1 now trying to get away. Can he? Yes, he can. Beautiful jump pad reposition by PLS1. And the sniper of the squad gets caught off by Della. ACA perfection from Leon once again. Waking up in the competition to stay in contention for the early access into the grand finals. This is perfect from them. But Fluxo still alive and kicking, and they are catching up. Look at the monstrous run. 14 eliminations strong for Fluxo.
Tiku in trouble alone, somehow managed to get 2 players knocked down, but not able to secure those points. Bob somehow from far away also gone down to Tiku here, trying to find that final member left. A 2v1 in this corner, but the damage is too much to deal with. He heals up and is waiting and fighting for time. SAUL forced to reposition. And goes for more. How are you doing this? Finally going down to Fluxo.
Tiku, you monster! Captain Valiant Dash for the final moment and backstabbed them as they would try to run away, but MT7 is the biggest winner of that equation. And Fluxo looking to dominate. 2 Brazilian squads here. And it looks like Leon's going to be hopping on into play as well. What can they do? The Latin squad up against 2 big Brazilian giants looking for the booyah. Jacon gets knocked down to the ground. Riptide Rhythm takes away his opportunity to be picked up. And MIBR Lost will shut down the opportunity for away with this game. Fluxo on the other hand, alive and kicking up there with the high ground advantage. Joker versus MT7. This is going to be a good fight.
Comeback.
He is, after all, alone, but not able to find the angle.
Nice
Jumps forward.
That's the kind of patience play. Supremacy with the reposition. Now Leon staying alive for Latam, but pushes in with the M590. Might be able to take him out of the equation a tad bit too early here. He jumps away from that high ground advantage now. Tagged up by the circle. This is just not the best situation for him. Barricades himself in. MIBR lost, spots his glue walls. And looks for the annihilation. Grenade tossed behind the glue walls in general. Taking him out. Round one as well. And Fluxo cleans up house. And makes it come back with a solid booyah.
The boogeyman is back,
Solid
baby,
comeback.
and it's looking really good right now. Looks really clean. MT7 was the guy in the spotlight, keeping so many teams away, and every single team kept their head down when they heard the sounds of his shots.
The very first booyah here for Fluxo in the group stage. As I anticipated, the team flying under the radar. But if they make it into the top 4 whilst flying under the radar,
The moment, capturing the moment.
they are a massive threat. I don't think Fluxo's trying. I think Fluxo's just chilling and they're still doing so well.
Yeah, just really taking their time, and it just felt so effortless seeing them play that map. But for the
30
rest
plus
of the
points,
teams,
yeah,
though,
that's the
everyone had a labored map. Everyone that was consistently on that top 3 earlier now knocked down super early. You know, as the Straw Hats weren't very comfortable. Mia wasn't very comfortable. RRQ got knocked out early as well. And it is impressive to see
Yes,
this
those
shift
point,
from so many of these teams
Quite a
as
lot
we
of
go
players
into
are.
this third map already.
Absolutely. And the teams that need to step it up, definitely your eyes are going to be on the teams who are looking for the early access into the grand finals. Twisted Minds, 3 games in a row, have gotten themselves twisted into a little bit of a confusion because they can't seem to find the big points. But one team that found big points, 33. The one and only Fluxo.
Them really bring in that energy for their games
Yeah.
today. We talked about them not trying, but they are definitely excited to just really bring this up the ante and the heat.
I mean, even without trying, Fluxo currently is in the top 4. How about that? How insane is that? And then you've got Leon on the other side, who are struggling, who are trying, who are trying their very best not just to survive, but to find these elimination points. But they're still one step behind Brazil. This has always been the issue for the LATAM squads. Can they break that curse this time round at EWC 26? As Fluxo rises to the top again after struggling in the past 2 games. Bermuda and Solara gave them a total of 4 points in totality, but they obviously have made up for those weak showing with this third map at Talan.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and I think this is where, you know, not only are you going to be worried for the bottom teams, but also for the possibility of maintaining that top 2. Yesterday, it felt like maybe Brazil lost was just so comfortable, so far ahead of the teams, right? Currently now they're at, what, 168 points? Vitality and the rest of the squad have like, what, a 20-point deficit compared to the rest of them.
মানে
But
যে
if this
সময় মিয়া করব খারাপ খেলে এই
continues,
সময় ওরাও
we
খারাপ
might
খেলে
see
ভাই
a shift in the
মিয়া কর
toward the
স্ট্র হেড
finals.
This time, Straw Hats only managing to sneak away 4 points from this lobby. Miyakop, on the other hand, way too early of an exit. I'm sure they wanted more, but eventually the momentum that they started the day off with dwindles down. Can they work that back up? That's going to be a big question. But MT7, you know, I asked a question, is he going to be able to show that he is a better sniper than Yago? And the number of eliminations that he pulled away in this game, I think, answers that question.
তবু
But I
আশা
still
আছে
haven't seen a
70
clean
পয়েন্টস
1v1
অলরেডি জাস্ট 2-3
between
পয়েন্টের
these
গ্যাপ
two
তিন ম্যাচে সেই
phenomenal
গ্যাপ
snipers.
পার
Yeah,
করে
Yago
একটা
pulled
ভালো
away
মার্জিন
nothing as
টানতে
MT7
দিব
was cleaning up the
আসলে বলা
lobby
যায় না
this time
কখন
round.
কি হয়
Yeah, after all, I think
সুযোগ
one
আছে
thing's for sure that
প্রত্যেকটা
when you
টিমের
see
এখান
this,
থেকে কে
you know,
ডিসকোয়ালিফাইড হবে
we talked
এখন
about riding
পর্যন্ত
the high
বলা
in the beginning of
মুশকিল
the game for Straw Hats,
নিশ্চয়ই
for
যেভাবে
Mia.
মার্জিন
Yeah, it
টানছে
was the thing for
ইস্টোহেডের
map 1
জন্য
and number
আগেই
2,
বলা
but now Kalahari comes
যাইতেছিল যে
through, Fluxo is
বাট
online,
ইস্টোহেডের
and my
কামব্যাক
worry
হবে
is that
এরকম
they're going to
আশা
start dominating,
করছিলাম
they're going to start farming these
আশা
eliminations.
খারাপ
We saw
করে
that
নাই
happen
নিরাশ করে নাই
on day
কামব্যাক
number 1, it was
দিতেছে
a
বাট এই
changing pace
ম্যাচটা
from the
খারাপ
usual
যেতে
style play, and now it's
আশানুরূপ
currently
পাওয়া যাবে না
still going on all the way till
আশা
now.
হারানো
And
যাবে
I
না
think for
আবার
many of these
আরো
teams
সামনে
that want to
তিনটা
be in
ম্যাচ
this top
আছে আরো
2,
তিনটা
well, I
ম্যাচের
think their
সেম
hopes and dreams might just be
আগে
dashed.
তিনটা ম্যাচের পারফরম্যান্স গুলো আই থিংক
Well,
কোয়ালিফাই
at
করে
the end of the
ফেলবে
Today, you're aiming for the top 4, and it's obviously not going to be a easy run. This is a slightly easier lobby compared to Group A, mainly because you've got many teams very capable of pulling away big numbers through eliminations there. Here, on the other hand, it's all about who can play the game of survival. We've seen Leon already 3 games in a row. You got to respect the kind of hustle that they have on their side. After yesterday, it was a decent run today. It's so much better, so much more consistent coming through from the team, right? And now they have to battle against the one and only Fluxo. Twisted Minds, unfortunately for them, after running 3 games in without many points, they've been kicked out of the top 4.
Yeah, and I think that this shift is just, I think, something that everyone has been expecting as well.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit, I think I talked to Lucifer earlier as well about what to expect from today. And they did say that we can expect anything. And after all, we also are expecting a bit of an area for us. So after this, we'll be back soon for more games.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Games 3 ended, and this is our stage hit. I'm Yusul, and right next to me is Conchita. And of course, hey, let's talk about my team today. I am so proud of them. Did you guys see the Gui in that moment with his gun M9590? And then after that, even he's alone, but he still got his 2 eliminations.
Of course, we're gonna talk about your team. I mean, Yoon, so let's not forget who gets the booyah. Hello, it's Fluxo's first ever booyah. I know it is a little bit unexpected to see them only getting the booyah on the 2nd day. But then again, hey, it's Fluxo. They're in no rush, no desperation. They have that level of calm that finally show us what Fluxo really is made of. And MT7, I mean, that shot from high up, that was so amazing, and it shows the power that they truly have and why they are one of the strongest, biggest team from Brazil.
I agree, MT7 is one of the best sniper that Brazil has ever born. And of course, let's talk about our games. Only 3 games left too, and the last top 4 will go straight to the final. Currently, we have Lost, Team Fatality, RRQ, and now Fluxo.
Yes, Fluxo has successfully taken over the 4th spot from Leon from the booyah that they just secured. And what is even more amazing is the fact that they collected 21 elimination points in just 1 game. Now this is what I want to see, because this is what was missing yesterday. Going against Lost, I do feel like there is some brotherly rivalry going on between these two. But boy, oh boy, I am so proud to see Fluxo claiming the throne and claiming the booyah finally today.
Well, finally today we can see Fluxo got the booyah, and they're hoping for more because you can see the crowd. It's so crazy. I really love them, the energy here and the heat. It just keep making hot even though here it's really cold, you know? And let's talk about our top 11 and top 12. What do you think about them?
I do think that seeing how the group is doing right now, I do agree that Group B somehow
127, just again 3, 4, 5, and 6, 3, 4, 5, 127, 127, 127.
Group A, but hey, anything can still happen. We still have a couple of games left, and seeing how Fluxo is bouncing back, I don't think the top 4 that we have right now is truly secure. Don't you think?
I do, but not yet. Because we only have like 3 games and 3 games left to go. So I think this group 4 still got some change to it, but I'm not sure because Lion is so crazy. You know, come on, Games King, he is on fire. Like a youth, a very young youth, a really young energy, come to the stage and destroy everything that is like cover his way up. Man, I'm totally his fan.
Yeah, actually, we talked about this at the desk earlier
Bhai,
because we do
और
believe
जामा
that
डिजाइन
Leon
दा मैं
actually
तो
has
फेवकासी
some more
करी नहीं
power,
की
something that they
डिजाइन भाई
haven't really
और
got the
सामने
chance
रोजो ने
to
तो आयो
show
तो माने
on
ठीक
the
से
stage
बोलता था
yet. And yes, speaking of games king,
ना
we
कि
know
फोम
how
लगाई दी थे फोम
passionate he is and how great he is. But then again, I do remember one of his posts on social media. He was apologizing to the fans because he wasn't really giving his all. Even though we know how hard it could be at the EWC, right?
Yes.
Again, it is the World Cup, so the tension, the pressure, it is obviously higher, and it's so difficult for them. So yeah, I'm just waiting actually for Leon to making a comeback. I mean, if Fluxo can do it, I'm pretty sure that Leon can do it as well.
Well, we only have the left top 4 because in the Group A, we already have top 4 and this will be another top 4 and then 8 teams will go straight to the finals.
just
Don't
qualify.
let yourself step into the survival mode tomorrow because they're only gonna pick 4 teams out of 12.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just gonna be harder for the team because, hello, it's called survival stage for a reason. They're gonna have to survive, and it is not an easy task. But I'm still quite happy because call me biased all you want. I am so glad that we have 2 Indonesian teams right now at the top 4. Can we talk about that for a second? We have Team Fatality. Sorry, I gotta say that one more time. Team Fatality, as Neptune would say, and RRQ. I mean, they are doing good. They are consistent, and yeah, I just can't wait to see the rest of the games today and who are advancing to the next stage.
Well, I'm happy for you. Guess I have to wait for my team. So Conchita.
Yes, I think it is it from now. But let's go back to the caster and see what do they have to talk about. Take it away, casters.
Okay, things are heating up right now.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, we are talking about the teams that are, I think, supported by both Conchita. We're also talking about teams that are supported by Yunsul as well as Lace as well. But the team that is currently on top, after all, is Fluxo. They are heating up. They're looking very aggressive. MT7 is starting to come online, and it is looking very terrifying.
Well, not on top just yet, but definitely getting there if MIBR does not wake up in a monstrous way, right? We did see them get to that final circle this time around, walk away with the second spot, but just 4 eliminations to their name. Obviously, that's not going to be enough to protect your throne, but they've already put a phenomenal distance between themselves and the rest of the squad. Yesterday, so they do get a little bit of lag time here. But like I said at the start of our Group B, regardless of what MIBR loss does, I don't think they're going to get kicked out of the top 4, and that is something that truly deserves our respect because they pretty much earned their spot at the early access into the grand finals just off of one day's phenomenal run with the 3 Booyahs to their name. But of course, I am expecting some other teams to wake up. We have been talking about Straw Hats, we have been talking about Miyako, and I have to say the amount of hustle that we have seen Straw Hats do in that first and second game, I think they definitely deserve to survive. But it's not up to us. It's up to them, and it's up to the other teams who want to survive or not, right? Al Ahly, they knew that they were in a pressured situation. They needed to wake up in that third game, but Kalahari brought them absolutely nothing. And yet, the team of Straw Hats could not take advantage of that. They got kicked out a tad bit too early with barely any eliminations.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, you could start to see what they were trying to go for. They wanted to try and go for eliminations. They want to move around the map and go for these fights. But somehow, sometimes, when you play in this situation, you have to be ready to be dealing with these high-risk situations.
Yeah.
And for them, that high-risk situation did not give them any rewards. But we still have another few maps to go, and it's still another 3 more chances for them to play catch-up. Between the bottom 3 teams right now, Mia Corp, Al Ahly Esports, Straw Hats, only 2 points, 4 points between another. And in this situation, only between them 3, 2 will have to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it's savage to have your totem crushed out here within the group stage in itself, but that's exactly how lethal things are at the Esports World Cup. We are savage, baby. You gotta be good enough to step into not just our grand finals, but good enough to step into our survival stage. And the teams who do not step it up, they will be crushed. Not just their totems, but their dreams as well. At least they get a little bit of a longer holiday in Paris.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in this situation, right, I mean, for those that are not
Let's
going
go,
on holiday,
baby.
you know, you play another
To the
extra
flag.
day. You have to go, you know, you have this stress to try to survive today. You have to survive again tomorrow to be able to go to that grand finals.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless, the next map is now here. I am curious to see how things are going to go today. Are teams going to just change up things? Are they going to be able to just go very aggressive, just start to farm up those eliminations? Or are we going to be seeing a more passive approach for some of these teams as well? Because after all today, I mean, the interview just now we had Joel. They said that they are playing very dynamically. Based on how exactly the rotations and the circles go, and they don't want to just go aggressive the whole way.
I say wow because you have more words than what Joel gave in that interview. I mean, the guy was barely giving us any answers, but you gotta love the fact that he was cool, calm, collected, he was confident. He was like, yeah, we're just doing what we always do. We're going out there, we're kicking some good butt. But this time, they'll have to watch out though, because if they don't start stepping it up, they might have their spot ripped away. Leon is way too close. Although they do have about a 20-point gap up at the top in that second spot, Vitality cannot let their guard down. We have got 3 more maps to go, and anything can happen in these 3 games. Leon's going to be dropping straight up into Brasilia, and this is going to be very close to the Indian squad. iQOO Total Gaming, they have to find a way to make sure they don't get caught up in terms of survival only, right? Because let's say in the final 3 games, MegaCorp, Al Ahly, Straw Hats, they wake up, iQOO Total Gaming is going to be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah, for real as well. Now coming into this, I like the fact that, you know, you saw Koja get that first pick already, and he's going for a nice separated, I would say, play compared to the rest of his team here. Could just keep SAUL busy for the time being. And now Koja getting his 1 pick off already means that he's going to be able to just rendezvous with his teammate, or he could go to Brasilia, get a bit of a vantage point, an idea what's going on, wait out the initial fights, and then, I don't know, third party.
Oh, the drums have started. The drums of liberation that woke up Fluxo in that game number 3.
Nice shot.
But iQOO Total Gaming, Riptide Rhythm, perfect combo for Mafia. The VSK will not find elimination, but Water follows it up with a P90. The knock from afar, Mafia taken down. Hax has got the VSS with the rate of fire and the damage to keep the numbers equal here. And it looks like Leon's not going to be stepping away from that battle. But Della, with a tiny mistake there with the ice grenade, puts himself out of the equation. Aztec gets knocked out by Joker. Joker holding the squad of Leon together. And he has to find some way to get out of this sticky situation alongside Hax.
Yeah, Hax should be able to get out of there, I think, fairly safely. TG doesn't look like they're going to be putting in that chase as we go toward Twisted Minds here. They have an idea toward where Mia is going to be. Dry Tech takes a lot of damage quickly and so far away before even the Bass was able to just really fully push forward there. That's 1 more point in the bag. But for the rest of the team here, they've already vacated the area. They want nothing to do this early fight.
Well, Twisted Minds want their top 4 spots back. But what's the odds that we get 3 Southeast Asian teams qualifying from Group B as well? I think that's too much. 2 is a lot already.
It is a lot. I agree with you. I mean, this is the Esports World Cup. We want to see some diversity and representation from so many different countries if we can. And Shanky already knocked down Al Ahly Esports here, showing a bit more aggression and a little bit more, I would say, proactivity, because Wota is going to be shot out of the sky. Takes a bit of chip damage, but able to get away with his life.
Al Ahly stepping it up as well. They understand exactly what's at stake here. The totems and their hopes being crushed. iQOO Total Gaming. Out of the pan into the fire, potentially. Wota making sure he lets go off the zip line. It just hit that U-turn a tad bit here. Because moving on forth was just not going to have any bit of advantage for him whatsoever. We've got taken out of the equation there early.
Guys,
Mafia crawling around looking for more coins. Rigby will find RRQ's dudes. And the battle between MIBR Lost and RRQ breaking off right now. Vitality is going to find themselves a victim as well in MegaCorp. And MegaCorp getting crushed. Not just their players, but their hopes as well. They need to step it up. They need to pull those revives back in.
You really want to be able to do that as well. Vitality want to make up for their early exit in that previous map. And as we move over here, Noor out in the open in trouble. There's only so much time before that glue wall goes down here. The Bass will be pressured, but it doesn't stop him from trying to reposition himself away. But he is, after all, the one being pressured and get kept away from that zone. Jump rushes forward here to Who. Somehow the other end gets knocked down.
Straw Hats getting involved in this battle, but it's supposed to be between Twisted Minds and SHUL. We don't even spot out the players on the side of Straw Hats, but they're trading blows with Twisted Minds, and that pulls the attention of the Thai squad a tad bit too long. And SHUL, they take advantage of that situation. Jump's gonna get overwhelmed here. Twisted Minds might not see the early access into the grand finals if this continues to happen. But Diamond's just keeping the team alive. In fact, going in here with the revive one after the other. Twisted Minds right back in here as a full squad, but scrambled on the battlefield.
Yeah, we're starting to see like a slowdown at least for some of these fights. They come through, they go away, they go and revive the whole team once again here. The Lions have been hanging out in this area for quite some time. I mean, yeah, we see those little skirmishes that they go and ahead and have, but never really full commits onto fights, and they definitely do not want to go and overextend and chase a bit too early either. The lack of information about crossfires and where other teams might be is just, the question marks is just a bit too much for them to deal with.
Straw Hats, 3 eliminations already. They are off to a fantastic start, but Al Ahly keeping themselves alive and kicking, making sure they don't get kicked out of the competition too early. The focus for me personally is definitely on the lower side of this leaderboard. Who gets their totems crushed today? We've got 3 more games to go for them to save themselves from annihilation.
Hashtag 897, hashtag 819, 11, 12.
We're desperately trying to stay alive. Those revives have been solid for the time being. SHUL on the other hand, 90 points on the leaderboard. But 3 games can really change the state of this Indian squad. IQ Total Gaming, a little bit of a civil war between the Indian teams. SHUL will be allowed to survive a little bit longer by the looks of it.
I am very excited to see how it's going on toward this southern side of the map there. RQ and Made in Brazil Lost has been kind of hanging around there for quite some time, but never a full commit quite yet. Maybe you see pickoffs, but never really a situation where they want to go on a full 4v4. And we see some pressure coming in from Team Vitality as well.
Team Secret taking the bridge, crossing over. 1 into play. A little bit of interference between the battle of 2 Titans, MIBR Lost as well as RRQ. You better wrap this up quick because Team Secret wants to party. Away with Max 7 gets the knock, but PS1! The shot from afar takes the sniper of MIBR out of the equation first. Yanaral as well as round 7. Desperately trying to look for survival. Ma'al, can he find the angle as General scurries towards the compound to find the vending machine? 700 coins in his pocket, he can afford 1 revive. But can he get there? Wagam says, hell no! This MIBR loses their 3rd player. And Team Secret, the biggest winner of the battle at Central.
They had such good timing getting into the area as well. Finding General, adding another 1 point to the board for them as well. Full control of the side. Now Fluxo is coming close into the area, and this is interesting.
On 7, he's going out surfing. Boy's got his priorities right. He's trying to find the rotation outside the circle. Battle between SHUL and Twisted Minds. Not looking too good for the Indian squad. But they still do have some viability here. No, stabbed in the back by Diamond, but he pulls off a double revive before being annihilated with that VSK up close and personal, which keeps the hopes and dreams of SHUL pulling more points in this lobby alive.
Here we go. Definitely heard the sounds of the rotations coming in here. Looks so close by, but over on this side, the Lions are starting to just find the members of the Al Ahly squad. Moves away into a corner, but cannot break into the compound quite yet here. Hax is close, jumps forward, decides to move away.
Can they get away?
Why?
Al Ahly will allow them to back away. Just too afraid to go all out in that battle because they understand the 3 past games when they have tried, they have been snuffed out, and they just chose the safer route this time round. Team Secret up against Fluxo on the other hand. Who's going to be the mighty one? PLS1 up against Iago.
Here comes the weight as well, trying to find a perfect angle and opportunity to strike.
MT7, apologies. Iago's going to be pissed. I left the team a long time ago. I'm not going back there, Pistachio. Wangam backing away. PLS1 understands that the lightning zone is not one that you mess around with. That forces them back into a little bit of hiding. opening up a little bit of space for Fluxo to rotate away, looking for the circle a little bit earlier than Team Secret at the very least.
This is a great situation because they are closer. They can also pressure Team Secret since they do have to find a different way to get into the zone, and they do just that. Instead of going for a full-on fight up against Fluxo, they're gonna rotate toward that southern side there. That bridge is, I think, right from the cross either as well. Excuse me. As we look at the rest of Team Secret here, have a bit of a top-up as well for their supplies, but Fluxo already close to the zone, and it's curiously enough, this fight against Vitality is about to get really hot after this.
I'm sure they definitely have a launch pad here, so they're not too worried about the position outside the safe zone at this point of time. Probably going to be laying it out at the beach and taking a quick jump in. Those binoculars need to be used first. Yago brings back two of his buddies on the side of MIBR loss. And the hope is not lost just yet for them to hold on to the #1 spot by the time we bring Group B to an end. Purgatory is a huge map, and that's why you've seen a lot of these touch-and-go eliminations coming on
11
through.
minute complete.
We're
এখনো
almost back
12টা
to a
squad,
full
guys.
lobby as we approach the 12-minute mark.
Can't believe that everyone is still all so healthy as we come into this stage of the
11
game.
মিনিটে এখনো 12 স্কোয়াড এলাই এই যে টিজি
Fluxo catching the members of TG, rotating into the area. TG got nothing to do with this. Decides to really just move away, not really paying attention to Fluxo, focusing more on the repositions.
This is a rough one. Time to pull up
Easy
perfectly
RRQ.
for SHUL, but they're going up against the Titans of
Easy
Indonesia.
RRQ, last
And
one.
RRQ just runs through
এই যে SHUL
SHUL,
একটা against
reaping away their souls one after the other. And the chances of survival for
RRQ
Droll
দিব
is
না।
really low here. Outside the circle, has got those glue walls to protect him, and
ছেড়ে দিল।
he lucks out. RRQ does not commit. They back away from the opportunity as they focus on Team Secret instead.
Yeah, and this is huge because Team Secret is currently not only outside the zone but also pressured. Vehicle option taken out as well. The rotation is going to be annoying. And Troll, despite being able to stay alive for quite some time, not able to do so for time being because Fluxo now is in trouble. Vitality is just really pressuring them. Bunsen knocked down. Koja wants to rush forward here. Kept alive by the glue walls for the time being here. But Bobs once more rushes
12 মিনিট
forward.
শেষ ভাই গাইস 12 মিনিট শেষ 12.5 মিনিট
Will be traded out quickly.
স্পেয়ার আরো কিছুক্ষণ অ্যালাইভ থাকলে কাজ হয়ে যাবে
For somewhere in the fray.
Wow, beautiful play by Diggs there. He made sure Butchizin does not get picked up. And now as these two teams are a tad bit busy with each other, MIBR Lost looking to take advantage of the situation. Team Secret in the area as well. Lost focusing to take their players out. Secret can't jump into a full-on battle just yet. Now 7 picks right back up.
সুন্দর
As SAUL Esports
TGও যাইতে
finally bows out of the lobby.
TG
Gio
আলাহলি
making sure Wang Arm's not going to get picked up in that situation. But it is Team Secret that has the advantage with the zone here. They're looking to gatekeep Fluxo.
And it's interesting because Team Secret was the one kept out here. But because of the commotion, they were able to find that space to get here. And now Fluxo will try to just really buy some time and survive. But over on this side here, the Lions are rushing forward. Twist their minds once in on this as well. To be able to steal away a pickup in the middle of the fight could be huge for them.
Tikui pissed off. He's trying to punish Fluxo as they drive away, but it's not going to find those perfect connections. The Team Secret damaged severely. Not just their players, but their chances of a booyah and a phenomenal comeback here as well on this game 4. Secret hasn't had the best of run today. The best has been 12 points from a lobby, and that was at Solara. But now the battle, RRQ versus MIBR Lost. Look at up, go. Max 7 in hand, has the Valiant dash, but gets locked down by the thrill of battle. And that's what the A124 gives you. But Yago, the only survivor, as Dudes pops them with the M590. And the sniper can't do much but to disengage and look for a vehicle to look for a vending machine. But Team Secret bows out before MIBR Lost gets taken out.
Crazy work, RRQ able to come back into the game as well. Yago needs to be able to survive longer.
That's it.
But the pressure coming in from the rest of the RRQ squad is just too much to deal with. And they're eliminated.
Reminds sneaking that point away for the squad. Every single sneaky point is going to make a big difference for Al Ali. Not just to survive, but to make sure they keep the hopes alive within themselves. Who knocked down to the ground. MT7 sharp shot straight to the head. Riptide Rhythm's going to be breaking down the defenses, opening up the house here for Fluxo as well. But they refuse to step on in. Mia caught right behind the squad, so Straw Hats can't go anywhere. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Mia can take advantage, but it is the Straw Hats that turns things around. Bob catches out a player from the side of Mia as well. And it is Mia Corp that gets annihilated instead of the Straw Hats.
Clearly, you cannot cage a cornered animal because Straw Hat now decides to move forward here. Track stuff already knocked down here as Fluxo tries to find a way into the zone. They're gate capped. They don't have any space either, but they can buy their time. Hoping to see who exactly will be crossing paths here. Twisted Minds should be able to backstab onto TG, but at the same time here, Fluxo goes head-to-head against Al Ahly Esports.
Man, Al Ahly Remind is going to be the playmaker here. Put up another grenade, baby. The M79 making magic work for Al Ahly. 3 Fluxo members taken down, make that 4. And reminding everyone that Al Ahly is no easy picking.
As TJ rushes forward here, that's not space to one win. But the ones to go down here is not going to be them because Twisted Minds completely annihilate this team. Lions cannot survive 100 by the Twisted Minds. A lot of space to work with, and now SH waiting to wait. Survives a little bit longer as Sek is just waiting and fighting for time.
The efforts were from Twisted Minds, but the winners of that battle were the Straw Hats who sneaked away those points from them. But that's all they're going to be able to eat off of the efforts of Twisted Minds as they personally take the Straw Hats out of the equation. But a valiant effort for the Bangladeshi squad to find the final circle. Al Ahly, on the other hand, with the survival gameplay, will no longer be able to pull away points as they get tortured in the hands of Twisted Minds, looking for their comeback match. And this is it. One more player to shut down, to walk away with a massive booyah for Thailand.
Waiting in the wings here. There we go. And always, it's going to be them. Incredible work coming in from Twisted Minds, just completely collapsing. Looking good. A lot of respect given as well to really cinch up that game.
Damn, what a play, what a comeback. Twisted Minds in the past 2 games, they had an accumulated 10-pointer, 7 from Solara, 3 from Kalahari, but they definitely broke away from their unlucky streak here at Purgatory, making sure to farm on anyone they spotted out there. Straw Hats did eat off of their plate quite a little bit, and that does not result in a super monstrous round for Twisted Minds, but they didn't need it. They already had a ton of eliminations on their side, and it looks like the hopes of making the early qualifier for Twisted Minds might not be over just yet. But it is exciting. It is absolutely exciting because they flunked out in the first 3 games. The rest of the teams have managed to catch up. Fluxo has caught up, Leon has caught up, and they are all now so close to each other at the top of the leaderboard. But from down the bottom, Straw Hats as well as Al Ahly making a great run this time in this Purgatory map.
Yeah, we're starting to see them really come online. Aggressive as heck as well. We saw a lot of movement coming in from both these teams. Yeah. And I have to say, Mia was just so interesting just now. They were in a situation that they should have won that fight, but somehow Straw Hats being able to turn around the game. Regardless, Fluxo currently waiting on the stage. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage here and I'm happy to be here with my colleague, Barney. Thanks so much for joining us on this interview, MT7. And actually, I want to hear Fluxo's crowd! Such great support for you, MT7. Definitely. That's super fans. Okay, so yesterday you guys had such a great, amazing debut here. Was so nice to watch you guys, even though you guys didn't get the booyah. But today you had a slow start. What went wrong those first couple of games? Ontem vocês conseguiram fazer uma estreia muito boa, mesmo que vocês não tenham conseguido um booyah. Porém, hoje vocês começaram um pouco mais devagar. O que aconteceu nos primeiros jogos que acabou dando algumas coisas erradas?
Bom, a gente teve alguns erros coletivos nossos. Então, acho que foi por isso que a gente começou jogando mal, depois a gente saiu para conversar e conversamos legal, apontamos erros para consertar e acabamos consertando para a terceira queda e consegui meu booyah.
Okay,
Maximum
so
sniper
actually
rifle.
it was some mistakes that each one of us did, like the whole group, the whole team. After that, we team up again, we talked with the coach, and we decided to fix some little mistakes that we were doing, and that's why we got a booyah, because we could finally step it up.
I mean, making those micro adjustments is exactly what you need to do, especially in a team of your caliber. Now, MT7, we've got to talk about Game 3. You absolutely popped off. There's a reason why your nickname is the Baby Goat. And not only that, but also you're like the MVP of your season in the Brazil region, okay? So let's talk a little bit about when you get into that flow state, when you're hugely popping off on the main stage, you're playing incredibly well. How do your teammates complement you with their play styles that then allows you to go and play the way that you did?
Obviamente que no jogo 3 a gente pôde ver muito mais do MT7, a gente viu que você conseguiu de fato ter uma performance muito melhor e é por isso também que você é conhecido no Brasil como Baby Goat, você foi o MVP da fase regular do Free Fire e a gente gostaria de saber como é que o time consegue também acompanhar você em todas as eliminações, como é que o time consegue ajudar o MT7 a sobressair no jogo.
Eu acho que é muito entrosamento da nossa parte, é muito treino, a gente já tem mais de anos treinando juntos, jogando as mesmas partidas, fazendo coisas diferentes, porém com o mesmo objetivo. Então acho que isso acaba influenciando bastante e acaba que a gente meio que tem um entrosamento muito forte por causa disso. A gente passa horas jogando junto, até quando acaba os treinos a gente joga junto.
Okay, so one thing you guys should know about us is that we consider ourselves not only teammates, but as a family. We practice every day, all the time. Even we don't have to practice anymore, we still keep it practice all the time. And that's why you have such a great chemistry. We go out together, we go have dinner together, we do everything together, and that's why it explains the good chemistry that we have. Not only me, but each one of these guys sitting by my side, they are the best of the world, and I'm gonna prove this here at EWC. First, to finish our interview, there is a really special question here, and I want you to be honest on that, okay? So you were the MVP of Free Fire World Series Brazil, despite not winning the title. Do you think you can win MVP again here at AWC, or is this challenge even harder, even bigger for you? Você foi o MVP, né? Finalizou ali a fase, a FFWS Brasil, com mais de 300 eliminações. Você acha que você consegue ser o MVP aqui no EWC ou esse é um desafio maior para você?
É um objetivo que eu sempre quis, que é ser MVP e campeão. Acho que por mais que tem os caras estão muito aqui na frente, mas mesmo assim eu vou ir atrás, porque é o meu sonho ser campeão e ser MVP. Então, por mais que possa estar difícil, eu ainda acredito nisso.
It looks hard, definitely. Is this a big challenge for me? But that's my goal, that's my dream. I don't want only win this. Of course, this is the most important thing for me and my team. But also, I want to be the MVP. I want to be the winner of AWC 26 and wear the crown of the MVP of AWC 26. So that's my dream and that's my goal, and I'm going to do everything to reach that.
That dream could definitely come true. MT7, thank you for joining us in this interview. We really appreciate it. 2 more games left to go until we close out the group stage, and they're going to pop off. We can, of course, imagine, and it's going to happen right here on the main stage. But for now, we're going to head back to the studio right after this.
গাইস কে কত পয়েন্ট করলো গাইস আমি তো দেখলাম না পয়েন্ট রিভিল হয় নাই
Montanha, mano. Torre Eiffel.
পয়েন্ট রিভিল হয় না
Escada.
এখন পর্যন্ত
Vive.
স্টার্টস আই থিং
Escada.
হ্যাশট্যাগ ইলেভেনে আছে
Torre Eiffel. Buia. Buia. Eu acertei primeiro. Vai puxando o VAR. Põe pra frente não, velho. Eu não posso. Procurando. Macaco. Que isso? Mano, Esse aqui tá muito difícil, essa. Hoje, cara. Quantas letras?
Oh.
Uma palavra. Uma letra. Uma letra. Comer. Um hambúrguer. Não, um croissant. Uma maçã. Banana. Bandana, cara. Hambúrguer. Eu amo hambúrguer. Hambúrguer. Pão. Um pão. Complicou, folha. Pão. Um pão. Pão de queijo. Pão de queijo. Um pão. É um pão. Você correu. Você corre. Correu. O pão. Você correu. Você correu o pão. Você correu. Ah, vai. Você correu. Você correu para pegar o pão. O pão. Correu. Isso aqui que é. Isso aqui não. Ah, tá. O pão. Correu. Você correu o pão? Eu matei o pão. Não, o pão. Tá. Correu. Ele roubou teu pão. O pão correu de você. Correu. O pão correu dele? Pão. De você? O pão. De você. E você correu atrás dele? Atrás dele. Do pão. Sim. Você. Pão. Correu atrás dele. Você correu atrás de mim com o pão. Correu atrás dele. Isso!
Okay, it might be our loss. It might take you a little bit longer to figure out your miming skills. And today's taking a little bit longer to get a booyah too, because this squad has not been able to get one. If we actually rewind it, though, we gotta talk about the Brazilian squad that was able to get a booyah, and that's none other than Flux. So don't worry, we'll be able to break down a little bit more of the game that just happened. But I want to go back to Flux though, because this is the one thing that they were missing out on, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a look at that like final zone and that split hold that they had, I thought that it was going to be like a little bit of a difficult feat after how many eliminations they had under their belt going into that match as well. But of course, they needed this. This is the booyah that they needed, because on day one, they were sitting at like a 9.2 average elims and what was it, 5.9 placement. And before that booyah, they were actually on 0-1. Yikes. Which is after match 3. That's not a great time, but that booyah brought them to about an 8.3 in elims and a 4 average in their positioning points. And I mean, if you just look at the this fight that they had between, I think it was them and Team Secret, just central, and they literally decimated them. I want to sort of bring like Team Secret into the conversation with Fluxo, and the reason being is that Team Secret are getting eliminations on the edge of zone, but they are not moving from that. You could see the fight that was happening between these two teams sort of in that southwest corner, and Fluxo made the decision to rotate early. They're like, okay, nothing's happening from this fight. We're not winning it. No exchanges are happening. They're like, we're going to rotate. And they did. And then you saw, if you like, Team Secret try to follow suit, but they were decimated at that end of zone. So these decisions from the likes of Team Fluxo, and we heard from MT7 as well, saying that they saw that first match, they didn't want to borrow that anymore, so they made a decision to do that, and that's exactly what is showcased.
Yeah, for Fluxo, this is something that they needed. Not only the booyah, but we need to start seeing them being a little bit more consistent.
138 head-to-head.
And I mean, when we end up seeing that overall, you'll see how tight everything is within this
Team
group. It's not
Secret
decided just
103,
quite yet.
average
A
elimination
team that was able to get just a
8.60,
booyah,
6.80,
none other than
average
Twisted
damage
Neptune.
5.9,
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind, aggressive.
477, average
Finally,
placement
I mean, Twisted
3.80.
Mind, I mean, they are aggressive way when the first time we saw them is now showing up once again. I mean, there's one thing that we expect out of Twisted Mind, and this Thailand team has been one of the threat that doesn't really care about the booyah. So I don't even know why they got a booyah. I guess they're only getting up on the elimination, just getting on the board right now. That's the aggression of Twisted Mind. Just different from what we've seen in other teams from Thailand. But now they're going strategical. They're not going aggressive right now. If not, like 3/4 of the game, they were just hanging tight, just waiting for the opportunity and getting all those eliminations.
I know why they got the booyah. I was following them yesterday, Neptune, okay? It was after such a, they started at those first 3 matches, throwaways. throwaways. It was not great for Twisted Minds, but then they started their rotation and getting those placement points. And what did I say? The kills come to them. So it was only a matter of time. I thought the booyah was going to happen yesterday for them, like I was really hoping, but they got it today because they're following the same formula that they were doing in those final 3 matches of groups yesterday.
A team that's putting themselves there. Yeah, I was about to say, you just threw them back. There goes all your notes over there on the floor.
Don't litter, I will pick it up after production, I promise.
Now, Conchita, actually going to some of the Indonesian teams as we'll see the overall ranking here.
Yeah.
You can see Team RRQ right now in 4th place, but they're being followed by Fluxo.
Yes, it
overall
is not
ranking,
safe at all.
MIB are lost 173,
Twisted
97 total elite, Ibuya, Twisted Minds, Leon,
sneakily
Fluxo,
gripped up to
140 মধ্যে সবাই আছে,
that was
Fluxo
supposed to be the
138,
safe zone for Team
RRQ,
Fatality.
Vitality and
by
Twisted
the way
Mind,
that they're
Twisted
playing
Mind এই
today,
বিয়াটা
the
নিয়েই
consistency
একদম
that
আগে
they've
গেল,
been showing, apparently
Fluxo
it is
ছাড়া গেল,
still
Fluxo
not
মাত্র 3
enough.
নম্বরে
And
ছিল,
if
এই
we're
5
talking
নম্বরে
about
চলে গেছে, কি
RRQ,
যে হইতাছে এই
like I
এই
said
গ্রুপটা
before,
আসলে
this
গ্রুপ অফ
is
ডেথ
the
বলা
true
যায়।
test that they need to face.
লিওন
Are they ready
137,
to really
Extroheads
be
85,
clutch about this couple of
সুযোগ
last
আছে।
games? Because if we're talking about them, again, this is where they usually shakes, and
Al
I
Ahly
would really hate to see that happening
and
again.
SATY
Gonna be looking at the teams that are
দুইটার
going contention
একটারে
to just
পিছে
make
ফেলাই
it to
দিয়েছে,
survival or end up going home because this
SATY
race is
consistent
actually
ভাই,
tight as well. You
কিছু
got Al
বলা
Ahly
যেতেছে
there
না,
with
আল আহলি
92
যেভাবে
points. Straw
গত
Hats
ম্যাচ খেলছে
trying
এই
to
ম্যাচে
chase
তো
them
আরো
down
ভালো
with
পারফরমেন্স ছিল,
85 and it's a bit of a toss
তো
up match to know
মাইন্ডসেট
who's
চেঞ্জ
going to
হয়ে
be going
গেছে।
home and who's going to be going to survival. Even Mia, if they end up having a good game here
Extroheads
with
এখন
2 games left,
চিন্তা,
they could put
এখন
themselves in
চিন্তা,
contention
মাত্র
for that
2
last
ম্যাচ,
game
এই
to make it to
ম্যাচেই
survival.
And
hashtag
what's
9
making
এ
it
যেতে
difficult
হইব।
for me, Corp, as well, Straw Hats, to really move up is they're going against each other. I mean, they're going passive approach to just buying their time, making sure that they go into final circle, and then that's when they meet up. They're not even getting that lot of elimination, so that would be difficult for them. And we also saw on that last match in Purgatory, we're in Al Ahly. They
Practicing that backstage, by the way, guys.
কি প্রেসার ভাই,
The same boys making a comeback. The Neptune special.
Oh yeah. I mean, M79 coming from Remind. That grenade launcher was just deadly, and he like timed it well. Everyone's in a
Al
compound,
Ahly এই
everyone
ম্যাচটা খারাপ
is
থেকে
one space, and he just wrecked them with that M79 grenade launcher.
Yeah, we just wish that we could have seen this sooner. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, this is something that we need them to show from yesterday, day one. This type of I don't know, hunger that they are finally wanting to fight for their place. I mean, the next game, next era, this should be interesting.
It should be interesting. And looking at next era, looking at Purgatory too, I'm going to go with you, Neptune, for this one. Which team do you think will be stepping it up here in Game 5?
Well, I have 2 teams that managed to get a booyah already. We have MIBR loss as well as RRQ. But in terms of numbers, especially in terms of placement point, MIBR loss has been consistent in this map. There's also Lion who might be able to catch up because in terms of like, when it comes to elimination, it's quite even across the 3.
It is very even across those 3 with loss. I mean, if they do end up getting points, this squad is just going to keep propelling themselves even higher to first place because nobody's going to be catching them unless we see something crazy. Oh, did I just curse them? Hopefully that's not the case. But for some of the other squads, right, RRQ, we're talking about Vitali as well. They need to make sure they come in clutch, as you've been saying. This is the time for those Indonesian teams. I swear, we're not biased here, especially with
We're not. Well,
they need to be clutch.
They need to be clutch, and this is something that Fatality has actually proven that they can be. But again, if we're talking about RRQ, this is where the true testament really comes, because I really do want them to exceed. I really want them to finally overcome whatever it is, whatever curse or whatever jinx that they have right now. But that is not what I've been seeing on the last couple of matches, because again, I feel like they are slightly declining, and that is not good. So this better be a wake-up call. I mean, the way Al Ahly came out of nowhere and really performed well on that last game, that should be something that could wake, I don't know, RRQ from the deep slumber that they're in right now.
92.
Well, we'll see though. I mean, RRQ, when it comes to the map, Nextera is their second best. Only 2-point difference when it comes to Solara as well as Nextera. Their averages is also high there. So I have confidence. I'm with you here, about RRQ getting this, but I just don't want any surprises come from the other teams.
And the thing that happens when we end up going to the final two
ভাই
games
এত
is
চিন্তা
that
আমি
we
প্রেমিকারে
usually
নিয়েও
end up
করি
getting
নাই কখনো
surprises. And I'm excited to see which team will be surprising us here in Game 5 and later on in Game 6, because this is Group B and these are the last matches. We'll be finding out who's going to be going to the Global Finals Survival and the last two going home. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. And I think Al Ahly's definitely feeling the pressure, right? And although they did make a phenomenal comeback here at Purgatory with a total of 20 points, they are still going to be in trouble if they don't continue this kind of a point hunt, because the only thing still keeping them alive, keeping them away from the final two spots down at the bottom.
Let's jump into our next match.
Yesterday. 61
Next era.
for both Miakop as well as Straw Hats from the first 4 games.
What
played.
will happen?
They're both hustling big time today, and Al Ahly
देखा
has
जाएगा.
only pulled away 31, so you can already see who's more hungry.
Allah yeah,
we start to see the urgency come online as well for so many of these different teams. Again, we talk a lot about Al Ahly being at 92 right now, a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, SAUL as well with 94, also in with the possibility of getting knocked out of contention. If say both Straw Hats and Miakop decide to get a little bit more active
oh my god,
this game. Straw Hats has showed
us
us the capability of them to go a bit aggressive, to farm up those eliminations, to move around the map and take these fights head on. And as for Mia, survivability has been key for them surviving into these very, very deep runs.
It honestly would be insane to see 3 teams from Southeast Asia make it out of Group B as well, right? We saw that phenomenal run from SEA in Group A, and to see it here in Group B as well will definitely be stunning.
কি ড্রপ করলো ভাই নেক্সট এর ছোড়ো ম্যাপ এই ম্যাপে এরকম ড্রপ করলো লিও নাইতাছে
one of the 3 Southeast Asian teams, and Twisted Minds, after that phenomenal victory that they just showed us in the previous matchup for their comeback game, they've jumped into that second spot.
ভাই এটা হইলোই না এটা হইলো না
Indonesia needs to step it up a tad bit as well.
Yeah, and no one is even comfortable at all in this lobby because anything can happen.
এই ম্যাচে কিভাবে ফাইটটা নামে
takes a bit of damage from that bottom side of the terrain. But no full fights quite yet, as Diamond does keep his eyes onto Koja. They want to go for this fight. Nah, Diamond said, I will just put in the shots, but not really go for this full-on fight.
See what they can pull away from this battle here. Vitality. Fight 2v2, but Diamond's going to get caught out. As his partner was just a tad bit too far, the Bears catching up. Finally, an Expo with the punisher of their M24. They lose 1, but they pull away 2. Math-wise, let's check it out for Team Twisted Minds.
Very patient on that as well, allowing Diamond to go down and leave them into this false sense of security. Regardless, Vitality easily being able to bring the 2 back into the game. The fights are happening all around the map. If you see that kill feed, a lot of things are going on right now. As Mia does go for 1, but trades out Water. Brings back Mia, his teammate, back into the game.
নিজে টিম ভালো খেলা যাইবো না টিম গো ও টিভির উপরে চাষ করছিল থ্যাঙ্কি
Total Gaming's not at risk of being relegated here based on how they perform so
Total Gaming শেষ হইলো তো
far. Let their guard down.
কি হয় আসলে বোঝা যাইতাছে না মানে কি হইতাছে এডি
If they literally pull away
Straw Hats এবার দাঁড়াইতেই পারলো না
then perhaps that relegation
কেমন ল্যান্ডিং
could be a
করলো
possibility. Obviously they don't want that for themselves. They just
need
to
drop
put up
class
an
করতে
average
করা
performance, and that
মানে ফাইটা নাই মা উদয় মারা লাগে
to our survival stage.
Full man for recall, I think.
A lot of rotations coming in for so many of these teams here. Mia just now holding on the area also. Being able to be chucked down there by the Twisted Minds
একের পর এক
player.
কিল নিতাছে
But for now, for the rest of Twisted Minds here, very, very healthy and happy in Frontopia. Meanwhile, for Team Secret here, want to take this fight against Mia. They weren't able to get a few eliminations earlier onto this team, but the rest of Mia hunkering down, taking their time as well, hoping that they'll get discovered by the rest of the team. As Nyx puts in a bit more pressure to Anshan 7. None of the damage actually clipping onto him, allowing him to space through position for not so long. Huang Am tries to do something and even trades out his teammate, looking really good. Which Biblix tries to come forward and try to solve to make it happen, not happening.
The crossfire from Team Secret looking solid. But PLS1 now
Esports आगे ही घबरा रही थी मैच से यार बना पास होने
bumping into Straw Hats at the wrong time, wrong spot.
Extra
Kappa
player.
all alone.
Near
Straw
call.
Hats looking for the hunt.
Shock.
The vending machine camped at by Shock. And Kappa's not going to be able to get there. Oh, a sliver of El Kappa.
Aye.
Allowed to bring in the revive, and Mia Corp will survive a little longer.
Right in the nick of time as Nick's finally back into that game. Just need to survive. As for SAUL, TG had been hunting them for quite some time. Water waiting for his teammates to be able to just move in together with him. So that he's not able to give him this isolated 1v1s. Don't even need it. So quick with that Valiant dash.
Beautiful stuff from Water. Feeling a bit thirsty
Mia
now.
Corp eliminated.
Ay, ay, ay. Out way too early here. Not looking good for the team that qualified through the Free Fire World Series USA. Team Secret versus Twisted Minds this time round. Will the Vietnamese squad be able to wake up and shake down Twisted Minds after their phenomenal game earlier on? Valiant Dash missed by Bash, but it still fights Not 7, who could not get away in time. And the backstab is perfect. Twisted Minds dismantling Team Secret. And PLS1 left all alone. No stealth bites this time round on Red Moss. It's got the Skylar, but the Skylar is not going to be useful for survival. But he is going to luck out. Twisted Minds not close enough to take him out of the equation just yet.
TG rekha
bumping into MIB
TG full team ke aage dur marche salar ko test aage dur
huge
marche
loss for the Indian squad. If they don't manage to wiggle out of this water, beautiful Valiant dash to stay alive for a little bit, but Rawan
ওই যে মাফিয়া যাইতাছে গা মাফিয়া রে ধর
and he's going to hold the fort as
মাফিয়া গাড়ি রে যে টান দিছে ওবে একটার কাছে গাড়ি থাকি ভাগার লাগা
to revive the rest of the team members.
Yep. Should be so quick, so I think hard for him to be able to find that last final elimination. Perfectly done. Now made in Brazil already with 5 eliminations so quickly into the game. So we just see them get active on the map here as the Straw Hats shut down, knocked down by the Lions. But still 2 more members to stay alive for the time being, but not for long.
Neil, and to survive for.
Barely alive right now. Tries to keep the wall up for him to have a bit more space to work with.
Oh man.
But not too much. The pressure just too much deal with this double kill elimination already.
Yeah, Gamis King is finding that angle towards the right. Taking out the player from the side of Straw Hats. And they are absolutely broke on their
guys, কান্নাই যা পড়তাছে কাহিনী কি এখানে কি হইতাছে ভালো
The binoculars used
Esports এটা কি করতাছে
as they are trying to snuff out the squad that they were just engaging with, the one and only Straw Hats. Binoculars finds nothing.
STL Al Ahly একটাও সুযোগ পাইতাছে না এই চান্সই Esports এর সুযোগ নিতে হবে লিওন আবার পিছে নিছে লিওন টিমটা শালার ভূতেরা বারবার প্যারা দিতেছে লিওন টিম ভাইটালিটি এখন প্যারা নাই বাট লিওন ultimate Al Ahly শেষ কর Al Ahly ভাইটালিটি মাদারবোর্ড এতক্ষণ ভালো খেলছে এখন Al Ahly শেষ করতে পারবো না Al Ahly শেষ কর এই টিমটারে শেষ করতে পারলেই সুযোগ আর কি হইছে সুন্দর আর কিউ Al Ahly রে উড়ারে ভাই দয়া করে উড়া Al Ahly রে ওই যে বাইরে যেতে জায়গা ভাইটালিটি Al Ahly একটা গেলেই Al Ahly গেলেই Al Ahly কি করতেছে কি তুইলা ফাড়া লেগেছে আরেকটা প্লেয়ার লাস্ট ওয়ান Al Ahly লাস্ট ওয়ান সুন্দর সেরা Straw Hats oh SATL এটাও যা SATL eliminate Straw Hats ভাই এর চেয়ে ভালো সুযোগ আর আইবো না Straw Hats এর হাতে এখন সুযোগ Straw Hats can do everyone pray Straw Hats can do this is the moment for Straw Hats vitality রে শেষ করলে হইছে আর কিছু পয়েন্ট আসবে
looking to take a break tomorrow.
এই ম্যাচে 100 ক্রস করতে হবে Straw Hats
they can just sit back and watch those rotations, do a lot of homework, see those drop spots and cherry pick who they want to punish with a couple of hot drops on the grand finals day. It's a
Top
big
train নামায়
advantage
দিল
if you can skip over the survival stage.
এই ফ্লুক্সোর MP7 মাদারবোর্ড এটাই খালি
very
ইসরায়েলের সামনে
happy and healthy there, being able to just go for these long range pickoffs. And as for the rest
ওর
of the
সামনে
team
আবার
here,
লস
Straw Hats, who able to just really
বুঝছো
survive for the time being, but
কয়টাই
this
আইছে ভাই
three-way crunch from 3 different angles. I'm not too sure how
এই
long
যে
he can
স্ট্র
survive
হ্যাটস
this.
একটা
Maybe
সুযোগ
hope
পাইলে
for a way, a pickoff not
একটা
happening.
সুযোগ পায় যাও ঘুরে দাঁড়ানোর এই সময়টাই ওগো ম্যান পাওয়ার লুজ করতে হবে এই সময়টাই ওগো ম্যান পাওয়ার লুজ করতে হবে থার্ড ম্যাচটাও সেম গেল এই ম্যাচে ওরা দুইটা টিম গেছে গা ভাই এইটাই সুযোগ ঘুরে দাঁড়ানোর এখন যদি ঘুরে দাঁড়ান না যায় তাহলে শেষ আর কোনো চান্স নাই স্ট্র হ্যাটস প্রথম দুইটা ম্যাচ কি সুন্দর খেললো এরকম ধারাবাহিকতা রাখে এই ম্যাচগুলোতে
Continuously without the support of each other.
এটাই সুযোগ
The rest of the squads are going to have a field day running across them,
Please,
picking
bhai.
up easy points one after the other. Luck is still keeping them in the
eliminate.
race. Those Straw Hats have got one final survivor tasked with reviving the rest of his team members. Let's see if or not Nil will be able to pull that off for the squad.
ভাই এদিকে যাইছ না টিম সিক্রেট আছে টিম সিক্রেট ভাই
It's about to get super hectic there as the rotations are happening. RQ looking very comfortable just over to the Deca square. They have compounds in their control. But as for the rest of the Straw Hats, survivability is going to be a problem. Soda's General gets knocked down here. The Bats leading the charge early in this fight. And it's looking very, very terrible for this team. The Bats knocked down, stolen away. 11 eliminations already for Truth and Minds here as Lost tries
ম্যান পাওয়ার গুলো রিকল কর ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ার রিকল লাগবে
Rahone tries to find a different angle to
সুন্দর
work
নীল
with.
শট
Not
রিভাইভ
able to
দিতে
do so. Finally find one in the end. No, it's Diamond
MRBL
with the long
lost
range
zone.
pickoff to really just knock them out of this map.
সব রিভাইভ
Absolutely dominant battle from the Thai squad. Twisted Minds, twisting MIBR lost inside out on that fight. And Team Secret using the high ground vantage point to take down a player from the side of IQ Total Gaming. The pickup is instantaneous.
ওই যে আবার গাড়ি দিচ্ছে চালাতে তেরা গাড়ি মানে আর বাপ লাগে গাড়ি একটা লগেলে ঘুরবই টিম ইন্ডিয়া জনি ফাইট হইবো গাড়ি লেটা
to disengage.
Fluxo looking to just really wrestle away this compound from RQ. But kept at bay for the time being thanks to these glue walls. He's had to find a different way into the area instead.
টপ 4 করলে এই ম্যাচে
are here as well.
ইজি কোয়ালিফাই শট মরিস না ভাই সার্কেল দর এই যে চান্দের দেশে যেতেছে আয় হায় হু রিভাইভটা দে মরিস না একটাও মরিস না গেছে একটা অলরেডি চান্দের দেশে
In this game in itself, if they can get to that final circle and pull away some solid eliminations, they've got 3 survivors to complete that run. IQ Total Gaming losing Mafia. Vitality spotting him out. The Lions are saving themselves as Team Secret stand that rip.
তোরা মারামারি করে এখন ওগরে পজিশন দে
But the active skill will not give them the elimination points. As the Lions quickly reposition.
Team Vitality TG রে খাইলে
as well. Like you're gonna have to go down this terrain and take this fight. But it's had to be a bit more patient, hoping that the Lions just move away. After all, the circle is to the southern side here. Bit of space to work with for them, so the rotation should come through. But have to be careful because over on the other side, TG and Vitality just hogging on to that area.
Whose binoculars was that? Either way, IQ Total Gaming and Vitality.
ইস্টার এসে দিকে মুখ দিতে চালার ভিতরে ভাইটালিটি মাদাচ্ছে তবে সামনে টোটাল গেমিং মাঙ্গের পোলারা ইস্টার এসে দিকে মুখ
দিতে thinning down the numbers of your opponents regardless of who they are. That's the game plan here for Team Vitality.
Team Eliminator ভাই Team Eliminator আরো Team Eliminator
those glue walls used perfectly.
Team Secret করলো কি
being dismantled by Team Secret. One final survivor, the game where they could overtake Al Ahly as well as SAUL.
Expo last one back.
Can thank Team Secret for giving them a huge advantage now. And it looks like it might be over with Extra. What a phenomenal play, but that would not continue. 2 knockdowns. But he's eliminated from the lobby before he can find the confirmation.
কিছু বলার নাই ভাই
IQ Total Gaming faces the same fate as well.
কিছু বলার নাই স্টার এই যে আর 5টা সেকেন্ড যদি হোল্ড করতো পজিশন দিয়ে অলরেডি ওদেরকে টপকে গেছিল আর 5টা সেকেন্ড হতো
Has the dome of their head popped here, but Team Secret finally into the circle and into the waiting arms of another Apex Predator. RRQ putting in a damage and stealing away these
ডিসাইডার ম্যাচে নিলই
before they even hit the ground.
এত সুন্দর সুযোগ এত হার্ড হইতাছে লাস্ট ম্যাচের লবিগুলা এগেইন পুরগাটের ভাই কান্না আসছে লিটারালি এই কিছুক্ষণ হোল্ড করলে স্ট্র হেড ফুল ম্যান পাওয়ারের সাথে কাজ হয়ে যেত
Stitched together, Purgatory and Nextera. Can they go for the back-to-back booyah after avoiding the booyah like a plague, focusing just purely on eliminations on the first 8 games they played through 2 days? Southeast Asia looking for the dominance, but Brazil and LATAM still having some representation here.
লিওন প্রেসারে পড়বো সবার আগে
The Lions as well as Fluxo both have got great defensive spots. But the Lions are going to be pressured here with the movement of this circle.
Waiting in the wings, buying some time. You can hear a lot of pressure coming through from both these teams with MT7 opening it up onto the Lions. Della knocked down as well. Twisted Minds decided to just chunk down all of the members of the Lions as well. They are pressured and they are crunched. Where can you go, Joker? As your HP slowly gets depleted. It's Jump that steals away the final point.
লিওনের ব্যাড লাক লিওনের পজিশনটা সার্কেলটা লিওনের সাথে দেয় নাই সঙ্গ দেয় নাই
It's gonna melt that dome down, and RRQ now, like the birds of prey, staring down at everyone with his vantage point. And a smart play executed by Twisted Minds. They quickly run below them to take away the angles from RRQ. So that vantage point is not going to give them a very big advantage. But if Twisted Minds continues to make this
এই পজিশন থেকে মাইর হবে ফাটাফাটি Twisted Minds
and a crucial glue wall flurry from Twisted Minds to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, somehow
একটা
despite
ফুল
all
লঞ্চ
that
প্যাড
pressure,
একটা
they
টিমকে
still
এলিমিনেট করে
unmoved,
দিতে পারে
undeterred, and just repositions themselves onto the other side, and they rally back. A bit of damage onto Ma'al, barely alive, even a nade to come through. Make it two, tosses up here, but RQ manages to just walk away. A bit of damage is enough, but after this, there's just safe and sound inside of the compound. But Abe goes huge with a knockoff onto Expo Z.
আসলে কার কাছে বইয়া যাবে গাইস 4v4v4 সিনারি Twisted Mind RRQ and Fluxo তারা করবে বইয়া আমার তো মাথাতে চিন্তাই যেতেছে না স্ট্র হেড কোয়ালিফাই করবে কিনা এই ম্যাচে সুযোগ ছিল এই ম্যাচে 4-5টা এলিয়েন্স নিলো কাজ হয়ে যেত ব্যাড লাক পরের ম্যাচে যদি #12 করে খেলা শেষ পরের ম্যাচে না হলেও #2 করতে হবে তাও আল আহলি এন্ড এসএটিএল এর এলিমিনেট হতে হবে আগে না তাছাড়া আসলে পসিবল না
Beautiful jump pad use here by Twisted Minds, just keeping the angle low to not give MT7 a very big advantage there. Not taking too much of air time gives them that survivability. But now MT7, are you going to break an ankle when you try to get off this roof? That's going to be a big question here.
5 ম্যাচে আমি 100 ধরে রাখছিলাম 100 না 80 85 90 এরকম না আমি লাস্ট ম্যাচে আর কি প্রেসার যাতে না পড়ে এরকম ভাবে হিসাব করেছিলাম বাট ব্যাড লাক এক্সট্রা হ্যাশ কাট অফ প্রচুর যাবে কাট অফ 110 150 Fluxo and RRQ কারা করবে বুইয়া লাস্ট মোমেন্ট এই মুহূর্তে RRQ Fluxo Twisted Mind RRQ Twisted Mind অনেকটা নিচে থাকায় প্রেসারাইজ হবে না বাট RRQ এর উপর প্রেসার RRQ আই থিংক এলিমিনেট হবে সুযোগ নাই রিভাইভ করা হয়েছে খুব দ্রুত বাট এই মুহূর্তে টুইস্টেড মাইন্ডরাও চার্জ চালাচ্ছে RRQ প্রেসার RRQ লিগে প্রেসার হয়ে গেছে টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড একটু ফ্রি আছে এই মুহূর্তে ফ্লুক্সো নিচে চলে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে ফাইট হবে কার কাছে যাবে বুইয়া 4v3 এই মুহূর্তে টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড ফুল ফর্মে আছে টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড ফুল ফর্ম দেখা যাক RRQ রে এলিমিনেট করতে গিয়ে নিজেরা ধরা খায় কিনা বাট রাইট নাও আবাই আছে আবাইরে শেষ করবে এন্ড আবাই গন নাও ফ্লুক্সো টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড একের পর এক 3টা ম্যান গন ভাই 1v2 1v2 টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড 1v2 1v2 and it's now Fluxo again.
And sharp. A lot of space control as well. This team is looking to dominate and kill some dreams.
অসাধারণ পারফরম্যান্স বাট বাংলাদেশি টিম নিয়ে অনেকটাই বিপদে আছি স্টোহেডসকে নিয়ে। স্টোহেডসকে নিয়ে অনেকটাই বিপদ। স্টোহেডস এত সুন্দর সুযোগ লুজ করেছে।
They had those glue walls, but more importantly, they had the teamwork, the communication, and the speed. But towards the end of that battle sequence, it was the circle that pressured the Indonesian squad a tad bit.
কিছু বলার নাই ভাই, এমন মোমেন্টে আসলে আর লাস্ট ম্যাচ আরেকটা ম্যাচ আছে।
By the players on the side of Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
Honestly, incredible seeing so many of these teams just pull off what they're doing today. Fluxo back to back once again. The boogeyman, as Carol mentioned, now back, showing us in this very last day what
কিছু বলার নাই ভাই, কি বলবো, আমি প্রেসারাইজড হয়ে গেছি।
As we look at the rest of the team here, the bottom three is the one that intrigues me the most after all, because some of them did get knocked out a bit too early. They ran a bit too quickly as we only have one more map to go.
And of course, the superhero in that final battle was Butchizin, the M590 in this monster's hands.
স্ট্রহেডস নেক্সট ম্যাচ ডিসাইডার। আমি ভাবছিলাম 2-3-4 ম্যাচেই স্ট্রহেডস একটা ভালো ডিফারেন্স তৈরি করবে, দেন কোয়ালিফাই করবে ইজিলি। 5 নাম্বার এন্ড 6 নাম্বার ম্যাচের দিকে আমার আগাতেই হবে না, মানে কোনো নজরই দিতে হবে না স্ট্রহেডসকে, এমন ডিফারেন্স তারা মেক করবে। বাট ব্যাড লাক, এখনো এই ম্যাচেই ডিসাইড করবে আসলে। স্ট্রহেডস যদি টপ 3 তে ঢুকতে না পারে তাহলে বলা যায় স্ট্রহেডস ডিসকোয়ালিফাইড, এন্ড বাকি টিমগুলো আর আগে এলিমিনেট হতে হবে, লাইক আল আহলি এন্ড টিম এসএটিউএল। এই দুইটা টিম টপ গাইতে হবে স্ট্রহেডস। একটা টিম টপ গাইলেই হয়, বাট কেন এত প্রেসার নিব? দুইটা টিম টপ গাইলে কি ক্ষতি? দুইটা টিম টপ গান লাগবে। এভারেজ নেক্সট ম্যাচে 20 পয়েন্টস, 50 to 20 পয়েন্টস নিলে
whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, my God, if that didn't get you pumped, then I don't know what will. It's Lace and Neptune here to bring you that match recap. And my God, Fluxo, holy moly, I consider me impressed there. Not only did they have that high position, Neptune, but they managed to get so many eliminations within that final zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult to get away from that. We've seen Twisted Mind, we've seen RRQ try to get close to them, but the elevation, especially with MT7, it's just difficult to tag him. And with the zones pushing
দেখা যাক কি করে আমাদের স্ট্রহেডস লাস্ট ম্যাচ ডিসাইডার পুরো প্রেসারে ফেলায় দিল স্ট্রহেডসরা। Nothing to say.
You know, Twisted Minds are probably like, thank you, because they were able to position themselves into that. But obviously we want to talk about those sorts of teams in that mid-range there and who might be going to have to work a little bit harder in this next game. And of course, Lion, you know, we want to sit in that top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher for Lion right now, because earlier before that game, like, there's 3 teams above them, and now that they got eliminated a little bit early, those fights or those teams are still alive. They managed to get a few more points, but there's a little bit switcheroo in terms of the order, and we might be seeing something being forced down once we see the overall
I mean, this leaderboard is very close, and of course, you know,
এই
we
ম্যাচে
talk about that last game and
প্রচুর বাজে
RRQ
খেলছে,
and
প্রচুর
how
বাজে
they were
খেলছে,
sort of sitting in a nice position
না
early
ড্রপ
on in that
হয়েছে
stage.
না অন্য
But
কিছু।
obviously, having Fluxo in that
MIBR
high in
লস,
contention,
টপ
it didn't
অ্যাগেইন,
really pan out
ফ্লুক্সো
for them to
আবারও
be able
3
to push
নম্বরে
their way
আসছে,
in. And the fact that
162 পয়েন্ট নিয়ে
they
টিম
need to be
ভাইটালিটি
making
আর
these
কি এনে একটা
calls
ফাইট
and
চলতেছে
making
ভাই,
those rotations early
কড়া
because
ফাইট
they
চলতেছে,
need
কারা গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে যাবে। MIBR লস শিওর বলা যায়, কিন্তু বাকি টিমগুলো নিয়ে একটু
work for them, and it will work
MIBR লস একটু কনসিস্টেন্সি রাখলেই হবে।
might have pushed Team Vitality away from the top 4, but what's difficult at this point in the last game is they're still very close. I mean, they can smell the teams that's following them.
Yeah, and you know, we got to look at these sort of top 4 bubbles, but I do want to draw your attention maybe down to the bottom of the leaderboard with Straw Hats, because I mean, a couple of the teams that were going out, I think it was AHL, we're looking at the SAULs being knocked out early in those matches, may have paved the way for Straw Hats to sort of move up and get out of those bottom 2 eliminations, but was it enough, Neptune?
I don't think it's enough. I mean, it's very, very close, especially with performance at
And overall ranking আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি Straw Hats 90 points, 81 points, Mia Crop, SDUL ভাই আমি ভাবছিলাম SATUL রে টপ কাইবো ভাই, SATUL টপ কাইবো ভাই, কি করলো এটা Straw Hats, কি করতেছে এটা কি ওরা? প্রথম 2টা ম্যাচের মতো এই শেষের 2টা ম্যাচ খেললেও তো হইতো, কিছু বলার নাই।
keep beating up against each other. They should have been splitting away from the rest of the squad, trying to keep it safe, final circle. But if that's the same intention for everyone, then eventually you end up meeting.
Yeah, and I mean, if we have a look at like MIA missing in action or what is happening there, obviously they are sort of going in that bottom spot, but I don't believe that they're going to have enough grunt in this last game to push them out of that bottom 2. I mean, unless they pull off some sort of crazy action like Fluxo with these eliminations, but it looks like, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to be able to just get out of those elimination spots so deeply down. But of course, you know, I'm always an optimistic Neptune. I'm always like, yeah, you know, someone could do something crazy here. Might not happen for
we are ready for the next match, guys. দেখা যাক আমাদের এই সর্বশেষ ম্যাচ, the decider for Straw Hats qualify for survival stage. তারা কি কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারবে কিনা?
Wow, you can see how loud the RQ fans are down there, AJ.
It's dangerously close. Dash up at the top, down at the bottom.
দেখা যাক কি হয়।
You can count these points. Up at the top with just one hand, down at the bottom you may need 2, but it's still under double digits. Mia Corp can still make it, but they need to have a breakout run this time around, and they need to hope and pray that either Al Ahly or SHUL does not get any points from this lobby whatsoever. Straw Hats as well have that exact same opportunity. We saw a explosive start.
Now we have the opportunity to qualify in the survival stage. Team Straw Hats. I don't know next match কি করতে যাচ্ছে তারা। Next match has to করলেই খেলা শেষ।
End up down at the very bottom. You're talking
Light support এ আছি ভাই, light support.
You're talking about Straw Hats, you're talking about Mia Corp, and up at the top.
Light support এ আছে। Team Straw Hats পুরো light support এ নিয়ে গেছে।
The early qualifier out of Group B because MIBR lost. Obviously, they've guaranteed a spot here for Brazil, but Fluxo slowly but surely bringing out the beast mode within them. 98 eliminations so far in their group stage run, and I don't think they're done just yet.
No, they are definitely a team that really wants to ride off that high as well. But I have to say, looking at Twisted Minds and how they've been able to really activate throughout the second half of the day is just really, really scary. I mean, these are teams that just not only super aggressive early, but also active, moving around the map, and it's always intentional how they're rotating, how they want to take these fights, and most importantly, the timing on when they enter these fights as well. There's so many fights that between these two teams are
good
happening.
Lion, you can do it. Comment
a third party comes in
from
and
Twitch.
completely dominate
Full
as
support
well.
goes
so
to
much
Soul.
of the rewards from the weakened teams.
Absolutely. You can see all of the comments coming
Leon became the zebra.
Everybody setting their wishes to the teams out there.
Group B is more diverse with different regions. That's why they say it's easier. But Mia Corp, please, one more day. USA needs this. I am from
Esports. But of course, Mircorp, they showed us a lot out of
Now
MMW
Lost
as
versus
USA,
RIQ.
but here they just
Generational
haven't
war.
shown us what we have been looking out for their side. They have always been very proficient at
Lost
finding the
versus
final
RIQ
circle, but
generational
this
war.
time, somehow
Two
their
is
rotations
got
just
greedy
keep getting
right
cut
there.
off.
It's really hard to really pinpoint where exactly the rotation is going to be happening, since everyone is just so proactive and moving around the map as well. And I think in this situation, I think just now Lace talked a little bit about the
Team
middle
Secret
side
দুইটা প্লেয়ারের
of the
ডাউন দিল,
brackets,
ডাউন
right?
দিয়েই
We talked a
ক্লিয়ার
little
দিয়ে
bit
দিল।
about the Lions that I think had a
মোমেন্টটা
great start to
শালা
the day,
কেমনে
but
করলো?
start to
জুয়াল ছিল
struggle
না নাকি
toward
কভার নেওয়ার লেগে?
the end. Vitality start off really, really hot, and they just weren't able to really secure some fights as well to really be able to secure, their positioning on the top side of that ladder. And as things get super interesting here, top two, maybe we might have an answer as well, but at the same time, it's getting more and more aggressive, more and more competitive between many of these teams. If anything as well, we had a bit, we heard
Our
Daz talk a little
next
bit about
match
Team
is
Secret,
starting.
but they weren't able to have the most stable of fights, even recoveries as well, despite their best efforts.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say Team Secret is not going to find the early access to the grand finals. They're going to have to play survival. And I
Let's
just pity
go,
the rest of the
baby.
teams because Team Secret is savage
To our
when you really
last
push them
match.
to the edge. But they've got their backs to the wall. They don't have any other way out of it. They'll fight you for it, and they most probably will walk away with a victory as well, knowing them. Let's not forget they became the kings of Southeast Asia recently with 4 magnificent back-to-back booyahs. Nobody saw that coming. Everybody was shocked. But for them, they were cool, calm, collected. They saw that all the way. They knew exactly what they could do. But for me, it's not about what's happening around the mid part of the bracket. It's all about who gets the early access into our grand finals and who survives the crushing blow. Down at the bottom two.
And now let's go, last match, the decider match. Purgatory!
Esports get pushed down to the bottom. This one game, the final match of Group B, will tell us exactly what they're
And
facing.
দেখবো আজকে এই ম্যাচে স্ট্রহার্স কোথায় ল্যান্ড করে। গত ম্যাচের মতো কি প্রেসার হবে কিনা? গত লাস্ট পুরগাটরি ম্যাপটাই দেখলাম যে প্রচুর প্রেসার ছিল স্ট্রহার্স, তবুও সার্ভাইভ করেছিল। এই ম্যাচটাই কি করে?
We start to see an early drop coming
Al Ahly
in
একটা
from
সেফ
Fluxo.
ল্যান্ডিং
And
করছে।
as for the rest of the teams here just
SATUL
dropping through,
স্ট্রহার্স
TG
তারা মানে
as well as
একসাথেই
Lions
ড্রপ করবে
dropping
নাকি?
side by side. These early fights
স্ট্রহার্স
are going
ড্রপ
to be
করে নিছে
super excited to see who makes it out alive.
সব লাস্টে টিম।
Man, this is
স্ট্রহার্স টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড ভাই রে ভাই কই ড্রপ করতেছে?
Total gaming.
মিয়া কর্পস আর স্ট্রহার্স।
Then again,
এক্সট্রো একটু সেফ ড্রপ
run here, even if they do get
টুইস্টেড
eliminated
থেবাস
early,
আকাম
I feel like
করতে
they have
পারে।
started off the day fairly fine. They've done enough to stay in the competition to make sure relegation is not a danger. They'll have to see, but the super hot drop between the two teams down at the bottom, it's not going to be helping their cases at all. I cannot take a pick. I love them both equally. Mircorp, Straw Hats, who survives this deadly encounter? It's Mircorp with the big advantage here off of that vending machine.
Yeah, SH with who?
মিয়া কর্পের ফুল টিম ভার্সেস স্ট্রহার্সের 2। দেখা যাক এই মুহূর্তে কি করে। স্ট্রহার্সের শক এই মুহূর্তে চার্জ চালাচ্ছে। মিয়া কর্পরে আগে থামা দিতে হবে ভাই। মিয়া কর্প আগেই স্ট্রহার্সের উপর ঝাঁপা করতেছে। শেষ, স্ট্রহার্স এই ম্যাচে শেষ, আর কোয়ালিফাই করা লাগবে না। ও শেষ শেষ। আর কোনো চান্স নেই স্ট্রহার্সের, চান্স নাই, কোনো রিকভারি নাই। মিয়া কর্পস এখন স্ট্রহার্সে টপকে যাবে। আবার #12 SATUL আয়া পড়ছে মিয়া কর্পরে খেতে। SATUL ভার্সেস মিয়া কর্প। মিয়া কর্পের 2টা খাইয়া দিছে। লাস্ট 2 এই মুহূর্তে রিভাইভ চলতেছে। মিয়া কর্প ও রে সুন্দর। SATUL রেখা না, SATUL দিয়ে আবার মিয়া কর্প রেখা। কাহিনী হইতেছে কি আই ডোন্ট নো কি চলতেছে এখানে।
Mircorp, the sacrificial lamb in that sequence. And Troll, can he stop Kappa? Kappa, does he have coins? Kappa does not have coins, but he doesn't need to. He's already gotten the deed done off of that vending machine. Those revivals will keep Mircorp in the run.
Spots Nor out here, but not able to really take this 1v1. Forced to move away, isolate these fights there. Nor
right now মিয়াকর্পের উপরে অ্যাসেটিউএল ভাই অ্যাসেটিউএল রে কিল দেওয়া যাবে না ভাই অ্যাসেটিউএল এই ওরাই কামড়াকামড়ি করতেছে কেমনটা লাগে এটি বড় বড় টিমের কাছে গিয়ে মারামারি করব ওরা ওরে কিল দিয়ে দিয়া আগায় নিতেছে টিজি আর ভাইটালিটি স্ট্রায়ার্স এই ম্যাচে না হইলেও 100 ক্রস করতে হবে তাছাড়া উপায় নেই 110 আল আহলি গন আল আহলি দুইটা শেষ আল আহলি লস আয় আবার আল আহলি সব গন স্টার্টের লাস্ট
Yeah, Vitality really
Like,
taking it step by step in the situation, but Remind also getting one more pick off while everything is going on here. The rotation from Vitality will cross paths against SH, who then back into the game, steals away one more.
সুন্দর সুন্দর অসাধারণ ভাই অসাধারণ কনফার্ম দে কিল কনফার্ম দে ভাইটালিটি দুইটা খাইয়া দিছে আরে সুন্দর এক্সপ্লো হো করা ভাই কই থেকে কই খাওয়া দিল হু সেরা হু একা ভাইটালিটি তিনটা রেখে দিছে 1v3 সেরা ভাই সেরা
showing us a little bit of a drift as well. But Straw Hats are split up on the battlefield. They need to regroup.
আল আহলি শেষ হইলেই হয় লিওন এটা কি করতেছে
And it looks like they want to hunt themselves some predators.
Mind waiting here, being pressured somewhat, but very undeterred, being able to just really get
Al Ahly
once again with his teammates. As the rest of Lions weren't able to get any pickups from there, they too decided to just move away from the area, perhaps looking for a better area to just really hold on to as the circle
now
shifts.
we are seeing হু সুন্দর খেলছে হু সুন্দর একটা কামব্যাক দরকার এই ম্যাচে কি বলেন ভাই আমি চিন্তায় ফাইটে যেতেছি 5 মিনিট চলে গেছে এখন একটা যায় না এলিমিনেট হয় নাই এটা নরমাল হয়ে গেছে 12 মিনিট যাওয়ার পরে একটা আউট হয় এসএটিএল যাইতাছে নীলের চোখে পড়ছে নীল অলরেডি ফায়ারিং বাট কিংফিশার দিয়ে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট দেখি
They miss an opportunity of getting a
স্ট্রায়ার্স এই ম্যাচে ঘুরা ঘুরা মারতাছে ভাই হু আর নীল এক লগে কিছু করার নাই এই ম্যাচে ফাইট করে খেলতে হবে দেখেন জাস্ট আল আহলি ছাড়া বাকি প্রত্যেকটা টিম ডমিনেট করতেছে 94 আল আহলির 95 পয়েন্ট আর স্ট্রায়ার্সের 94 আল আহলি এলিমিনেট হইলেই স্ট্রায়ার্স ইজি
We need to see them really go and start getting a bit more hungry like we saw them in the beginning of the game. Unfortunately for them,
জাস্ট আল আহলি যাতে এলিমিনেট হয় এই দোয়া করেন কিছু করার নাই
regardless. But as for the rest of the team here, barely alive and also barely surviving as a team, could be able to just really come in and rendezvous with the rest of their teammates here. We've seen their power.
স্ট্রায়ার্সের জোনে ঢোকার পথ ইজি ফ্লুক্স তো পড়তে পারে পথের মধ্যে সার্কেলটা কই পড়বে সার্কেলটা আই থিং ক্যাম্প সাইটের দিকে যাইতে পারে ব্রাজিলিয়া ক্যাম্প সাইটের মিডে পড়বে ওপেন ফিল্ড
bumping into Vitality early, snuffing them out, and because of that, Vitality is at a massive disadvantage up against Twisted Minds now, who have been cool, calm, collected, picking up all of that loot, and now they bump into them.
কি হইতাছে এই ম্যাচটা স্ট্রায়ার্স একটা বুইয়া নিয়ে শেষ কর একবারে কাজের কাজ হয়ে যাবে একটা বুইয়া স্ট্রায়ার্স এই ম্যাচে পথ ক্লিয়ার আছে যা বললাম ক্যাম্প সাইট ব্রাজিলিয়া ক্যাম্প সাইটে থেকে কি করছে ইস স্ট্রায়ার্স এর লেগে প্রেসার সার্কেল এক লগে নাই সার্কেল হাতে নাই
They've all gathered right back up.
There we go.
More importantly, this is that play where we saw who shine earlier.
Yeah, really good coming in from Who as well. And I feel like in so many of these, I would say, rounds as well, I mean, Who has been such a big standout for Straw Hats, just really kind of rally the team and just get them super aggressive into today. Multiple, I think, multi-frags he was able to pick off.
দিতে স্ট্রায়ার্স
Team Secret.
এসএটিএল আর আল আহলি গেলেই ইজি হয়ে যাবে আল আহলি মিয়াকর্প এসএটিএল এই তিনটা গেলে আরো ইজি হয়ে যাবে কোয়ালিফাই
Regardless of
95 পয়েন্ট আছে আল আহলির
Team Secret is not
আল
going
আহলির
to
একটু
find
ভায়া
an
দে
early access, and they're not going to get relegated too far away from the bottom, too far away from the top.
Pay, guys, pay.
Team Secret in limbo right now, but I think that is intentional from the Vietnamese squad.
পুরো ম্যান পাওয়ার নিয়ে প্রত্যেকটা টিম
A lot of damage onto Rahone. But for the rest of the team here, they're just really being super cautious. They don't want to go into
আল
this
আহলি
fight
শেষ
quite
হলেই
yet.
স্ট্রহেডস আল আহলিরে টপকে গেছে মনে করেন এটা ফর শিওর প্লাস 95 পয়েন্ট হয়ে যাবে তখন
Into the zone.
প্লেসমেন্ট পাবে না প্লেসমেন্ট তো পাবে না একটা গেলে
Total Gaming with a
কিল
survivor
লাগবে কি
outside the circle, trying to see if he can
নিচের
survive.
দিকের ফাইট হইতাছে ভাই উপরের দিকেও ফাইট হইতাছে টপ 4 কোয়ালিফায়ার ফাইট হইতাছে নিচের দিকেও ফাইট হইতাছে টপ 10 হওয়ার বড় ফাইট এখনো 48 প্লেয়ার অ্যালাইভ জাস্ট দেখেন ভাইটালিটি অলরেডি 163 নিয়ে নিয়েছে
But S8UL
আর
cannot
কেউ
rest on their
165
laurels
এন্ড
just
দ্য
yet. As you
ফ্লুক্স
can see,
162
it's Straw Hats
কি হইতাছে এই
action.
জায়গায় লিওন 150
Gets to that final circle.
S8UL অনেকটা
S8UL
ইয়া করে খেলতেছে
Oh yeah.
কোয়ালিফাই করার জন্য সার্ভাইভ করে খেলতেছে S8UL এর উপর আর ভরসা নাই আল আহলি গেলেই স্ট্রাইটের সুবিধা টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড সার্কেল ধরতেছে
But at the same time, when you are coming into the
স্ট্র
zone
হ্যাড
this late,
এই মুহূর্তে
you just have to
কি
be so
ঘটবে
wary when
আসলে
you're
বলা
rotating.
যায়
So
না
many
স্ট্র
long-range
হ্যাড
snipes from teams that are already so comfortable having these areas, these zones,
আচ্ছা
diagonals
মাউস
fully
পয়েন্ট
in
এটা
their
কার মাউস
control.
পয়েন্ট
MD7 with some wild snipes, and this is definitely one of the slower games of the day, and it's courtesy of Purgatory. You've got a lot of compounds
ভাই
to
কি
rotate
হইতাছে
around to
স্ট্র হেড
focus
কই
on the
যাইতাছে
loot,
ভাইটালিটির
avoid
দিকে যাইতাছে
engagements.
ভাই
Those vehicles are littered all around for you to quickly reposition.
রিভাইভাল পয়েন্টটা যে জায়গায়
And that has resulted
এই
in
যে বলতে
many of
বলতে
these teams
রিভাইভাল
still
পয়েন্টের এই জায়গাটা
surviving, but
এই জায়গায়
have
গত
too
ম্যাচে
many survive
ক্যাম্প
to the
হইছে
next
ওপেন
circle.
ফিল্ড ওপেন
All of
পানির দিকে
chaos
পড়বে
will
স্ট্র
break
এর জন্য
loose.
প্রেসার
As
টুইস্টেড
regardless of
মাইন্ড এন্ড
whoever you
ভাইটালিটির
focus
ফাইট হইতে
on,
পারে
you can sure as hell bet either
এই
your
মুহূর্তে
knobs
আছে
are
টিউএল
gonna get
আছে
stolen away or somebody else is gonna
ফাইট
end up
কই
shooting
থেকে
at
কই
you.
যাব কোনো ঠিক
Because
নেই
as we approach the 11-minute mark, we have a full stack.
দেখা যাক এই মুহূর্তে
Starting to feel very reminiscent of that previous map as well, right? With the only team, five, where only one player had been knocked out here. Now these rotations come through as well, as Twisted Minds should be able to come through, and this full 4-on-4 is happening. The Lions taking a lot of damage. Mia on the side that was winning for a second there, but will turn the tides around. Game King knocked out Hacks as
ও মাই গড মিয়া কর্জ আর আল আহলি মিয়া কর্জ দুইটাই যেন শেষ হয়ে যায় লিওন আল আহলি হোয়াট ইজ আল আহলি লিওন মিয়া আল আহলি এখনো আছে
But Al Ahly with the sneaky shots from across, calling out the
ভাই ডরা গেছিলাম বাস স্ট্র হেড প্রেসার খাইতেছে লিওন থেকে জোকার লাস্ট ওয়ান রিভাইভাল দিতে পারতো টোকেন নাই কিছু করার নাই লিওনের
Lions are just running for their lives, and once again,
স্ট্রেস
it's
প্রেসারে নাই
Joker all alone.
স্ট্রেস প্রেসারে পড়তে পারে টিভি
But
আছে
still, taking some chip damage from
বাল আল আহলি শেষ হয় না কে ভাই
here on the hunt.
আল আহলির আগে শেষ হতে হবে ও লিওন গন
By the Twisted Minds players.
Joker
মিয়া কর্জ
wasn't
হয় কি
laughing in that situation.
মিয়া কর্জ আর আল আহলি শেষ হতে হবে ভাই
Valiant effort by the Lions.
Decider
They
match.
will not get the early access into
এটার মধ্যে আর শেষ হইতাছে না আল আহলি আগেই সার্কেল ধরে পড়ে আছে
play that survival stage.
কি হইতাছে অ্যাজ এ টিউএলও সুন্দর খেলতাছে
Geared up.
ফা হয়ে যাবে এই ম্যাচে ফা স্ট্র হেড ফা করে দিল গত ম্যাচটাই ছিল বের করার
11 games played so far, Twisted Minds have only gotten one booyah. Do they want to end
এসএটিএল ফাইট ইনিশিয়েট টিভিএস এর সাথে দেখা যাক ফ্লুক্সো
right here right now? They're going to take the fight straight up to Vitality.
টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড আর ভাইটালিটির দুইটা তিনটা চারটা শেষ ও মাই গড ফুল টিম ওয়াইপ আউট ভাইটালিটি টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড সেরা স্ট্র হেড স্কিল পাইতো যদিও বা প্রেসারও পড়তে পারতো টুকসো ভার্সেস এমআইবিআর লস আল আহলির একটা শেষ সুন্দর আল আহলি শেষ করতে হবে আল আহলি লস এই মুহূর্তে লস এজ এ শর্ট কিল নিছে RRQ MBI MIB lost gone RRQ looks so shady I think
It's always a party
কি হইতাছে
in a battle and RRQ the biggest winner there
কি হইতাছে এই মুহূর্তে মিয়া কট শেষ অলরেডি আল আহলি গেলেই কাম ইজি আল আহলি ভাই আল আহলি শালার পুতেরা
I think we can confirm
Twisted Mind Team Secret RRQ
gonna survive that crusher Bobs for the desperate revival RRQ on fire
RRQ ওরে
earning off of RRQ a base gonna get snuffed out of the
98-99 পয়েন্ট আল আহলি আর ইস্ট দেখেন জাস্ট গাইস এখন একটা ফাটাফাটি হইব কোয়ালিফাই স্টপ ও মা সুন্দর 99-99 কি হইব স্ট্র হেড কোপাইতাছে ভাই স্ট্র হেড কোপাইতাছে আপার গ্রাউন্ড থেকে কোপাইতাছে স্ট্র হেড কোবা কিলনে ধুমায়া কিলনে এটাই সুযোগ ও সেই সেরা ডায়মন্ড আছে ডায়মন্ড রেখা ছাড়িস না ছাড়লেই শেষ RRQ এর কিল কে নিছে টুইস্টেড ডায়মন্ড টিম সিক্রেট গন আল আহলি কি করতেছে ভাই আল আহলি শেষ হয় না কে শেষ হইলে তো আমি ইজি কোয়ালিফাই
But this high ground should give them a bit of advantage, but aware that SAUL is close by.
আল আহলি একটা গন আরেকটা আল আহলি
No space, no HP.
এটার দিকে নজর দে স্ট্র হেডস এটাই সিমক্স এটা গেলে হইছে আল আহলি প্রেসার খাইছ না এখন এই সুযোগ
can only depend on his med kits at this point of
আল আহলি RRQ আল আহলি এটারে মার ভাই RRQ গন আল আহলি 5 কিল নিছে ভাই আল আহলি আগে যেতে হবে আল আহলি আগে এলিমিনেট হইতে হবে ফ্লুক্স তো শেষ ও কি করলো টুইস্টেড মাইন্ড রেখা দিল স্ট্র হেডস এইদিকে নজর দে ভাই এই চার টিমের ফাইট হইতেছে এই চার টিমই টপ 4 ভাই আল আহলি খাইতে হইব আল আহলি সিমক্স SATL TG ওরা ফাইট করতেছে এখন বুয়া স্ট্র হেড TG বুয়া আল আহলি শেষ ইয়েস আল আহলি শেষ স্ট্র হেডস কোয়ালিফাইড আল আহলি শেষ স্ট্র হেডস ইজি কোয়ালিফাই এখন সুযোগ স্ট্র হেডসের সুযোগ আছে স্ট্র হেডসের নীল এই মুহূর্তে স্ট্র হেডসের বুয়া মোমেন্ট ব্রো স্ট্র হেডসের বুয়া মোমেন্ট SATL and TG ফাইট করতেছে স্ট্র হেডস একটা সুন্দর এন্ডিং চাই স্ট্র হেডস একটা সুন্দর এন্ডিং হবে স্ট্র হেডস SATL and TG দুইটারে খাইতে হইব সুন্দর স্ট্র হেডস এই মোমেন্টে ফার্স্ট টাইম ঢুকা লাগবে না ফার্স্ট টাইম ঢুকা প্যাচ খাইছ না ভাই শক্ট গেন ও সুন্দর SATL 4v3 স্ট্র হেডস ট্রল SATL ট্রল wow it's a booyah from the side of Team Straw Hats. What a ending, bro! What a ending! Team Straw Hats can qualify, and the ending goes to Team Straw Hats and qualify like a fire. Team Straw Hats prove their worth. What a moment for Team Bangladesh! Wow!
They tried, they struggled, and you saw the fight in them in this final game. They gave their all just like the
Wow, it's the best moment for Bangladeshi supporters. Straw Hats qualify like a king.
The zone started moving with a massive advantage for Bangladesh. But I also have to say they took their own proactive moves. to focus their pressure on the Indian squad to make sure Al Ahly as well does not get away too far. But this final run was just so beautiful. Unfortunate though for Al Ahly, they will not be making it through to our survival stage.
And honestly, we started off the day with an idea of what the bottom of the bracket is. But today the switch up happens, a new mindset and mentality came in. Many of the teams stepped up, a different style of play, a different idea, whatever weaknesses that they needed to fix on day one completely.
Straw Hats snake their booyah and qualified to survival stage and লাইভ সাপোর্ট থেকে আশা করি সব বাংলাদেশি সাপোর্টাররা লাইভ সাপোর্ট থেকে বেঁচে ফিরেছেন টিম স্ট্র হ্যাটস
further up than just the bottom three.
You gotta name yourself well, and if you take the name of the Straw Hats,
Team Straw Hats, prove who are they? Remember the name Team Straw Hats. Full support. ভাই এত খুশি লাগতাছে স্ট্র হ্যাটস এর বুয়াটা দেখা প্লাস কোয়ালিফাই দেখা স্ট্র হ্যাটস এখনই চাঁদের দেশে গেছিল ভাই অন্যান্য স্ট্রিমার গো লাইভ দেখি আমি কি অবস্থা
Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard. Twisted Minds at the top as Southeast Asia sneaks it away from Brazil. But of course, MRBR loss is not going to be too tickled by that at all.
PK Alali. Yeah, overall ranking আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি Twisted Mind আর কিউ কারা কোয়ালিফাই করলো বাট স্ট্র হ্যাটস কে দেখুন হোয়াট আ গ্যাপ as the QL রে 10 এ নামায় 9 এ চলে গেছে স্ট্র হ্যাটস ইটস হিউজ ব্রো
Unfortunately for Mir Corp and Al Ahly, the same ends right here after this game 6.
You could tell how much this meant to them as well. They were hungry. They look very dejected despite their best efforts. I mean, who would have thought that day 2
Mir Corp and Al Ahly disqualified. But Straw Hats, Nail, Expo, Shock, who? The perfect combination. Team Bangladesh, Team Straw Hats.
But this was the exciting grouping.
No,
It
actually.
was so difficult. It was so close, both at the top and the bottom dash.
Yeah, the struggle happened everywhere. It was anyone's
Team
game.
Bangladesh, ভাই এমন স্ক্রিনে বাংলাদেশ টিম রে পামু ভাই এটা শুধু স্ট্র হ্যাটস দ্বারাই এক্সপেক্টেড
Looking at the teams that will be, I would say, destroying, crushing the keys.
Now crashing the the keys were crashing.
Just edging out that Group B leaderboard, placing
Twisted Mind leaderboard top e chole geche. MIBR lost top ke.
It's only partly way done. So I just want to ask you at this moment in time,
Group
how does
champion.
it feel to close out Group B and the top spot?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีกับ Twisted Mind ด้วยนะฮะที่ชนะมาได้จนถึงจุดนี้นะครับก็ตอนนี้เหมือนเราก้าวขาเข้าไปครึ่งก้าวแล้วกับการที่เราจะเป็นแชมป์นะฮะอยากถามว่า
আমি বিশ্বাসই করতে পারতাছি না স্ট্র হ্যাটস এমন একটা পারফরম্যান্স আমাদের দিবে แต่วันนี้ก็আশা করা যায় একমাত্র ওদের থেকেই আশা করা যায় ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লবিতে ওরা কিছু করবে জাস্ট দেখেন যত বড় টিম ছিল সবগুলো টিম যারা টপের টিম ছিল সবগুলো টিম কিন্তু আগে বিদায় নিতে দেন টোটাল গেমিং অ্যাসেট ইউএল আল আহলি এন্ড স্ট্র হ্যাটস যারা নিচের 9 8 9 10 11 12 এই টিমগুলোর মধ্যে মিয়াকর্প তো আগে বাদ গেছে বাট তারা 8 9 10 11 এই টিমগুলোর মাঝে ফাইটটা চলতেছিল স্ট্র হ্যাটস 11 নাম্বার থেকে 9 নম্বরে চলে আসছে জাস্ট অ্যামেজিং ভাই আজকে একটা সেরা ঘুমাইবো মারাত্মক গেম প্লে
ก็เมื่อวานนะฮะเราเหมือนกับว่าเราจะโดน MIBR loss เนี่ยฮะแบบว่านำขึ้นไปใช่ไหมฮะแต่วันนี้เนี่ยเราก็คัมแบ็กกลับมาได้
আর্কেলটা আপার গ্রাউন্ড থেকে ভালো অ্যাডভান্টেজ নিতে স্ট্র হ্যাটস বলতে হবে
เราจะเตรียมตัวยังไงกันบ้างกับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลครับ
ครับก็เดี๋ยวจะกลับไปทำแผนครับแล้วก็ปั่นจักรยานไปหอไอเฟลครับ
so after this one we're gonna go back and revise all the plan again and after that we're gonna ride a bike to the Eiffel Tower.
Nice, a bit of culture. I like that. Okay, gentlemen, follow me. Let's go this way because as you place first in your group, you get to crush the 2 keys from your group. Okay, so Let's do this the right way. Okay, firstly, can one of you press the button and open up the crusher?
ขอหนึ่ง
Just press the button.
ขออาสาสมัครหนึ่งคนฮะกด
No
ปุ่ม
one
ครับ
wants to do it. Just press the button.
แค่กดปุ่มก่อนเลยเบาๆกดเลย
Here we go. The crusher is now activated. The teeth are spinning, ready to crush these keys. Is there anything that you would like to say to the teams before you crush their keys?
ก่อนที่เราจะได้ดึงคันโยกลงมาฮะเพื่อส่งเดอะคีย์ลงไปนะฮะมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอก2ทีมนี้แล้วก็ทีมอื่นๆไหมฮะ
ก็เดี๋ยวเจอกันรอบชิงจะแก้ตัว
Yeah, to the team who qualify to the finals, see you soon. We will have our revenge.
Okay, I like that. Okay, and very gently, if you could please pull on the lever and send the 2 keys home. Okay, there we go. Congratulations, placing first, destroying the keys, and making it through to the grand finals on Saturday. Now, of course, we are not done here. The survival stage begins tomorrow, and we've got plenty more action coming your way. But for now, let's head back to the studio to round out the group stage.
Right now, আমরা crashing দেখবো, crash হয়ে গেছে already. দুইটা টিমের
Esports World Cup 26. And what a heartbreak, to be completely honest. For Mia Corp
and Al Ahly, bad luck.
Honestly, congratulations to the squad for even making it here, for even being on this stage, Neptune.
That is right. Hello, come back this.
Through a lot already, and now, despite of all the efforts that they have, it was just going down for them. And again, one reason why it is happening is the battle at the bottom. Game, and it was difficult for Mia Corp to really catch up because
গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালে কোয়ালিফাই করতেছে টিসি যাক আর না যাক দেখেন ওরা গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালে কোয়ালিফাই করবে
unbelievable that they couldn't make it, but it is what it is.
And a huge surprise too to see Twisted Minds end up in first place out of this group. We thought it was going to be lost. They had such an insane lead, but they were able to just knock it down little by little. Little by little, they climbed to that top spot, and you heard them. Even though they didn't have a good day, it was still a great performance out of that squad. SAUL Esports. Oh my gosh, what they were just trying to make you sweat. They were trying to make it uncomfortable. By the way, welcome back to 7WG, none other than, sir, please introduce yourself to the crowd.
It's Husky.
Yeah, that's right, Neptune and Lucifer, SAUL Esports. It was sketchy.
I mean, I was scared of that teeth when the button was pressed. It almost looked like there was an opportunity that key could have been crushed. It got so close, especially because of Straw Hats. Imagine, yesterday they were sitting at the bottom, 24 points in total, nothing in their way. And today, 90 points and a booyah is what they've gotten, and they almost shook even Total Gaming.
And it came down to that last game too. But you can see the overall ranking, the top 4 teams going directly to the finals. You got Twisted Minds. Honestly, we kind of already knew that loss was going to be going because they just had such a healthy lead. Team RQ, Conchita, I know you're happy. I can hear you from over here. And Fluxo, finally getting those booyahs that we wanted to see.
Yeah, 2 booyahs out of the 6 games. I personally came into this thinking that Team Vitality, they're going to join RQ in the grand finals because they both had a great start, but similar to MIBR loss, they also tapered off in the second half of the day. And the only reason why Vitality was still there was because they were able to overcome some of the mid-game crisis, right? Taking down teams like Leon, the Lion, and at the same time, the bottom feeders were also fighting amongst themselves.
Oh, you did mention about Vitality. They were crushed. The angle that they took on that launch pad, I think that is something that they would regret up until tomorrow. If that was not the case, they could have made it. They could have made it work, catch up, and probably make it to that get that ticket into grand finals. But again, you make some bad decisions. The only difference is this was risking a lot.
It was risking a lot. One team that was willing to risk it all in the final match. As you can see, the Fluxo fans being happy, not only because their team gets to go directly to the finals, because they also get a day to rest.
Oh no.
Non-stop dancing, jumping, playing drums.
I 100% agree. I think more than the players themselves, these fans need a day's rest. We had around 3 to 4 hours of broadcast for Group B itself. These guys were continuously on the drums, cheering their fans, and it looked so brilliant. We in the backstage couldn't stop jumping to the beats.
Yeah, we were surviving purely on the vibes.
Yes,
The vibes
exactly.
were feeding us.
Well, one thing I would say though, I mean, it is true. The energy that is being brought in from Brazil to EWC 26 right now is just phenomenal. And the fans is the winner at this point. Not just Fluxo, but the fans out there. It is true the storyline that we have.
MIPR Corps, Mia Corps and
It is evident right now.
Leon তাদের মাঝে কথা চলছে কিছু নিয়ে
ended up showing up. I mean, we heard the interview from them too. Vitality.
How your performance so better.
Ended up happening what I thought was gonna happen. It came back
They
around.
can meet
got full confidence
now.
and bit him in the. You know what I'm talking about. Before that squad, they still get a chance to go to survival. We will have a bunch of teams, but don't forget. Tomorrow, only the top 4 will get a chance to go to the grand final. So all those teams that are going to be looking to fight for those top 4,
আগামীকাল
they're
টপ
going to be
4
looking
করতে
to make sure
স্কয়ার
they start off hot because we don't want to see what happened in Group A and it's just a sponge going towards the top.
I mean, 10 games tomorrow, right? 10 more gruesome games. And a lot of the teams, they are used to playing 6 games because sometimes they don't make it to the grand finals. You don't make it to the champion rush. Tomorrow is 10 games, and if they make it to grand finals, it's unlimited. Unlimited with a 90-point threshold. So at this point of time,
স্কয়ার ফাইনালে কোয়ালিফাই করবে
it's
গাইস
a battle of endurance. It's a marathon.
Yeah, and Husky, you said it perfectly too. Those 10 games, something that we gotta keep into account too, that some of these teams don't end up experiencing is fatigue. And that's something that cannot happen in this situations, Neptune, because once you get to that 6th game, they're used to saying, okay, we're
স্কয়ার
done. We get a
পীরের
chance to
বেশে
go back to our hotel room and
কোয়ালিফাই
relax.
করলো
That's not gonna be the case tomorrow because they're gonna have
আমাদের
4 more, 10 in
সেমিফাইনালে
total.
And that's one thing now. I mean, it's
সার্ভাইভাল
really difficult right
স্টেজে
now because not only disappointment of not making
115
the top
পয়েন্ট
4,
বলা
we have
যায়
to work even longer
150
for tomorrow. So hopefully they rest up, but keep in mind that they also have a little bit of homework to do. They still have
স্কয়ার
a lot of
গত
study
দিনে
that
যদি
needs to be
সেম
done. So it's
খেলাটাই
balance
দিত
of both.
আজকের
Balancing
দিনের টপ
everything
4-এ
similar to what
যাওয়ার
we've
টপ
seen
ডিরেক্ট গ্র্যান্ড ফাইনালে যাওয়ার সুযোগ ছিল স্কয়ারের জন্য বাট প্রথম দিন তারা ঘাবড়ে গেছে অবশ্যই ফার্স্ট টাইম ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল্যান্ড
Lucifer, what is one team or a couple teams that tomorrow in survival you're going to be keeping an
But
eye on how they start?
আশা করা যায়
What you told
স্কয়ার্স
me about
আগামী দিনে
tag.
একটা
Trust
বেটার
me,
কিছু
we've been
দিবে
talking
10
about it
ম্যাচ
the whole time,
10
baby.
ম্যাচে
Day
একটা
1,
ভালো
it was gonna be
পারফরম্যান্স
slow.
দিবে
Day 2 completely different, but tomorrow's survival is just one day, 10 games.
One day, 10 games. As he mentioned, it is a battle of endurance tomorrow. And I think
ওয়ান ডে
keeping up
10
to
ম্যাচ
that is
আসলে
gonna be
এটা অনেক
beneficial to
প্রেসার
the team
রাইজ
that
করে
I
দেবে
am
প্রত্যেকটা
looking forward
টিমদের
to is Ganda Dynasty. Towards the end of the day, they managed to pick it up, and I hope tomorrow they manage to do as well to start off well. Benel's in form. And when we talk about the players in Sniper, I think there's been a lot of big names who have not yet fired as well as we wanted.
স্কয়ার্স ভাই স্ট্রেসের কথা ভাবতাছি আর আমার কাছে অবাক লাগতেছে যে কি করলো শেষ ম্যাচে কি করলো স্কয়ার্স বুয়া লে নিল
For all the teams that I'm going to be looking at as I was
সেরা
going
বুয়া
through
ছিল
here with all
সেরা
this
মোমেন্টে
swag from Fluxo, it's going to be those teams that are going to be going to the finals. They get a chance to relax. They get a chance to VOD review, see some of the other squads, what they're going to be doing, maybe how they can adjust. We saw it from the beginning in Group A with some of the squads that were actually towards the top. They were being able to try something different. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow in survival stage. Make sure you stay tuned. Free Fire at EWC 26. The action doesn't stop just yet. We still got 2 more days. A special shout out to everybody working this show, not only the
দুই
casters,
দিন
the
আছে
analysts,
আগামীকাল গ্রুপ স্টেজ আগামীকাল সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজ 10টি ম্যাচ হবে এন্ড পরের দিন শনিবার গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল আনলিমিটেড ম্যাচ তো আজকের মতো আর কথা বাড়াচ্ছি না যারা যারা লাইভে সংযুক্ত ছিলেন সকলকে অসংখ্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ আজকের মতো এখানেই বিদায় নিচ্ছি এন্ড স্টেটকে শুভকামনা টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবকেও বাংলাদেশি 2 টিম এখন পর্যন্ত ফিল্ডে আছে কোয়ালিফাই করে আছে অবশ্যই বাংলাদেশি সেই টিমদের আবারও দেখতে পারবো এন্ড একটি টিম 2টি টিমের মাঝে একটি টিম অবশ্যই তাদের সেরাটা পারফরম্যান্স দিবে 2টি টিমই সেরা পারফরম্যান্স দিবে আশা করি এন্ড একটি টিম অবশ্যই গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল কোয়ালিফাই করবে আর 2টা করলে তো কথাই নাই ভাই পুরো র হয়ে যাবে যদি বাংলাদেশের 2টা টিম কোয়ালিফাই করে গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে যাই হোক যারা যারা লাইভে যুক্ত ছিলেন সকলকে অসংখ্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ ম্যাচ রিক্যাপ দেখেই আমরা বিদায় নিতে যাচ্ছি এন্ড আগামীকাল আবারও ম্যাচ হতে যাচ্ছে আগামীকাল ঠিক 3টায় আই থিঙ্ক না 4টা বাজে অ্যান্ড সেই 4টায় আপনাদেরকে অ্যানাউন্স করা হবে। 4টা বাজে ম্যাচের লাইভে চলে আসবেন আপনারা, অ্যান্ড আমরা এনজয় করবো একদিনে টোটাল 10টি ম্যাচ। স্ট্র হ্যাটস অ্যান্ড টিম টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব একদিনে 10টি ম্যাচ খেলে তাদের কোয়ালিফাই করতে হবে গ্র্যান্ড ফিনালেতে, টপ 4 গ্র্যান্ড ফিনাল কোয়ালিফাই। অবশ্যই এটা একটা চাপের মুহূর্ত হবে। ভালো ভালো টিম আছে প্রত্যেকটা গ্রুপ থেকেই, সেই টিমসদের থামিয়ে দিয়ে ইন্ডিয়ান 3টা টিমই থাকবে, বাংলাদেশি 2টা টিম, অ্যান্ড আরও বাকি বাইরের দেশে টিম থাকবে। তো 5টা টিম এখানে আছে, 7টা টিম বাইরের দেশে। সেই 7টা টিমকেও আমরা দেখে নেব আগামী দিনে। তো যারা যারা যুক্ত ছিলেন পুরোটা লাইভ জুড়ে সকলকে অসংখ্য অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। আজকের মতো আর কথা বাড়াচ্ছি না। আর্জেন্টিনাও কোয়ালিফাই করছে, এটা আপনারাও জানেন, আমিও জানি। আর্জেন্টিনার জন্য শুভকামনা, ফাইনালে তারাও একটা কিছু করুক, আরও একবার কাপ নেক। তো যাই হোক, আজকের মতো এখানেই বিদায় নিচ্ছি। সবাই ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন। আল্লাহ হাফেজ, দেখা হবে আগামীকাল সার্ভাইভাল স্টেজ নিয়ে।